beforehand, which means not getting squashed by this stupid stone, but you also had to be boosting, while controlling yourself on ice physics so that you don't crash, while hitting all of the time crates placed in such a way that I swear it was designed to point and laugh at me even when I got the jump correct. I'm playing as Gorilla Monkey Anus Face for this one. Ooh. Papu Papu is many things. He's a belly, he's a terrible boss fight, he's a laughing stock.
Papu want in action to lay boom down big.
And he's a stereotype. But he has his own racetrack in Crash Team Racing, one of my favorites in fact, Papu's Pyramid. But getting the platinum relic for it makes me want to snap my own neck while I'm screaming out loud. First of all, you've got to go around the track as fast as possible, which makes sense, it is a time trial, but if you go too fast, you'll fly straight over the only chance you have to hit certain time boxes. Secondly, you've got to perform a very awkward jump right off of the edge of the track in order to hit a clump of boxes, going against common sense, and with it being at a ridiculously weird angle that's very easy to mess up. Thirdly, this stage is guilty of the crime of placing some of these crates in the most dangerous and downright silly of places that are not only immensely difficult to hit while driving quickly, but even harder to hit without being instantly killed by the traps placed right next to them. Get out of my face and let me race before I fold you up and shove you into a green pipe, dick! You all saw this one coming, right? Sewer Speedway? I'd say this level is the hardest one to Platinum Relic by far, and it's on the first world of the adventure mode, so well done to whoever chose to put it there. The easy culprit alone for why this track is so difficult is, of course, that horrible shortcut jump that you have to land at least once to grab a load of hidden time crates. But that's not actually what I dislike about this level, believe it or not. Check it, I can perform this jump nearly every single time I try it. Once you know you need to take the ramp before it, dead straight before you jump after performing a boost from the inside of another pipe, it's really not an issue. What I have an issue with is the ditch-like level design that doesn't work too well with the camera and hides time crates in its crevices so well that you will miss a good handful of the crates on your first few attempts. The camera in this track likes to screw you over more than anything else actually. One of the first jumps hides a box on the ground after you land that you just have to guess the position of as you land. There are crates hidden behind the corners of some of the edges of the sewer pipes, and there's even these 3 crates here that can't all be hit on the 3 laps because of the shortcut lap you need to take that avoids them. So hitting all of these alone isn't enough of a pain. I could also complain about the giant toxic barrels that roll back and forth just slowly enough that predicting what edge of the tunnel you need to be on is a pipe dream. But more egregious to me is this box. This singular box. Right here. Looks very easy to get, doesn't it? Well, you won't get it. Approach it fast, you miss. Approach it slowly, you miss. Approach it straight, you miss. Approach it crooked, you miss. Approach it while jumping, you miss. Approach it while not jumping, you miss. To this day, I still have no idea how to hit this crate without the will of God, and whenever I do hit it successfully, that run is later ruined by the toxic barrels.
Well, hello everybody. I'm sorry I went off air last night.
And then after all of that,
was unintentional.
Every level in Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex. So my day was going great. Wrath of Cortex is a very polished game that has no flaws whatsoever. You see these neon feather reflections?
However, it does give me a reason to go backward.
Where are you? Controller even funnier. All of the buttons are right here to press and work. So why don't we just Noah? Which is a little better because whichever direction you move, the same action buttons are right by your thumb. But the trade-off for that, cancerous lump. It looks like if you left it on the floor, it would leave a sticky trail behind it. But before I write it off entirely, let's check out this training disc.
You are now in sector 375-95.
You want me to learn how to use this thing, right? Right, so the basic training is pretty straightforward. The magical testy up here is designed to be physically pushed in all sorts of directions, and the game tells you to be gentle with your pushes and pulls because every subtle movement you make against the ball here does something different. Pushing it away from you, pulling it up, pushing it down, twisting it, all so that you can steer this little spaceship around the map. It's ambitious, I'll give it that. But you know who else was ambitious? Stalin. Once you're left alone in the void of space, freely controlling yourself, it falls apart. The game wants you to do things like push forward gently to move forward, but then push hard forward to dip downwards, or push left gently to strafe left, but push hard left to bank left. It's so damn unnatural. When you're doing it one move at a time, it's absolutely fine, but strangely,
let's just go with that excuse, you know?
A second doesn't mix well with you remembering every single angle this sack wants to be tickled
Plus, I'm still tired, so you may still have a sleep segment here if you want it.
The obvious test choice, Cooler World. I mean, I already have his mother's head on a pike. Yeah, as I suspected, the second we take the ulcer out of the mouth, it doesn't work. The controller worked fine with the spaceship test disc, but look at this. The ball doesn't know if it's rolling, or turning, or looking, or boinging, or splatting, or blinking, or blonking. Thanks for responding perfectly to all my pushes and pulls and squeezes and twists. It's like if Jigsaw created Bop It. How about we try out Shrek Treasure Hunt? Well, to start with, the menus were absolutely fine. That's okay. But the game itself, I mean, It kind of speaks for itself, right? The controller is all about finesse. I mean, fair enough. I know Shrek isn't exactly a swan-leg ballerina, but however gently I touch the ball, he absolutely freaks out. Why does this thing exist? Who asked for it? Who was sitting at home playing Metal Gear Solid and said to themselves, oh boy, I really wish this was Rubber Gear Squishy. This thing is an abomination, and I'm putting it down because I'm absolutely certain this is malignant. And you know what else nobody likes and wishes they could put down? Toddlers, but that's not legal. So instead what we do is push them aside and leave them entertained with baby controllers for the PlayStation. Oh yeah, these are also real. It's a controller for the PS1 for a dumb, stupid, smelly baby. You can give it to a toddler to chew on and beat Croc at the same time, without the ability to attack no less. This is a very clever baby. This controller in particular was Japanese only and came bundled with a game called Guru Torn Orangutan. This is perhaps the most unassuming box for a game I've ever seen. There is absolutely zero information on it. Not even the back of it can help you out. If you play around, please clean up. Sound advice. The game starts up and... Please get out of my personal space. Okay, so I'm on this screen and nothing is working. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to... Oh! Hang on. This is a microphone? Sweet, I wasn't expecting that. Just gotta say hello to the cute little dog and away we go.
Did you know they eat you in Korea?
Okay, cool. Now I've got to put my name in and... What? Is that a naked toad? Ah! Well, at least they can't reproduce. Okay, cool. I guess I've got to pick where I want to go now, so I'm feeling a little bit drawn to the top one, and then, yep, feeling drawn to the top one again. I think what we've got to do here is shout into the microphone when it's safe to cross the road, but maybe I need to know the Japanese word for go, because I can't get them to move. Go, 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 go. Ah! I changed my mind. Back, back. Yay! I finally did it right. I wish I didn't do it right. Let's try another game then. How about this one by the...
Anna said, other YouTubers, I'm not going to try pronouncing this in case it sounds rude. Kadikaris, Orangurangu Orangutan.
Yeah, I'm getting way too ahead of myself. I'm gonna quit before I mess it up.
What?
Oh no, I won. Okay, well, what do I do now? I don't know, but anywhere is better than here, and good timing too, because the poor dog clearly
We
wet
heard
itself.
Twitch chat's back up.
Pronouncing the name
I can hear you better through Twitch chat than I can Discord right now.
You can't get away that easy. I see where you went. Oh, my mistake. I thought I saw you go in there, but you clearly didn't, because instead I found a little old man. Then this duck arrives for the fun, and... Why does everyone in this game sound like they're being sick? The controller itself is kind of neat, though. It's cute, it has all the buttons it needs, it stands up on its own so it can be doubled as a toy.
Somniumscape1569 says other YouTubers, I'm not going to try pronouncing this in case it sounds rude. Kadikaris, Orangutang.
Uh-oh. I'm... Dad? Look at the way this smug asshole winks at you. He knows you can't do anything with him and he thinks it's hilarious. Or he wants you to press that button down there. Well, if I can give it any credit whatsoever. D-pad, X,
Somniumscape1569 says him pronouncing the name of the game.
Man. And this wasn't the only time Japan did this. They had exactly the same design used for Michael Rat. And even more confusingly, Winnie the Pooh in a combo pack. You get a controller and a game. 2 Poohs for the price of 1. And I'm personally very excited because according to Google Translate, when you talk, Mr. Wow will answer. Oh, and check this out. You can even wipe the trumpet and you can also lottery. Gambling and kids go hand in hand. Well, this kid likes gambling anyway.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier.
Plus, if you really want to, you can always use the Wu-Tang Clan controller with the game so Winnie ends up in the Pooh-Tang Clan. Please forget I ever said that. Don't hurt me, Pooh. Okay, good. Pooh is dead. Right, so here's the main menu, and all you can do here is waddle Pooh around like he's in a game of Monopoly. This animation kills me. The first thing I ran into was a dandelion blowing minigame where you need to blow into the microphone to get it working, and that's kind of cool. Except the microphone responds to any noises, not just blowing, so you don't need to blow at all, and you can just go... Or you can blow over and over again into the mic to make Pooh sound like he's sucking a golf ball through a hose. Oh, check it out! I found Eeyore's Casino. No, I'm not joking. You take your lottery tickets, put them in a hole in a tree, shove Pooh in the hole, watch him inflate, wait for him to... and then win a spider, which makes Pooh go... You want to know know the best thing though? The microphone itself is actually mapped to the PS1 controller's shoulder buttons, meaning that you can shout at Croc to make him shimmy left and right. And you can play Tenchu, hiding in the dark and stealthily slicing up your enemies with
I'm right here, surprise!
And you can make Crash Bandicoot slide with
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
It works with basically any game you can think of, but don't try out Tomb Raider 2 unless you really love rolling around on the floor. Now, I wonder what happens when you press Mickey's button down here.
Don't even think about it.
Well, you know what, Mickey? That's too small for me anyway. I prefer my buttons nice and big.
This is the once again Japanese-only Kid Station controller. Warning, if your kid is crying, this controller will kill them. Look at the size of this beast.
If this controller had an exercise bike, it'd be dusty.
It was made for a series of games in Japan that branded the Kid Station logo on the cover. If the game had that logo, you could use this controller. And yes, this finally means I can play my copy of Thomas the Tank Danking the way it was meant to be played. Hey there, fat controller. Do you want to see my fat controller? Logically, tiny buttons should be great for tiny fingers. But if you're 3 years old, those fingers spend more time in your mouth or going... And that's why this controller exists. No mistakes will be made with this, no sir. Just make sure that the game you play doesn't involve moving anywhere because... Yeah. What you can do, though, is use it with the mouse, which is great, because I've always wanted to play Terry Pratchett's Discworld with a bongo. I like this controller. Dad, what the hell is this thing? And if this is what your kids look like when they see the controller, just wait until you see what happens when they play with it. Ha ha ha, this pleases me. You know what I've always wanted to know? What English words are young Japanese boys wearing on their pajamas? Let's have a quick look. High, super, point, mile, cham, picnic, field, the mitt! Actually, scratch that. Pick yourself up the PS1 fishing rod. The only controller that allows you to get a rod and go fishing.
Fish ain't biting today.
I only have one game that this thing is 100% compatible with.
I'm
Real
pissed
Fishing
OBS
2,
crashed.
because Real Fishing 1 didn't have enough real fishing in it. And the game is... Yep, this is real fishing, alright. It's real fishing because nothing happens. Look, it's really cute that you can throw the rod to cast the line with motion controls, and the reel itself works well too. But whatever bait I use, wherever
Morning.
I
Birdcage system says good morning.
Should have been up like the entire morning, but it didn't.
The game just doesn't care. Oh my god, I got a fish! Reel it in, boy, reel it! Oh.
I think it crashed around 8 hours ago,
Like
and I didn't notice.
Oh my god, I got another fish! Reel it in slower, reel it in slower, reel it in slower. Slowly does it. Oh. Bye then. Balls to this. Let's try playing the game that the
Figured it was something like that, yeah.
Birdcage system says I figured it was something like that.
It's working. It works.
Which is insane, because I was technically awake.
For some alien reason is mapped to the staff attacks. Yes, I'm slicing zombies in half with a fishing pole. This makes me feel so powerful, but the jump scares are still very, you know. At this point, I started to think a little out of the box. Maybe this real thing here works as a paddle of some sort? So I tried out Buster Move 2 to see if I could move the cannon with it, and nope, it didn't work. I could not. Then I thought, hey, wait a second, this here is a left analog stick, so maybe this acts as a right one, meaning that I tried out Ape Escape, and sadly, it didn't even pass the menu screen. Then I tried RC Stunt Copter, and the exact same thing happened.
So what about racing games then? Like Colin McRae Rally? No. Gran Turismo? No. So then I tried a load of other random games like Spider-Man 2? No. Mortal Kombat? No. SpongeBob? No. Wipeout? No. And none of these did anything. And then I tried Gex 3D.
For some completely unfathomable reason against all human decency, when I play the game with a normal controller, everything works absolutely fine. But the second I put the fishing rod in, the noises began. What in God's ripe, greeny pastures is going on here? What's happened to the music, the sound effects, and why does the fishing rod of all things cause it to happen?
Oh my god, what's that, boy? You have a bite? Oh, well, hot Jiminy, let's crank it up then. I wound in the lead winder. I know what you're thinking. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. What is it? Well, ladies and gents, this thing, this inside-out rubber Johnny is apparently a controller lead winder, and it's as useful as a carpet shop in a hospital. It calls itself a lead
Somniumscape
winder, but in reality,
1569 says 14 days,
nothing.
2
it's
weeks,
just, a loose and
just
floppy
under
pair
half a
of
month,
old lips that gets in the way of
1/26th of a
your
year,
cables and adds a million steps to something that's
336
supposed to be
hours,
one. You fold the end of the
FFF
controller
fortnight,
extension lead through here, unravel it slowly as it chews on its own cable, fold it back through the same hole to keep it in place, and when you leave it on the floor, it looks like a chewed up foreskin. In fact, the more I look at it, it's not even a lead winder for your own controller.
You're all
It's a lead
insane.
winder for the extension lead that's compatible with the winder. So all you're doing here is winding up the extra controller length on top of the standard length. Who designed this? Oh, of course, it's Mad Cats. Who else would it be? You know what? I'm gonna make this process 10 times easier and fold you inside out to be used as an ornamental vase. Look at my poor little controller. It looks like it needs circumcising. And while we're talking about cutting off the end of your gentleman's whistle, here's the PS1 cockpit. Released by Optech, an anagram for PC toe, this is the PS1 cockpit, and holy shit is it ugly. It feels like you're holding a knife and fork that you can't separate. The best thing about flying a plane with a cockpit controller in a video game is flying a plane with a cockpit controller in a video game, and this thing does not let you fly a plane with a cockpit controller in a video game. At least not on Ace Combat 3. No matter what settings I use, the steering outright doesn't work, but everything else seems to work fine, including pushing and pulling back on the deck to change my height, which is completely awful because this is what happens every time you do that. Does it work on Independence Day? No. Duke Nukem? No. Driver? No. Point Blank? No. Simpsons Wrestling? No. Stuart Little 2? Yes. The PS1 cockpit controller works with Stuart Little 2 and nothing else that I tried. Out of all of the flight games I own, I honestly couldn't believe it. Why does this work? You can even turn left and right to move the sewage hamster, and the accelerator pedal is your jump. So instead of stepping on a mouse, we're shooting it off to space. This is the PS1 Flight Deck Simulator controller for use specifically with this game here, Jet de Go. In fact, this is from the same exact company behind the train simulator from earlier. These guys love themselves some public transport. Where's their bus controller featuring old solid chewing gum? My favorite thing about the controller, I have to say, is the back of it. Why is it shaped like this? If it were any bigger, you could go and watch an opera in it. I have two. Oh, Jesus. Here we go again with the overstimulating intro cutscene. These people really like their public transport. This time it even has a love letter at the start. Do I have to sit you on my knee and explain how a relationship with a plane isn't gonna work? Lesson? I don't need to learn. Let's go right into flight mode. Gonna give myself some power for the takeoff. Whoa, it vibrates. Oh my god, it actually makes you feel like the wheels are running along the grooves of the track. This feels pretty realistic. And then when you eventually take off, the vibration stops gradually as more weight is taken off of the wheels. This feels weirdly authentic. I way prefer this over the train game. I'm sure that's fine. See? Look at that. I was a success. I even learned to land the plane too. There's a button for wheel deploying and another button for braking while the steering wheel shakes around as you slow down. I am unironically loving this. Say hello to Captain Bermuda Triangle. I mean, I can't tell you what is going on or what anybody is saying, but I must be doing good because I got awarded some more X-rated plane footage with a guitar solo. I think the FBI will be after me soon, so does it work with Wipeout 3? Short answer, yes it does, but to accelerate you have to put your thumb over here like some sort of angry lobster because this here doesn't do anything. I then tried Mortal Kombat and sadly I couldn't even get past the menus, but then I got into Spyro 2, and where the menus were a little bit glitchy, I actually managed to get the game fully working. You're seeing this right. I am steering Spyro, not only on the ground, but in the air as he
Somniumscape
glides
1569
like
says
a
Fortnite
plane,
is
just
called
like our Lord
Fortnite because
Jesus
you should only
intended.
ever
If,
play
though,
it for 2
whatever
weeks.
reason you decide to stop steering Spyro, he won't stop, so just get ready to play a version of Spyro 2 where
Anything
he's
past
trying to
2
hold it in, and
weeks, you
you'll be right as
immediately
rain.
like get younger, right?
What if there was another?
You immediately just become a Fortnite kid?
Believe it or not, there is indeed another PS1 flight stick. Apparently, this one claims to be able to work with any flight games, and the seller I got it from even mentioned that each of the sticks here acted as analog sticks on a DualShock controller. So you bet your
Somniumscape 1569 says you become a sweat and get taken down by the Ogs.
Well, blow me down and call me Blow. This is actually amazing. It works really well. With each analog stick getting its own dedicated joystick, I breezed through the stunt copter training within a few minutes. And yes, it still sounds like you're trying to get the instructor off.
Hold it. Good. Easy. Hold that position. Good. Now hold it. Okay, almost done. Oh my god! Oh, I can't believe it! Woohoo! You've done this before, haven't you?
And unfortunately, it also looks like it. But he has two.
No, don't use your left thumb.
And don't use it to right.
Birdcage System says I like only no build in Fortnite.
I made off. G-Police.
Birdcage System says and I play it like once a month.
Mother, this font. What does any of this even say?
Only like no build.
Mittens? Onions? Johnny? I mean, the controller works with the game, no doubt about that. Game's shit though, innit? And by the way, your hardcore scary police squad is an acronym for guinea pig.
Somniumscape 1569 says I like the cars.
It's an
Smiley face.
PS1 first-person shooter in a little flying craft, and yep, it works wonderfully with this controller as well.
But the one I was really hoping to get working was Ape Escape. I mean, think about it. Dual analog sticks, dual grabby sticks. It's perfect, right? Well,
Somniumscape 1569 says can't believe it was ever a zombie survival game.
That makes me a saddy caddy.
And you know the best thing to do when you're sad? You dance for me. Dance, dance, my little puppet. Dance for me right away! Oh yeah, how many of you had one of these bastards in the PS1 days? The dance mat. Just about as nostalgic as you can get. If you owned a dance mat.
Birdcage System says it still is, technically.
It came as part of a bundle pack with the PS1 version of Jungle Book Groove Party.
Yeah, there's half the game called Save the World, half of the game called Battle Royale.
Just look at this dreadful heap. The 2D car, the snake right above the ugly 3D PS1 renders, the vultures that are the size of peas, the game box window that doesn't keep the game it's displaying inside the window, Mowgli's teeth. How could you not grab this off the shelves and buy it immediately? One of the biggest selling points on the box is that Lou Bega has a music video in it. No? Well, how about the fact that the dance mat is called the Thrustmaster?
Join the ranks and walk in line.
And the best thing about dance mats is that you don't only have to use them
Somniumscape 1569 says spawns.
All the controller buttons you need are on the mat, so you can play anything from
We are far
Spyro
past
3
the spawn
to Tony
segment.
Hawk.
It always
Hey, look,
happens
it's
in
I'm
like
actually
the
using
first
a real
20
skateboard.
minutes.
I hope they make that a reality in the future.
Oh, wait a minute.
I seriously don't recommend that you play Overboard with it, though.
I feel like I'm playing Twister while being shot at.
But I seriously do recommend taping the dance mat onto a wall and playing the first stage in Parappa the Rapper for the next best thing to Parappa the Rapper VR as you can get.
Now kick, punch, jump, tap, and block.
And then that crazy country over there, you know, Japan, they saw that dance mats were selling like hotcakes on the PS1, so you know what they decided to make? They decided to make a dance mat for people with hand fits.
This is the PS1 Poppin' controller for a series of games labeled Poppin' Music from Konami again. The sad thing though is that it's only for Japan, so please don't tell anyone. or else... the policeman. This was made by B. Manny because we don't want you to be womany, and it was ported to the home console market after a very successful Japanese arcade cabinet of the same name. Personally, I have 6 games in the Poppin' Music collection as you follow the adventures of Grandma's Kitchen Tile Hair Girl. Let's party Poppin' Music! Yeah! That's... Push! Poppin' Music is kind of like DDR mixed with rock band drums. It's pretty straightforward. You see a bop, you bop it. You see a fly, you swat it. You see a spot, you pop it. But surely there's got to be more to it than that. How to play. Good. Glad we got that cleared up. Honestly, there's not much to say, but what you hear is this. I have always wanted to play along to my favourite disco hits while smashing a jackhammer on the table.
Won't you take me to Funky Town?
And the most adorable feature, it even has Pocket Station compatibility. I like this thing a lot. I'm gonna ring them up and tell them how much I like it. I think I called the Yakuza. But I know what you're thinking. Does it work with other rhythm games like Vib Ribbon? Well, you'll be pleased to know it sure does. And half of the fun is trying to figure out which button does what. Yes. Yes. No. Alright, then how about if we try the best rhythm game of all time? Tarzan. Has anybody got a wipe? Amazingly, everything works, except for the fact that I can't run backwards. So if you're a Tarzan PS1 speedrunner that doesn't ever need to run backwards, this is the controller for you. Personally, I always wanted to smack a bit of plastic to call for a gorilla hint.
You're
so
running to my stream.
The buttons themselves are really sensitive though. So if
I'm sorry, it went offline for a few minutes.
No, go away, leave me alone.
You 8 hours.
Turkish delight, stupid traffic light.
I don't know, maybe we go over 8 hours.
So, I'm gonna run away to Crash Team Racing now. Everything here in the menu works wonderfully, and I was getting really excited to play the game. But then the character select screen happens, and I officially turned the game into a roundabout. I have absolutely no idea why it's doing this. I'm not touching anything. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a cash panuka, right round. Crash Team Racing, more like Crash Team Retching. Then I tried out Bugs Bunny and Taz Time Busters, and I have the same issue. I can only move in one direction forever, but at least now I'm in a 3D space, which means I can also jump, kick, change characters, and move a total of 15 degrees to the right. I'm pretty sure that's a feature on the back of the box. Then I got a hold of Taz, threw him into the lake, and watched him struggle as he slowly drowned because I couldn't get him back up. What is it that the kids say in Twitch chat nowadays? Poppers? So yeah, Konami were the kings of PS1 musical instruments, weren't they? They basically did Guitar Hero, DDR, and Rock Band drums before anyone else on the PS1. And they also did this. What in the fuck? Oh, bonjour everyone! It's the hardest working chef who keeps cooking for his customers even though he has COVID, Sandwich! Cover your mouth when you cough. And today we're going to be frying sausages with my new gadget, a hob with an organ. Right, I feel like I'm going insane. Okay, so along with everything else Konami did for musical instrument rhythm games on the PlayStation, they also did this, Beatmania. And where I was initially expecting it to make me feel like... I later discovered it's basically a primitive version of DJ Hero with a keyboard, so instead I felt like... It works. Yeah, it's pretty fun. There's not much to say about it. It's just your typical rhythm game, but with a wiki woo and a DJ. But what I really want to know is, can you play Lego Racers on it? Well, you tell me. Even though a few buttons on the controller are mapped to the keyboard end of the deck, the disc scratching bit is only mapped to up and down, so you can't turn. And the same rules apply to Alien Trilogy, which even though is very depressing that I can only move forward and back and strafe, makes it all worth it when I can say out loud, "Look, Mom, I shot an alien with a piano!" Well, I guess it works perfectly with Pong. Playing Pong with a gas hob. Now I've seen everything. Oh my man, this has been absolutely exhausting. I'm starting to flag a bit now. But trust me, don't go away yet, because I think I've saved the best for last.
It
Do you remember
does work with
Birdcage
Pong.
System says it works with Pong PogChamp.
Retro PlayStation 1 magazine.
Truly,
In some of those
humanity
issues were
is
picture
great
adverts
for that
upcoming
one.
gaming controllers and peripherals, including a PS1 controller cup holder, a G-Con light gun bazooka, a PS1 controller with the England flag on it, and a PS1 controller that is also a shoe. And you are all going to be so sad to hear that no matter how many Google searches I did and no matter how many eBay searches I did, I couldn't find these things anywhere. And even worse, I couldn't find even a mention of them on the internet outside of those magazines. So I think they were jokes. Ha ha ha, you got me. But there was one thing I managed to uncover from those magazines. One single thing. And I'm so happy I did, because... Hey kids, meet your new stepdad! Hello there, little scamps! I did it! I found it!
The PS1 glove! You thought that the Nintendo Power Glove was the only one? No siree, no Williams. Here is the officially licensed video game control glove for the PlayStation. The only controller to get you in the game.
Birdcage System says, oh
plug in the
god.
console first, though.
The
What
glove.
are the features of this ungodly instrument? Compatibility with all PlayStation games, approved official PlayStation peripheral, fits comfortably onto the forearm and hand, and you become part of the game. Holy shit, what a feature! I have been desperate for years to jump into my PS1 and have an affair with Bob the Builder's wife. You take it out of the box, strap it down to your arm, and there you go. Here it is.
We can do.
This wretched junk, this parasite feels
Relatable.
horrible. It follows
Birdcage
every
System
step
says
of every
relatable.
Bob the
wrist
Builder's
movement you make,
wife.
like a conjoined twin that never made it. To make things move on screen, you have to bend your
I think
arm
you're
around
calling
like
yourself
Betty
out on that
Spaghetti
one.
to make
Birdcage
this lever
System says
work,
who
and
doesn't.
It takes a surprising amount of muscle to do it. Plus, the buttons are all smushed together. It has the worst thumb button placement I've ever seen on anything, and I don't know if I should be playing a video game or studying black holes talking like a robot.
And I know it's predictable.
Birdcage System says coward.
I've got to try Glover on it, haven't I?
Howard.
No. Jumping Flash? No. Dave Mirror Freestyle BMX? No. Do I even dare? No. Oh! Once upon a time. The end. After all of that, I could really do with a massage. Anybody got anything to help me out? Is that
I'm sorry.
Is that a PS2 vibrator?
You know what? Fucking pop off. Does it work with Dead and Alive? Because all the lesbies out there need that.
Oh, there you are!
Birdcage System says, does it work with Glover?
Rule.
Stan? My rabbit likes to shit on my sofa.
No, he did not like that one. This is a Stan Loving stream chat.
Hey everybody, how are you doing? Trick question, don't care. Don't mind me.
Birdcage
You just walked in
System
while I
says
was
we stand.
playing Beat Mania with the PS1 DJ turntable.
This is all I can show you. Make a good sound.
Wow, thanks DJ Mouth. The month is June, I've had my 28th birthday, the sun is out, the birds are singing. Tweet, tweet, twitty, tweet. And all of this can only mean one thing. Bandicoot month.
They're so lovely. This time of year. Those birds.
Bandicoots. Did you know that there are a surprising number of illegal copies of Crash Bandicoot games made by random members of the public completely unofficially and then sold on the shelves? Because there are, and if you were lucky enough to live in China or Russia in the early to mid 2000s before Putin
Birdcage System says tweet tweet
bitch.
bitch.
Found some of these on physical Game Boy and Game Boy Advance cartridges in dodgy flea markets. I'm not talking about online flash
bitch.
games, fan projects, or ROM hacks. These are mistranslated, they're illegal, they're infamous, they're Crash Bandicoot bootlegs.
Holy
But if you
shit.
couldn't tell, I'm not Chinese.
I'm Caddy. But that doesn't mean I couldn't find any of these things. In fact, I found these 3 right here.
And the first one is known as 2003 Crash 2 Advance for the Game Boy Color. And when you look at the...
No, I'm not touching that. Bye, everyone. Have a nice life.
This confounded thing was made by the company Syntax, which sounds like a groin cream. And looking at this cartridge, I think I'm gonna need some of it because, oh me, oh my, is this cover giving me the chase.
God.
We appear to be in a European ski
I am
resort,
sorry,
while a bit
chat.
of Crash Bash hangs out in the background there, and Crash with green warts over there, and an angry
Birdcage System says, yo, Mr. White, I'm eating seeds, bitch.
English treasures. Oh boy, that reminds me of the time we wanted to see Lady and the Tramp, so we all got in our truck and went on a trip to the train station because the road was too full of traffic. The product is fit for Game Boy Color or a machine. The product is fit for a machine. What kind of machine? This one. Serene life of people is in this fine cosmos. There is an unknown object in the mysterious space to surround the Earth high speed to exercise to come over. Then we cut to Uka Uka. Where is he? I do not Ow, to how I still take you nearby. You disappointed me too many times. And then all of a sudden, Cortex steps in. Forgives me, I wasted so many years to try to conquer those stupid people. Trust me, I have a plan for resident of the weak and small people on Earth. And then we cut to Cortex enacting his evil plan and his final declaration to the planet. I'm coming. And apparently he did too much because now the planet is covered in blood. Finally, mankind of my planet have already completed. The Earth mankind will admit for my super intelligence. Your god I am. I am your ruler. Ha! Finally I won't, and now no one can obstructed me. Oh dear, what a dire situation. Who can possibly fix it? Oh, I know. Cash Banuka and King Chicken. Crash, alter evil to be straight. Go to rescue will sort on a cosmos that super hardship in of living to work properly. Okay. Then we see some flapping paper, then we see a dead whale fly across the screen, and then whoa! There's the title screen. 2003 Crash 2 The Huge Adventure on the Game Boy Colon. Off to stage 1 we go then.
Now this is a story all about how I caught Ebola and then I died.
This isn't Crash Bandicoot. It's my granddad in his sweatpants on his way to the tool shed. You can do everything Crash can do in this game. You can jump, and you can spin. You can't spin. And your mission is to travel through the jungle, kill all of the My Little Pony puppies, and collect Wumpa Fruit by breaking boxes. Or by breaking the same invisible box forever until you die, and then you wake up again and wish you were still dead, and then eat your own face and die. Check it out, you can even crouch in this game. This is great. Who needs a bucket and mop when you've got Crash's mouth? Oh wait, oh god, I can't stand up. Why can't I stand up? Why am I still crouching? There's an enemy coming for me. What am I supposed to do? Get out of the way, get out of the way! Is that a dead beaver? What is that? Tell me, Gammy Dewar. Okay, let's try this again. See? I'm doing much better this time. I even got a crystal. Look at that. Let's pick it up. This is fine. No, this is fine. I'm okay. It's only Crash Bandicoot with a sawn-off shotgun. Nothing to see. This is good, actually. He went from looking like my granddad running for the garage to my granddad going duck hunting with his shirt off. I mean, the gun itself is totally worthless since you can't shoot downwards and every enemy is too small to hit, like the dreaded fiendish rabbit. But this image alone makes it all worth it. Oh, cool, a platform. Is this the end of the level? No? Why aren't you moving? What do I do? Can I go back? No. Well, I can get behind the waterfall and go... But I can't jump back up to the start of the level and I can't reset the level. I'm completely stuck. Is this the end of the game? Did I win? Did it break?
Call now and receive a free toaster for your sandwich.
Birdcage System says sure.
This is Crash Advance 4 on the Game Boy Advance, and from the offset, this is some disappointing cover art. From a distance, you'd
Like
actually
that?
think it was the real thing, and that sucks.
That was
Crash
awful. I
doesn't
hope
even
that
have
did
his
not
nipple knees, and
transmit.
it gets even more disappointing when you start the game because it looks really normal too, aside from the slightly lawsuity music. There's something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call? The policeman. Level 1, dreamlike water
The
city.
policeman.
And the environment is fine. The enemies are taken straight out of
I
other
am a little
Crash
loopy
GBA
this morning.
games. Crash himself doesn't look like an orange toilet with suspenders on. What could there possibly be to talk about? Well, how about this? Where the hell am I going? Where am I landing? Where are the pits? Where are the enemies? I have no clue because everything is too zoomed in. Oh, and by the way, this isn't a special attack or anything. Crash just throws shit now, and it's bright blue because he's throwing his own tears since his own face up here makes him cry. You better stop crying though and keep yourself hydrated, Cash, because this place you're in has like 5 million suns. Whenever you think you've seen the last one, another one pops in. How is everything here not a liquid? Oh, does this mean that I can get my Bandicoot medium rare? All you do here is run, jump, play bowling, bounce on solid gold prolapses, and pray to God that wherever you jump doesn't immediately end with you falling into a pit and dying instantly. But it doesn't matter how much you pray, you will keep falling. Your God does not listen. There is a way around this though. Whenever you throw things, you freeze in midair. So whenever you want to make your jump a big old longy, you can keep it going basically forever and land wherever you want nice and safely. Haha, gimme 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. You want to see something weird? Even if you die and start the level over again, whenever you kill this specific enemy, the music completely changes. And why is that?
Your mom!
Oh. What's going on? Why has it gone quiet? Is this a creepypasta? Is this cashpanuka.exe? Is it because I got this game from that man who lived in the rubbish? Is it gonna be a jump scare? Where's Squidward? I couldn't get past level 1. I tried at least twice. I give up easily. But it's just too hard. It controls like garb. Not to mention the game is quite obviously horrible, which is extra sneaky because the way the cartridge looks and the way the game itself looks gives you the impression that it might at least be a tiny bit decent. But no, in the end, it's just as pleasant as finding a nasty surprise on your foot.
What? There's something on my other foot now? How dirty is this floor? Hello, I'm Spots!
Oh, there's Swans. God damn it.
Birdcage System says he's back. Birdcage System says oh god spawns.
And I'm here to tell you that this video has been sponsored
We
by
got him.
Epic Games.
He's in a
because
vacuum
Fall
now.
Guys has now gone free to download and play across the PlayStation, Switch, Xbox, and Epic Games Store.
Although there are still extra items you can purchase with your own money.
At this point, you must all know what Fall Guys is, and it's treasured all over the world for not being frustrating at all and being beloved by absolutely everybody. What? No, I didn't say those things. What are you talking about? Shut up!
Well, it's very lucky then that my past thoughts no longer apply because the game is free to play now.
With this new June 21st launch, there is even a new online season called Free For All, with new rounds, shows, costumes, gameplay situations, and the added bonus of cross-platform play and cross-progression to keep your old save data updated on every console, like when you share your granddad's teeth with all the food still stuck in them. Plus, if you played Fall Guys at any point before June 21st, you get awarded a new legacy pack with a load of stuff like a veggie dog costume, feisty dwarf costume, and a season pass for season 1. So don't delay, head to the description and download and play Fall Guys across all platforms today. And it's across all platforms because when you play the game, you're across all platforms. Oh, there's a cornflake in here.
Right, so Nintendo have failed us, but have no fear, because Sega are here to sweep us off our feet with Crash Bandicoot Mega Drive. And I, for one, have a lot of faith in this one. I mean, after all, Crash and I go way back. We're so in sync.
That was good.
The cartridge of this is once again thoroughly disappointing. Everything is spelled correctly, it's an official render of Crash, it has balloons, and come on, who doesn't love balloons? Hey, where's Crash gone? Hello? Who have we got to thank for this game then? Ah, I see, KDS.
The
Which
way
of
he
course
pronounced
stands for
balloons made me think of fucking Kill la Kill, because, you know.
Okay, we've got a
Here,
sketchy
Ewan.
title screen. Okay, we've got some words. I think that's what they are. What does Google Translate think it says? Dr. Cortex kidnaps the cream girl Theone in order for the cream to fill his Ilovi.
Yep, I don't need to see anymore. Bye!
Then the game starts up and... This is just Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel? No, I'm not trying to make a comparison joke, even though they are extremely funny. I mean, this is literally just Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel for the Sega Genesis. It's more of a ROM hack than anything, and even with that being said, it's a terrible one because the only hacked parts I could see were that you are a little bit sunburned, and instead of throwing ninja stars, you throw apples. Because we all know how Crash Bandicoot loves his apples.
Yes, they're apples. No, they're not what you think they are. They're apples. The conspiracy theories have to stop. They are apples. You're wrong. Crash Bandicoot on the Mega Drive told me so. And Alex Jones.
I can't say anything interesting about this. It isn't Cash Banuka. It's a squirrel named after how many shits I give about him.
So, Nintendo have failed us. Sega have failed us. So in these dire times, where can one turn to? This way? Or this way? Whoa! Oh! Screw me!
As a person who enjoys the boost formula,
actual...
when have they not?
Colin! Whoa! What's that? There's one more Crash Bandicoot bootleg that I forgot to talk about? Whoa! What will I do without you and your... smell? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, more accurately, there's one more Nintendo Crash bootleg that isn't actually on a Nintendo console, but is based off of NES code and dumped alongside dozens of other NES games on this thing here, the Family Karaoto, an entire knockoff.
I do kind of like just chilling with
only
chat
sold
like
in
this.
Brazil. It looks like a slim PS1, it has a gun, and it has teeth. My ideal spouse. And if you can find any of these things to buy online, then you're a better human than me.
I don't do
because
this often
scoured
enough,
for
I guess.
ages looking
Birdcage
for
System
somewhere
says it
to
is
buy
nice.
one safely, but all I could find were the company's Facebook page, a load of sketchy photos taken with an old pair of trousers, and a baby made of lard.
This is starting to creep me out. Basically, wherever I looked, I could not get this console itself. Which is honestly a huge blow to my ego, because if I was able to find a fully boxed Japanese PS1 Winnie the Pooh microphone controller and a PS1 memory card floppy disk adapter, I have absolutely no excuse for this.
Never too late now to say sorry! Either way, on this special little device is a huge collection of illegal copies of 8-bit Nintendo games, including all the classics you'd expect, like Mario, Kirby, Mega Man, Alien 3, Nuts, Milk, Arabian, and Door, but even better, it also has a Crash Bandicoot game that is completely original and only available on this console.
Unless you do a little bit of digging on foreign websites and find yourself a website. And find a website where someone from Portugal decided to take the console and rip all of the games that are on it individually and upload them for you to download. Yes, ladies and gents, this game we're going to emulate. And that makes me pretty cool.
Crash, are you reaching for me? Are you reaching out to touch my heart? This game isn't hideous. It's playable. I'm speechless. But I'm gonna talk anyway. This is basically an 8-bit Crash game. What else is there to say?
Birdcage System says this is about the lamest thing you could possibly pirate.
There's Wumpa Fruit boxes, the stages end and bring you to new stages.
I mean,
I was actually able to finish this game, if you can believe it. Sure, it only took me 4 minutes and 51 seconds,
you
but
can
I did
pirate
it. Crash,
books.
I would do anything for you in those leather hot pants. Sadly, it is still a bootleg. It runs like a
I think the stupidest one is either
races when you die, and most of the time it isn't so
well, I
much
guess
like you're playing a game, and instead more like you're watching
I
your
don't
nan
like
fall
give it
over
a
in the
pass,
kitchen.
but it's like
But damn it, I wouldn't
I guess
be
it is of
surprised if you told me
historical
this was an 8-bit
importance.
Crash Bandicoot fan project, not a weird
So
Brazilian
maybe
bootleg.
that
Don't
one
you just
shouldn't
love it
be
when
my
choppy games
example.
like this
I don't know if I
struggle
should
to
even
load
say
anything
it.
at the edges of the screen and it just shows you a load of garbled stomach acids and random colors? Running forward is always a surprise. You never know what's going to materialize from the edge next, like Crash's worst enemy, the Salamander. Crash Bandicoot NES has not left me disgruntled. I'm gruntled.
And if you can believe it, that is the last Crash bootleg that the internet seems to know about. Yeah, no kidding. I swear, I've seen Sonic bootlegs and Mario bootlegs.
Birdcage System says the Salamander.
But I guess Crash just never reached
I
that
have been
level
trying
of
a few
rip-off
fun
ability.
games
Guys,
during these
Crash
segments.
Bandicoot is good enough. He deserves to be stolen.
Don't worry, there is more.
What? What do you mean?
There are Crash bootlegs that no one else has spoken of.
You mean the iPhone games?
Yes. Yes.
then, hot diggity. It turns out that there's more games to see, even though we all thought it was over. So you know what that means? Yes, everyone, it's time for yet another Cadicarus Bounds round. Yeah, my phone was just in the other room.
Yeah, believe it or not, I couldn't find anyone online talking about these illegal rip-off games on smartphone stores, so allow me to pop the lesion. Let's start off with this gem, Crash Fox Skate Runner, developed by Crash Bandicoot himself. You can enjoy this Crash Fox skating games and cube block games by simply controlling your players, that is, stand upon rolling cylinders in Sky Roller games. Do you need help? App privacy. The developer, Crash Bandicoot, indicated that the app's privacy practices may include handling of data as described below. Crash Bandicoot is going to steal my location data! I can't wait any longer. Let's play.
I trust him.
Can I get some tissue paper?
No!
Hey, if I can't get some tissue paper, then we're gonna have an issue paper!
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Crash Fox Skate Runner is a game where you swipe left and right to steer the classic PS1 mascot Crash Fox while he walks on top of Pringles, you know, as he's known to do. If you don't collect enough yellow to get over the gaps, you fall and die, which happens extremely frequently because there simply isn't enough yellow to drive into. There's nothing else to say other than it's perfectly. And then you get rewarded with an ad for Train Station 2, sequel to the critically acclaimed best game ever, Train Station 1. Wait a second. I got a voucher for Tesco's!
Well, that was disgusting. What have we got next?
Here it is. It's Crazy Fox Adventure in Time. It doesn't look like Crash at all, but this is what came up when I searched for him on the App Store, so I'll have to take their word for it. Crazy Fox Adventure in Time is a 2,5D platformer inspired by classic PSX games. It features low-poly graphics, 2 different ways of character steering, time of the day, and I guess the guy who wrote this got interrupted and killed by rabbits, with this being his final call for help. The game has 1 rating, and it's 1 out of 5.
Everywhere.
Excellent. Let's give it a look then. Hey there, lady. Can I have your number? So I can ring you and tell you how vile you are? Right, so we need to get things crystal clear. This is not inspired by classic PSX games. This is a classic PSX game. It's called Crash Bandicoot. Ever heard of it? It's a great game. It has a warp room with level pads to stand on, wooden boxes with symbols on them, crystals to collect, red TNT crates, green nitro crates, spinning, crouching and slide jumping, and not being able to jump on top of enemies without dying. I highly recommend it. It's a classic. So yeah, take Crash Bandicoot side-scrolling levels and
Birdcage
just make
system
it
says,
not
"Dear
as
God."
good. That's what Crazy Fox
rabbits.
Adventure in Time is. It's not awful at all. It works, but it just makes you wish you were playing an actual Crash game instead, which is as close to a compliment as I can get. Why does Crash Bandicoot keep wanting me to play Train Station 2? Oh, it even has this vehicle segment where you're on rollerblades and can't stop moving. But it controls like arse, it's totally impossible, it isn't interesting, and it's as fun to deal with as Taco Bell Bumwee. Hello? There was no one there. Next up, we've got Zombies Run. Crash Bandicoot. Drive ahead through the zombie highway in a race to save your family. Arm yourself with an arsenal of powerful weapons. And is this a joke? Are you okay? Are you having a fever? Is your house on fire? Do I need to call the heat ambulance? I'm not so sure about this, but let's give it a look anyway. Allow Zombies Run to track your activity across other companies' apps and websites.
No! Oh!
Right then, here we go. Zombies Roadkill. Oh, it changed its own name. That's good. I understand it. Level 1. Damn, guys, I feel just like a kid again. Playing Crash Bandicoot on my PlayStation. Look, it's got the taxis and the school bus and the machine gun. And don't forget, you'd better run over every zombie you come across, though, because if you don't, then they'll jump onto your car and... By the way, the truck here is impossible to steer. Look at this. What the hell am I supposed to do here? Stop it! Then all of a sudden, out of completely nowhere, we get my favorite cutscene in all of the Crash Bandicoot games. The bit in the cafe starring Robbie Williams, and he signs something which makes this woman lose her goddamn mind.
There you go.
What'd you do that for? Oh, you ruined it!
Look, man, if you're gonna do a sponsored ad, you're going to upset people, so at least do it right.
Excuse me, can I ask you a favour? It's not for me, it's for my mum.
Hello, I'm Ronce Williams.
Oh, come on now. I've been playing for all of 90 seconds and you want me to rate the game? Fine. If you're asking for it, you're getting it. 1 star. Write a review.
Oh, God.
Title. Cortex is too hard. This game is so hard that it made me scratch my scalp off my pretty head. Time to send and... Enter a nickname. Okay. Halal meat. This nickname is taken. Enter another and try again.
Who called themselves halal meat?
Okay, fine. Halal meat 5000. Done. Thanks for your feedback. You're not welcome. Well, hey, if I can give this game at least 1 point of praise, Zobi's Run is free to play.
And, believe it or not, can't believe I'm saying this again, those are the only Crash bootlegs that I could find on the iPhone App Store. Yeah, it's depressing, isn't it? But that's okay. Just means I need to steal an Android phone from one of my kids. Oi, give me your phone.
Okay.
Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. That's phone, not a phone. Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait, what do you mean goodbye?
Oh yeah, my bases are now all covered. I have all the power. And just like that classic quote said, with great power...
The first thing we're going to look at is wallpapers for Crash HD 4K. Nice and simple. Let's give it a look.
Birdcage system says real.
Maybe the games themselves are better, so I'll download a few proper ones and we'll be right as rain. Don't make me eat my words, Android. Although saying that, I might just eat them anyway because they're very nice.
But kids, don't just stop there. Why don't you make it a complete breakfast and sprinkle it with some of the fluff from your couch?
Cause we'd rather have a bowl of embedded pet hair.
So the first proper game we're going to be looking at is Crash Bandy.
Hang on. Wow, I'm Jump, just like Crash Bandy.
I said that.
Birdcage system says what?
Time to start the game up then.
You know what? I don't want to play games on YouTube anymore. I want to be an animal fact channel. Did you know that the zebra eats grass, lives for up to 25 years, and is one of the
very...
few mammals that can actually see in color? No, I did
He
not
can
know
go
this.
fast-paced
And there's
a
more.
lot
Did
of
you
the
know that
time,
the giraffe
is what I
eats
mean, I
leaves,
guess.
lives up to 25 years, and challenge, a giraffe's tongue is over 50
Yeah.
centimeters long.
And it's
Birdcage
fantastic.
system says he's a little unhinged sometimes.
Yes.
It's like Taskmaster if they were off the fucking leash.
My tapeworm.
Birdcage system
Crash
says it
Bandy
is.
on Android, a game where crabs slide on oil, you walk into crates to
They
make
didn't
them
have to,
fall
like, tiptoe
apart,
around
you
their
jump on bouncy
jokes.
boxes without ever moving your legs, and Aku Aku is bald. Oh, hole. A shit. Well, I just broke the only
Birdcage
box
system
I could use
says
to
I
get
should
around
watch
it, so what do I do
Taskmaster.
now? Oh, of course. Well, hey, at least they managed to steal the Crash Bandicoot staples like TNTs. Oh, okay. Should I spin it? I'm gonna spin it.
This game's too good for this Earth. Have it, God! Yeah, that game was pretty good, but I've got to say, the worst part of it was the title. Come on, guys. Work on your grammar. And maybe even work on your grammar.
Maybe the next game we check out will be better, and surely they can at least spell it right.
I mean, technically, a lot of the
Adventure.
season stuff is on YouTube.
Caddy, you gotta come out for that.
Well, you know what? You should never judge a book by its cover unless it's this one. Let's give it a look. Well, the game doesn't load. I tried multiple times to get it working, but it just kept crashing right as it opened up. All I get is half a second of a
Birdcage system says I know I just haven't bothered up till now lol.
I can't play this one, and that makes me sick. All right, fine, let's try another one, like Super Crash Battle Adventure. Right, so
True.
at first, this
You
game
know what,
also
fair
refused to
enough.
load, and I was really disappointed because how could you not want to see what is beyond this gorgeous title screen and the game logo in Times New Roman? I kept pressing start, but nothing was happening. I was starting to get really pissy, and not the warm kind, but then all of a sudden, after press number 72, we get the PSP version of Crash of the Titans. Yeah, that is all that this is. A direct port of the PSP version of Crash of the Titans, but interrupted every 60 seconds with an ad for Victoria's Plums. I mean, if you ever wanted to play the PSP version of Crash of the Titans with touch controls and constant adverts, then you're all set. What? Is that not enough? Well, how about a fast forward button to make the game sound like death? Crash Tiki's Choice. It's like the Teen Choice Awards, except culturally insensitive. Boom down beat. Now this game is a single button. Yeah, that's it. Make a question, then touch the Tiki mask. Okay.
How do I become more attractive?
Eat fruit!
Can I command an army of angry bats?
Anything is possible if you try.
Oh, you know what? This thing isn't too bad. What should we ask now? How many spoons of sugar is best for a cup of tea?
Eat fruit!
Oh,
Really?
Okay, we were doing so well.
Birdcage System
heavier.
says Crash of the Titans was one of my first Crash
hunger?
games.
Fruit!
Birdcage
How do I
System
lose
says
weight?
yeah.
Eat fruit!
How do I gain
Sorry
weight?
for your loss.
When am I allowed back in the rowing club?
Eat fruit!
How do I grow through?
Eat fruit!
How many babies am I legally allowed to step on?
Ooga booga!
Oh, screw this fool. I'm gonna ask Uka Uka for his advice.
When is the best time to take pasta off of a boil? What is the cure for AIDS?
That's not my problem.
Crash Tiki's Choice. You know, I wish it was like the Teen Choice Awards. At least we'd have a sponsor.
Hello everyone, my name is Uncle Funkle and my favourite snack is knobbly brown thing on a stick. It's not shit!
Next up is Bandicoot Tower, a game where you tap on the screen to put one box on the screen to build a box tower and hope to God that the next box appears above your current box because there's no pattern or rhythm to where the next box is going to appear. And by the way,
Birdcage
nothing
System
seems to
says I
happen if you
also
keep
like
building them
knobbly
all over
brown
the place,
thing
so
on a
feel free
stick.
to tap the screen over and over again like... Oh. Hi there. Old. Next up we have Coco Crash Adventure Rescue. Jumming Mission.
Jumming mission. What the hell is jumming?
I know what it is. Let me tell you about it.
No!
Let's boot it up then. Oh, shit off. Do half of these games not even load? I don't get it. Why would you spend any time making a game only to put it on an app store and not even have it start? Look, it just doesn't go. I'm trying. Go, Jumming Mission. Go! I want to jump! To give them credit, though, they so nearly got the title correct. They were so close. It's like if the new Duke Nukem game was called Duke Unkempt. Or if the Dire Straits were called the... Diarrheas.
Well, perhaps the next game we look at will have a completely normal title that makes perfect sense and is spelled correctly. Crash the Fox Bandy.
Where are you?
I got tuberculosis.
Your favourite Hogwild, Crash the Fox Bandy, is back.
That's what happens when you get
can't wait.
tuberculosis.
Actually,
I never
Birdcage
knew.
System says oh my god.
How many of these bootleg dumps are there on Android? There's none on iPhone, none on Nintendo, none on Sega. They're all on here. I'm more shocked than that Ethiopian kid that went to a water park.
Do you know what Crash the Fox Bandy
Birdcage
is?
System
sorry,
says
I mean
tuberculosis.
Crash the V2 Bandy. I guess that's his engine size. Well, it's Subway Surfers. Yeah, that's all it is. It's an endless runner game for your phone, like Temple Run or even Crash Bandicoot on the Run if you want to be a dick. Except in this game, you're controlling a blinding yellow fox in a baby onesie melting through the floor, and when the fox bandy gets caught, the racially questionable tribal men chasing you start making cowboy noises. Because why pick a side in the American Indian Wars when you can have both? And then all of a sudden there's a lovely ad that says how not to kill a plant.
So you're saying you don't like it?
I'm just about ready to cut off my own arms at this point, so before I go, I'm going to take a look at one more Android game that I was able to download and get working. And it's called Super Crashing Bird. Time is nearly up and my pants are nearly down, so let's get this over with.
That's it. Everyone, we've ascended. Life could cease tomorrow and we'd all be happy. The crossover to defeat Avengers Endgame finally happened. Crash Bandicoot and Angry Birds. From what I was able to stomach, this is basically the first Crash Bandicoot game remade entirely with this thing, some of the floatiest, gassiest controls I've ever seen, and boxes with the troll face on. 'Cause that's what the kids are into these days.
Oh no! My queen!
At the very least, I was hoping for this bird to look slightly tasty because it's making me hungry, but that's not a bird, it's a hairy hemorrhoid. This isn't a bird I'd like to cook.
What? You don't like eating birds? What are you? A vegetarian?
I mean, look at it. Look at it! You want me to explain why this is bad? You want me to sit here and explain in depth in a 3-hour critical analysis about super crashing bird? You have eyes, right? And if you don't have eyes, well, I'm not even sorry, because if you're playing this, you don't want them. Let this be a warning to every
Birdcage
parent
System
all
says
over the
yes,
world.
Cadai.
If your kid
Tell
asks
me.
for a Crash Bandicoot game and you're so cheap that you just download this on their phone for free, don't give that phone back to them, because they will grab you and they will kill you.
Oh! No! Don't do it! I'm so sorry! Stop it! No! No! Don't take me away! And that's it. No more Crash Bandicoot bootlegs. It's kind of sad, isn't it? I was expecting to go on a lot longer than this, but I guess Cash Banuka never made that much of an impact on the bootleg world. But still, only these 3 cartridges exist? Give me a break, that's pathetic. Could I at least get one more physical Crash Bandicoot bootleg to look at for this video? What's that? There is one more physical bootleg? Are you sure about that, Coddy? Well, Coddy knows his stuff. Apparently, we need to get in the car and find this sad old man inside this sad old man inside this sad old man inside this. And he said we'll know when we find it because apparently this bootleg is the size of a man. That doesn't sound right. Wet. Well, it turns out he is right. The next bootleg is actually man-sized because it's a tissue. Because it's a gambling machine only available in UK pubs, and its name is Cash Bandiloot. And you know how I know about this? Well, it's an interesting story. A friend of mine called Wayne went away from our city a few years ago to go on an internet installation
Birdcage
job.
System says Sonic real-time and up voice ha ha ha.
And I went ha 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 ha, and then it got me interested in figuring out what it is and where it came from. So I did some googling and ended up on a Reddit thread about rip-off video games and found this picture of an advertisement for the machine. First of all, it mentioned the company that sold the machine, RLMS Sales. So I decided to Google them and see if I could buy the machine myself, only to then discover the company had one single 1-star review and it was permanently closed forever. So I guess they weren't able to keep their business afloat with Cash Bandiloot. But oh, what's this? The image mentioned all the pubs around the UK that the machine was available to purchase for. But as you can see from this map, the UK has more pubs than blades of grass, so narrowing down which exact pubs around the country could possibly have this machine in them would be an impossibility. Until my good friend Wayne then decided to go through his hotel booking emails from around the time he remembered taking that photo because he didn't remember exactly what pub it was and where in the UK it was, which then led him to figuring out it was the outskirts of Manchester, meaning we had to then narrow down which pub it could possibly be around and about that particular hotel. And after ringing up the hotel directly and blankly asking them if they were the ones who owned the machine, and let me tell you, it's incredibly upsetting ringing up a hotel to ask them if they just so happen to have a gambling machine with a Hawaiian orange rat on it. They said they were pretty sure it was them and asked if the photo he took had any reddish beigey coloured walls in the background, and yes it does. So then she confirmed on the phone that it was that bar in that hotel in the outskirts of Manchester that the machine was in. But sadly, I live 3 hours away from Manchester. So I drove there. Hello, I'm Dad Face. Welcome to my car. Yeah, he's my son. You have to check he's clean. I just thought, Christ, what if after all of this driving and getting to the hotel and finding the
Birdcage
pub
System
and
says
all of
3-hour
this
drive
shit
for a
that we're
gambling
doing,
machine.
we get there and the machine isn't there. I know they said on the phone it was, but what if it isn't?
Listen, gambling is that important.
Start huffing and puffing.
Don't tell me to start huffing and puffing, or I'll start hissing and pissing.
Gambling is so cool and good.
Birdcage System says gambling is so cool and good.
Caddy would drive all this way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, pretty
far
much,
away
yeah.
from home,
Birdcage System says this stream endorses gambling.
Bootleg Crash Bandicoot gambling machine. Well, that's where you're wrong. There's a service station. We're at a service station. I don't know where it is exactly, because all of the road signs leading up to this point have just said the north in big capital letters, so we're somewhere north, which is where Manchester is. But that's where we are. And so I didn't get in the car and drive and he's pretending to go to Manchester for this. No, Here is a video of me at the road sign of the location where this pub supposedly is. Hello, Manchester. Hello, Terrace as well.
Service station salad.
Yeah, there you go. There's proof there. That was from M&S Food, and it was sweet and crunchy, and reduced.
Was it?
Yeah, it was old and mouldy.
I didn't know that.
Did you want to die in the north?
No.
You had to die of food poisoning in the north. The north! I didn't have any food because I wasn't hungry, thanks for asking, and then we managed to find the place.
We're on our way now. Oh, please be there. Please be there. That's the building. Please, please be there.
Right, okay, here we go. This is gonna look really weird, isn't it? I'm sorry, everybody. Could it be around this corner? No. Oh, we've got some machines here. We've got some machines. They're not the ones. No, okay, it's fine. I think I can see another one over there. I'm just gonna quick mosey along here. No, that's not it either. Okay, I've been all over this goddamn pub now. I really can't find it. I've even been in the family eating section, and I'm getting some looks that I can't even describe them. They are looks. They are looks.
But I didn't want to come out all this way for nothing, so I went to the bar and talked to some staff.
Hiya, this is a really weird question, so please forgive me.
I explained the situation to the lovely barman, asked him if he knew anything about this elusive cash bandiloot gambling machine, and then he delivered some extremely bad news.
The pub actually changed the machines out every 6 months.
Okay.
The walls repainted since then.
Oh God, really?
It looks like it's from a long time ago.
John, see, that's not what we were taught on the phone.
So yeah, it turns out that the lady we spoke to on the phone was off her nut. She had no clue what she was talking about. The gambling machine wasn't only not there, but hadn't been there for ages. But ultimately, I don't think it matters, because what else can I say about this other than it's a pub gambling machine that is only ever used by sweaty, round men that get totally blind drunk.
Birdcage system says that lady needs to be locked up.
I did that whole
Which one?
trip.
Oh man, that much
A
time.
6-hour round trip. And what have I got to show for it? A t-shirt that stinks of sweat and beer, a stolen phone with Crash the Fox Bandy on it,
Birdcage system says the one who lied to
Caddy
Caddy.
holding a shotgun.
What a
Dude,
bitch.
I just want a good birthday present this year. Is that too much to ask? Ooh,
Typically.
door.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh my God! Oh no! Stop it! Stop it!
Hello. Oh, it's me! The best present I could have ever wanted. Thank you so... Oh!
Please subscribe and don't forget to hit that bell.
Okay, so we didn't manage to find the gambling machine, which is a big old piss off, but on the way home, I did manage to find where Spons lives when he hasn't got a sponsor to promote. Spons Lane! Hello!
Stan. If you nut in space, do it push you backwards?
Can't believe we have confirmation.
Oh, shaky
Oh,
pocket.
no.
One day, Caddy got a text, and the text was on his phone, and it came from his other phone. So he went to find his other phone, and it wasn't upstairs phone, and perhaps it was at the front door.
Ah! Phone! Nice to see you! How you doing? Come on in, I've got something to show you. This is my hallway. You can fit maybe 3 people in here. These are the black squares on the stairs. I've got a bit of a thing for black squares. And this is the regret glass. Oh no. This is where I, you know, this is where I film. Hi. I like you. You know that situation when you've been posting YouTube videos for 10 years, and then 8 years into the job, you end up having to look for other work because even though you have 700,000 subscribers, your channel is practically dead, and so in a last-ditch effort to save it, you change your entire video style and then accidentally revive your channel with the highest viewing figures it's ever seen in its last 10 years? We've all been there. Well, that happened to me, and now we're at a point where I'm creeping up to 1 million subscribers, which is insane. In fact, by the time this video goes up, it might already be at 1 million subscribers, and if that's the case, shut up. I never started this channel with the intent of it going this far and for this long, but you know how it is? Once a new avalanche starts, you can't exactly stop it, and instead of running away from it, I decided to grab a surfboard and be a big dude. Ever since my channel started properly taking off at the start of 2020, I've had at least 4 people ask me, how do you do it? Where do you do it? Why do you do it? Can you do me? So I figured, to fill in some time before my giant 1 million subscriber video, that I would spend a bit of time showing you how I do these things, while answering a load of commonly asked questions at the same time, and then presenting to you a brand new, exclusive Cadicarus segment that I will be making during the making of this video, showing you how I make the video where I make. And to start off by answering one question I get all the time and answer it immediately off the bat, do I learn all of my lines off by heart before going into making a video? No. I read them as I go, remember the lines basically right before the take, and then just give it a big old go. It's a new day. I usually wake up in here. I wash my body, wash my mouth, come downstairs, avoid my partner's prop-making department with eyeless heads and limbs. Baby limbs everywhere. Ignore the rest of my family and head to the office. This here is the nerve center. Basically, whenever anybody asks me, have I played this new game? Have I played this old game? Have I seen this new show? Have I seen this new movie? Have I had fun? Then most of the time, my answer will be no. Now, it's not because I don't want to or anything, it's because I genuinely spend about 80% of my time in this room getting work shit done. The other 20% delved out between family stuff, streaming, and, you know, just day-to-day living. This here is my house within my house. Now, depending on the type of video I'm working on, the prep work will slightly differ, but for the sake of today's demonstration, I'm going to show you what happens if I look at a game. For many of the topics I cover, i.e. Disney games, DreamWorks games, etc., I'll usually start by jumping on Google to see what games I can find under that umbrella. If I don't have it, I go on eBay, and a lot of the time, I end up starving my children. But if I do have it, I'll go over to the shelves and pick it out. And for today, we're going to be having a look at Family Feud on the PlayStation. Now, the main thing I try to get across in my videos is just goofing off. I do not go into any video nowadays with the intent to review something seriously or critique it in depth. If you're looking for that, there's so many other better places that you can go. Like The Times. And I have to say this because when looking at a video game in particular, for this example, first of all I take the packaging and I look at the front, the back, the inserts and the disc, and all I do when I'm looking at this stuff is look for things that make me laugh. And it can be something that's just funny on its own, like this wacky bitch, but other times I look at things that aren't considerably funny on their own, but then think of a gag involving it or think of something funny around it. Basically, I am not interested in looking at any of this stuff seriously. I'm just here for the jokes. Is that why they fired me? I don't know how to tell you this, but your son has passed on. Through the police station, he's just in the cafe. Hey Billy, come back, your mum's here! Either way, something that I end up doing a lot is making notes.
The best clown I've ever seen.
The third longest process of a video.
That's the best clown I've ever fucking seen.
For work specifically, I use my iPhone and a 2022 MacBook Pro, which are synced with each other 24/7, meaning that if I can think of any last-minute gags, or I don't have either the MacBook or phone nearby while doing something else, I can add and remove notes for videos literally any second of the day, no matter what I'm doing, which can get a little awkward during meals out. Yes, that's how I'm gonna kill myself. And people often
often ask me how I come up with some of the stupid shit in my videos that has little to do with anything, and the answer to that is, if I see someone walking down the street that makes me laugh for whatever reason, I write it down. If a family member does something stupid or says something weird out of left field, I write it down. If I see a name in any context that makes me laugh, I write it down. If an event or memory pops into my head and makes me go all puffy face, red cheek, ho, 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 Green Giant, then I just write it down. Whatever around you in the world makes you laugh, write it down. Except if it's other people's jokes or published writing, that's illegal. I'm talking more about original ideas that spring into your head based on things that happen around you, in the world as it is. Even if it has no context, means nothing to nobody else, doesn't even make much sense to you even when you look it back, it doesn't matter, because you'll be surprised how frequently you'll be able to take those notes and bring them forward to make it relevant to what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if I use it soon or if I use it in 2 years' time, the point is that it's there, and I can always refer to it if I need to.
After the initial judging a book by its cover note-taking, we head off to the living room to play the game and record it.
So what are we waiting for? Let's go!
This is my other nerve center. This is where I record game footage, film sofa shots, stream whenever I get a second. Basically, I spend most of my life in between a gaming chair and a sofa, just like a real virgin. Now, for recording a PS1 or PS2 game in particular, this is how I do it. First of all, you should notice that this is an American game, and even though it is very easy to be mistaken, I am not an American.
Yee-haw, partner!
But that's okay, because I bought this custom slim PS2 on eBay by searching specifically for a hacked PS2, and this one plays any PS1 or PS2 game from any region at all. American, Japanese, Arctic. It will play them all no problem, so no need for emulation. We're getting the Family Feud experience raw. Oh yeah, by the way, this shot here, from the outside, it looks like this. Usually I would have all of this set up just one single time and then film every individual game I'm going to be talking about in the video back to back. But today, we're only going to be talking about one game, so I'm only going to be doing one shot.
Also, my PS2 will refuse to read any discs unless it has this specific coffee mug sitting on top of it, about there. Yeah, it doesn't work unless it's had its coffee. It's just like a millennial.
Now for the next question. How do I record gameplay? Well, come with me to behind my PC and I'll show you. Oh no. Just by looking at this, we have set fire to another room in the house. The PS2 SCART cable is fed into the back of this device here, the RetroTink 5X, which is then hooked up by a HDMI cable into an Elgato HD60S Plus capture card, which is then connected by USB-C into my living room PC. You know, that one that basically created my first ever viral video. Yeah, that lovely prick. Am I going to fix this tangled disaster back here? No. Because fire hazards are exciting. Also, I'm pretty sure I've got a living colony of creatures growing back there, and I'm not about to kill them. Oh, look! Guys, look, there's one! There's one there! All of these other HDMI cables are for the other consoles and the PC itself. If I ever need to put another console on my TV or extend my PC display, I just swap out the labeled cable from here, and it works.
I have a strategy down.
Most of the time.
What? This is why I don't stream, guys.
And not only does it display whatever I plug into it, as long as my PC is on, I can record whatever I see on the TV. So that's pretty balling, isn't it?
And yes, the video cables you use does matter. You need extremely solid, high-quality video cables, not only to make your consoles look as good as possible, but to even work with some of these upscalers in the first place. If you do a bit of Googling, I'm sure you'll find something. This one here, this one SCART cable was like £25 or like $35-ish.
But that's nothing compared to the price of the upscaler, which is... There is a reason for the price, though. I've been through multiple retro console upscalers, those cheap pieces of dirt you can find on Amazon, the Kaiko OSSC, the FrameMeister, but this is without a doubt the best one I have ever used. Not to mention, it requires minimal setup. You just plug it in and it works perfectly. All you need to do is set your own personal preferences while it's already working, and within seconds it'll be looking sharper than a hammer with a nail on it. And for those curious, with most consoles, you can just plug them into the capture card and start recording.
But some aren't quite so nice. The PS4 and PS5, for instance, need you to turn the HDCP copyright protection off, which then allows you to record games, but then stops you from being able to stream on Netflix or watch movies, etc. And the PS3 just hates you. It has copyright protection built in with no way to turn it off. So how I get about it is by channeling the PS3 HDMI signal through this specific splitter. And then that tricks the capture card into thinking the split duplicated signal isn't coming from the PS3 and instead from the duplicated split display itself from the splitter, which isn't copyright protected.
It's confusing. Don't ever make YouTube videos about video games.
Oh, and these cables here, these are for my GameCube. These are the official Nintendo component cables in order to make the GameCube look as crisp and as nice as possible for the upscaler.
And you can get one of these yourself for only... It's expensive. Don't ever make YouTube videos about video...
Right, so now we're at the part where less than 5% of the process is spent while having a career in video games. Playing a video game. Yeah, you may be shocked to hear that I don't actually spend most of my time sat around enjoying my whole library of twat. In comparison to the rest of the work making a video, this is the thing I easily spend the least amount of time doing. Either way, at this point, I sit myself down, grab my phone out or my MacBook from the office, depending on if it's doing something else in the background at the time, play the game, and make more notes.
With love. From Spons.
Hello! Jesus! I'm Spons! And today I'm here to be a corporate shill for Casetify, the excellent custom phone case company for whatever iPhone or Android you're using. Slim, protective, and stylish. But that's me! If you're looking for some new snaz on your phone, then there's no better option than Casetify. What with their endless design options, colors, and the ability to customize all of them with your own personal text. You can even fit your full YouTube username on them, like this. Carica. They support MagSafe and wireless charging. They feature antimicrobial coating to eliminate 99% of bacteria. They're all made with 65% recycled and plant-based materials. They're shipped to you in 100% recyclable packaging. And when they deliver it to you, they'll even bring their own wood chipper so you can recycle yourself. But what about people like me who like to deliberately drop their phones? Well, Casetify have you covered with the double-layered Chi Tech material. Their impact cases are safe to be dropped at 6.6 feet height. Wow, I can't wait to drop it more! And if you opt in for an Ultra Impact case, you get 4 extra corners to help your phone survive drops of up to 9.8 feet. Wow. It still works. I was so worried I'd never be able to hang my phone off the end of a bench while I'm standing on it ever again. So if you want some of this action yourself, make sure to go to casetify.com/today to get 15% off of your order. Thanks again to Casetify for sponsoring today's video, and if you don't go and buy anything from their website, I'll come out of your phone case and kill you. So yeah, those are the sponsored segments. Forgot to talk about them, didn't I? But yeah, honestly, that's just another part of the process. Usually, a sponsor will reach out to me and my agents months before any kind of video goes live, and then depending on what I'm doing throughout the year, I will try my hardest, depending on what sponsor it is, to work that sponsor into the script or the topic of the video. If it syncs well enough, then we'll try and make it work. Also, yes, I get a lot of offers, and also, yes, I do turn some of them down. In fact, a lot more get cancelled and turned down than actually go through. Also, fun fact, it's actually written in my agency's contracts that Spons, the sentient talking kite with a face, fingers, and shoes, has to appear to do the ad read. Yes, it's a legal stipulation. I'm not joking when I say that. That kite is more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Anyway, where were we? Yes, at this point, I sit myself down, grab my phone out or my MacBook from the office, depending on if it's doing something else in the background at the time, play the game, and make more notes. Did I tell you I make notes? I make notes. If you do this, you'll make notes. You'll be making a lot of notes. You will be such an expert at taking notes that you'll end up being the head of a note camp. You will be so full of notes, you'll be a concerto. What will you be noting down, though? Well, for me, basically anything stupid that happens and that's worth talking about in the video. Also very important, with timestamps on when each stupid thing happens in relation to the footage that you've recorded. If you don't do that in the noting process, you are going to waste hours in the editing booth, trust me. I mostly look out for things that make me laugh, but I also try and write down dumb or creative ways that I can try explaining why I like something or don't. Which sounds like I'm going into a review mindset, but trust me, I'm really not, because if I was, I'm an insult to good reviewers out there. I feel like I only ever explain the mechanics or visuals of a video game, just for instance, only to emphasize a joke or the conclusion to the segment on whether I liked it or didn't, and then I just like to trash it and forget it and move on to the next thing. For me, I feel like it's very base level. That's why you'll notice that most of the individual game segments on my massive videos don't tend to last more than like 2 to 3 minutes tops. Not just because the video will end up being 10 hours long if I went into depth, but also because I just want to point and laugh at the thing, give you a ride through my personal experience with the game, usually with chronological moments, say if I liked it or not, and then move on quickly. If you can see what I see and hear what I hear with something that's so clearly, obviously terrible, there's only so much depth I can go into anyway, so in my opinion, with my videos, there's no point. Also, I did try and do the whole look at me and my big important opinions, I'm old retro gamer, listen to me, I know what I'm talking about, youngsters, ho ho, I got journalist, big boy. I tried all of that stuff years ago and also tried to splice in jokes there, and whatever your opinions on those older videos are, for me, I don't think they've aged well in the slightest. I think there's a huge clash in video styles when trying to do the whole I've got an opinion I want to tell you and explain in depth why that is, and also I want to do Monty Python shit. I think that's way too much of a clash, and to put it bluntly, a few years of doing that kind of routine, structured kind of video and having to approach them exactly the same way and having them come out in more or less the same way and doing it week after week after week, it made me miserable. I tried my hardest, I put everything that I could into it, the passion was there, but you can only do so much in a week, and all I want to do is make sure that I'm entertaining enough to whoever's watching so that you don't quit the video and then don't run on the internet to try and dox me. Right, so we played the game, made the notes, saved the footage, moved it to a USB drive, stood outside for a second to question if any of this was a good idea, fell over, copied the footage to the Mac, and now it's time to start the script. Believe it or not, whenever I go to conventions, I think I get asked more questions about my scripting process than anything else. Which is weird for me, because when I spend my time dressing up in a cone-shaped bald head with an extended arm shirt and prop hands while calling myself Long Dennis, I think my audience has their priorities backwards. How do I structure them? How do I come up with the ideas? How do I stitch it together? How do I plan out everything? The honest but annoying answer is that I just sit here and write. That's honestly all I do. Obviously I have my notes for reference, but when it comes to the cutaways, extra jokes, sofa shots, intro segments, transitions between each thing that I talk about, all of that is up in here. And then I put it Sadly, I'm not even joking when I say that either. I wish I could give you all advice or hints and tips about scripting or what I do with writer's block, but seriously, I just sit here and do. I can't explain it. I already have a rough idea on what I want to write and how I want to present it in a video before I do anything with the script. Ever since I started writing anything, even at school, that's just how I write, even until today. I proofread as I go, I fix mistakes as I go, I change things, remove things, and swap things out as I go. I suppose the only advice I could give anybody is to not get too worked up, except that you will not be a master of this on your first few attempts, and just let it all out on the page. If it sounds right to you when you write it, then it's probably right. Unless you write this, then maybe change it. And if your friends, family, or comments end up telling you that it isn't right, or not funny, or not informative, or whatever you're going for, then that means you just need more practice. It's like anything. You get better at guitar the more you play, you get better at driving the more you drive, you get better at riding a bike the more you ride a bike. You know, explaining how fast you should bend your knees and stiffen your ankles doesn't really do much. Just go with the flow, don't be afraid to experiment and make mistakes, and then eventually you'll look back and think, God, I was shit. But then give it another few years and you'll look back to yourself at that point and think, god, I was shit. Having a creative job is basically a never-ending loop of getting incrementally better while also shitting on yourself, so I really hope you're into that. Now, what do my scripts look like? They look like heroin abuse. How in the ever-loving Christ do I get anything done with a script structure like this? It's just a wall of text. Well, there's actually a reason for it, because while using Google Docs in Calibri font at size 22 in one continuous sentence with no paragraphs, for me, that roughly translates for my videos as 1 page per 1 minute of video, which does wonders in planning out how much time I have for filming, making plans away from work throughout the week, and just giving me a rough idea of where the video is actually going in the first place. Not to mention, when it comes to filming and recording voiceover, the way I write scripts actually massively helps me, because you see, I color code every line on the script based on what needs to be done with that line or bodily action. For instance, no highlight means that I read the line as VO on my microphone like I'm doing right now. Yellow highlight means read that line on camera on the sofa. Purple highlight means read that line and do the action on camera away from the sofa, outdoors, indoors, or away from the house. Orange highlight means read the line as VO on my microphone, but film the relevant footage that goes on top of it. Red highlight means read that line in front of the green screen. And green highlight means insert a downloaded clip or gameplay footage in replacement of anything else to fill the gap. Why aren't the green highlights for reading the line at a green screen? Because I... After this, I take another quick read through of the script from start to finish to fix or change anything, and then pay attention to all the color-coded highlighted camera shots, because it's now when I start writing down all of the props and costumes I need, alongside venues I need to book for some shots, equipment I need to hire for some shots, etc. And then I go online to sort it all out. I have to make a few special orders here or there on specialist websites, and a couple of phone calls here and there, but Amazon is my usual go-to for most of my costumes and props because of how quickly it can be delivered. And this is a typical bill that will be racked up from all of it. I am going to lose my house. At this point, while waiting for all of the video items to arrive and waiting for the important filming dates in certain places, I then go into recording the microphone voiceover, which you are listening to right now, as I already said. And I have gone through many microphones in the past, but right now I use a Rode NTG3B plugged into my mixer and Madiface Pro. But honestly, you can get great results even with more budgeted choices. For instance, I have used the Audio-Technica AT2020 USB mic from 2012 up until around 2018, and I even dabbled with the Shure MV7 USB mic for a few years. It depends heavily on how you record your audio and how you finalize and export it. For the recording process, I'm in the most sound-isolated part of the house with minimal echo,
which luckily enough is my office.
I've got some really thick and dense, high-quality acoustic panels for the wall here to stop the sound bouncing off the walls. I've got a pop filter here to stop my P's and my B's blowing out the input of the mic, and I've got a shock absorber here to reduce vibrations coming from the floor or the shelf or wherever the microphone is attached, and I usually, personally, use a radical telephone between my mouth and the mic when I talk. For mic volume input or mic sensitivity, I keep it as low as I can to stop my shouting voice from peaking and distorting the audio, but keep it high enough to capture my quieter talking. It takes a little bit of fiddling, but what I find is that the sensitivity always ends up being pretty low to avoid hissing and background noise. This does mean after I finish recording that I will barely see my quieter voice segments on the wavelength while my shouting looks like a snake swallowed a bowling ball, but that doesn't matter, because at the end of the session, we'll be boosting, equalizing, normalizing, and compressing it to try and make it all as much the same bass volume as possible. And now you're ready to be a milkman. I record all of the video's lines in 1 or 2 sittings depending on the time of day that I start, and to give you a rough idea on how long that might take, a 1 hour long Cat Icarus video may take me probably 3 hours-ish to record in one go, while my feature-length accessories video took about 5.5 hours. Why yes, I did want to die, thanks for asking. Every mistake is kept in and there's no stopping or starting with the recording so that it's all one big audio file ready to be cut down for the edit later. For now, I just read it all out and worry about the logistics later. And this is another reason why my scripting style helps me personally, because when reading the lines directly from the script, I know from just a glance at the screen what needs to be recorded on the microphone and what's being filmed, so I can skim through it to the next important bit of VO in seconds, guarantees I don't miss anything important, and records it all chronologically for the video edit. Okay, it's been a few hours and now I have a bit of a headache. So we should start exporting the audio down. Now, when I used to edit on PC, I used this great software called Magic's Music Maker and fiddled with all the preset drag and drop effect racks until I got the voiceover sound that I wanted. But nowadays, I use Logic Pro for compression, EQ adjustment, noise removal, and normalizing. What settings do I use? There's no point telling you. Because it depends heavily on your mic input sensitivity, the quality of your mic to begin with, how deep or high your voice is to begin with, how clear your voice was, background noise. So what I suggest is take all the settings and equipment you have and then look up tutorials on YouTube. Or as I like to call it, Skillshare for free. So now my voiceover has exported, and it's here where my work schedule branches
It's
off
true, it is
slightly.
Skillshare for
Depending
free.
on the timings of what's going on, I'll either just wait for Ollie to appear so we can start the filming process if he's coming soon, or while I'm waiting, I can start cutting down the audio right now. And currently, Ollie's not going to be with me for a few days.
But I'm right here.
So instead, I'll edit down some of the voiceover until he gets here. I'll go into more detail about what editing software I use and all that jazz later, but for now, this is what I do. I plop the entire hours-long audio track into the edit timeline, start playing it back, cut out all the takes that are mistakes or are just plain shit, stitch the good takes together with the right comedic timing, and then... Oh, you weren't supposed to record me smacking my own bum. No, don't worry, these wavelengths are explainable and surprisingly useful. Just like my ass. You see, I tend to do this a lot while recording VO. And the reason for that is because those claps pop up really loud and clear on the audio wavelength during the edit, and let me know to split the audio file there and leave a gap, because another bit of sound, gameplay, or video goes right there before the start of the next part of VO cuts in, which is extremely handy for when I have to edit down audio first and then fill in the stuff that isn't done later on. But even then, there's only so much of this I can do before I do need some camera shots. Where the hell is Ollie anyway? Who could that?
I'm Ollie. I'm Ollie. I'm here. Let's do this.
Yes, but before all of that, we need to go and get the bricks.
Oh no.
That was so good. The chair for the sprites. This here is the crash mat. This thing here for when you know, for falling on the floor. That's mud. Okay, so before we go into that room there, I just have a quick side note to mention about this trampoline here. So, in my Jesus Games video, there's one shot where I take a step off of one of the roofs of my house, which is actually over there, where Stan is. I know, it's boring, innit? So I take a step off of that roof, and I needed something to catch me from falling and breaking my entire body. So the only thing I could order and have delivered here in time before Ollie got to me was this 14-foot trampoline. So I didn't buy it for the kids, didn't buy it for anybody. I needed it for one shot of that video, and now we've got a 14-foot trampoline. And here we are. Welcome to the den, everybody. Or as it's more commonly known in this house, the dump. So I would say this is where all of my props and costumes are kept, but they're everywhere. Like, it's not even just that, but like even like fake blood and all that. Like, all of that stuff is kept here. I would say it was kept here, but that's not the accurate way to describe it. I'd say they weren't kept and more shoveled. And if I ever come in here looking for a certain prop and then I'm like, oh, I swear I had one of these, where did it go? And I can't find it anymore. That's because I waste a lot of money. This here is the homemade, like, emergency green screen room. If there's an emergency green screen shot I forgot to do or I need to do, this is where it's done. The soundproofing isn't great. And also, yeah, that doesn't help either. But, you know, sometimes you need a big steel barrel for a video. You never know. These lights up here are being diffused by a chef's hat. Around here is my beloved Roland TD50 drum kit. All electric.
I used to do drumming videos a lot, but then YouTube decided, nope, you're not doing them anymore because it's gonna make you go bankrupt. So until YouTube changes its mind or I have enough spare time to just make a random cover of any song or whatever that I can do, I will definitely do it. But as you can see, I'm not really equipped to record anything in here right now. This is just my practice space. Also, I know that this here looks a bit weird. There used to be more posters here, but then I grew up.
That's it. You have an overactive imagination. It is time to grow up. This goes, this. Look at this stuff. You clean this up!
Hello. Oh god. Oh god. I'm a sailboat. The wind. No. This is it's so much more awkward than it looks. It's not the heaviest thing in the world. It's just very. Wait. No. Back. Hurty back. Hurty finger. Like a. No. Okay. Now go get in the back door. Ollie, you have to use your hand. Well done. Yes. Good man. We're in the house. It's upside down, isn't it? God damn it all! Right, now I've got to go up and around, and then back in, and then again, and in, and then in. Let's go fly a wall! And now we're going to be putting the brick wall behind the sofa. Now this is what we do here. First of all, this is the most important step. We use Sports Direct mugs, all right, lads, and we use two of these exactly, because they're just the right width and dimension, and then we pull the sofa back, shove them down there, pull that back, and that just gives us enough elevation for the brick wall to be high up enough to be on camera. So then we grab the wall, and then we move the wall. How do we do this? There we go. And then we balance it on the Sports Direct mugs. It didn't balance on the mug. There we go. Just like the footy.
There we go.
Sports Direct, go get more shorts.
Oh, by the way, totally forgot to mention, the camera setup itself. I use a Sony Alpha 7S III DSLR camera with a Sony FE 24-70mm lens. The microphone attached is a Rode NTG video mic, which is basically the camera-ready version of my VO mic, and a Westcott Icelite 2 on a weighted mic stand for emergency cool and warm lighting, or to guide ships away from the rocks and back to port. And side note, this is the amount of camera gear and specialist equipment Ollie ends up taking with him in his car, ready for whatever shots need doing at my place. Stabilizers, drones, jibs, you name it, he has it. Oh dear, it's an improvised shot. So you're probably wondering, based on this shot I'm doing now, how much of the script is improvised.
Hercule says hi, Form.
Or when I do VO, how much of it is improvised. And I would say, if I had to wager a guess, about 10% is improvised, where the rest of it is solidly written down. But the improvisation can be from like
my body wants to sleep.
Or faces, or noises I make, or the way I
Hercule
say a
says
certain
hi,
line, or maybe on that moment when we hit go on the record button, I think of something on the spot that's funnier than what I wrote down, to me anyway, or something will happen during a filming session that will make Ollie laugh more than what the actual line was, so we'll keep that in instead. So yeah, I'd say roughly 10%. 10% is roughly improv.
So now we've prepped the sofa ready for all of those iconic shots, but we can't film them yet because it's still daylight outside.
Hercule says sleeping face ZZZ.
Sofa shots to look as good as possible. Meaning at this point we use the remaining daylight and dry weather to get outdoor shots filmed in random locations.
Get out,
so come on, mates, let's go ahead to the filming.
Yes and no.
Oh boy, away we go.
Now, when we film out and about, it doesn't always end up being off campus miles away from my house, but whenever the sun is out and the weather is decent, we will just try and get any kind of filming done wherever, whenever we can. They can be just outside the front or back of the house, or even on the street. Yes, people see me all the time. Yes, I end up having to explain to the public what I'm doing. Yes, it's mortifying, and no, I can't run away and hide because I'm usually wearing high-heeled thigh boots or an inflatable post box. There's a ton of stories I have about being seen doing something messed up while filming in public, and I would be here way too long if I went into all of them. The Jesus video alone got some people's
eyebrows raised so high that they flew off. But just for one of the more recent examples, for the intro on my Crash Bandicoot bootlegs video, I leap over that fence from the back with my Crash Bandicoot costume on, and because I couldn't see anybody coming down the road here because I'm behind the fence and I have an obscure mask on, and Ollie wasn't looking because he's obviously facing that way, filming me. What we didn't realise until we did one of the takes, which sadly wasn't saved because Ollie panicked and hit stop the second we realised what was going on, but one of the takes, I leapt over the fence, tried to do my struggling and say my line, and at that point, I looked over to the front door, which is just there, and realised that there was a young woman standing there with her baby, delivering us something through the letterbox. I think it was a Slimming World leaflet or something, but the face they made... I've never seen a human make that face before. If I had to compare it to anything, an angry lizard. And once we explained what was going on and the...
Cubane says got my midterms back, did
I
great.
didn't know they were coming and I wasn't trying to jump scare them.
Of course you did, you always do.
They
I
all
mean...
calmed down, not sure about the baby. Baby might be traumatized. Oh
You
shit,
aced
I was
these
talking
things.
to you for so long, it's night time. So off we set to the sofa. Featuring bricks.
Birdcage System says hell yeah, good job.
Very well, I will add. And also,
Birdcage System says I'm back from lunch.
That's understandable.
That comes into the side of the frame because Ollie's obviously holding the camera, or I get hit by something, or something gets thrown at me. Chances are it's either my girlfriend Karis or one of her kids. They will never say no to a chance of trying to throw something at me. This is what you guys see. But for me, this is what I see. There's Ollie. Ooh. Hairbrush. The iPhone camera doesn't really do this justice, but trust me, these lights are incredibly bright, and even though the exposure on the iPhone is really good and you can see Ollie back there, from where I'm sitting right now, I can't see him. He's hiding back there. I can see him clearly through my phone, but when I take my phone away, no, I can't see him. He is hiding back there with the same lens, the same camera, same everything. Why don't I use a tripod? Because he needs to make his money's worth. And also, I don't like the tripod look. For videos, I like a slight bit of handheld wiggle, I suppose. But also, the same microphone, like I mentioned, is there.
Cubane says hope you had a great lunch. That's the 8 Lana Smiley. That's the 8 BARKBARK Lana. That's the 8 Lana Smiley.
Boom, if you'd rather. Which is like a shit tree with no leaves on it, and possibly these
just
lights here are the most important parts of the process. Especially
Birdcage
the
System
shots.
says it was pretty good.
KinoFlow Diva Light
Wait, can you all hear me?
lights, and they are definitely the most expensive parts of the filming process as well. Each one of these lights isn't only so ridiculously powerful that when I'm sitting
Okay, you
on the sofa,
haven't.
it feels like
I
I'm
was just
staring
worried a
into
little
two
bit.
separate suns, but they also come
Birdcage
with
System
thousands of
says
color
yes.
gradings and
Like, imagine if I was
settings and
muted
effects
this
that I
whole
use in my
time.
videos.
Dear
Usually,
God.
Ollie and I start filming these shots when the two youngest kids end up going to bed. Because I'm not massively comfortable screaming some of the stuff I scream when they are looking at me while I scream it. That's typically around 11 PM, unless we can start earlier because the kids are at a sleepover or something. And we usually find ourselves filming these shots until about 1 AM, but sometimes even
Birdcage
like 3
System
or
says
4
muted for
AM,
2 whole
because I
hours.
keep forgetting my lines, or the video is really, really damn long, and those are Ollie's
Yeah.
favorite nights.
I've done it
Don't
before.
worry, though, he does get paid, and he is fully aware of what he's getting into every single time he comes over here. He actually gets really well looked after when he comes over. He stays here for about 3 to 5 days, and he even has his own special place to sleep.
Now, if I hear you make any noises in the middle of the night, I swear to God you'll get the drill.
As you can also see right here, this is the other reason my MacBook is so useful, because... oh, look at that! The script is right there whenever I need to remember what to say or what props I need for certain scenes, and my stupid wall of text highlighting makes it super easy for me to skim through and see when the next sofa shots are. So I go down. There it is. See? Told you I wasn't nuts. Anyway, we've now finished the sofa shots, so all that's left for us to do now is tidy up. And when I say tidy up, I don't mean tidying up the camera equipment and stuff. I mean the various liquids that get spilled all over the place and broken shards of plastic left behind after a midnight romp. Excuse me! And once we've cleared up... time for bed! Good night, Ollie. Good night, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Now is the time where we repeat the filming days for as many times as it's needed before Ollie goes home. And then on the final day, as he makes his way home,
He still can't escape me, because then I follow him back to the halfway point between his house and mine as we make our final stop in the filming process. Welcome to Mook, a multimedia filming space in Gloucestershire, which is where we do any of the green screen shots before the final edit. And it's run here by Andrew.
Hi, Andrew.
Piss off.
And I know what you're gonna say, but Caddy, what about the back garden
love
green screen
Andrew.
setup with the pants on the ceiling?
That's
Well,
me
that did
right
work for
there.
me for a
I'd be
while,
that. I'd be
but
Andrew.
this- Not even in the
I would
same
be Andrew.
ballpark. I don't think I'll ever be able to compete with something like this while I live in my house anyway.
Birdcage system
So
says
what I'm gonna
Andrew
do
Goat.
with that space in the back garden is keep it for prop storage and stuff, but I'm also going to get it completely soundproofed and completely sound isolated so we can record instruments and other voiceovers. And I do have another idea for another channel that I want to make use of in that particular room in my garden, but it's not really
That's a
developing
really
yet,
good screen
so
screen.
don't listen to
Like,
me
that's a
about that
really
right now,
good one. I can't
but
even see
there
any
are plans,
themes.
let's just put it that way.
And with that, we're done with the green screen.
Bye, Andrew.
After a 90-minute drive home, it's now time to go back over to my desk here where I do the remainder of the work and run my human trafficking operation. You might be wondering how on earth I'm able to seamlessly move my MacBook from room to room and not have it totally shit itself with all the monitors one second and then none the next. And that's because I have one single cable here plugged into a Thunderbolt dock hidden under my desk that connects both of my monitors, my speakers, and any other USB device I need, like my microphone, mixer, mouse, and keyboard. All I have to do is unplug this cable to continue working without those things, and then plug it right back in to carry on with those things like nothing happened. Seriously, this might be my favorite thing about the new MacBooks, and I usually hate books.
Now this is where we go into the full-on heavy editing process. Now, when I was on PC, my go-to software for over 10 years, even since I was at school, was Vegas Pro, and I still recommend it for its beginner friendliness. As long as you get the most recent version anyway, and as long as you have a powerful enough PC to run it properly. Nowadays though, I use this thing. Yeah, I know, it's a laptop, I get it. It's really thin and it barely weighs anything, but don't let it fool you. This thing is a hulking beast. We film everything on this channel at 4K resolution, 60 frames per second, and with the M1 Max chip in this MacBook, not only does Final Cut Pro, which is the editing software I use, run all of the footage back through the preview window at its original resolution and original frame rate with zero lagging and zero pausing. Oh. But also, it doesn't crash. Like, I get maybe one crash per week, and for any Vegas users out there, you would know that that is a miracle. And also, 4K on Vegas, your computer just goes on fire, even if you've got the most powerful thing in the world. And look, there's no fan noise or anything. It's quiet, it's sleek, I love it. But yeah, the whole no crashing, no pausing, no lagging, or anything in the preview window, that alone makes Final Cut Pro worth it for me. Now, I am not about to sit here and explain to you what I do in Final Cut Pro for my videos and how I do all the things that I do, because there are people online that dedicate entire channels to the inside outs of all of the kinds of editing software that you're looking at. I can't just sit here and explain to you all in one video or even multiple videos 10 plus years of Vegas editing experience and nearly 1 full year of Final Cut Pro editing experience, including the process I had to go through of stopping everything I knew about Vegas and relearning how to video edit for a brand new software and applying everything that I knew with Vegas into Final Cut. I pee my pants! But all I will say is that every single thing you see in my videos are all done through this software, aside from occasional jingle compositions that I do on GarageBand.
And of course, I can't forget to mention all of my other friends and business colleagues that have done things for me in the past, like my search engine optimization and tags and title guy, and my thumbnail artist, and my animators for my intros that I've used, and the music that I've done, and the guy that animated my PC story video.
The on-screen text, the images, special effects, transitions, animations, masking, tracking, distortion, audio effects, all of that is made possible with this single software.
Oh yeah, and Photoshop. Kind of forgot to mention that one. I use a lot of Photoshop. For pictures.
And to be fair, when I was on Vegas Pro years ago, I only ever used that on its own too. I've never gone into Premiere or After Effects, nothing like that. I'm a one software man.
I'm very loyal to my women. And then comes the ultimate question. How long does this all take? Well, for me nowadays, along with my personal life and how much more production goes into the videos compared to where they used to be, it takes as long as it takes. I know that's a really bad answer, but it's really the truth. If I can get one thing done a month, great. If I can get one thing done every 2 months, great. Every 4 months, fantastic. To me, it doesn't matter. I just want to make the videos the best they can possibly be for you to all want to rewatch and enjoy for their quality over their quantity. Some days I'll edit for 14 hours, some days I won't finish my edits until 6 in the morning, some days I'll just keep on working for like 36 hours in a row plus for the final crunch time. And sometimes I'll actually get a reasonable bedtime like a good boy, but there's no real clock on this kind of work. You just do what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, and however fast you can do it, especially if you have a sponsor deadline. Although if you want a rough idea how long these things can take to edit as a whole, here is a picture I took of the editing timeline for my 95-minute PS1 accessories video. This literally took me about 3 weeks solid to edit on its own, and initially I thought it was only going to take 1 week, so never underestimate your workload. It can really sting your little pee-pee. But why don't you get another editor? Why don't you hire another editor entirely and stop editing altogether? Why don't you edit yourself to die and then die in real life? Well, you'd be surprised how many people reach out to me on my business email and on Twitter offering their services because of how tired I get and how I love complaining about it. But I'm sorry, that's never gonna happen. Ever. But don't get me wrong, I really massively appreciate it. Thank you so much for looking out for me. You're all sweethearts. At least for the main channel. I already have another editor, and that is Sir Toasty, but he only edits all of my stuff on my second channel when I do best of compilations of my Twitch streams. So I clip the Twitch streams myself, and then I send him all the clips throughout the year, which can be like 300 or so clips. It could be a lot. And he just gets me. He's on the same wavelength as I am. I don't need to direct him. I don't need to explain anything to him. He just gets what I'm looking for, my sense of humor. I just give him all the clips and he stitches them all together into a cohesive story with stupid gags on top. He's really good at that and I trust him for that. But when it comes to my own stuff, I just want to keep it to my own stuff. I am more than happy being a one-man show that writes, acts, and edits all on my own. Ultimately, only I know in my head how I want everything to be written, how I want the comedy to look, how I want the editing to be timed, how I want it to be edited in general. It's all preconceived in my head before I even start making it happen, and I just don't think I'd be able to communicate or direct that to anybody else without feeling like there was something missing. I wouldn't be 100% happy with it, and that's not good enough for me personally. If I got another video editor, I'd be spending more time trying to just explain to them what I want and directing them and having things sent to me and then sending them back with improvements or whatever the hell, more than just editing it myself. Especially now since I've got all my keyboard shortcuts and mouse shortcuts set up for this software and I can just jump in naturally and start editing without really thinking about it. And oh my god, the Twitch streams. I forgot to mention the Twitch streams. Oh, they're another rick of a roll if I ever ricked a roll. Whenever I get a second spare and the technology gods are in my favor, this is what I do with my streaming. Here is my basic setup. So come with me, everybody, to my motion-activated light-up cupboard. What I've got here is a Rodecaster Pro mixing desk for the microphones with effects and compression settings built in, multiple Shure SM7B microphones for whoever in the house wants to join in, and a Logitech Brio 4K quality webcam. Then, when I grab it all to take it into the living room, once again I use the Elgato HD60S Plus for live capture on consoles and my PC. Trust me, it's a lot easier doing it this way than it is using direct desktop capture. I also have to unravel my 4K LG monitor here, and then I put it on the coffee table. Then I also have to unravel my Elgato Stream Deck, which is what I use for all my live stream effects, scene transitions, volume control, all that kind of stuff. Then I move that onto the coffee table. Then I come back over here and unravel this wire here, which I am not going to do right now because I don't think you guys have done anything to deserve watching me go through with all of that. And it used to be 2 headphones, but now it's just one single headphone. I cut the other one off. to teach it a lesson. All of my stream alerts for donations, Twitch bits, subscriptions, gifted subs, all that kind of stuff, that gets fed through here, right into my ear, so that you guys don't hear an echo through the mic if it was coming from the TV speakers, and also means I can control the volume of this separately and mute it without interrupting the gameplay and stuff like that. And then I also unravel this cable here, which then immediately gets fed into the webcam, which I then plant on top of the monitor.
But I know what you're thinking. How does this look when it's all set up? Womp womp, here it is.
Welcome everybody to Cable Station. The next stop is more fucking cables.
It is an absolute mess, and not exactly ideal for de-stressing or unwinding, because whenever I stream, I have to set all of this up and remove all of it again before the morning, which would be fine and it wouldn't bother me. But if you've seen any stream of mine, then you would know that streams go wrong all the damn time for seemingly no reason, which gets extra deflating when things go wrong with no specific fix because of the half an hour it takes to get set up and check that everything is working to begin with. You guys wonder where I go for weeks on end? This is why. Because the shit doesn't work! It doesn't matter how good or powerful your equipment is, it will all break down eventually, most often when everything is already working perfectly, and then it all goes wrong the second you hit the big old go live button. And often you've got to sort it all out while broadcasting live, while concentrating on the game you're playing, while making sure to try engaging with the chat, while realizing you're slowly becoming a sadomasochist without any of the fun bum stuff. This isn't... Oh, what? What's happened? I've frozen! Why have I frozen on that face? Stream, what have you done? What has happened to my stream? Why has it done that? I don't, wait. What's happening? I can't fix it.
No, I just find it funny that you trying to get more viewership when things are going wrong.
Oh shit. Oh my god, the whole thing has broken. What's happened? Why? Why did that happen? Why is that? Why? But the game has come back on screen, but it's like slightly nudged over to the right. I've got like a black border on the left. Oh my god. Right, Logitech Stream Cam. Okay, I'm back, but it's completely... Welcome to my high quality stream, everybody. I'm a professional. What happens if I hit zoom in?
Birdcage System says that's so true.
Always fucking happens to me.
Oh my god!
Don't get me wrong though, even though the job can be excruciatingly long and exhausting and stressful, especially when YouTube is constantly fighting with you, I wouldn't trade it for the world. Being able to create my own stuff in my own time, in my own way, with no bosses to speak up to, no higher-ups to report to, nothing being on the clock, I couldn't have ever imagined seeing anything better being in my life. Sorry kids, trust me, I am fully aware that I am in an insanely lucky position. I know this, trust me.
Oh no, do I get a mod?
Fernando Hibel says cheap viewers on streamambu.com. Remove the space at Ike09 Isa.
It's a lot of work. And work can be annoying
Birdcage System says
when
you
do a lot of work.
I also forgot to mention the final video exporting and rendering, which can take multiple hours, and sometimes things go wrong or the software crashes and I've got to try again. Or if I have a final video, I have to then watch it all the way back and note any mistakes or any errors in the video or the render, which then means I have to go back to the edit and then re-render and re-export all over again. And there can sometimes be crashes, and sometimes the final video comes out corrupted. And you just gotta keep trying until it works again. And then after you've got a final video, you've got to upload it to YouTube, and that has its own problems.
Those nice
sometimes
people
the uploading
offering me
just gets stuck.
fucking...
Sometimes the processing never works and you don't get it in HD or 4K.
Birdcage System says I love reporting viewer bots. I always get immediately told they got banned.
But anyway, this segment on Family Feud is officially done, so all I've got to do now is scan it with my caddy wrist module. And now we're ready. Go.
Family Feud. It's either a game show or dinner time at your house. It's also known as Family Fortunes in the UK because when we stole the game show for UK audiences, we thought that feud sounded too violent. No, that isn't a joke. For years, we always knew them as the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Being British is a disease. Survey says... Featuring Dave, Debbie, Roll, Sean, and... Oh, and well done for telling everyone that single player is okay, because nobody is going to want to play this with you. Rest in peace, Louis Anderson. I hope they paid you what you deserve to be printed onto a PS1 disc looking like an inside-out snowman. Let's get ready to stick the game in, then. Ooh, now the survey says... Oh no, Louis. Oh god, Louis, think about what you're doing. Stop! Please don't! No! No! No!
Hi, welcome to the Family Feud. You can go directly backstage and prepare for the show, or you can go to our Create Your Family selection.
Well, you know what? I've always wanted to create a family.
Nobody wants to do that with me in real life.
But sadly, I can't create one from scratch, so I'm just gonna have to edit one, like... The Hauer family. Hello there, Hauers. They are angry, they are ample, and they all live in a big hole. In this menu, you can edit each individual family member's appearances, so I've got to do them justice and make them all look like they really live inside the Grand Canyon. Perfect. They have a little inbreeding problem. She came out in her nice clothes. This is Dribble, this is Trout, this is Boyle, this is Phlegm, and this is Louise.
Yes, I'm happy with this. They all look suitably dirty and swampy. Although, to be fair, dirty and swampy is the only things that I could think about because the sound effect that plays whenever you change one of their body parts is...
Well, would you look at that? I made an entire family in 16 minutes.
I'm
very fertile. But how do they look going backstage?
Give them a hand. Family number one.
Time to start the game then. Let's play Family Feud.
If you don't know how to play...
All right, question 1. Here they come. Name something you wouldn't want your house to be close to. My ex. Alright then, no need to shame me, family number 2. What kind of great answer do you have? Train tracks. Do you want me to call the Samaritans? This is the Family Feud PlayStation 1 experience. See a question, type in a decent guess, get it wrong, and then sit there for over 5 minutes waiting for your next go. I'm not even exaggerating, it really takes this long to have another go at playing the game. The computer players always say good answers and hog the turn for each of their 5 individual family members until you want to rip your nuts off. And by the way, for that question of something you wouldn't want your house near, river is a damn good guess. Who wants to live by a river? What about the floodplains? And the fish! But no, apparently that's way too out there, and now I've run out of guesses and have to wait around for the next round while imagining what a loading family looks like. And then, if you get the answer right, and it isn't the most popular answer on the board, the question moves on to the computer family automatically, and at that point you're stuck waiting again until they screw up. Something that if you don't learn as a child, you'll never do it as an adult. Go to church! Do adults struggle to do this? Is this a skill you need to harness as a toddler?
If only I learned that as a child.
By the way, if you don't learn to read as a kid, you'll never learn when you get older. But if you don't learn to write as a kid, that's fine, don't worry, you'll figure it out.
Exercise. Exactly. Excellent.
Expanding!
You know, the more I look at my family, the more I have to question why the hell they look like this. I have used nothing but legitimate customization options from the game's menus without any stupid adjustments, mostly. But why did their lips all have these disgusting rogue pixels? Why is this even happening? They all look like they have cake icing on their face. Are they all drooling? What are these crumbs of black sludge supposed to be? I didn't put them there. Something about commercial air travel that is worse than it was 10 years ago. Well, that's obvious. Security.
Is it there? Show us!
What? Well, that's blatantly not true. This game came out in the year 2000. A year later, 2001 happened, and then... You know, so security couldn't have been that good.
I don't know, what do the computer players think?
You never know what's going to be up there. Survey says...
By the way, all of these quick fades to black and quick fades back out whenever the camera angle changes makes me feel like I've got narcolepsy. And whatever you do, don't you dare hit pass when you have the chance to guess. Otherwise, it means you're just waiting around doing nothing again for another 5 damn minutes. I'm not even trying to come up with funny answers because it isn't worth it. I just want to play more of the game and get one single point, but I just can't. On this question about what people put on top of their pianos, I said photos and it didn't go through. But then the computer players said pictures and it counts. How am I supposed to win this?
Hope you had fun on the feud. See you soon. Be good to your family. Remember, you're stuck with them.
Oh great, I came here to play a game, not a reminder on why I moved out. Seriously, man, how did we come out of this entire match with 0 points? 0 points. This isn't right. We're the whore family. Do I need to go backstage and do some favors? It took me 50 whole minutes to get through one single match of Family Feud, and I think I only physically played the game for about 3 of them. But by all means, if you want to get yourself more of that, be sure to visit games.com. I wonder what they have on that website. What's next? If I want to see a picture of a man, do I go to men.com? Oh. I mean, if anything, I do have to give them credit for sticking with a naming theme on the back of the box. Everybody's name here starts with a D. Dave, Debbie, Dead.
What? You thought I wasn't gonna use the nail hammer that I invented? Oh dear. Oh, wait a sec. Yeah, it went through the hole. It went through the hole. Not in the table. It didn't go in the table.
Birdcage System says Games.com actually has movies.
Shit!
Birdcage System says that's a lie.
Then all you have to do is do all of that all over again another 20 times for each other game that you're going to be talking about and then stitch it together all in one big video.
Birdcage System says I lied to you. I'm sorry.
It leads to AOL. So if you wanted to play Astroloom or Bubble Mouse?
Birdcage System says ha.
Ah, my favorite word cross.
Stan?
Birdcage System says Bubble Mouse stream win.
In your wildest dreams.
Hello. Hello.
Birdcage System says yeah, that's fair.
Hello. Excuse me, sir. I've dropped myself in this forest. Can you help me find me? Sorry I've been gone a while, everyone. The doctor told me that I couldn't survive. But that doesn't matter because right now it's Halloween. And I'm really excited. Can't you tell? It does mean, though, that I need to decorate a little bit to get in the mood. And I also need a really scary costume. I've got it.
Hi, I'm Kyle America. I eat candy in my diaper, and I drive a Chevrolet.
I'm scary now. Today, I wanted to talk about horror games. Obviously. But specifically, a subcategory of them that I find fascinating. Viral horror games.
I mean, yeah, you can distinguish any game as viral in multiple ways. It could be viral in the sense of everybody talking about it back when it came out, like the original Resident Evil. It could be viral in the sense of it being about a virus, like the original Resident Evil. Or it could be viral in the sense of it spreading everywhere and killing everyone in its wake, like that copy of Madagascar on the GameCube that I filled with arsenic. At the advent of internet video becoming mainstream, though, games started going viral in a different way. No longer did you need to spend all of your money on something everybody was talking about to see what the hype was. Now you could go to YouTube and watch a strange, hairy virgin scream at a little girl in First Encounter Assault Recon. Wait, When I was a kid, my first experience of Doom 3 wasn't from playing it. It was from watching people go,
I do not like that sound. Ah, scary sound!
On YouTube. You know, just like that viral webcomic about that ghost woman looking for her baby with that terrifying jump scare ending. And I wanted to spend a few minutes today trying to figure out why, in around 2010 to 2014, a few specific horror games blew up on YouTube like never before, and why there hasn't been a resurgence quite like it since. The horror games that went viral on classic YouTube before every other indie dev tried to replicate the success of them after 2014. It peaked here for some reason, and I want to find out why, because I deserve it.
Speaking of that, I'm afraid I do need to get serious for a second, because I need to talk to you all about something, briefly, very near and dear to my heart. For this video, I'm working with a charity who are dedicated to finding out if MatPat ever responded to the Hello Neighbor Twitter account. For just £3,000 per month, you can help support the Matention Patention Foundation to give Hello Neighbor and every other indie game Twitter account the resources that they need to help get the attention of MatPat. The begging has to stop, and we have to work together to make that happen for all of the poor indie games out there in Africa, on Twitter. Please call 071
Birdcage System says sounds like a worthy cause.
and give what you can today.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
no.
So as a heads up, there'll be no
That costs
poppy
$10.
playtime, no basic bold man, no layers of cake, no doki dokamal gotta catch 'em all. I am looking at games that probably owe all of their viral popularity solely because of online videos that were made during this specific time period. So come with me on a trip down memory lane as we rediscover the viral horror games of classic YouTube.
Ho ho, Caddy, it's Momo, and I'm so tired because I hate Mondays.
Bloody. I wish I could forget that. If only I had Alzheimer's. Wait, no, that's not one.
Amnesia: The Dark Descent is a first-person survival horror stealth puzzle large Big Mac meal with carrot sticks that came out in 2010 and is the first thing that I think of whenever I think viral horror game. There were probably more popular scary games before this, but I don't care. Straight away, the game lives up to its namesake because the main character doesn't remember what his own name is.
What have I done? Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten.
So in that case, my name is Rethetheth, and let me tell you, this game is scary. And if you don't like strawberry jam, windy doors, and men that can't walk straight, this will be too much for you. That's what you're doing for most of the start of the game, honestly. Following spilled ice cream, avoiding doors blowing off everywhere and falling over, and you begin to wonder what the big deal with Amnesia is. The game and the disorder, because, I mean, you only forget a few little things like your shopping list or your wife. But don't worry, because there's a very nice old fruitcake telling you all the backstory you need as you go through the game and your memories start coming back to you.
What did you call it?
The inner sanctum. My most precious chamber, Daniel.
And considering everything else you'll see in this castle, he really is the nicest man in the world that only wants to help you.
But like I always say about the nicest people, do you know what an anagram of nicest is? Incest. So...
And you'll quickly find out why. There's skulls in the cupboard, there's an electric hole, there's an invisible monster chasing you in the water, there's a dead body trampoline, there's a single beautiful
Birdcage
bunch of flowers
System
growing
says
in the
real.
middle of the torture chamber. The castle is growing skin, and there's a baby throwing up into the bumhole of a man. Speaking of bumholes, that's what's chasing you in this game. Walking, grunting bumholes. They waddle around looking for you in the darkest depths of the castle, forever wondering how different things would be if they didn't go for that lockjaw surgery. And this thing? This thing is like if Disney did a live-action remake of Pac-Man. So obviously you don't want to be face-to-face with these mangy old flaps because they look a little intimidating and they'll kill you. That's another less important
Kurt Cobain
thing.
says
But
my
for
new
some
case
reason,
came
our
now. I
lead
won't be
man
staying
Daniel
myself
is
holding my
in
phone. That's EABARKBARK
about
Lana.
being able to defend himself. He
Kurt
can pick
Cobain
up
says
everything
asterisk
around him and
stabbing.
lob it around like an Australian, but it doesn't matter if you can lift a rock
Oh,
or
well,
a
yeah,
sack
new
or a
case.
book. It won't make a dent on anything around you aside from the environment for some really cool and clever puzzles. In its rawest form, this is a stealth game. The only way out of a sticky spot is to run or hide. And hiding won't save you forever, because in all of the best hiding
I don't know
places,
why I
even the
don't feel too
shirts in the
great
game,
right
you
now,
run,
chat.
you hide, you pray they don't spot you, and even better, while hoping they don't spot you,
I've got
you
no
can't even
clue.
look at the monster for too long, lest Daniel-san wets himself and starts losing his sanity. Essentially, Amnesia is a big smelly puss simulator. I know violence isn't always the answer, but he's clearly okay with cutting off limbs in his memories and even drilling holes into heads in the present day, so cut this beta shit out. If you can pick up moldy bread, you can hit these things with something. One thing you don't want to throw anything at, though, is this nice young man. This is Agrippa.
More like Agrippa my nads.
You should find everything you need in the laboratory.
Another important thing? Light. See, if you don't have enough oil in your lantern, or don't have any tinder boxes that you find scattered all over the place to light torches, lamps, and candles, you are stuck in the dark, which also ups the difficulty in a different way, by making you start hallucinating. Usually it's just cockroaches on the screen and on the floor, and yeah, whatever, I'll have cockroaches on my face, no sweat. At school they used to call me Jim Roach. But then it starts getting way more obstructive, like making you hear noises and voices from all angles around you to make you try and hide from something that isn't there, and eventually your vision will turn into how your eyes go after playing Guitar Hero. Movement and navigation gets trickier, and then you have to consider the light. You need light to stay sane, but then too much light not only drains your limited resources, but also makes you way easier to spot to the monsters. So you've got to balance light, hiding in the darkness, sanity, and not looking too long at the enemies, while trying to figure out where you're going, while trying to find hidden items, while trying to solve puzzles, while trying to be quick so that you conserve your light, but not too quick so that the sprinting alerts the enemies, while the deathly bellowing music screeches at you while you're being chased. And when all of the pieces fit together at the right time of night with the right pair of headphones, it's enough to make you... By the way, if light is so vital to my survival, why can't I
Birdcage
just pick
System
up
says
candles?
Amnesia
I'm more
is
than okay
genuinely
rubbing
pretty
against them, and
crazy.
that's fine, but leaving them here seems really
Yeah, it
stupid.
is pretty
You're
good.
not Daniel, you're Dumniel. But don't panic, everyone. It's okay. I've got a dead rabbit. In Amnesia, you'll be going everywhere. The library, the machine room, the prison, the sewers, the Morge Simpson. And like I've said already, there are puzzles too, which I not only really enjoyed figuring out, but also make a great bookend to the running and hiding and item finding you'll usually do beforehand. And I love it when my flow is even and stable. It's never as simple as just brute forcing your way through areas and avoiding getting caught. You have to be careful, otherwise— oh no! Oh, what is that? What is that? Don't come near me, you munter! I've got a chair! Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh no, it's the boy! Don't come any closer, I'm warning you, I have an apple! Alright, fine, we'll get McDonald's. Ah, get away from me, you minge! Get away! Oh, rug off! I don't like this. Oh, don't worry, everybody. It isn't real. I already did it earlier. Amnesia may be 13 years old now, but it has held up super well. Everything it does complements each other and blends into a gourmet sorbet, and I can totally see why at the time it went viral, and why for my YouTube feed back in the day, it kickstarted a new dawn of horror game playthroughs. It also has raw meat, but Agrippa doesn't need that.
Well, that was the start of the video, wasn't it? But to spoil the rest of it for a second, every other game I'm going to look at for this video will also be in first person, just like Amnesia. I think its influence had a chokehold on indie horror games for a good chunk of time. But surely, there was another viral horror game that wasn't in first person, right? Well, I don't know. Let's consult the... board. Tell me, spirits, is there another viral horror game that isn't in first person? Yes.
And that game was Yume Nikki, another viral sensation that was actually made in 2004, but I didn't see it get much attention until the same time around Amnesia came out. It's a top-down RPG maker game about a girl who doesn't want to go outside
Birdcage
and touch
System
grass, so
says
decides
yes.
to stay in and play Fortnite. Oh man, wait, we actually get to play this? I didn't know that would happen. Go on then, let's have it off. Oh.
Oh, I just laid my monthly sponsorship egg. I wonder what's inside. Oh. It's empty.
Hello, I'm Spots! And the last time I
Birdcage
shouted at you with
system
blood
says
all
oh.
over me, it was when I was birthed by Caddy's stomach while talking about Genshin Impact. Well, the makers of that game are back with a space fantasy RPG called Honkai Star Rail. Honkai is what happens when I look too close inside a vacuum cleaner. And it's also a free-to-play turn-based space adventure where you explore different worlds in a semi-open universe as a trailblazer and search for treasure, solve puzzles, unravel many side stories, and get lost in the luscious animations and music, along with it being super easy to pick up and play like a baby. Oh. However, it can get very tactical with everything around you becoming part of the battles, like the environment and character positioning. It's extremely good fun and more than just waiting around for health bars to drop. But don't take my word for it, the game got 80 million downloads in the first 6 months, which is at least more than 9 a day. The game is available now on PS5 with data sync across PC and mobile phones. So jump on in and experience the version 1.4 update where you'll find 2 new maps in the planet Bellabog and witness the comeback of Seal, my favorite Seal. Not to mention, you'll even get 10 free Star Rail special passes for logging into the game for 7 days, which you can then use to try and draw for the 2 new limited time 5-star heroes, Jingliu and Topaz.
Birdcage system says what?
Nummy, which is exactly
Character
like my
positioning
hand
and
after I
environment
slept on it.
has
Use the link
nothing
in the
to do with
description below
combat
to
in
get the
Honkai.
game now and experience all of the unique 20+ characters on their space quest, and use the redemption codes below to redeem 50 Stellar Jades. Because why just have 1 Stellar
Yes,
Jade
it
when you can
does,
have 50?
but that's a marketing line because it's the status
It's cold out
effect
here. I want to go back in the egg. Where's my
that pop
mum
up
chicken?
in
I'm
environments.
not sure, Spods. Maybe she'll be in Hume Nikki. Let's find out. In this game, you go to bed and end up in your own dream
And
world
also,
where you have
yes,
to collect
character
random objects hidden
positioning.
behind every dream door and then
In
equip
Star
them to
Rail,
use a
you can
toilet.
order them and it affects speed.
This isn't a traditional game. In any sense. There's no real goal, rhyme, or reason to what's going on or why things happen the way they do. It's more of a trippy sightseeing tour that you need to find the entrances to. And I know that doesn't sound too interesting,
it's like,
but let me tell you, the
Birdcage system says it's been a while since I played.
Like, have you played Star Rail though? It's been pretty much the same.
You wouldn't think they would get as much mileage as they do with the pixel art graphics, but trust me, they do. Some of the things you encounter and the backgrounds you find are some of the most twisted, freakish things I've ever seen in a game. It can be slow and a little boring to explore the empty spaces, solve the mazes, and find these things, believe me, I know. But I would say it's
Birdcage
worth sticking
system
through
says
to see
yeah.
what might happen
I just
next.
have
Oh
likely
no,
forgotten
I'm in a
things on
cavity.
account of
How
my
do I
memory
get out of
problems.
this warm situation? Are you telling me I can walk through a cavity as a Flintstone? Are you telling me I
You're
can
not gonna
walk through a
believe this, but I
cavity as a
also have
severed
memory
head?
problems.
Are you telling me I can walk through a cavity as a lamp? Yes, you can. It's your life, kid. Stay in bed, skip school, wear sandals, eat a crisp. Go nuts. This is where the horror, if you want to call it that, comes in with Yume Nikki. It's not about tension or danger or scary punishments for not
It's Cinnamon
being
Toast
dark.
Crunch,
It's
I
entirely
forgot.
down to its thick, dripping, sloppy atmosphere and how far you're willing to push yourself into uncomfortable territory to see something deformed and frightening. Like walking into a Walmart. And the music in particular does its part way too well, despite it not matching the mood of the game at all. It's surprisingly funky and jazzy, and yet somehow it works so well. Every track in this game slaps. Just listen to this. Then you're suddenly running away from a chicken woman. Then you're suddenly lost in
Birdcage system says I'm not saying you don't. It kinda comes hand in hand with the whole dissociative disorder.
Hey Marky, why did you and your girlfriend split up?
No,
Because
I
she wouldn't
wasn't-
give me head.
I was making a joke.
You want my advice though? Get the bicycle as soon as humanly possible. I don't remember where I got it from, you figure it out. But it makes getting around some of the more empty and open areas much less of a chore. Plus, you
For
don't
that
need to listen
exact
to the
reason,
lady's
I was making a
footsteps
joke.
ruining the mood. Nah, using the bike
Like,
makes it
wow,
all
you're not
10
gonna
times
believe
better.
this, but I've also got memory problems like that. Yeah, you know.
How did they record the sounds that come out of my parents' room?
Hey, look at this. I have a kniff. Wouldn't it be funny if I went up to one of these things and stabbed it? Wouldn't that be so effing effed up? Okay, I didn't expect that to happen. I was joking. I only thought you could— Oh my god, it's another human! Hello, dream friend. You have a lovely room here, and I just so happen to be taking everything that doesn't belong to me, so I hope you don't mind if I mooch around and— Ah, what are you?
Birdcage system says
What
oh that
is
was
you?
effed up.
What is it? What? Oh Christ, I can't get out now. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I could stab him with the knife. I'll teach him.
Oh. You made Nikki as one of the most unique experiences I've ever had. Not an absolute favorite of mine. I personally can't be okay with the amount of times you have to wonk yourself left and right through laughably thin diagonal passages in a game with only 4 direction buttons, but I can definitely see the cult appeal it's garnered. It might have been viral for only a blip, and yes, it's not the kind of game you play if you want to go... But you know what? It's an unforgettable ride. It's very creative, the music rocks, it's somehow relaxing yet unnerving at the same time. It was made by one guy, it's nearly 20 years old, and it's free on Steam. What else do you want it to do? If you wanted it to do anything else, I'm sure it could warm up your Halloween ham.
Rock-a-bye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows the crib. When the bough breaks, the baby will fall.
Birdcage System says oh shit it's free. That's cool.
And everything. Can you believe it, different race, baby? Who could that be at the door?
Hello, Caddy.
Oh, of course. Look, everybody, it's Samuel Locomotive Jackson.
I just came off the set of the latest Nick Steamy movie to tell you about another scary game all about some stairs.
Samuel, that doesn't sound very scary at all.
It is to me. I can't get up them.
All right, I'll download it.
Bye! Next up is another viral hit from back in the day, SCP-087. If I'm not mistaken, the first ever video game based off of the fictional online wiki series, the SCP Foundation. And that's all very nice, but where the hell did I put this program on my desktop? Oh, yeah, there it is. I forgot that I keep it next to Funny Stinky Monkey Challenge game. SCP-087, according to the SCP Wiki, is a seemingly endless staircase in pitch blackness in a small building in the middle of nowhere that might have someone or something living in it, and nobody ever comes out once they go down it. Sign me up! A simple premise and an extremely simple execution. You are a poor, unfortunate test subject being sent down the potentially bottomless darkness of SCP-087, and all you can do at the threat of gunpoint behind you is keep walking down and report what's happening, or, if possible, find out where the bottom is. And look, I know, stairs are only scary if you see Prince Andrew walking up them, but don't let the simplistic nature fool you. There is evil in these stairs, and it will mess with you throughout the entire game, throwing hallucinations at you that might be glitches in the game or actual danger, distracting you with sounds of crying and footsteps that aren't your own, and forcing you to keep on trucking forward as the floor numbers get bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, alright, I think I'm gonna go back up. Oh, wait a second. Oh dear, I can't. I'm on a Segway, I suppose, then I have no choice but to keep going down. But you can't stop me from having fun while doing it. Whee! Whee! Hang on, maybe I'm not on a Segway. This is a pogo stick. Why do I have the ability to jump this high when there's nothing to jump on? I don't know, gonna get on the railing? Yes! Yes! I can! Right, now I'm gonna slip myself down the center of the stairs and hit the bottom in seconds flat. Oh, wait. I had pie. So over the years, I've heard a few people complain about this game being boring, and I think I get why. It's extremely accurate to the source material, and it's injecting me directly with anxiety like nothing else. But after a while, nothing happens for so long that you start wondering what the point is. A game like this needs a delicate balance, because if you don't have that balance, then that can make the difference between a tan and a hate crime. Come on, I'm in the 50 floors now. I've gone down over 100 sets of stairs, and still nothing is going on. You know, I love going downstairs backwards. The best thing about this game, though, before it even starts, in the settings menu, for some reason in the control screen, there are 3 fire buttons. Why? All you do is walk and look around. I would love to go mental with a Glock down here. I think that would solve all our problems. Then they made another SCP-087 game, but this time it was in a corridor. Let's be real though, corridors are even less scary than stairs. You aren't going to wake up in the middle of the night and see a corridor creep into your room.
Excuse me, do you have any fish oil tablets? Oh, what a lovely surprise. Look everyone, It's my uncle, arthritis. Don't mind me, I'm not staying long. I just wanted to raise awareness of my condition and show you a game that they made all about people like me. Ha! Isn't charity wonderful? I'm gonna download it right now. I thought you weren't staying long. I'm trying to leave. Oh, sorry. Wait, you weren't even gonna say goodbye? Ah, yes, where are my manners?
Yeah, no, me right. This is how it feels.
See you later.
Birdcage System says my joints F up.
SCP-173 is a sculpture that is completely unable to move while another living thing keeps eye contact with it. But if you so much as look away for a millisecond or even blink, it uses those small frames of darkness to move closer and closer to you until it can grab your neck and give you a great massage. 8 out of 10. Service was great, but now I'm dead. This creature is the main antagonist and subject behind the exceedingly popular SCP Containment Breach from 2012, made by the same person behind the stairwell and the corridor, and it went beyond viral even for the time. The success of it went so far past what the creator expected that they were able to keep updating it for years after it first came out, adding more items to it, more monsters chasing you around, more obstacles to get around, and now we're at a point where the original first draft of the game that initially went viral is still out there to download. But I want to see more stuff, Daddy. So off I go into the latest available version, and good lording, Christing, godding bloody, they have added so many more things to it that to me, the game is nearly unrecognizable aside from the intro sequence, the main menu, and a couple of rooms that I remember all too well from the early viral YouTube days. The story here is that my name is Bint, and you're a poor old sod being forced to go and clean SCP-173's chamber from all of the body liquid and the bottom liquid, and while you're in the room with 2 other people taking it in turns to blink, the door gets stuck, the lights go out, and Okay, so that was my name's fault. I am now rum and coke. So now this thing is out, and it's not only after you, but after everybody else in the facility, including security detail that were keeping locked up other various SCP monsters with their own unique quirks and methods of hating you or killing you, or both often at the same time. And to make it all even worse, today was pizza day. Ooh, ugly. I bet you eat pineapple, don't you? Oh, and by the way, you also have a blink meter. Yes, you have to blink in this game, so you need to manage your blink timing with the spacebar, or just forget about it and let it happen naturally so that... Containment Breach is very similar to Amnesia, but with way more aggressive monsters, even more obtuse solutions to some of the puzzles, and a much more open world design, to the point of you not knowing if you're heading in the right direction to get out or not until you realize you don't have the equipment you need yet. And I know that sounds annoying, but you're so distracted by every other thing in the building coming after you that it honestly doesn't matter. You'll be close to figuring out what you need to do, got your inventory cleaned up, got the right keycard created, remember the route back you need to take, and then, oh no, it's the Spees, it's the Spees. Where do I even begin? Okay, right, so there's 173, of course, the main threat that follows you more or less everywhere throughout the game. Then there's 106, the old man that materializes slowly from the floor, walks through walls, and then kidnaps you to a pocket dimension where the only way out is to solve his labyrinth. Then there's 096, the total opposite of 173, where if you look at him for too long, he will lose his shit and then hunt you down in seconds. There's 049, who wants to kill you with his touch and then zombify you as bait for the other security guards. There's a chair in the break room that I jumped on top of and got stuck on, and I couldn't get away from it until I quit the game and reset it. There's 012, which plays a song so intoxicatingly alluring that you can barely keep from walking away from it. There's 966, who are near invisible skinny coat hangers that wait for their moment to silently take you down. There's 939, who are pack-based predators that mimic the sounds of other humans in the game to lure you towards them and then attack you. And my favorite, 714, a green ring that makes you tired. Why is this here? But all of those that I mentioned aren't even the half of it.
What makes it worse for me is that this game makes me panic like nothing else, and I'm not a keyboard and mouse guy, so when I panic, I forget what my fingers do, and then I end up just, you know, I can't, I try, but I can't figure, I can't, I do, but I just don't like it, okay?
And that makes moments like this really shit me up, because I'm always expecting death around every... Don't worry, everyone. It's just my hazmat suit that I put there myself. Okay, so I flipped the power on, I've redirected it to the elevators. Okay, so I'm gonna head over to them now and... Nah, no way. You walk out of elevators like that too? I thought I was the only one.
Are you looking for hot Russian singles in your area?
Containment Breach, especially for a free game, is top tier for first-person horror. Give it a look whenever you can, but I will be honest here, I am convinced that on more than one occasion, 173 cheated me. I snapped my neck so many times to this nubby bastard with an egg box for a face, and most of the time, I don't think I did anything wrong. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, man, leave me alone. Why did that count? How is it fair that I walk into a room and die instantly? What's next? That I take a look over here and...
Phew. Well, at least I'm safe down here. And even better, my arch nemesis, Wayne Knight, won't ever find me. Oh, no! You know, I think I'm done with scary games for the rest of my life. I'm only gonna play nice things from now on. Aren't I, Sonic.jpg? Well, I guess I'm trapped here now, cursed to play scary games forever and not anything else. Isn't that convenient for the video? So in that case, might as well move on to the next thing.
Imscarad. In this game, you walk around a world that's absolutely terrifying because it looks all old graphics. You look for keys to open doors and eventually notice that some very strange things are happening, and you aren't sure why that is or what's going on until you notice this broken meringue. Then you pick up a heart on the floor that somehow looks like that, and then suddenly...
I think my heart just stopped.
After that first major jump, though, the game actually crashes back to your desktop, and only then does it start becoming something truly special. You see, every time you open the actual application and then get to a certain point in the game, it will eventually close itself, and then you'll find the entity within the game has actually added files to your computer and is communicating with you outside the game. Images, text files... That's it. And that would already be a little bit freaky, but then within the text files and images are even more information about the story of the game and even solutions to puzzles, which then after you load the game back up again, will then start in a totally different location, only if you've read all of this stuff beforehand, and then it will ask you to solve the puzzle regarding the text file that you just opened. By the way, that entity is called Whiteface, and I suppose after all these years, we had it coming. I don't think that I'm scared as a video game is anything that horrifying, but the way it talks to you outside of itself and essentially hijacks your PC with a virus that needs to be worked with in order to keep it going makes it one of the coolest damn games I think I've ever played. And the chasing around gameplay is just a bonus as you try and avoid this lad telling you why the best movie ever made is White Chicks. As an entire experience, if the creator wanted to make a game that actually felt haunted and that you personally shouldn't keep playing or else Benjamin will come after you, then it's as close to perfect as it needs to be. You aren't reading a ghost story about a game, you are the ghost story. You are living it as you play it. And I'm not easily spooked, but this game gave me the biggest scare of all the games in this video by having the game crash and actually have Google Chrome already open looking at a web page of Whiteface, and while I was taking a quick break to admire how clever that was, the game decided to... Cardiac arrest. So after a few minutes of jump scares, crashing, closing and reopening, making files on your desktop, shitting in your shoes, opening web browsers and screaming at you, starting up by itself and Whiteface showing you his latest minstrel show, the ghost eventually makes you hang yourself, the game crashes, and it never starts up again. We did it, everyone. We killed PC gaming. In conclusion, I'm Scared is a game about a man with heavy shoes.
Heavy shoes.
Here we go! This game was
everywhere. You could not escape it, and now I'm bringing it back again because I hate you. Slender came out in 2012 and is based on the infamous Something Awful forum fictional monster Slenderman, a gangly, long-limbed creature with tentacles, no face, a dapper suit, and a nasty habit of teleporting around and stalking, then kidnapping children to take them back to his private island. I have no idea, and you are in a forest because I have no idea, and you need to collect 8 pages scattered around the forest because Slenderman wrote down all of his passwords for his 4chan and Ashley Madison account. Rookie error, man. As you start finding more and more pages, Slenderman becomes incrementally more aggressive with stalking and chasing you, and as soon as you find the first page, he even begins banging a drum to let you know he's on the pull. Look, I really don't know the point to any of this. I don't know why we're here, what we're doing this for, why the pages are important, and why Slenderman gets increasingly more upset with you for taking them. You just have to accept it. As much as you have to accept that the game itself isn't that goo. With a silent D. You just walk forward, pray that the pages have spawned in locations you can easily find, turn around whenever you see Slend, and then whenever the screen goes a bit staticky, that means Slenderman is close by, so just keep moving in another direction. Follow these steps, and eventually you'll just win. It's only a matter of time. Sorry, I mean it's only a matter of patience, because this is the slowest piece of dump I've ever seen rolling down a hill, and I see them a lot. I work at the slow rolling dump factory. There is absolutely no reason why you should move this slow. My grandma moves quicker than this, and she's dead. What makes it worse, though, is sprinting, because you do go a little bit faster, but because of some terrible motor development skills in childhood, your man can't move faster while holding his only source of light in front of him. And that light doesn't affect the game in any way. It just makes you able to, you know, see. Do you want to walk slowly into something or sprint slowly into nothing? This game has so many choices. There's at least 3. The pages aren't even that hard to find anyway, because they all spawn in specific landmarks that we all recognize from our local forests, like the popular forest shower rooms with no toilets and a sad chair, or the popular forest gas canisters, or the popular singular wiggling tree, or the popular forest tubes with nothing in them, or the popular giant rusty forest cylinders, or my favorite, the world famous landmark of the perfectly aligned identical rows of giant sausages. And by the way, for such an abhorrent psychological stalking kidnapping menace, Slend doesn't ever show up. Instead of playing the game itself, I preferred to play Find the Thing the Game is Named After, because that in itself is much harder than actually finding the 8 pages. Whenever static begins happening, I deliberately looked around and he just isn't there. And whenever I turned a corner after grabbing 6 pages, which is when he's supposed to be popping up all over the place, he's never there. Follows? Does he? That's news to me. Always watches? No eyes? Actually, that adds up. I can't find him because he has no eyes to see where the hell he's going. Help me? From what? Even if he does catch you, he just looks at you and the game ends. Leave me alone? Well, yeah, you don't have to worry about that. He left me alone hours ago. I wonder if there's a page that describes exactly how I'm feeling right now. Oh, here it is. No, 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 no. Oh, God, go! Move it, Grampy! Why are you so slow, you corpse? And why do you deliberately blind yourself every time you move a little bit faster? In fact, how are you even sliding along so smoothly? Are you a pensioner that got lost at 10 p.m. on his way to the co-op? You know what? I'm going to keep tapping shift to sprint a little bit while also keeping my torch halfway up the screen to see. It's the best I can... Ow. I can't even look at this like, oh, well, Slenderman looks a lot like the tree, so your mind plays tricks on you, because you look at this and tell me that you would confuse it with a tree. He doesn't even look disturbing on his own. That's not an interdimensional stalker. It's a guy who missed the bus and is watching it leave. And when you eventually do see him, he doesn't do anything scary either. He just stands there and does nothing like a child at Disneyland too nervous to say hello to Goofy. And by the way, for a free game and being made by one person, everything else in this game looks alright. So why is it that the main threat that the game is named after the worst looking part of it? Why is he like this?
Mom, I shitted the bed.
Oh, and on my first attempt at finishing the game, do you want to see how I died? Everything was cool, no static, no following around, no nothing. I grabbed a page and then...
Yeah, that was fair, wasn't it? Now you start from the beginning and very slowly slide around looking for pages all over again. And then on my second attempt, the exact same thing happened.
He just looks at you. I found this scary 10 years ago.
You know what, though? I shouldn't laugh, because whenever you chuckle, it makes you a cuckle. And trust me, you don't want to be cucked by Slendy.
Man, this was the first proper slump of the video. It really knocked the wind out of my wind. Please, can somebody walk through that door and give me something to... Oh, look, everyone. It's my good friend, the bouncy castle. He's a very old castle that's been around for years. He was built in 1986. Oh, bouncy castle, I can always count on you for good video game recommendations. That was my foot. Thank you so much, bouncy castle. I'm sure that I'll enjoy Slender the Arrival. Well, in the last game, he didn't arrive at all, so I'm excited.
The story here is that after an area hiker failed to report back into park staff, Slender the Arrival is basically the original Slender again, from the same people actually, but now with a budget, which means better
Birdcage
controls,
System
better
says bouncy
presentation,
castle
an
best
actual
Cadicrus
story,
character.
different scenarios and things to avoid, and a proper beginning and ending with set pieces. And you can tell those higher production values from the very start. You can now sprint while holding your torch up. And for a small team of indie devs back in 2013, the game does look really good. I'm not sure about your man's stance while walking around with his camera glued onto his face for no reason, but it's okay, it's okay. It's automatically better just from, ooh, oh, no, there he is, the man himself. Slender the Leaving. This is nowhere near as slow as the original game, good god. But this is where I will actually praise the original over this version. Yes, it's stupid and cheap that I died twice because the game just decided I lost, but at the very least, there was tension in the fact that the game could just randomly be over. But here, that never happens, and Slend is even less threatening than he ever was before. He's a little more aggressive with his teleporting around, but all you do whenever you see him is walk the opposite direction every single time, and you will never get caught. Slenderman is now the meth addict that you avoid by crossing the street. He isn't even remotely unsettling. It's like you're riding a skateboard and he's a curb. You see him, you go around him. You see him, you go the other way. You see him, you go the other way. He's a long, gangly pothole, and I'm getting sick of looking at all these pages. What is it about them, and why do you get so livid when people take them? Are you a novelist? Did you lose the only draft copy of your latest book, I Have No Eyes, but Why Can't I Get a Service Dog? Luckily though, Slendy isn't the only thing to run away from like a little bitch. There's also
Birdcage System says Slenderman works
child
best
that
as a
can't do
secondary
makeup.
threat from my experience.
Don't worry though, because as the game says, you can focus your torchlight to blind them. Don't worry though, because as the
As
game
an
says,
Everyman
I'm a
Hybrid
smelly
fan, I
old
approve
liar.
this
Don't get me wrong,
message.
it's still spooky though, because in this part you have to deal with the Asbo child and Slenderman at the same time. But even though that is true, he comes out so infrequently that he might as well deliver your presents. Don't you love it when you come in from the cold and your house is more
Birdcage
rumbly than
System
the
says
wind?
love
Later on,
EMH.
You move on from a delinquent child and end up running away from Boney M. Oh look, Slendy's also there. Better turn around and go the other way because otherwise... Oh right, I'm dead now. Well, at least I know what I did wrong. And I will learn from my mistakes that I made. There's a bit here when you're in a storage tunnel under a farm and there's things in it, but none of them do anything to you. They just appear, so... yay. Look, I know it must seem like I'm skimming over a lot, but I promise you I'm not, because most of the time it's just an expanded version of what we had before. You collect pages here, then you turn on generators here, then you close windows here until you get vacuumed out of the bedroom. Just because it looks a lot better doesn't make it any more engaging for me. And again, Slendy Tubbies doesn't do anything scary or even appear that much to mean anything. Even the trees pop up more than he does.
You're doing great.
Yes, mother.
At least I can praise the game for teaching environmentally conscious practices like conserving power. Even when our main character gets knocked unconscious and dragged to a totally different location by an extraterrestrial beast, he still remembered to stop recording and turn his camera off, ready to carry on the next morning. Oh Jesus, the forest is on fire! The forest is on fire. How do I get out? I can't see anything. Not now, Slend! I'm trying to get out of a burning forest. I don't have time to wonder how you dress yourself so well without being able to see the wardrobe. Oh, there he is. Can't go that way now, but don't worry. Just like every other encounter, you turn around, wait a second or two, and then go back where you were before. Slenderman is a scrawny barrier that always stands in the way of exactly where you need to go, and all you need to do is despawn him so you can finally cross. Oh, leave me alone, you inconvenient egg! In fact, and this is not a joke, the scariest part of the game for me was when I looked on this shed and saw that Oakside Park had 3 canoes available for rental. Nothing else like this happened at any other point in the game, and I have no idea what triggered it. I guess because they look so similar, Slenderman's wife cheated on him with a canoe. Then after that, the second scariest bit of the game was when I picked up this note, and I was convinced for a second the game was reading my mind. You know something? I'm curious. Do you think if Slenderman ate too many donuts, then you'd have to call him Portly Man? When a stroke from boredom strikes, the damage spreads like a fire in the brain. When you spot any one of these signs, think and act fast. Face. Is their face falling asleep? Arse. Are they scratching it? Sitting. Are they doing that? Time. If you think that you see any of these symptoms, it's time to close the game and play something else. Outlast contains intense violence, gore, graphic content, and strong language. Please enjoy.
I like you.
Here it is. The face that launched 1,000 2013 clickbaits. You are miles per hour, and you are a rough and tough alpha Chad journalist getting down and dirty with the inside scoop right from the source, with your latest report taking you to an asylum called Mount Massive, or as you could also call it, Lump Large. And once inside, you have to uncover the cruelty unleashed on the patients, expose the inhumane practices of the doctors and scientists, and avoid contamination by washing your hands before you can have your large willy meal with a Diet Coke. The game is kind of the same as the others. No way to attack, running around in first person looking for items, conserving your light source, hiding from enemies, but this time you can lean. And to give it credit, it might still be a little silly that Miles is walking around with a camera up to his eye like in Slender the Arrival, but at least there's a better purpose for it. Not only is he recording and documenting all of the horrors within the asylum, but he also uses the night vision mode in the camera to see in the dark, which you will need to use a lot because holy shit, this is a dark game. In Outlast, if you run out of night vision batteries, that's it. Enjoy the sensation of closing your eyes, but without the pesky step of closing them. But don't fret, there's batteries all over the damn hospital that just so happen to fit your camcorder's hole, and you'll need to look around for as many as you can because these batteries drain faster than me with cola! Drink it!
Oh Christ, okay! Oh God, I can't do that. I wanted to do that. I can't do...
I would love it though if a battery company actually sponsored this game, because what better advertising could they need than Duracell? They'll go for 10 minutes, probably. Shortly after the game starts and you get used to being the world's first parkour news reporter, you then get to a part in the game where they outright tell you to hide. So right, this is where the game actually begins. And shortly after avoiding the first big boy, you're then thrown into your first encounter room, which is where you notice how every sub-room has a table that you can run around, and there lies every problem I have with this game. The second you realize how every set piece and encounter room is designed with loops in nearly every room, aside from a couple of dead ends, the game quickly stops becoming about crawling around and hiding, and more about running laps around these mingers while they follow you around wherever you decided to get behind. I find Outlast to be one of the least scary horror games for that exact reason. Does that make Outlast bad? Not at all. I think it's great fun. It's a good old blood-pumping, jumpy, runny... No, but I treat it more like Mirror's Edge than Amnesia, which I don't think they were trying to go for, considering, you know, soup. Sorry, mate, give me a second. I've got to put more batteries in. There we go. Not to mention, once you start getting chased around by the Johnson twins and then find out that this hulking man Goomba is called Chris Walker, a lot of the horror loses its gusto. This wretched brute is called Chris Walker. Would you be scared if you were chased by a monster called Tony Smith? And as for the prawn twins over here, one looks like a spud and the other looks like a coconut with hair. The only time I think the game figured out to go full on with the tongue-in-cheek nature of what's actually happening around you was when you run into Dr. Roast Beef, who greets you by offering you to leave while you're tied to a chair and then cuts your fingers off. And the jump scares are so frequent and over the top that they become more like shots of adrenaline to keep you playing the game rather than make you turn it off from being a piss baby. And some of them are so predictable it actually physically hurts me. Ow. I was physically hurt. To its credit though, when it does catch you off guard, it really catches you off guard. Okay, bye. I'll tell you what it is. The game feels very mechanical. It feels exploitable in a way that Amnesia or SCP Containment Breach don't feel.
Oh, I see you. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you. Oh, shit, where'd you go? You disappeared. Oh, well, I'm gonna go bowling.
Sure, the run-around looping strategy doesn't work all the time, and you'll take a few hits or slices or maybe even a bum, but you will always get out without dying, and that does make it fun, but to me, not very scary. Look, mate, if you're gonna die, at least don't die hanging on top of a half-open door. By the way, what point is Miles trying to prove by staying here? He's there to find out if anything bad is happening, he sees it within the first 5 minutes, catches it on camera, and then doesn't go home. Is an impaled security guard not enough for your BBC investigates? You don't need any more than this, just make like a leaf and go away like a leaf. The footage won't be usable anyway, not with all the times you shove the mic all the way up your nose.
Maybe if I sniff more, they won't see me.
And I bet you're all wondering, what is actually going on inside this guy's head while he's having his fingers removed and injected with hallucinogens? How to make Traeger juice. Step 1. Squeeze.
Radio. So good, it's gravy.
And then there's the story, which... look, I really like the twisted experiments angle with this asylum cult that formed out of nowhere. I like cult stuff, it's creepy. Casual Cultist, Fall to Winter 2023. Get your catalog today. You don't want to be this guy, do you? Don't get left behind. Stay on trend with our brand new puffy jacket. But along this half of the story is another half about a paranormal ghost creature that invisibly kills people. And I know that it is linked into the cult, but it just doesn't fit with, well, that. It's like two different stories are flipping back and forth between each other whenever it suits it. One second it's graphic body horror in a grounded and grimy, dilapidated asylum, and the next second it's ruh-roh raggy. And that leads to the final portions of the game and then the ending, which, man, nah, I don't like it. It makes me want to crap my own arm out.
I've changed my mind, I don't want this.
By the way, this supernatural entity causing godlike destruction, it's called the Wall Rider. That's not a demon, it's a Tony Hawk trick. I will say though, if I were to ever lose my head, I would sit exactly like this.
Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ooh-ee, ooh-ee-ah. Video games are fun, aren't they? Uh-oh, I forgot. I have a family. How are you doing, kids? That's weird. They sound a lot thinner than usual. Are they stiff? Should I call someone? I should call someone.
Daddy, turn on the heating! I'm cold to the bone!
My boy!
Five Nights at Freddy's. I haven't heard of this one. Yes, it has all led up to this, hasn't it? You all saw it coming. The single most viral game, not just of this video, but probably ever, which just so happened to be a horror game from 2014. It's the one with that meme in it. You know the one, that meme.
On 3, 1, 2... Was that the bike of 87?
FNAF came about from a guy who repurposed another game he made that was supposed to be for children but ended up being more suitable for adults, so then he flipped it on its head to make it a game that was supposed to be for adults but ended up being more suitable for children. One of the most unique and brilliant concepts ever. You are a security guard looking after a family fast food restaurant where the animatronic characters have gone wrong and they're out to rip off your breeds.
Hello?
You all know about it, so it's redundant me going into any more depth about it. But all I will say is this. Without question, This is the scariest game in this video so far, because this was the first thing I saw on the Steam page. Then it got even scarier when I started the game, because while worrying about all of the animatronics tearing my head off, the screen itself was already tearing its own head off, so I had to quit and then force VSync on every FNAF game I downloaded. You are the security guard of a family fast food party restaurant, just like Chuck E. Cheese, but this one is called Freddy Fazbear's Piece of Shit. You're on the night shift from midnight to 6 a.m. for 5 nights straight, and luckily for you, during those exact hours, the animatronics have the zoomies, but with more teeth. And by the way, you can't move. All you can do to keep yourself safe is check the security cameras all around the restaurant to keep track of their positions, turn on side lights to see if Peter Rabbit is hanging out there, or shut the doors to stop them from coming in if he is. So why don't you just keep the doors closed forever? Because Freddy Fazbear is the chairman of Just Stop Oil, and he doesn't want you wasting all your power. You need to balance and prioritize everything you do to manage your power consumption while keeping yourself alive. But if you don't use enough power to keep your eye on things, then your punishment is... The same applies if you use too much power as well, except the difference is that Frederick Bear flashes you. That feels good. Here's the thing about this game, though. I don't get it. Like, I don't dislike it, but this was it? Really? This is the game that took 2014 YouTube G words off to the moon in views? I will admit, I love the concept and the simplicity of the execution, along with the designs of the animatronics themselves. They aren't horrifying, but they are very uncanny. At least they aren't a bag of crisps in a tie. But actually sitting down and playing FNAF honestly makes me feel like I'm working, which I know is what you're doing, but all it boils down to is quickly switching through the cameras, putting them down, checking the lights, closing or opening the doors if you need to, and then repeating the cycle. Am I missing anything here? I got into a cashier's trance playing this game because it's just you repeating the same menial, asinine task in a specific order and doing it slightly quicker on the next night. Five Nights at Freddy's is like working at a cash register until your boss yells at you in a fursuit. The jumps did startle me, I won't lie, but, like, that's all it is. I get startled every time my granddad falls out the window, but you just carry on with your day. It was a surprise. It's not terror to your absolute core. I feel absolutely no tension playing this. It's too repetitious and daydreamy for me to fully get into it. And all of this is for a paycheck of 120 smacking lips. Is your poor man really that desperate for money? He doesn't need to go through this. I want to help him. Five Nights at Freddy's security. My guy. How can I get you alone? Why can't we move? Why do we come back for more after night one? Why can't we save power by turning this fan off? Why are there huge heavy metal doors in my room that stop all 4 members of E17 from getting in, but nothing similar built into their room to stop them from getting out? Why are the animatronics better security for the building than I am? Why don't we bring a torch with us? Why don't we have a candle? And why does Chica always look like... So the game spread like bird flu. It was everywhere. It was unavoidable. And just like bird flu, they made a sequel. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, Pig in the City, came out 3 months after the original. That sounds promising, doesn't it? And when you play it, you can understand how. FNAF 2, in many ways, is just FNAF 1 again, but with 10 times more shit to worry about. I don't like calling them FNAF. I'm gonna call them FANF. You're still stuck in the middle of a building and you're still checking cameras, but now there's 3 times the threats coming after you at different times.
Pokemon community game streamer out there?
Work with 3 times the amount of things you need to interact
I
with
just
on
let you
your
guys
mouse, and
play.
3 times the amount of times you'll end up dead because of it.
Cool.
On night 3, I got less than 45 seconds in and I lost. The dude on the phone hadn't even finished speaking to me.
You're
and
the
it was
best one
over.
I
And that's if you
watch,
don't keep on
really?
slipping up with your mouse. I can't
Birdcage
count the amount
System
of
says
times
you're
I
the best
walked
one I
out the
watch.
security cameras and put on my
Birdcage
Freddy mask
System
immediately
says
to fool
only one
whoever
I
was in
watch.
the room with me, but then buggering up the mouse movement to do that. You've got to go down to the bottom of the screen and then
No
up
other
again and
streamer
then down
you
to
look
another
at
bit. It's just silly.
has,
There's not enough actual
Pokemon
button
community
presses
game
for
in
the
it?
insane amount of new actions to perform here. Everything is done with the mouse, except the flashlight, which... good evening. So yeah, you'll be looking around your room to check there's no one nearby, and then sliding the mouse to the bottom right to open the cameras, and then sliding the mouse over to each camera to check them, then sliding over to the new music box that needs to be kept wound up or else you lose your face.
Birdcage system says
back
no.
down to where it came from to put the cameras back down, then move the mouse back up over an arc to slide down to the other side of the screen to stick the Freddy mask on, all of which needs to be performed within less than a second to keep alive, especially in the later nights, while you're coping with all the same stuff you have to go through in the original FANF, including managing power, but now just at the flashlight, which is vital to see who is hiding where, but also scare away some of the animatronics before they come up in front of you, because now you have no doors anymore. Why can't we use more of the keyboard, Frank?
I can't keep up with this. I need to focus. Can somebody make me a flat white? Close enough.
I don't know how anyone can actually be scared of playing this when there's too much multitasking going on. I'm too distracted to worry about foxybingo.com, and I've got to use the flashlight, but only in bursts because the battery doesn't last long at all. So that means most of your game time is spent looking at the other end of your parents' camera when they've forgotten to turn the flash off. I eventually did beat the game. I wanted to see if I got anything out of the experience that other people do, but I just don't. FANF 2 as a whole package just makes me feel like the ultimate problem for me in FANF 2 is that I don't either find it scary or fun. It's a chore for me from start to end. There's too much going on, too many places to mess up with limited controls, too many flashes, you end up making $20 less than the first game, and Chica is now thick. Oh well, at least we have some cutscenes this time. That's always nice.
It's me, Mario. Let's go. Come on, children.
And then 4 months later, they made another. Why are there so many of them? And why did they come out so quick? It hasn't even been a year. What about my birthday?
So I didn't massively get the first game, but I still liked it enough. I didn't massively get the second game and didn't like it anywhere near as much. And the third game is now the one that I actively do not like whatsoever. I couldn't stand FANF 3. As a whole package, it just makes me feel like I think this game is outright bad. Yeah, I'll say it. I don't care. What's gonna happen? A load of kids gonna come after me? I could win a fight against a kid, no sweat. So it's mostly the same deal as the last two games. Security guard, super glued onto a chair, checking cameras, and stopping an old boiler from coming into your room. But it's a lot different. For starters, there's only one animatronic, Springtrap, and you don't have to worry about power levels or battery life anymore. But to compensate for that reasonable change, they decided to make everything else you need to survive completely random. The camera feeds that you need to see what's coming, the audio system that you need to lure things away from you, and the very oxygen that you breathe to exist can break down whenever it wants to. You're not in a building, you're in a PS3, and everything in the system crashing every so often isn't in and of itself a bad idea since you have unlimited power. They have to tip the scale somehow after all, but whenever you go over to the console needed to reboot the systems that fail, not only do they take 3 years to restart, but while they restart, you can't do anything else. Let's say your audio system breaks down, but your camera system and ventilation is fine. That doesn't matter. Once you start rebooting the audio system, you're stuck on this screen until it is done, meaning you can't go back and check the cameras or seal the vents shut to stop Springtrap from grabbing you, all because your giggling child button doesn't work. And if one system is rebooting and another one breaks during that, you can't start rebooting that one until the other one is already fixed, meaning double the time spent on the panel screen, meaning double the chances that Springtrap will kill you or flirt with you. What's he doing here? Ooh, hello, don't mind me. Then in later nights, everything starts breaking way more often, way too quickly, meaning you have to rely on complete system reboots more frequently, which takes even longer and will 70% of the time be an end to your game. Should you be able to leave this screen while things are restarting? Is my copy bugged?
Where
Because no
eventually,
matter what
like,
I
I'll
clicked
run
or
like
where
a
I moved
battle
the mouse,
tournament
I
with
couldn't
Pokemon
get out of
community
this screen,
game.
and I just don't understand the gameplay reason why it would work like this.
But
For my
Caddy,
community.
I hear me asking myself, There's only one
Probably with a
monster,
prize
so
at the
isn't
end.
it already easier?
I'm glad you asked me, and no, it isn't, because at other points, which again feels totally random, you'll see a hallucination from other games that are better, and Fanth3 gets so self-conscious about it that it decides to break nearly
Birdcage
everything
System
at
says
once,
that'd be
forcing
cool.
you into the same reboot panel again, and punishing you for not doing anything whatsoever. What are you, a nun? Most of Fanth3 is just you sitting back, powerless, unable to do anything, and just wishing really, really hard that Roger Rabbit doesn't show up. With Fanth 1 and 2, I didn't love them, but I at least finished all 5 nights. But here, I didn't pass night 3. I just could not be bothered and I could not care
Birdcage
anymore.
System says going on break. Be back in 15 minutes.
You hate going to see. You tell me that this game is good or scary. I dare you. You look me dead in the eye and... Oh wait, sorry, it's hanging out. Yeah, and you tell me this game is good or scary. It's neither. It's made for people that think Eclair stands for Electronic Claire.
At this point, I don't even give a shit about the lore, but I do have a theory that I haven't seen anyone mention on the internet before. I think they take place inside Big Ben.
Playing this game feels like being a child, pooing yourself, then your parents grabbing your head and rubbing your face in it. I'm not learning anything, I'm not having fun, and now I smell. All topped off in the end by a casual lean from Fruity Springtrap. And then they made a 4th one.
The next game we're looking at is a unique case, not only because it's a scary game to play, but also because it's scary in and of itself, since it doesn't technically exist anywhere, and today, you can't legally get it anymore. But don't worry, I do have it, because I'm great. And it is stored very securely on my original 10-year-old PS4 from 2013. Problem is, though, it's been so long, I don't have the power cable for it anymore. Can somebody...
Don't worry, Caddy. I'll help you out.
Oh, wow. Look, everybody. It's my best friend, Keith Cable.
I heard you're looking for a PS4 power cable, is that right?
Yes, Keith. I just don't know what I did with it. Last time I used it, I was using it to power my washing... What's it called?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm pretty sure I have one down in here somewhere. Wait me a second. Here you go, Sprout.
I've got a cable. I've got a cable. You don't have a cable. My cable's wet.
This is Put, the 2014 hour-long free demo downloadable for your PS4, and literally nothing else, before being removed by Konami entirely just 8 months later after falling out with the game's main director, Big Boss. It can't be searched, it can't be re-downloaded, and it can't even be pirated unless you count the many remakes in recent times. So I must stress, unless it's on some underground emulator that I couldn't find anything about out in time for this video, PT isn't on PC, it's on PS4. The only way you are playing this game is on a physical PS4 that just so happens to have PT downloaded onto it, and that alone is scarier than the game itself. Okay, I'll call it a draw. This game is scary, man, and I can't even explain exactly why it is. It's just one of the most chilling, tense, and disgusting experiences I've ever had. And I've tried to sleep with a woman. PT is a game about waking up on the floor. You see a door, walk through it, and essentially that's it. You are trapped in an endless loop of the same L-shaped corridor in a house, and it's left up to you to notice what changes, how the environment reacts to you performing certain actions, and hoping that the next loop advances the story along by you doing what you think was right. Oh yeah, and you've got to do all of this while being stalked and hunted down by that. This ghost is Pete, named after the game, and she isn't the most aggressive enemy we've seen in any of today's games so far, but is absolutely the creepiest. You know that feeling when you're in a dimly lit house on a rainy night and you always think that this time there'll be something around the corner? Well, she is that thing around the corner, that feeling manifested. She's always there, somewhere, and if you can't see her, you'll sure as hell hear her instead. But that's not all. You'll come across a multitude of nightmare gas, like this fetus keeling over and dying in a sink. It kinda looks like a donkey. Then there's this festering bloody fridge hanging from the ceiling, then there's picture frames with a million twitching eyes, and then there's a bag of shit that does nothing at first, but then eventually starts talking to you.
I could do nothing but walk.
Oh, the donkey baby also starts talking too, but we don't need to see any more of him.
The manager liked how she looked in a skirt.
What gets me, though, is how uncomfortably realistic the whole world is. It will age gradually worse as time passes, I'm sure, but for an original PS4 title 9 years ago, it does not screw around with how violently real everything feels, while at the same time not feeling real even slightly. And yeah, the game's puzzles have been criticized for being way too cryptic and a little bit, well, terrible. But what's great is that even if you have a walkthrough by your side, there's so many variables at work for which scares happen at what moments that you don't actually ruin the experience. It's always unpredictable and honestly hellish. You can even trigger new scares on repeat playthroughs that you missed before in case you really love wet pants. Ah, stop it. I don't like it when you do that, petite.
I can't handle this, man. It's so dark. I know she's there, but I don't know when she'll pop out. And the noises, please stop making the noises. Ooh, ah, I've got an idea. I'll cut my finger off so I can't press any buttons and then don't have to play anymore. Oh, well, that was easy. Now I can keep playing the game because the button for that finger isn't needed anyway.
Oh, and you know that scare? You know the one, the most famous scare in the whole game on all of those YouTube thumbnails? Well, sometimes it happens 15 minutes in. And other times, it doesn't happen at all. And then it does half an hour later. There's very little rules or concrete patterns to Pete, and you'll find that multiple walkthroughs will tell you different things. It's just that kind of game, and I'm loving it, like Donald's muck.
But the real tragedy of the whole thing is the fact that it was removed from retail, even though it was free, and will probably never be available in its original state ever again. Isn't that a PT?
Oh my god.
And even more depressing is that the lucky few who solved all of the puzzles that involved taking 10 steps forward and then speaking through a USB microphone to a baby, then revealed that PT actually stood for Playable Teaser for Silent Hill. Suck. But now PT is gone, the project was scrapped, it'll never happen, and we got a game about a mailman instead. All thanks to the publisher Konami, who did all of this because they made the very brave choice of deciding that they didn't have enough people hating them. Oh no, they're onto me. The Konami policeman. Altogether, this makes PT feel like an ARG creepypasta about a haunted game on a haunted PS4, but actually in real life. And now that I have it forever grafted onto my PS4 and I'm never going to delete it, you know, I could sell it, but no. This is my PT machine. I own a significant piece of modern gaming history here. It's a privilege I still have it, and I'm not giving that up to anybody.
Purchased a rifle used in the crime at a local gun store 2 days earlier.
Seeing as I only use this system to play this single game on it too, you could also say that makes this the single most expensive game that I own. But the funny thing is, no it isn't.
I don't like being American. Far too doughy. Oh god. Oh god. Is someone there? Ah, no! It's SCP-087! Help! He's going to kill me!
Subscribe. Stan?
Teeth are bones that live outside. It's a new year. For many, a new start. A time to reflect. A time for growth. A time of acceptance. And yet, for a select few people, some things never change. Oh, sorry. Are you the man from the skip? What are you doing? Oh, I see. Are you not going to jump out and break everything? You don't want to upset the neighbors? Okay, I'm going, I'm sorry. PlayStation 2, the best-selling suitcase of all time. It's hard to understate just how important this thing was when it came out, and even today, it deserves nothing but the highest dignity and respect for what it... It's hard to understate just how important this thing was when it came out, and even today, it deserves... It's hard to understate just how important this thing... And even today, it... Oh god, he got out. It's time. The house has been compromised. Arm the nukes. Thanks, mummy. And even today, it deserves nothing but the highest dignity and respect. And millions of people still remember and cherish it fondly. But... do they? Because despite selling over 155 million units, and most humans I've interacted with owning or at least playing a PlayStation 2 at some point in their lives, there's one element, one snippet of the PS2 history that often raises an eyebrow whenever I bring it up. The smaller PS2. The iToy was released in 2003 and is a camera accessory for the PS2 which projects your own self into the TV and finally allows you to stroke Sonic. And letting you touch animals with your dad in the background sitting in a chair wasn't the only thing the iToy could do. It was also made for you to play a handful of exclusive games all based around motion detection, color detection, and even sound detection. Wait, iToy? But I already have one of them. Even though Sega had technically come up with this idea 3 years prior with the Dreamcast Dream Eye, that idea went just about as far as the colon, meaning that iToy was the first commercial version of camera-based gesture controls in console video games, which would then get furthered along with the PlayStation 3's PlayStation Eye, which would eventually pave the way for touch-based game control with the PlayStation Finger. This camera was way before Kinect and a good few years before motion control fever hit the mainstream on Nintendo Wii, so why does iToy feel so forgotten? I don't know. This is the same camera that I've had since I was 9 years old when it first came out, and I absolutely loved it back then. In fact, while I was filming my Kinect video a few years ago, in many places I was convinced in my memory that the iToy actually worked better and more consistently than Kinect. But the problem there is, would you trust the memory of a person that whenever they hiccup, there's a 50% chance that they'll do a big shit? And that's why I wanted to revisit the iToy today, to see if it held up. And I figured the only fair way to do that was by buying the entire collection of every single iToy game that was ever released in every region. Can't get much more conclusive than that. And, in fact, I've gone so deep down the rabbit hole of trying to find every iToy exclusive game that I've even proven Wikipedia wrong, a website that has never been wrong a single time. It's not 25, it's actually 28. And no, I'm not going to update the page myself because I'm better than that, so you stick it in your bits, Wikipedia file. Is the iToy as good as I remember? Did it run so that the Kinect could just walk? Will it stop looking at me with its eye? Well, let's find out with the PlayStation 2 iToy. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you like this video, then please leave a like and subscribe to my OnlyFans. Yeah, of course it wasn't going to be that easy. This is 2003, remember? When everyone had a TV they could share a meal on. You can't just stick this on top of modern TVs, not even the silver revised model that lost weight. So before I could even start using this beast, I had to trade in my dignity and buy myself this bloody thing. Possessors teach, screen top shelf.
Mount Lun seconds without any tools. It's a shelf for the top of your flat screen TV. Did you know this was a thing? I didn't, but luckily I managed to get the suspension type. Put your router on top of it, put your remote on top of it, put your flash drive on top of it with glasses, put your flash drive on top of it without glasses. Freely adjusted full desktop. Maximum carry, rack only takes 2 seconds. Easy to install. No. This is proof that God has left us. Hang on, wait, we're missing something. Give me a sec. Yep, that's it. It's complete. I'm ready to go online and say some slurs now. Let's kick things off with the first game ever made for the camera, iToy Play. Since this was indeed the first game released to demonstrate this revolutionary tech, it naturally opens up with an instructional video on how to set it up.
The only other things you'll need are a console, a TV...
Oops.
I don't have...
Once you get your TV and PS2 hooked up to watch the video you were already watching with your TV and PS2 hooked up, the next thing you need to do is grab your nan's body from under the floorboards and then puppeteer her around the house to smash it all up so you can blame it on her. Then when the room is clear, make sure you're 1.5 to 2 meters away from the TV, in the center of the frame, and not too bright or too dark.
Place the camera in the middle of your TV, either below...
Wow, what a great idea. Hello, young lady.
After this is my favorite part though. To quit out of whatever game you are playing, you don't use the controller. These are controller-free games. So instead, you pretend the camera is from NBC after Chris Hansen catches you.
By the way, you know how the Kinect screams and shats at you when it can't see you?
You're too close and you're invading my personal space.
You're too far, I've lost my glasses.
Yeah, well, have you seen how alpha the iToy is?
You can, of course, cheat by moving your whole body close to the camera.
Yeah, not only does it still work, but it works so well that all of the games consider it cheating if you do it. And it doesn't cry at you either. Like a scab. I call children scabs.
And here we are. Why is the default French? So this is it. This is the iToy. And what I'm doing right now? No, I'm not the queen. This is how you navigate 99% of the iToy library. Waving over buttons. When they said you aren't using a controller at all, they really committed to it.
What's video messaging? Record message for who? Who's gonna see this? So it's the idea that, like, I can record a message and then people will... Like, I can save it to the memory card, and then whoever I sell this memory card to at, like, a flea market will then find it and see what I've had to say to them from beyond the grave in 100 years.
Greetings, Earthling. I'm Jim. This is a house. I don't know if you still live in a house, but if you still live in a house, this is what they used to look like. And if you do still live in a house, that's lucky, because I know your address. And I have a gun. Honey, what have you got to say?
And yes, I know, this camera image is Vaseline. It's ugly, like egg-fried man, but I mean, yeah, it is. What a good critic you are. Give yourself a pat. You should work for Kotaku. Of course it's ugly. It's just under 240p and being blown up on a TV literally 9 times the pixels it can output. What do you expect from a camera with less megapixels than Ray Charles?
Don't worry though, that messaging system is not all this game is. There are some things that we can play too.
Ooh, who should I be? QT? You can't say that, she's probably a minor. I'm sorry, that's the guy from the Gorillas. That's straight up the guy from the Gorillas, I'm sorry. Vernon Bok.
I like him.
Or there's Q.
Minigame 1, Beat Freak, and I've got some people to beat for the high score. Dex and Meh.
I like banging. I'm gonna do banging. I'm gonna have a bang on my iToy.
It's a rhythm game. Imagine you're playing the drums on Guitar Hero World Tour, but the drums are missing and you've let all the flies get in. It's standard stuff, but honestly, I'm more taken aback by how well it's registering my hands hitting the beats. I wish I had more to say about it, aside from it reminding me how unfit I am.
Are you okay? Yeah.
Next up is Kung Fu. Spelled like poo. The year is 2000 BC, and the sleeping village has been invaded by a giant Englishman. Your task? To clear out the whole of China from your living room. Not much to say here either. You wave your hands and smack tiny little men around. It's not the most stimulating thing in the world, aside from when you hit enough people and go into wobbly motion, but more importantly, well, my live reactions sum it up better than my script cam.
How is this working so well?
Connect was not this responsive or accurate. Bonus round, break the board. Oh, so you have to hit in the middle, because if you hit the edges... This is so cool. It's actually like... It actually knows that I'm hitting this... I'm super impressed.
So there you go. Not bad, Kung Foot. Also, you remember how the guy said earlier that moving your whole body close to the camera was cheating? Well, I'm not doing that now. I'm just waving more per second than average. But is this considered cheating? Where does the line get drawn between cheating and I can't help it, I'm recovering from a car crash? Next game, wishy-washy. You wash windows. You wash windows. You wash windows.
Can you imagine if I was you were cleaning windows and then, like, this was your view? I keep the window dirty. What's that do? I got 250 numbers.
If anything, I just wish I could play more of the game audio so you could share the joy of listening to George Formby's "When I'm Cleaning Windows" in the background of the game, but copyright doesn't want me playing a song about a perv watching women get undressed through their bedroom windows in a kid's game, so you'll have to go without.
I've often seen what goes inside.
The most surprising thing, though, is how much you actually have to bend over in this window washing game, and now my spine's broken. Whatever will I do? Wow, I am a new man. Next game, keep-ups.
Come on, let's have it. How many keep-ups can you do?
I don't know, Gavin. It's some fish and chip bloody arse in it.
Now, the game wants you to position the camera high enough where you can use your head to bounce the ball up, but let's be real, you are not gonna bother tilting the camera up and risk all the motion on screen quitting the game before it even starts, then just having to readjust it all after you're done. So essentially, you have no choice but to squat down and spring-load yourself upwards to play it properly. Don't worry though, because as I came to discover, you don't need to use your head. Just use any part of your body, and then whenever the screen goes dark, look at your reflection and wonder to yourself why you can't just find a real ball and go outside. Next game, boxing dump. Hold your arms towards your body in a guarding motion to avoid attacks from the opponent robot, and then hold your arms outwards away from your body in a punching motion to create an attack for the opponent robot. I'm not gonna lie, for as accurate as everything has been so far on this camera, this is not perfect, but it's still functional, and honestly, more reliable and better than anything on the HD 2010 Kinect, even though I look like an apron stain.
What are you so sad about?
A bit more practice and you'll be there.
I'm so sorry, I've got to go divorce me wife.
Next game, UFO Juggler.
Look me square in the eyes and tell me you love me.
You wave over the UFOs to keep them from falling, but don't wave on them too much or else they'll get overexcited and die. At least this one requires a bit of thought, multitasking, and restraint. If you just stand in front of the camera and move your whole body to cheat, it won't work in this game, so make sure you play it properly and get 0 points. But you know what? It's not important if you're flying a plane, land it upside down, and kill everyone on board. What really matters is did you get 4,000 skill points? Next game, Slapstream.
Are you ready to play with us?
Madam, I'm a 7-year-old boy.
What is a slapstream, you may ask? Well, let me show you. Next game, Plate Spinner. You spin plates. You know what? I love these game names. Everything today is so complicated. Don't you all
May have
yearn
lost
for the
track
days
of
when
Birdcage
we
System
were
says I may have
golf,
lost track of time a
ski,
little bit.
Eat, sit, shoe.
Okay, so he said welcome.
You're
What's he
pretty
gonna say
okay.
now?
It's only been like a little over 15.
Thank
It's not
you.
that bad.
Thank you for poor shaming me.
In conclusion, Plate Spinner is the scariest horror game of all time.
This is a trick.
Next game, Boogie Downwards. It's a Simon Says game. You look at the pole-legged woman for a bit and then copy her while making sure in between to lurk right behind her in her hair. Whenever you're next on a subway and want to
Birdcage
start a
System
Simon
says,
Says
"Oh God, the
dance-off with a
iToy."
woman, just do this.
I remember
It'll
the
go really
iToy.
well. Next game, Ghost Catcher.
Something strange in your neighborhood. Who are you gonna call? The molester.
This game is like Kung Fu, except you're waving at slow-moving targets instead of smacking quick ones. It's making me very sleepy. I'm going to go.
Seeing things. Hiding in your bed. Who are you gonna call? The smell pusher away.
Then when you finally had enough, the game tells you got rid of 30,200 ghosts, so well done, pat yourself on the back. And then do it again because your lunch got stuck. Next game, Mirror Tim 3. My personal favourite in the Mirror Tim series.
Hey, you're looking good. But
You're looking like you have one boob.
Now this is a head scratcher. What if I told you you had to wave in the corners of the screen
but then I cut you in half and flipped you around. I'm confident in saying this is a puzzle game. It actually gave me a headache trying to work it out as quickly as it wants you to, so I stopped working it out and instead tried to make myself throw up. Final game, Rocket Rumble. Look, the chest shelf came back, and boy is she having a mare, because she bought a load of fireworks that don't explode unless a big hairy man matches them by color and then hits a spade. A common problem for a person born with one. You have to be very specific with your hand movements here, just like with hitting the center of the boards in Kung Fu, but it's just a little bit slower, and I'm going.
So that was iToy Play, and I've got to say, for being the first game ever made for brand new camera motion-based tech, it's surprisingly competent. It's not complicated, kind of asinine, but for a 20-year-old tech demo, it's alright. And
speaking of tech demos, iToy Play also took the chance to give you experimental things next to the minigames as a hint of what was possible and what could be done with the camera tech. You can see yourself underwater.
hey everyone, I'm Cadicarus. I'm drowning for fun. I'm a whale.
You can see yourself as Bubbles.
You can't win the game. I'm everywhere all at once, all the time, forever, and you never are able to get rid of me, which is a sad lesson of life that all of you need to know with me being on YouTube.
You can see yourself with balloons.
Yay! So if you ever wanted a real birthday and you aren't allowed one at home, you can now do it on PlayStation 2.
You can see yourself in ice.
Has anybody ever wanted to be stuck in a cube of ice?
Yes, me.
You can see yourself materializing.
This is really cool. I dig this. iToy's my new favorite thing. So if I like duck down really quickly.
Birdcage System says I'm always thinking about how I want to be stuck in a cube of ice.
Okay. Oh, sorry everyone, I dribbled. Oh, I'm still dribbling. Sorry everybody. Life hasn't been the same since Chernobyl.
You can see yourself with spiders.
So these spiders are all in the housing market, and you've got to just try and gather them all up and move them into shared accommodation over by the VW camper over there.
You can see yourself being copied by your own TV.
Oh, so it's delayed. Well, this is cool. Well, how about I go over there? No, it's not cool. It's really boring, actually.
You can see yourself with bees.
This is making me nervous. So what do we do? Oh, it's bees. And that's the game. Bye.
You can see yourself spewing rainbows.
Hello, Doctor. I'm Crayola Man. I must warn you about the year 3017.
Birdcage System says, hey, I just caught a bee.
When we lose crayon, and we can't draw on paper.
You just caught a bee?
And you can even see yourself with leaves.
Wow. Mum, I've always wanted to play with leaves for fun. Can you get me the leaf playing video game? You know when people say touch grass? God's sake, go outside and touch
Birdcage
leaves.
System says, Comey.
What are we doing? My ultimate favourite one, though, is that you can see yourself having a fit. Without the mess.
iToy.
Fitting without the mess.
Oh.
Hey everybody, this is my impression of someone that has it completely together.
Birdcage System says horrific.
I promise I'm all right. No, doctor. I don't need that pill. I'm fine. Like, I'll see you same time next week. All right. Bye. Don't worry about me. I'll see you soon. Actually, I changed my mind. This is my new favorite one. No effect. Well, they didn't lie about that.
I'm sorry, everybody. I was just busy listening to Jamiroquai Toy Groove. Yeah, I mean, why the hell not? You've got some new motion camera tech for a game console. Of course a dance party was around the corner. And here it is. iToy Groboobsva. The first game for the PS2 that allows you to control it with your ass. Get on up to get on down. What? Kickin' playlist featuring Madonna, Village People, Fatboy Slim, Last Ketchup. Hey everyone, do you know who I think of immediately after listening to Elvis? The best part of the back for me, though, is that the first bonus feature listed is a calorie counter. Hi, customer, thanks for buying our game, and as a special bonus, we'll tell you how fat you are. Right, here we go. iToy Groove. It's the Freaky Beats game from iToy Play, but like My Little Pony on DeviantArt, expanded. There's plenty of licensed songs to dance to, and the game recognizes everything you do to a T. I'm actually kind of stunned, to be honest. This dinky little thing has no right to work this well.
Young man, there's no need to feel young, I said, old man. You have got a bad back and you'll stay there when you fall on the floor and you can't get up. You're 30. It's fun to stay on the floor.
I mean, what else is there to say? It's a rhythm game and it works, but now you're in it and flapping around like a duck who couldn't escape the hound. This is basically as simple to get into yet difficult to master as DDR, but with your hands. I like this game. Go and get it, and then invite your friends over to play it, as long as they can fit.
Long Dennis spin. Which one is my song? This one. Yes. Work. Go. This is long discrimination. We are family, and all of my sisters are long. I'm going deeper underground. I'm digging. Oh, I found my ancestor. Oh, didn't know. Oh. Where did my little eye go? Unfair!
Next up is a game. This is... I'm gonna look it up. Kaiketsu Zorori Misasei! Itazura King. This is one out of 3 Japanese exclusive iToy games, and I have absolutely no idea what this is, but I think I might enjoy it. It's got a coconut pig and a seaman cat and a blurry Japanese boy and someone about to tell me how wrong I am. Well,
Birdcage System says next up is a game I sure hope so.
I would usually go into immense depth
I mean,
and
that's
detail
the format.
about the
I would
history of
hope
this
so,
game,
yeah.
and then critique it through the lens of its mechanics and then impact on the video game industry as a whole. But this one time I'm not going to do that because this game opens up with you sucking farts out of a pig.
What the
It doesn't feel right watching this.
Now, that should be where we stop.
But I want to see how this story mode unfolds. However, if there is a story mode within this game and there is a story happening, there's only so much the Duolingo bird can help me, and that's going to make things difficult. But actually, does that matter when the first thing the story asks of you is to suck big ones out of a pig's hole to power a smelly cannon? No, it doesn't. So the next thing you have to do is mess up a bedroom and get tissues everywhere for the splat that's sure to follow. And then follow that up with a game where you draw out Japanese letters on a light board that doesn't know if you're drawing them out accurately or powering an eco-friendly power station. So honestly, who cares?
Do I have to have this sound that is just constantly reminding of you pinching under a skirt? I don't need that. I don't get why he's got cauliflower fingers. I don't get why these guys won't stop tooting their doot. I don't get why there's a golden bulldog judging me. Oh no, red word. Great.
Hey boys and girls, have you ever wanted to conduct an orchestra by drawing squares, drawing squares, drawing squares, drawing squares, and drawing a triangle? And then another square?
Oh, watch out. Oh, watch out, everybody. The nerd has loaded.
After that, you get a game where you have to try and tickle your dad. And then you get to play a game when you're getting rid of all the pigs snotting all over you by clapping the bubbles. And yes, iToy does recognize when you clap, because I tried to just wave them away and it didn't work. So fair play to you, Senator Bag Cheeks. You may be a disgusting game, but you do know how to program a mechanic where you can only clap on the cat's spit. Then you have a quick game of stealing everyone else's food while slapping them away if they dare come near you. Starve, you dog. And then this happens.
So what have we got here? Are we a fridge or a mirror?
There's feet.
Wait. Are these changing rooms? Do you want to play a peeping Tom simulator? Look. Oh, Well, tough shit for them, I guess. Soap fell on them.
Now, that should be where we stop.
But I wanted to give the game one last shot at making some kind of sense. Surely the pajama cat will start doing something regular. And then this happened.
Here comes the policeman.
The policeman! Okay, so we're... No!
They're finally here. They made it.
Are we taking the farts to the policeman? Is that what we're doing right now?
That's me in the corner!
You know, when you're playing games for a living, you have to reach some limit. There has to be a line that has to be drawn. And I think that line is drawn on a children's game about a hairy pig farting in a policeman's face. That's when you stop.
By the way, how is it that I'm not doing well at this at all, yet the blurry child on the back of the box has no issues at all? Maybe he has a hint. What's he saying? Yawo, easygoing, must. Bring on the bread.
Well, I suppose if nothing else can be said for this game, at the very least, I know that I am wider than the average Japanese child.
Hello? Hello, I'm
Spons? You didn't tell me that you were a robot.
This video has been sponsored by Ray Shadow Legend of Fresh VPN.
I should have known. This is what happens when I don't have a sponsorship. He doesn't know what to do with him. Oh, he's not a robot. He's flesh and bone. He's dead. But without spons, I can't sell anything. Let alone my own high-quality merchandise from my high-quality merchandise site that is high quality. No, I'm gonna need to keep using it. Cad Icarus has some new merchandise available for you right now at pixelempire.com/caddy. There are now 4 new items to eat, including a sticker of this confident little goblin, a new poster of this brave idiot that comes with a free sticker of this scared idiot, and 2 new t-shirts. When you can't afford high-end headphones, pick up the new Breets by Dr. Cad. And when you need to buy something naughty but don't have your ID, make sure you prove your age by showing the cashier that you are rated P for policeman. And not only are these new designs up for grabs on their own, but they're also part of a competition, aren't they, Spons? Yes, you're right. The first 200 customers who buy 3 or more items from my store will automatically enter themselves in for a chance to win one of my 10 remaining limited edition Blu-ray sets with a signed thank you card inside and a 15-minute Zoom call with me. Yes, not you. Me. And of course there are the other t-shirts and Crash Bandicoot Platinum Relic tracker poster based on the London Underground. They're all still there, and there's nothing stopping you from buying all of it. It's what Spons would have wanted. Buy it all for him. If he looks this good in all of it and he's dead, imagine how your alive flesh will look. Deck yourself out today at pixelempire.com/caddy so you can be cooler than everyone else around you. Don't be square, be kite. Oh, wait, hang on. He's not gone yet. I think he might have a final thing to say. Manscaped! Right, we're only 3 games in, and the 4th game is
Birdcage System says Rip Spawns.
Sorry. So here we have a quaint little game called Ooh
Manscaped.
Move, which is what old ladies say to me when I sit next to them on the bus. And you can tell from the box that we're in for a rip-roaring good time because the lady in the TV is out of focus. First off, we have the art studio for all the miscellaneous trash that doesn't fit the theme of sports. We have blurred slow motion.
Welcome to my stand-up. I have a joke for you. Get ready. Sew your pants, because they'll leak. What happened to me when this morning I missed the bus? I missed the...
We have Defrosty.
Oh no, nobody can see me. What am I gonna do? Oh, I know. Make it see me. And lag.
We have Sand.
So apparently this is what we're calling sand. Sand is more or less exactly like, I'm going to distort my voice and talk to you about my horrible traumatic experience dealing with a former children's TV presenter. At this point, I could, like, roll my sleeve up. Okay, you want to see some sand? All right.
We have Party Time.
Are you okay? You are not okay. When was the last time anyone went to a party like this? Stop looking at me. I don't know what you think I can do for you, but I can't do that. This is borderline analog horror. I feel as though something's gonna come from the dark behind me. Stop it. What, like, what? Do I dance? Oh, you do!
We have Kaleidoscope.
And here we see the plumage of the blossoming Gimuscadus. That part is where the seeds are sown. Oh my god, this is the worst thing I've ever seen.
We have Lawnmower.
Oh, shall I mow the whole lawn and see what happens? I'm gonna see what happens if I mow the whole lawn. I'm not mowing the lawn anymore.
And we even have this.
Bouncing baby. I've always wanted to bounce one of them. False advertising. I wanted to smack a baby.
But we don't care about any of that. We want to move. Okay, well, I don't want to move, but we want sports. Well, no, I don't want sports either. No, I don't want any of this.
First off, we have perfect goalie. Only one problem, though. Just like William Shakespeare, it doesn't work. I don't know, maybe we finally reached the point where it's nothing to do with how good the camera itself is, but how the devs are able to make it work. I should have been able to save at least half of these goals, but it just didn't work properly. How can you go from accurate angle wood chopping and spit bubble clapping to your entire body not being able to block a ball? I know, maybe it's because the game is too quick, so how about we slow it down with ball-tossing aliens?
Why won't you return my calls?
Up next is Yellow Card.
Watch out for those yellow cards. Wave your hands over the referee's hands to persuade him not to penalise you. You know how in real football that the referee gets somebody's card out and then they just give him a little tickle and then the card goes away?
You'd think this would be more engaging than just wave over one person at a time and wait until you're able to wave at somebody else, but nope, that's honestly all that you do. It's mind-numbing, but you gotta keep going. Could you live with yourself if your high score was lower than fudge?
Honest to God, what is going on with your head? I swear someone dropped this on London during the Blitz.
Space Breakout. You're bouncing a football and playing Breakout. What more does a growing boy need? Not really much to say here. It's fine. So we'll move on to the next game, which is called Dribbling. Yes! It's another slug game where you move a ball left and right between cones very slowly. You know, for a game that's telling me you move, it sure is spending a lot of its time telling me you stand still. Look at me. Look at me. This is the face of someone alert and ready for another iToy football game. Except he isn't, because I'm gonna skip the rest of them and see what else there is to do.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not sorry about that. What you'll find with a lot of the iToy library is that they're just minigame compilations that are all variations of the exact same idea.
I'm not doing the same thing over and over again. I'd rather play Batting Frenzy. Or Rugby Clash that tells you to run, block and throw but doesn't work properly. Or Horse Racing that's spelled wrong because maybe the name of the horse is Horsey and lets you ride the back of a horse while spanking it and looking at the cured prosciutto ham coming out of its mouth. Or Hole in One that isn't golf at all and is just pushing everything away from a ball that's been hit by someone else with a snowman on his head, and that ends with a high score photo being taken of you while you weren't expecting it. Happy birthday.
By the way, I am aware that we have just started this marathon, but to be honest, I am already getting very tired of all of the waving you've got to do on everything. Especially in the games when you don't even need to be standing there or waving at anything, but because it's on iToy and you're on camera and you've got to use your arms and motion control and everything, you just got to stand there and wave at everything all the time. Even if you don't need to do any standing up or waving or moving around, you could use a controller, but it's an iToy game, so you've got to just stand there and wave at everything. It's just non-stop, all the time. This is the way we wash our face, wash our face, wash our face. This is the way we wash our face, and now I've lost my face.
Here is an iToy exclusive Ape Escape spin-off. Very cool. Monkey Mania. Whoa! Is that an open mouth, or does he just have really big lips? I don't know what to expect here, but this kid doesn't look like he's having a good time. He looks very concerned. And this girl came dressed up in a BMX helmet.
Oh, come on! Why does that keep happening?
Be careful not to run into objects or people.
Gee, I forgot.
thanks, Monkey Mania. Now, I love me some Ape Escape, and I know about stuff like Ape Academy and Ape Quest, but somehow I didn't even know this was a thing until just now. So to commemorate this, my name is Beef. I also need an accessory, so I went with an exploding head. And as far as my profile picture, perfect. The game has just started, and I have been provided an opponent worthy to rival the gusto of the mighty Beef. Saruman from Lord of the Rings. I wasn't sure what I was expecting here exactly, but it turns out Monkey Mania is a Mario Party clone. Vomit. So if you've played Mario Party before, you'll know what you'll be getting into. Roll a number, land on a space, deal with whatever the space says, collect items to win, and occasionally compete in minigames to win or lose more items. But now you're doing
Birdcage System says
It's just
Mario Party but monkey.
Standing up. Not much more to say here.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, yeah.
Actually, no, there is more. It's Mario Party, but with mini-games that take over a minute to finish instead of seconds, items you can buy as many times as you want in one go, but then also can't use them at the same time as moving along the board. The way you win the game is by having enough monkeys to reach the top, and yet when you reach the space to win the game, it still asks you if you want to go to the winning space to immediately win the game, meaning that you can choose not to win the game. And to top it all off with a bright red infected cherry, the scoring system gives you effort points that don't mean anything. But in fairness, if I was going to the butcher's to buy a slab of beef for 1p, I would put 5 effort in as well.
Oh, Nessa people.
Even worse, I played a round of this for 23 minutes, and in all of that time, I played 5 mini-games. The rest of the time was exactly what you're looking at right now, for minutes and minutes at a time. It's so boring. Ape Escape and boring go together like unleaded petrol and your liver. I don't even know why this warranted use of the iToy, because not only do barely any mini-games happen that you actually get mileage out of the camera, but also because 70% of the time you're just sat down watching your computer player doing more than you. And every so often a tentacle appears that isn't mine, I promise. Wow, really? I can finally play the Crash and Cone minigame whenever I want, where I drive a badly cut out JPEG that doesn't steer properly? Be still, my beating heart. Please. It's too exciting. My heart's racing. It hurt. My chest hurts. Stop. I'm losing breath. Stop exciting me. Don't talk to me. I'm going to die. Here we have SpongeBob SquarePants Move In with Friends. Well, if you do that, make sure you all take turns cleaning the dishes and that you all pay your fair share of the bills. I hate myself. Rotate the manual focus ring until the image is sharp. Oh yeah. Sharp as a wooden spoon. For this adventure, I am Moltingy, and unlike every real-life human baby, you get to pick your color.
Orange splatter. I am cyan. Chocolate. Delta blues. Mellow yellow. Red alert. In the pink.
Oh dear.
One in the pig, one in the stinker.
And yes, I know I said it was an adventure, but no, it isn't. It's more mini-games back-to-back from various Nickelodeon shows. But that's not an issue. I'm privy to the occasional Nickload on me. So let's kick it off with SpongeBob games, starting with bowling, which feels completely impossible to get a strike on. And I don't appreciate Patrick's trapdoor mouth or SpongeBob looking at me like he wants to take me backwards. After that, you get a matching game, which is honestly impossible because how are you supposed to pick one ingredient at a time and then move to another ingredient without the rest of your body activating another ingredient? I don't know. And I would ask SpongeBob, but he's a bit too busy reliving his time in the IRA. But then there's this driving game, and this is good shit. You hit the left and right side of the car to change lanes, collect bubbles, and avoid drain covers. It's like playing Subway Surfers or Temple Run on your phone, but much more fun. And all it takes is a PS2 console, SpongeBob on PS2, an iToy camera, decent lighting, and a 50-kilo box. I even got a high score in this one, and I will cherish that memory forever. We've also got another good one next with jellyfishing. Even though all you have to do is hit jellyfish and try to stop hitting Squidward because you don't need to go through the effort. He'll end himself with a shotgun in a few years. It's a really fun time, but when I say it's quick, I do mean it. You've only got 61.9 seconds to do it. But that is enough of Patrick and Sponge Robert. What about his friends he's moving with? Well, they don't get anywhere near as much of the same attention as he does, both for the amount of mini-games and for what they even are. It's just picture picture panel swapping, extended arm flying through rings, Jimmy Neutron massive head juggling, hockey puck goalkeeping while giving up on life and realizing what an embarrassment you are, waving on cracks in a fish tank, this absolute dog shit submarine game that's supposed to let you control the depth but just doesn't work, and a game of Snake but with magnets on the edge of the arena pulling Daniel Fant towards the pickups. The only thing worth mentioning that stands out is this Billy Hatcher Katamari-esque Fairly Odd Parents arcade game that's really fast-paced and controls really well, and this Danny Phantom ghost-busting game where you have to time left and right long-range blast to hit the ghosts, almost like Hungry Hungry Hippos, but people jumped into the enclosure, and at that point you might as well say goodbye to little Billy because his head won't belong to him anymore. As a whole though, this is a really odd game. It's really hard to have a solid feeling on something when 1 second you're having a blast and then immediately afterwards the menu won't stop scrolling left and all you can do is watch in horror. This game is like, the half of it works perfectly and is really fun, and the other half fell asleep. SpongeBob on PS2 is a stroke. Hang on, what's... Who's that over there? Hey, Caddy, how's it hanging? Oh, of course! It's my favourite part of me, the top of my own head! I won't be long, I just came down to show you something from inside myself that you probably forgot about but really liked. Well, top of my own head, I would really appreciate something that I like. What is it? Oh no, I'm in the way. Sega Superstars, a game that I played all the time and loved to pieces as a kid, but also the only game that ever pissed me off so much I ripped its film off. Now, the absolute first thing to mention beyond anything else so far about Sega Superstars is that it has a very funny confirmation noise. That, and based on the intro alone, this is the most amount of effort put into any one of these games so far, if for no other reason than it actually gives you another original Choo Choo Rocket, Billy Hatcher, and Nights into Dreams game that you control like there's a pole stuck up in you, just like it's right up in you. But that's not all. Sega Superstars kind of goes out of its way to translate their own series into motion-controlled camera filming a real person minigames, and even if they are just the same ideas all over again, like Samba de Amigo being yet another iToy groove, they managed to fill every inch of the screen with way more personality, color, and just general stuff than any of the other games so far. You and your ditchwater living room aren't the focal point anymore, you're just part of the game worlds now. Maybe aside from Virtua Fighter when Akira just bursts into your house to steal your cushions, but don't worry. Shh, I'll take care of you. We can get you some new furnishings at Dunelm. I am legit impressed by the production values here, and all the games work great too. What possessed 10-year-old me to tear this game's skin off? Was it Super Monkey Ball? It was probably Super Monkey Ball. But saying that, it's not even that hard. I managed to get through it all, no problem. I even got a high score, which I've never done on Monkey Ball before.
Superstar! Yeah! Give me some skin.
Oh. The Space Channel 5 game is great for being a copying memory game and rhythm game at the same time, and for finishing off each round by putting you right bang dot in between her legs. Why did they do this? Why is this even possible? There isn't anything to see anyway because somebody went under her skirt and put polyfiller in it. Then there's Choo Choo Rocket, of course, for multitasking timing-based puzzling, Virtua Striker for being just a really responsive and fun way to head a ball into score balloons, Puyo Pop Fever for being the most accurate object interaction minigame I think I've ever seen from a 240p 2003 webcam. And just, I mean, look at how smooth and quick Nights is to control around. Connect, what is your excuse? More like Kid Not. Sega Superstars is even made well enough where I was comfortably able to get a high score on nearly every minigame, aside from Crazy Taxi.
Yo! Apparently I've got to yell! Move your body to get the taxi! Okay, hello! I need a ride to the train! Look out for what? Time's over.
And so to celebrate, they asked for my picture to go on the front screen of every single minigame. So I gave it to them. A massive congratulations to Ool, Bink, Gust, Ache, Drink, Oi Mate, Dable, Fair, Woman, at Tag Damp, and of course, the man who was named in honor of what Billy Hatcher is all about, fetus.
Wait a minute, this game's 3+, and yet somehow they managed to get zombie violence past the censors. That's hardcore. Sega, you are a company. A publishing company, in fact.
That started all the way back in 1940 when they were known as Standard Games, providing coin-operated games for military bases in Hawaii. After that, in 1952, they moved to Japan, and then a lot of other stuff happened, and then they made Sega Superstars, and on top of all the quirky, unique, cool shit this game does do, it isn't all for the sake of high scores and nothing else. It's so that you can earn rings and then use those rings to buy stuff for your pet chow. Oh my god! Yeah, I know this is a Sonic Adventure thing, it's not mind-blowing or anything, but do you get to tickle your chow yourself? Or pet your chow yourself? Or go and see a dodgy blind man to spend $10,000 on a tree in the black market yourself? No, you don't. But you do here, in this game. And is it all worth it to watch your chow eat shrinking cake and then spend $5 grand on a trumpet that only gives you a percentage of a chance that he'll ever pick it up and toot off? Yes. Yes, it is. I spent over an hour on this game and I genuinely enjoyed nearly every single moment of it. I mean, take a step back and that's a really dumb thing to say. Yeah, man, this game is so fun, you want to play it for at least an hour. But for something as physically demanding as this, yeah, that's an accomplishment.
Oh, they shat on me.
The thing is, though, it is still just wiggling your turkey wings at a load of shapes while Sega characters shout at you. I'm not sure I'd go as far as to say it's your new favorite game of all time. Oh yeah? PSW? That's a hot take. Is that why you went bankrupt?
And just for fun, here's something you can try at home!
Remember that the iToy is indeed a USB camera. In fact, the first batches of these were made by Logitech, of all people. So, if you wanted to, with the correct drivers, you can use this on your PC. As a webcam, with its built-in microphone and everything. Incredible. 20 years old, still able to control video games, and out of the box, ready for your next Zoom meeting.
So with a little
Thank you for the follow.
redistribution, we will all be more productive.
Appreciate you.
See what
I'm
I
sorry,
mean?
and I'm very tired
Yeah,
from doing
that sounds
all
good
the
to me.
streaming recently.
What do you think, Jim?
So I may not be the most interesting
You're a
right
slug,
now.
and Sharon, get in the bin. What we need to do is liquidate our...
iToy Anti-Grab, the only game I can think of where it advertises itself by showing a boy with no head jumping over his TV with his jeans falling down and his boxers hanging out. This game was made by Harmonix, the same people behind the original Guitar Hero and Rock Band. That's odd. But more importantly, what even is this bit here? What is that in your pants, man? Why are you keeping a white rose in your trousers? Well, first things first, this intro goes hard. I am digging this style, and listen to the music for God's sake. And then after a super quick head calibration test, we turn into fog and then we get to pick our character, who all have great things to say, like,
I get my kicks busting tricks like a lunatic.
And there's even a cameo from Tetsuo the Iron Man. Don't let him touch you though, you'll get rusty. But ultimately I went with this guy, whose name is Compound. Compound the Man. Why is he called Compound? It's like having a baby and naming him Car Park. And as you could probably guess from the cover, iToy Anti-Grab is a hoverboard game that requires your whole body to make it work.
Wait, I know what that is like. That is like other video game.
Sonic Freeride.
Would you believe it though when I say that iToy Anti-Grab, a game that's 6 years older than Sonic Riders, on a console 32 times less powerful than the Xbox 360, using a motion capture device half the resolution and lacking the infrared technology of Kinect, works infinitely better than it? Because it does. All of the ducking, all of the jumping, all of the leaning, all of the arm reaching out at multiple levels while standing or bending down, all of the arm movements needed for air tricks, all of the steering and slowing down, all of the flying with your arms held out like a dying Christ. Everything you see here not only works well, but is also reliable. The only thing I couldn't get working was how sensitive the name enter screen was, so I guess CAC will have to do. But bigger picture, look everyone, I managed to win a race. Twice. I even got a high score on the combo trick race, and I couldn't even do one trick in Tony
Birdcage
Hawk Ride,
System
which
says
had
the
no
Kinect was a
camera at
mistake is
all.
what I'm getting out of this video.
Honestly, this game is good. I'm speechless.
Yeah.
hello, Caddy. It's Joe. How are you?
Aha! I can't believe it. Look, everybody. It's my stepbrother with one leg longer than the other, Jolene. What are you doing here, Joe?
I was playing iToy Anti-Grav, but couldn't stop turning left.
Oh, bless. What did you think would happen, idiot?
It's not my fault. I just got here, and I couldn't get out of the door frame, so I decided to try it. It's the first game I've ever played.
Well, I'm really sorry that the first video game you ever played was the only one that required you to stand upright to get working properly. But don't worry, I've got some more. Oh, he's down.
It's okay, I'm used to it.
Well done. Well, in that case, why don't we take a look at the next game, the second in the three...
Can you lift me up, please?
Why don't we take a look at the next game, the second in the three...
Help me, step-bro, I'm stuck.
The next game is the second of the 3 Japanese iToy exclusives, and it's called... Clamp. I don't know what it is or what it's about, but one thing is for certain, there is iToy. That's a good sign. I don't know, what does Google think? Next door requires iToy camera. Little does he know, I am really into this. I'm coming over. So here we are, and according to some research, I figured out this is actually called Card Captor Sakura, featuring Sakura and Asbo. And usually I'm able to muddle my way through a foreign game to get to the actual game, or at least figure out the concrete base of what's going on, but I actually have no idea this time what is going on. I even managed to get into what I thought was the story mode, and after 4 minutes of waving to skip all of the voiceless dialogue I couldn't read, I got to a new menu, guessed what I was supposed to click on next, and then got slapped back to the main menu, meaning I had to start it all over again. My point is, if I've ever upset you in the past for not liking a thing that you like, here is your evidence why you should never listen to me. So here we go all over again. Another 4 minutes of skipping dialogue.
Hey guys, it's me, SK Gamers, and I'm very proud to announce my new gameplay channel, Forehead Gaming.
Yes, finally!
Birdcage System says I have a friend who likes Card Captor Sakura. I've never watched it, personally, but it seems neat.
And I guess he's now given us a load of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Is this the card capturing the game is named after? I don't care. Each of these cards hosts a mini-game, and that is all that I need to know. And the very first thing that I tried out was a maze game. Great. As it goes with maze games, they are mazes, which means they're very easy to get lost in. And not only do you get lost, but you have to get unlost by holding your arm extended from your body for 4.5 minutes straight while people walking by your house look through your window and start calling the local neighborhood watch. Then there's this game about smacking little pimples with ears, and this is where I discovered the best feature of Card Captor Sakura. It's the only iToy game out of all 28 that doesn't let you pause or quit, either from covering the lens completely or from a PS2 controller manual override. Once you start a game, you are married to whatever rollerblading gout you've got until you either run out of time or win the game, including this pinball game that just drones on forever until you lose all of your balls, this slot machine game that's just hitting one button and luck for a minute and a half, and especially this card matching game, which in all fairness is alright because you gotta try and match everything up while the cards get mixed up after every turn. But this game lasted me 7 minutes, 7 whole minutes of standing there and waving like a grandma saying goodbye to her grandkids for the last time. Eventually, I got fed up and just decided to sit it out and do nothing, waiting for the final season of Breaking Bad to come out. Bad broke. And then the timer eventually did run out, and yet somehow I still won 3-0 after 4 minutes and 50 seconds of not doing anything. Does anybody have a little girl I can strangle? Oh, don't worry, I found one.
That's summer, man. I'd give anything to live it again. Take me back.
All in all, Card Captor Sakura on the PS2 iToy is the best game for you if you want to see your finger poke the head of your underage waifu.
But whatever you do, don't poke the iToy man.
Hey, you know what I want to know? If playing is so great, then where's Play 2? Here it is. Now I know what you're thinking. Cads, matey boy, isn't iToy Play 2 just 2 iToy Play 1s? No. Moron.
It's 2 iToy Play 2s. I guess the original pack-in tech demo was popular enough where it earned itself a sequel, and in fairness, this was the iToy game that 10-year-old Caddy put the most hours into, so let's see if there's anything to be saved from a man that really,
Birdcage System says he's right. I was thinking that.
This looks fine, nothing wrong here.
I'm here to help you find your way around the game.
I'm here to tell you to shut up. Ah!
Make sure that you can fit inside the player outline.
Like you fit in your own coffin.
iToy Play 2 is the same as the first game, but with 10 times the production values, way more mini-games, way more multiplayer games, even though I'll die alone, and just a slightly higher degree of polish all across the board. Which also means alongside the mini-games, we also have more of these lab experiments that you don't necessarily play, but goddamn, you just have to look at them all anyway.
It's the Cadstellation. Featuring the ceiling, the endless reaches of space. Population 1. Size pretty massive. This is the Jim Nebula, and one of the stones is here. Mound. In the planet Mound, everybody bleeds. But the good thing is, the bleeding is fun. So everyone does it to themselves. And that's why there's no one living here anymore. Another planet you can visit is this one. It's called Marble. In the planet Marble, everyone that's here has a really long fronted cap on their head. Be careful though. Whenever you move, you bring the icy cold reminder of ice. Then, of course, no one can forget the planet Boil. On the planet Boil, not only does it look like a boil, but you also boil. And then when you are done with your tour around the Jim Nebula, you get a souvenir in the form of one of those Jewish hats. So now you have a keepsake for all time. Thank you for visiting the Jim Nebula. Bye. Brightly coloured fruit. Okay, so to save ourselves from getting a healthier diet and looking after ourselves, I've decided to do the next best thing and just find whatever we had in the fridge for this video game. So I managed to find a yellow pepper, a tiny carton of apple juice. Where are they gone?
I don't know.
I was gonna add my wagon wheel. Oh, this is great. I have an empty carton of apple juice and a woman on a pepper. Wow, everybody. I'm invisible. Why does the mirror in the background have skin now? So how do I go high? Oh, so I have to talk to it. Oh, we actually get to play pool. I've just started and I lost. Yeah. What happens if I dab it?
Oh, you get one in.
Yeah, boy. Oh, I like that. Oh. And now we have finished. We have finished our masterpiece. Can anyone see what I was going for? Yes, that's right. It's a self-portrait. So enough of that, let's try the real game.
Birdcage System says that was sick as hell. Dabbed on that pool game.
It works.
Look, I know I'm saying this a lot, trust me, I know. But when your most recent experience of this kind of technology is the penguins of Madagascar, you find yourself saying that a lot when it does end up working. I'm more floored by just how accurately it reads your body movements, even to the top of your fingertips, which is so pixelated and indistinguishable on the camera that they might as well be a wet towel. But goddamn, look at this little bugger. It's good, it works, and all it took to get here was a little bit of ethnic stereotyping.
Oh boy. How's he gonna sound? Let's find out.
Saying that, though, I don't remember the last time I heard a Northern English accent this thick in a video game before. It's great.
Now try to save at least 3 out of 5 shots.
I'm not sure though. That guy looks a little sauce to me.
Somniumscape1569 says time
sauce.
needs to slow the fuck down.
No, not sus, sauce. It's sausagey.
Get in goal and help your team win the match.
Get in goal and tell me wife to put a pie in it.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not arguing that this is high art or super stimulating, but it is very fun, can't lie. And it's all worth it when in the baseball game, after multiple attempts of playing properly and not being able to hit a single home run, you give up and do this. Or when you get a knockout in the boxing game and your action replay catches the very moment when you're in too deep and you think you're actually protecting your family from a man in the house. There's an updated version of Kung Fu, a robot monkey puzzle game that's really fun, and then there's deeper mini-games that have micro-games within the main mini-game, like the cooking one where you have to match up every order on the ticket correctly, but then if you run out of batches or make too many mistakes, you then have to go to micro-games to create the missing ingredients as fast as possible before the day ends, all under the umbrella of a game called Mr. Chef.
Oh, sorry. You caught me in the middle of eating a sandwich. That's my name. Sandwich.
I challenge you to a cook-off.
Well, then let's go, Biff.
You have beaten me, but I wasn't even trying.
There's even a really fun secret agent game where you need to stay as still as possible when the searchlights are on you while solving puzzles under a time limit. Look at me go. I'm not the Burger King, I'm the Burglar King. iToy Play 2 is a good ride, would do it again. Even that slightly jank building game where you can't hammer nails in straight and you've got to smash a wall in.
Sell their houses to who? Aquaman?
And with that, Jim exposes himself as not only a racist, but a plagiarist.
Somniumscape1569 says sneaking is right there.
Successful and popular YouTuber, H-Bomber Guy. And this isn't a one-off mistake. It's a consistent pattern of behavior. Is there a car going past? Extending to Twitter, where he blatantly copied a viral tweet H-Bomb made word for word. And he thought he could get away with it, just because he made it before me. The cur. So I ask you, please,
Birdcage System says bomb jump scare.
Think twice about everything you consume on YouTube. And Disney, move. Disney, move. Disney, move.
Disney, move! Move! Go! Move out the way, Disney! Move! It's a national speed limit!
You're the star. The actor is you. Fun, fun, fun everywhere, as seen on TV.
Where? Oh. There.
What do we have here then? 15 Disney characters, 6 Disney worlds, 3 levels of difficulty. Expect the unexpected explosions.
Obama?
Immediately what sticks out to me about Disney Move is just how utterly barren and empty it is to the deep, rotting, dejected core. Every single millimeter of it, from the front of the box to the loading screens, to the menus, to the music, to the minigame backgrounds, to the transitions of still images whenever they explain what's going on in tutorials, to the font, to the inane simplicity of the minigames, to the indecisiveness of this being a black pirate or a white pirate, is dull. It is so dull. It's drab, it's tired, it's dreary, it's monotonous, it's lame, it's dismal, and many other words that you can find in today's video's sponsor, a thesaurus. I wish I had something more to say or more jokes to poke at it, but I just can't. Can you make a joke about the back of the box being mostly white space? Microsoft Word looking bitch. I'm mostly just shocked that this is from Disney and not IKEA. During the ghost catching minigame, the cameras you use in it managed to capture the essence of how I felt about the whole thing. For Christ's sake, in the Aladdin's carpet game, which simply doesn't work, I got munted by at least 7 melons and kept falling off the carpet, and yet I still won. What is this game?
Lilo and Stitch Music Band.
Lilo and Stitch Music Band? What other kind of band? Elastic band?
I'd go as far as to call it a mess, but it doesn't even spread itself far enough to leave anything behind on the mattress. It's just a nothing game. An empty, nothing game from Disney, of all people. I was expecting more from a game that was promising me that I could beat Donald Duck. Disney move with your Asda Smart Price box and your incorrect script.
Haunted Mansion.
That's not what the words say.
I say, move.
This is one of the worst games I've ever played. Not even kidding. Not because it's incompetent or anything, but because it's just so dull and inept. It's an exhausted sitting down of a game. It's an outward breath. And I can't believe with all the resources and money that Disney have, they didn't do anything cool with it. However, though, I do have to be fair, I kind of like...
Unexpected explosion. Hey, you with the PlayStation 2.
Who?
Yes,
Me?
you. Yes, you. You think you bought a video game system to play a video game? Well, I mean...
No! You bought it to learn! I toy educate! You will be taught the number 4! Backwards! You will be taught octopus! You will be taught toenails! You will have material to have fun studying with!
Hail, falling for Kang Me.
Get rid of the bonus game! Love Cafe! Clam multiplication table! Mounting a mobile! Have trouble understanding numbers? Multiplication tables are difficult? Learn!
Oh my god, look at this. It's a 2005 Korean Christmas catalog for the PS2. What a trip. Even though I can't understand what the writing says, I still feel nostalgic looking through this. And in fairness, even if the Katamari section was in English, it still wouldn't make any sense. Oh man, look! They even have my favorite PlayStation 2 game, Racket Clank Tool Warrior College. You know how they say AI is the future? This may be an educational game, but they've actually given us a story. And that is that one day, a young girl had leaves for hair, so she told her brother how great it was to have foliage coming out of your head, so he decided to push a clover out and then a book ate them. And so it's your job to complete a load of educational games within the book, like this math equations game that I am great at. It's not my fault. Numbers are different in Korean. You can also do some matching color games, simultaneous rhythm and pattern memory games, simultaneous weight and number matching games, learning the best time to take a pair of breets off the stove so they don't burn games, and games where you're navigating a maze with a monkey that uses your fetid old face to react to smacking into a rock and then relieving himself on top of a clam. I'm gonna complain about this actually. Where's customer services?
You've dialed an incorrect number. Please check the number and try again.
You're not Korean. Okay, I forgot that foreign countries have an area code. I'm gonna add in the area code for Korea and try again. It ended immediately. Okay, how about the Korean dialing code, but without the 0?
You've dialed an incorrect number.
Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and try your call again.
The new BTS single sounds great.
Are you still rolling?
Yeah.
Why did it give me 2 different responses?
There was the same number as the first one, right?
There's a conspiracy.
And that one was American.
America and Korea, one in the same. Does Korea even exist? Who's to say?
You know something? We really take mobile phones for granted. Back before the days of screens in your pocket being used to see someone else's live video instantly, and that using more data in 1 second than every computer combined to get 3 men on the moon 50 years ago, this is what people had to degrade themselves to do just to be able to see someone else not in the same house. iToy Chat, the broadband communicator. Yeah, you call it broadband, but I remember it. You go on Google Images and search for a hot lady, and then after 25 seconds of waiting, you'd see her ankle. Sadly, all of the PS2's official online servers have shut.
It wasn't even a clear picture.
Have shut down, meaning that now this game is nothing more than an elaborate method of fixing a wobbly table in a restaurant. But you've got to respect the history, man. Look at this. You know it's going to be good when all the text is completely clear on the box except for the 3 main bullet points. And hey, even if it doesn't work anymore, at least these guys had a great time with it. To reiterate though, yeah, the software itself is totally worthless aside from just looking at options menus, testing a connection that doesn't exist, and writing your name into the system. Sunk.
This is great! But enough about that.
Next up, we've got iToy Tales, another one of the extremely rare Korean-only PS2 iToy games, and the most expensive game I ended up picking up for this video. So you know what that means? Yes, I'm afraid it's got to go. Lovely thumb.
Hello, dearie. I'm the little old lady that lives in the knee.
There is a lot to digest in this cover, for sure. And I know you're expecting me to immediately make a joke about this pig's arms looking like wonkers, but what kind of immature cretin do you think I am? I'm not gonna make that joke. The cover already made that joke for me, because that's just outright a knob. I'm sorry, the pig walks around on knobs. My mind isn't in the gutter. What else does this look like?
I bet I'm the only person in the world that's risking a YouTube age restriction or video deletion from showing the leg of a cartoon pig.
This is a fairy tale based educational tool for very young Korean kids learning English, which means 3 things. 1, I can understand it great because I'm from the place that invented English. 2, I don't need to play the minigames because I can spell.
Bomb rule.
And 3, I've got absolutely nothing I can script. The game and my reactions speak for themselves. So please enjoy, because I did.
I can already tell this is going to be great. How's the voice going to be?
Once upon a time, there were 3 little pigs.
It's gaming in the Clinton years. George Wood, is that you?
Final Fantasy III. Get it or die.
Their mother told them to leave home because they
weren't bringing home girls. Their mother had also just spent all her child maintenance on swapping her hands with oven gloves.
Before they left, she said...
Before they left...
He will try to eat you.
Wow. You couldn't sound a bit more concerned, could you? Holy shit. Dude's got teeth right in the back of his jaw there. Whenever he closes his mouth, it eats itself. What's the fun?
I am a cloud.
My name is Rabbit.
No! Your name's not Rabbit. No, where's the cloud?
I am a cloud. Build strong houses. Then you will always be safe from the wolf.
Can Rabbit talk? Oh no.
Strong houses.
So, okay. What's it? You're reminding that.
My name is Rabbit.
Wait. What is it that you've got to remind your kids to do? Was it strong houses they needed? What was it?
Strong houses.
No, strong housing.
The first pig thought the straw would make a good house.
And at school, he got the worst grades.
Easy to build a house.
Yeah, it is. Look at this NWA shit.
Easy to destroy the house.
Oh, owned. You got owned, man. Bitch.
It's the wolf.
Not by the hair of my chinny chin.
No.
Why does your voice keep changing?
And I'll blow your house in.
Is it in or down? This is my favorite game of all time. Key word of the day. Blow.
So the wolf blew the house down and ate the first little pig.
Hang on. Okay. What?
The second little pig thought the sticks would make a good house.
And then the pig tried to make a fireplace, and then he realized his whole house was the fireplace and blew up.
And I'll blow your house in.
How's this gonna look? Go! Kill the bitch! Oh, we're in mid-action shot. I like the direction you're taking the story, iToy Tales. This is very Christopher Nolan. What's the bet I'm gonna wave on this bird? It's gonna say, "Hello, I'm Bird."
Bird.
That's even better. And so later that night, the wolf had a spit roast. Hey kids, you know where hot dogs come from? You guessed it. The 3 little pigs.
And built a house of bricks.
That's a washing machine.
The pig heard a knock at the door.
So he should come from that. No, he came from there. So as a Korean boy myself, I would be really confused because the wolf absolutely knocked on the mound, and now I'm gonna forever spend my life thinking that that's a door.
It's the wolf.
Wait, what's gonna happen if I... Oh!
Hey, I am a mountain. Hey, I am a mountain.
What can I mess around with? What else is there? Is that it? Was the only thing interactable in this scene the giant rock that talks like Patrick from SpongeBob? The rat! What's the rat got to say?
I am a mouse.
They are expecting miracles out of me. I have been standing here on this story for like half an hour, and I'm not doing anything active. I'm just planting myself on my feet on a flat floor. How are kids supposed to be okay with this? What can I do? Can the tree do something? Oh!
Basket. That's my name.
I think I blew my lungs out a couple of minutes ago.
Basket. That's my name.
Basket, don't hurt me, please. I'm just a basket.
Then he saw the big bad wolf coming.
Then he saw the bad wolf. What the hell is that?
Squirrel. That's me.
How are the apples?
I don't know. We just have a game by these people where they just name objects and animals. Why has the pig now turned into a JCB?
I am a leaf.
The one thing that the pig didn't consider. The hole in his roof.
When the wolf was coming down the chimney, the pig took the cover off the pot.
Oh, what a bastard.
The wolf fell into the boiling water.
Do we see it? Oh, the real question now is, do we get to have fun with this scene? We do! Yeah, burn the wolf, baby! Burn him! Burn the wolf!
I'm fire.
Have I just lost my shit, or did that just say, I'm fire?
And the pig lived happily ever after.
Except his 2 other brothers and his sad, grieving mother. The end.
Why am I playing this? This ain't no iToy Tales. Am I playing Doo-Doo Tales? Oh, I am. And much like the other Korean game, there's also a catalogue of upcoming PS2 games in here, like Ghost Spirit and the world-beloved Sly Cooper 2, Prayer Brothers Daijongji, which immediately follows after the first Sly Cooper, where you stole the world's joy.
Ooh. We are halfway through the complete library of iToy exclusive games for the PS2. So just for a little bit of a fun aside, why don't we take a look at a game that was enhanced
by the iToy.
Oh yes, much like with Kinect, iToy wasn't afraid to shove itself into gaps it couldn't fit in because it was compatible with a fair amount of random PS2 titles that usually meant it was only used for motion-controlled mini-games in a side menu, like with Harry Popoff and the Prisoner of Cockoff, and I would love to give that one a go, but to be completely honest, this video is long enough as it is, and after the last time a Harry Potter game told me to use a camera, I should never be allowed to do that again. Sometimes the camera was compatible even just for microphone use, but occasionally, only occasionally, it was used for something truly special, like, for instance, with This Is Football.
Cobain says how you're still awake is baffling.
Smelly football, though, instead of something more whimsical like Harry Potter, is because in the 2005 edition of TIFF specifically, the iToy allows you to add your face and literally any other face, which then can be used to make your own custom players within the game. The results were not as bad as I was expecting. This is impressive. Dude, you are looking fine. Don't look at me ever again. And I tried, oh god I tried, to make my own custom team featuring me, my childhood self, my dog, Michael Jackson, Gandhi, Mr. Beast, a bad police sketch, Jack 2, Geddy Lee, Prince Philip and Mater, but after 45 minutes of trying, I'm sorry, I just could not make it recognize them. Look, I even managed to get away with this as a legitimate face with working eyes and a mouth, with the results looking like... And yet, despite that, no matter what I did, it did not recognize Michael Jackson as a real face, which is fair, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I guess we'll just have to stick with these two. They are Kadink and Kadonk, and they are too good for the England team, so I'm just going to rename the England team to how it's supposed to be spelled. England, innit? Good afternoon, all.
Birdcage System says I am asleep. I'm just sleep typing. Honk shoe. ZZZZZ.
Game of the season. Wales versus England, innit? Our home team boys are revved up and raring to go after their recent successful string of games ever since the manager was recently fired and replaced with an owl. But he has made the very controversial decision to hire two up-and-coming unknowns, Kadink in centre midfield and Kadonk in goal. Kadink's technique is unlike any other footballer I've seen before, choosing to run after the ball, ignoring all sense and then keeping it all to himself for as long as he can, just so he can score a goal all on his own and show his mum. Maybe one day she will finally let him make his own lunch. He's going for the goal, he's getting close, get it in, get it in, get it in. Oh, he muffed it! What kind of kick was that? He didn't even try. Now possession has moved over to Wales as they take a pass over to a shot, and what a save by Kadonk in goal. A very close shave indeed, and he let it in anyway. What a massive prick. No matter though, nothing phases the young upstart Kadonk, as right after missing his goal, he got straight back up and walked around in a little circle like a sim looking for the toilet. Back on the pitch, the ball is staying in possession with Wales for a long time, and that's clearly upset the other teammates of England in it because disaster on the grass! It's a degraster! The referee has whacked out his red card for an illegal tackle from Michael Owen, who just didn't like that Wales had the ball at all and decided to do a leaping judo kick into another player that didn't even have the ball. This will certainly go to a free kick, but the punishment for Owen will not be too harsh because the guy he kicked was indeed Welsh. A successful free kick from Wales, but unbeknownst to everyone, Kadink was waiting uncomfortably close to the man the ball was aimed at, and with a flick of the wrist, the Welsh player is bowled over. And wait, could it be? Yes, it's a strike for the Welsh team, and possession is back with Kadink, who will continue to hog the ball until his next goal kick attempt, which wasn't even close. England in it are trailing behind on 1-0, so they need to step up. Their next strategy seems to be passing the ball back towards their end of the pitch, but it appears the losing team's patience is up because Kadonk has left the goal in an unprecedented move, likely inspired by his fellow player Kadink. Kadonk has decided the ball is now his and is refusing to pass it. He's going for a kick. He thinks he can land it in the net from here, but of course he can't. Why would he think he could? And he'll have to sprint as fast as he can back to the goal! Kadink has the ball yet again, and all anyone can wonder is how nobody else is getting the ball before he is. And as is tradition with all his other games prior to this one, he keeps hold of the ball until the half-time whistle, at which point he gives up and heads for Tesco's. With Kadink absent from the first few minutes of the second half, England in it seem to be getting their shit together and actually playing the game properly, until Wayne Rooney foolishly passes the ball back to who he thought was Beckham, but instead was Kadink, the dickless wonder. He had to leave his Tesco shop behind because he couldn't afford it without his clothes
club card which he left in his other shorts. A dark day in the footballing world when a Premier League player can't afford a meal deal. Wales seem to be stepping up their game too, and within 2 minutes they have already tried for 3 goal shots, 2 of which were not intercepted by Kadonk. He didn't save them, he just tried to jump towards them, and the third shot not even being good enough for him, as he doesn't even try to stop the ball and takes a step back with his hands in the air like he just don't care. Kadonk famously does not like conflict, and the last thing a team losing 2-0 needs is a ball that is angry with the goalkeeper. Kadink once again back with the ball and appearing to perform the river dance with it, causing every player around him to just stop going near him. They can all respect the performing arts when circumstances permit. Sadly, that is it. The game is over. But in an unorthodox twist, the ref has decided that a red card means play another game right after the first. How extraordinary. And Kadonk can barely believe it. He has turned purple. He's not breathing. So the next game will have to be at least half the length. Straight away within the first 5 minutes of play, Wales have once again proven that they can kick the ball and are ahead by 1 point, which has majorly upset the manager of England in it. Owl. Between games, the England Innit team seem to have muddled together a new strategy to try out now that it's nearly half-time and they have nothing to lose. They will actually play football properly for ages and ages until everyone is exhausted from running around, and then by that time, Kadink can take the ball and basically walk it into the net. It's a risky move, but it's worth a shot. Is he gonna do it? Could it be now? Are the odds in favour for the underdog? He's going for it. He shoots, and it's in! He finally did it after 2.5 hours of football. That was a ball that went into, yes, you guessed it, a net. Look at the elation on his face. He is about to take off to Spain, and oh, he's working the crowd and giving them the dink. He knows they all want it, and he has 18 dinks. A promising career is ahead for Kadink based on that performance just then and nothing else he's ever done. If England in it can keep up, then maybe they'll finally be able to afford some more wig glue for Kadonk that doesn't peel off his head. So ultimately, even though I did miss out on seeing His Royal Highness kicking it around one last time on the PS2 with his incompatible zombie face, this is one of the best ideas ever, and you all need to get a PS2 and iToy camera and This Is Football 2005 and do it.
Hi everyone, it's me, Cat Icarus, and I'm the angriest gamer on YouTube. Ooh, Sonic 06 makes me mad! But nobody will subscribe to me, I don't know what.
Okay, tangent over. I could go on about all of the iToy enhanced games for the rest of this video, but we would be here all year. We need to get back on focus and stick on the iToy exclusives. So, with that being said,
what's in this box?
This game is... I'm not gonna say it. It's another Japanese exclusive, and you can tell it's Japanese because it's written in Japanese. I'm pretty sure it's called Cam Station, and I would whip out my Google to see what it thinks, but no amount of words could help me understand what it is I'm looking at. Now, this is a bit exciting. Cam Station comes with everything you need for it in its own special box. Look, you get the game, you get the camera, you get a headset, you get a controller, you get a PS2, you get an electric screwdriver, you get another boxed copy of Cam Station, and then in that box you get a controller, you get a PS2, you get a PS2, you get a PS2, and you get corn everywhere! But then, there's something sad. The headset that came with this game is indeed from 2005, and maybe I just don't know much about headset anatomy, but I didn't realize that when they got to 19 years old, their skin starts coming off and they start melting. I don't know what's going on. Is it growing out of a cocoon? And if it couldn't get any worse, for something even more sad, I was expecting to at least get to some menus in the game so I could look at more screaming golf balls and dogs that have been held hostage, but sadly, I couldn't even get past these two screens. All they did was play text pong with each other, back and forth until the heat death of all that you love. But why can't we go any further? What exactly are these tomes trying to tell us? I can't read Japanese. If only I could get a real Japanese person in the room with me right now to help. Oh my god! I can't believe how lucky I am. Look, everybody, it's the world-famous singer-songwriter Japanese woman, Yoko Ono. Hello, I'm Yoko Ono. I miss John Lennon. We all do. Say, how's the music going? Oh, you know, loud. Well, that sounds great. Can you give us a little taste? No. So according to her, basically what these screens are is saying that we can't physically go any further with this game until we have a PS2 BB unit attached.
No, not that one, a broadband unit, which I don't have. Bye. So instead, let's move on to something a lot nicer to look at. A game with two names in one, Yeti Sports, or a punchline to a joke from 1406. What did the man in the cellar say to the other man who came down his cellar and asked him if those bottles there were ports? Yee, 'tis ports. Now listen, I know it's really hard to ignore the horrible, awful British man in the middle, but don't worry, I figured out the intent behind everything on this cover. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Is this game a shitpost? I'm actually convinced it is, not just from the cover or the title, but the back as well. The first screenshot is of a minigame with 0 points and 0 time on the counter before it even began. The third screenshot is of a nightmare during the peak of a fever, and the second screenshot is of a HD man with a look of abject terror on his face as his middle finger got cut off while playing Yeti volleyball. Don't worry, man, you won't need a finger for every game. I'm sure you can play another one of the other 6 party games. Please sit back for a moment and observe my live reactions to the game first booting up and playing the menu music at me. Did I die? Now, I feel as though we are seriously scraping with this one, if it wasn't clear enough already. Not only do you have more and more of the exact same bull as we've already seen before, with hitting things back coming towards you, playing baseball and moving around with your arms extended, R.I.P. Big J, but it also goes out of its way to not go out of its way, and the lag across the whole thing makes playing every minigame completely impossible. Just look at the state of baseball. In the first attempt, I didn't hit the penguin at all when I absolutely should have done. But look what happens even when I do manage to hit the penguin. Playing Yeti Sports is like calling someone down for dinner and then they don't appear for a minute and a half. You make a move and then just nothing happens until the game solves a quadratic equation before doing the move. I can't give you anything else, Yeti Sports. I know you need more, but I can't provide it. I'm stretched too thin. I have bills. And I know what you're thinking. Yes, the camera looks like phlegm on toast, but it doesn't. I focused it through the game's own focus menu. Yeti Sports just does this to the camera. The game itself makes the camera uglier. Was the idea to make me look as fuzzy as the body outline here, because it is working. I look like the missing link. Look at my teeth. Why are they that color? It looks like I'm eating a mango. What have you got to say for yourself, Yeti Sports? Now, here's a question. What do these two have in common? That's right. They're video games, just like this one. With special thanks to Nike Motion Works, here we have iToy Connect. Oh, wait, sorry, that's another thing. Apologies for the confusion. This mistake will not be made again. This is a game for keeping fit, and it's going to read your body movements to help you get your exercise in. I remember the last time a game told me it would do that.
Yeah, I disappeared. Mel, where have I gone?
Don't worry, though. It's going to cover all the main areas. Cardio, combat, toning, minge body. The game even comes packaged with a new fancy wide-angle lens to stick on your current camera so that it can see your whole body. I've got to hand it to this game so far. For PS2, it looks really good. I've played Xbox 360 games that look as good as this. It's just a shame that it's all for a game about exercise. It's okay though, I'm ready. My name is Fit Buff. I'm 8'1", I'm 96, and I weigh 2 pounds. Now hold it. Yeah. Now, I wish I could have some fun with this in the same vein as Get Fit with Melb, but since the iToy camera itself isn't quite as advanced as Kinect, it's a little limited with interacting with the world around you. It's okay, though. Whatever the game has in store for me, I'm ready. I like to keep fit in my own time, because you see, when you... Not to mention, this game isn't designed for fun. It's designed to be a real side companion to your personal fitness journey. And I couldn't find any way to play these minigames without actually committing to a weekly regime that only changes the activities based on the internal clock as it cycles through each day of the week. game. You've heard about iToy? Well, now get ready for Spy Toy, where you can be the ultimate agent. And there is a lot to take in, but if you look at the back of the box, that's where you'll discover the game was developed by an Epson printer. Now this is something I'll have no problem getting into. Spy stuff is my jam. You know, I'm actually a spy in my spare time as well. Egads! There I am! Where did he go? You know the most interesting part of Spy Toy right out of the box? That it comes pre-packaged with a security system. You think I'm kidding? For starters, you can actually set your face as a password to get into the main game, which is sick. And spoiler alert, it does work when you start the main game later. Apple Face ID? Too unreliable. I've got a new phone now, don't need you, and in a few years there'll be an update where you can text. Then on top of that, if you decide to stop playing the main game at any point, you can set up the camera to detect motion in specific places around the room, and the game will then snap pictures of whatever it catches. You can turn off your TV, pretend the console is off, and then take pictures of people without their consent. This is a game for kids. I suppose the idea is that it's supposed to capture your little brother or sister stealing your Pokemon cards, but my guess is that it mostly ended up catching mums picking up dirty pants all around the bedroom. Thing is though, if you turn your TV off, then you miss out on the custom alerts that you can make when it does catch something. That'll teach you. There's also this strange background removal tool which has nothing to do with spies or toys. Why is this a part of the game? So, funny story on my way here to... night? If you ever wanted to take the luxurious holiday of your dreams without your wallet having a nightmare, well, here at Feces Airlines, we pride ourselves on the best holiday packages at the best possible prices. With discount rates to New York to see the taxis, Australia to see the Sydney Opera House, and Germany to see the German building. These destinations and at least 2 others are available on our website, Feces Airlines. Holidays that'll leave a mark. Onto the main game we go, and whenever I tried to type in my name, for some reason all of the Russian hackers got in and kept picking letters that I just actually wasn't picking. Look, I'm not doing anything. Why is it picking H over and over again? I can't be asked to fight this. I'm just gonna be... It's genius, really. Because, like, if you're ever captured or interrogated and they keep asking your name, you'll be going... and they'll just think you're running out of air when actually you are telling them your name. So they don't realise that they're getting the info they want. Wait, but then that means that they think that... Hang on, wait. Because if they think that that's your name when you're actually running out of air, then they're going to keep doing it until you do run out of... I didn't think about this, did I? Once the main game itself starts, it's basically just a load of one-off missions involving you trying to capture man-geese that involve playing the same kinds of mini-games, but at slightly harder difficulties for each goose that you catch. Speaking of, when he was a baby, what happened? Did his uncle sit on his head? Why does he look like this?
You've decrypted these images of a French scientist.
Oh, that explains it. So this means 1 second you'll be decoding symbols with a weird shape you'll need to work out how to turn. Then you'll be skydiving from a plane to land safely on headquarters. Then you'll be defusing a bomb by timing these weird injection things into a shaky shape. Is it wrong to say I actually like this? Because I do. It's kind of fun. I'm actually enjoying this and I want to keep going. It works really well and has a great style to it, but god damn, I just can't keep looking at these crims. They're too off-putting for me. They really freak me out. These eggs with receding hairlines. However, I saved the best for last, because there's a mode in this game that allows you to use all 240p's of the camera. Yeah, it turns out all this time we weren't even using the full potential of the iToy. This is how it looks raw and uncut, and it looks a bit better than I thought it would. The frame rate tanks, but it doesn't matter. You can even use the controller to zoom really far into wherever you point the cursor at. I saved this on my memory card. And one day, many years in the future, long after I'm gone, somebody will find it. And then you'll have to run.
Being a spy is stressful. So I'm gonna have more baby playtime with iToy Play 3.
Birdcage System says well. Hi res.
Oh my god, what's that? Includes mega bonus disc? Shitting yes, what's on it? Yes! I can play them again. In smaller, bite-sized versions.
This is also the 7th game in this video so far made by London Studio, PlayStation's London development team, and where most of the iToy library was made. You know, now that I think about it, this camera was initially released for Europe only to see how it performed, hence the London development team, which is probably why most people I meet don't know what the hell this thing is whenever I bring it up. In fact, looking into it, out of all 28 games made for the iToy, only 8 of them came out in America. This is all starting to make sense now. I was wondering why everyone I met who hadn't heard of iToy was holding a Twinkie and an AR-15. What can I say about iToy Play 3
Birdcage
that I
System
haven't
says
said
I'm
about
surprised
iToy
there's
Play
this
2
much
that I haven't
about the
said
iToy.
iToy Play 1. Easy. It has a face-swapping mode. Me and my fiance will never have a child. Here's a side mode about standing still. Oh look, vermin. What Play 3 does do to avoid feeling like the same game again though is pretty smart. It gives your living room legs. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. And it also gives you less actual themes of game to choose from, but then potatoes up the meat by splitting those themed games up into multiple mini games. So like instead of getting bored just playing drums for a game on its own, or just playing guitar, or just playing trombone, now you're thrown back and forth between all of them at the same time in one game.
Birdcage System says
out.
out.
Jim and the Gyms, which then also gets further split up with a bodyguarding minigame against rabid fans rushing the stage. And let's just say, my band attracts a type. The same applies to all of the games on Play 3, including the hair salon one featuring nail chewing, sports games featuring a very unfortunate pose.
No!
The Army Cadet game featuring the most rigorous of training regimes, such as copying what your friend is doing.
Seems more like monkey see, monkey do.
And even to the extent of the conducting game, featuring me in 20 years. You did great, by the way. Take a bow in the outline. You do have to be careful when playing the army game though, because if someone walks by your window in the afternoon, then it looks a little bit like... I think I prefer Play 2 across the Play trilogy, but this isn't a bad casual game at all, and probably the best made Play game for the minigames centered around one player. And before you all start laughing at me for how I look in the DJ game, think twice about that, because that is bullying. We can't help how we look. I legit had more fun with the bowling game here than I did with Wii Bowling, even if I did have to look at this guy's sweaty card reader. Yes, it's more of the same. Yes, I'm getting sick of looking at myself. Yes, I still hate this little bastard's voice.
Wait!
But so what? I still had fun with it, and it works well. I don't have anything else to say. It's iToy Play again, but this happens sometimes. So right now, I'm going to transition over to the next game while the music I made on the iToy theremin plays in the background. Now here we have a total anomaly. It's a Japanese-developed, motion camera-based, PS2-only rhythm game by Namco that's European exclusive. I know it just sounds like I've made all of that up, but I promise you, I didn't. This is Rhythmic Star, and the more I look at it and the more I think about it, the less sense it begins to make. I just can't make heads or tails of it. None of this adds up. It doesn't even have a wiki page. Does this game exist? My favorite thing about the box is how the final bullet point lists some of the special costume items you can win, like vampire teeth, big ears, and even funky dreads. Why did they write it like that? Are dreadlocks more unbelievable than vampire teeth? Okay, time to line my body up with the camera. Yep, this looks fine.
Now, maybe it's because this game was made by Namco. Maybe it's because it's a rhythm game, which are already really fun on iToy to begin with and work properly. Whatever the reason, I had really high expectations for this game. It just looked really cool. I thought it was going to be a new PS2 hidden gem for me. However, it wasn't. Here is my handle. Here is my spout.
I'm at least happy to report that Rhythmic Star does work and it has a decent soundtrack of licensed music, even if they are covers. But that's where my happiness peaks. This is probably the worst rhythm game I've ever played in my life because I swear to God it makes no sense. I tried to understand it. I played this for a good 30 to 45 minutes, but look at my face. This is not a man having a nice PlayStation. The idea is that you hit the stars as the symbols reach them in time with the music. Really pushing the boat out there. But the thing is, every other iToy rhythm game like this has notes appearing from the middle so that your hands can work with your brain in HR and move your body towards where they're heading in time with the music. It's easy to see what the dual notes are, the alternating notes, the long notes, and your brain can fill the gaps in on when the timing of the next few notes may appear to get you into the swing of everything. But with Rhythmic Star, I can't even make out when the beats are across the symbols. Not just because it's very unclear, but because each colored note heads towards their stars at completely different speeds. And 50% of the notes aren't in rhythm with the beat itself, because at random points you're hitting notes in time with the drum beat, then you're timing notes around the vocal line, then you're following the guitar solo at the same time as the backing vocal shouts from the crowd, then you're following the drum beat on the first and third beat, and then suddenly swapping to the second and fourth off beat with no indication, and you're figuring all of this out while following two totally different lines of beats on your left and right arm, with all these notes going to different stars at totally different speeds. I don't know what the idea was supposed to be, and I wish I could play you a part of the game with the music so you could see what I'm trying to say, but I can't because of copyright, which should really be called copy wrong. After 25 minutes or so, I did eventually manage to get some kind of hang of it. I wanted to figure out how it worked, but it still wasn't fun. I have to ignore the flow of the music and just concentrate hard on where the hell these Christmas tree toppers are going, and if the slow yellow ones are in the center yet or are just hanging outside the hot tub with their feet in it. So to summarize, Namco made this in Japan and then left it in Europe. Nowhere else. We must have given them a bad trade deal. Fill me up, butter boy, fill me up, don't fill my cup. Here is a star with a monobrow. What would you do if I told you that Phoenix Games, the people who made this, and this, and this, made an iToy game? And with that new information, what would you then do if I told you that the name of that game is more unbelievable than the fact it even exists in the first place? Clumsy Shumsy for the iToy is probably as obscure as my collection could possibly get. A European-only, iToy-only PS2 motion game made by the same people who made Finkel's World. The screenshots on the back don't even have people in them. The only thing iToy does is show people on your screen, and yet Clumsy Shumsy on iToy has no screenshots of people on screen.
Okay, so we just literally booted up Clumsy Shumsy on PS2. And they've given me warning text that is invisible because of my walls. I don't know. Let's continue and hope for the best. Yes.
Clumsy Shumsy. Clumsy Shumsy is a collection of 8 minigames, all of which begin without explaining anything you're supposed to do or why you should care.
Player 1, get ready to do something. We're not going to tell you what.
All the while, it expects you and your children, no less, to fit in this outline.
Who's built like this? I need to get, like, what?
And by the way, you get to look at this in every single loading screen. Who the hell is this runt? And why did they add extra graphic and shading detail to his roll pouch? Take, for instance, the quintessential game of this collection, Lost Shumsies, a game where no Shumsies are lost, you don't need to find them, you blow them all up instead, and then you realise this is a 2-player only game, despite me already telling the game I'm 1 player on my own, because look at this packet of crisps, nobody's gonna come over to see me.
Clumsy options, Shumsy credits.
And what are the mini-games, pray tell? Exactly what you'd expect.
Hey kids, have you ever wanted to play Simon Says with air on your PlayStation 2? Well, we've got the game for you. It's called Clumsy Shumsy, and it stars your aunt after she got hit by a big old grape.
I will give Clumsy Shumsy this, though. A few of the games work. So overall, Clumsy Shumsy is exactly the kind of game you'd expect from the same company that came up with the idea for a game called
Get ready to burn in hell. Yep, I'm way ahead of you, buddy. I would rather do that right now. What did you say? Are you saying clumsy shumsy shave your bum hair? What did you say?
Oh, how cute. Eye toy. You think you're so great, don't you? Yeah? Well, I've got an eye toy. It's really fun for your eye. Let me show you how it works.
Matt, come back here. It's okay. Matt, I just need to talk to you. It gets to your eye. Up is not jump, more like eye is not toy.
Oh boy, we're back in the iToy Kinetic cinematic universe. Get ready, mates. It's iToy Kinetic Combat. The Spanish version of this game is very special because it isn't just combat, it's total combat, which makes me mad that we got an incomplete combat. And while I'm on one, Spain didn't just get iToy Kinetic either. They got iToy Kinetic Total Fitness. Why did we miss out, England? Until I saw these games, I didn't realize that if I ever wanted to learn how to fight somebody, all I've got to do is get fit first and then stand the other way. Fun fact, I don't own any promotional press copies of games. They're usually a bit... Yeah, but there is one that I do own now, and it's for iToy Kinetic Combat of all things. And when filming this bit, I hadn't opened it yet, so I was super excited.
You know, the modern games, they tend to have a lot of really cool shit in them, along with the game, obviously. So yeah, you've got the game, and then you've got the lens adapter, I think that is. Yep, that's that there. But yeah, modern games tend to have a lot of stuff in with the promo so that they can share good social media shit, and retro games like this one don't have anything else in them other than the disc.
Birdcage System says up is no jump scare.
I like my life as a carpenter. There's nothing I'd rather be. I've had my tools so many long years, they're all good friends to me.
Okay,
Somniumscape 1569 says, are you even there?
Doorbell up on top of the TV. Just make sure you've got enough space in whatever house you live in to see every single part of your body with no other objects around you. You know, like this
Somniumscape
lady, who lives in a house that
1569
we
says,
can all
okay.
relate to. This is the everyman of houses, and if you don't have a house perfectly tailored to the fitness program, then you're just a pleb who probably looks like this. You want to hear the saddest part, though? This is exactly the same game as iToy Kinetic, and I will not have any slag tell me otherwise. The only difference here is that you've got more ways to play all the different fitness games because you aren't committed to a weekly schedule, but it's still the same kind of idea, just with more murdering endangered panthers. The biggest issue, though, is that it really does require that you play the game not from your house, but from an empty jet plane hangar, because there is no reliable way to punch and kick in a regular-sized space. Oh yes, we're kicking on iToy now, and it only took 22 games to get here. They want you to be proper and accurate to the teachings, but how are you supposed to do that when the best camera position you can get can't reach your feet and makes your target 1/3 of the size of you? You're so tall, they don't measure you in feet, they measure you in legs. And when it works, it is impressive how accurate it is, granted, but when you're screamed at to punch, kick, and avoid attacks by moving as quickly as you can, it's just not feasible in a British house. It became easier for me to stop listening to the angry trainer and just stay hunched over. Hey, it worked, and I don't see you making it work, so who's the laughing stock now, hey?
Psst, over here. Somniumscape 1569 says it took me too long to get the legs joke.
Do you want to buy a wife?
What's next? I'm ready now.
Birdcage System says
I'm
LMAO.
surprised it happened so late anyway. Here is iToy Play Sports.
Hi, chat.
And at very first, I thought I was in for a grey day, because in the one-player menu, I could see only 2 games to play. Very clever, iToy Plays Sports. One game
Somniumscape
less, and you would have to call
1569
yourself
says, hi, cutie.
iToy Plays Sport. Luckily, though, my fears were put to rest as soon as I booted up this golf game and realised that you have to win mini-games to win golf. And then my fears came flooding back once I saw what they did to my lovely face. So yeah, what you actually do in this one-player golf game is choose whether or not you want a hard mini-game for a longer shot or an easy minigame for a weaker shot. Risk versus reward. And I say minigame, but honestly, this is more micro games. It's iToy WarioWare. There's no time to rest, the games change up every few seconds and they barely last 10 to 30 seconds on their own before you make your next move. So take aim, jump up, and bowl over. catch the baseball, serve the tennis ball, save the goals, bounce the ball, break the sticks, avoid the sticks, string the racket, hang the gliding, spot the correct horse that won the race, do the math. All right, no time to stop here, so get off your pudgy ass and move it. Come on, let's go. That McDonald's isn't going to shift itself. You've got to go, go, go. Oh, don't go in there. If you want variety, then this is the iToy game to go for. It's everything that made the other in-house developed iToy games fun and working, but now with much more to do and in much more manageable bites. Can we just take another second to notice how surprisingly well this thing works despite being 20 years old? I'm sorry, I don't want to say that I was right, but I was right. This thing is better than Kinect so far. It works better and the games are more fun. Yeah, I'll die on this hill. The only things that make it worse are when people don't know how to make a game. It's not the camera's fault. After all these years of neglect and fading from memory, the iToy is legit really good for the time and is still pretty fun now. There's nothing it can do at this point to make me not. Bob the Builder was released on the iToy in 2007 alongside BioShock and Halo 3. Are we ready, everybody? Bob the Building. He's a building. Bob the Building. Oh no! This game was made by Blast, who, if you know your PS2, should be a very familiar name to you for their vast library of games that 99% of which are the worst reviewed on the entire console. And now they've got hold of your kids. And you wouldn't think that the game would need much of an explanation, but Blast Entertainment certainly disagree, because here you have a manual thick enough to explain the basics of Magic the Gathering, just in case you need to learn the best hand possible for laying plywood and bricks. What is the necessity for this? This isn't D&D, it's B&B. Building and Bobs. Right, so we've got splash animations, we've got Blast, we've got Hit Entertainment, and we've got the Bob the Builder logo, and we've got... Dark days have fallen on the Bob household. Warning, Bob the Builder uses an autosave feature. Is that what's written on his contracts before he gets a job? But just be careful, everybody. Bob uses an autosave feature. Just in case it wasn't clear, this game is for young children. And because of that, I have to do one of two things. Cut my legs off, or point the camera at the ceiling to pretend that I am one. Okay, sorted. So what now? Should we hang out with T-Pose the Scarecrow? Should we wake up Bob before he runs down a deer? Or should we begin the game, where the story is all about that one time Bob had a seizure on the building site? At the absolute least, though, it is good to know that you can use all of the training you learned during the game to trade in your high scores for a real-life construction diploma. Let's begin the story mode then, and the story is that we are a builder and we're building a house. So naturally, the first mission is to catch fish.
I've promised her that we'll catch it.
Yeah, alright, yeah, we'll wave over the fish to...
This is a pretty unfair place to begin, if you ask me. What kind of back-end stab alley school did we come out of that the first thing they expect builders to do is angling? Welcome everyone to day one of training on how to be a doctor, and the very first thing I want you to do is a backside 180 tray flip off this man's head. Make sure you don't grab the trash though. That's not a fish, that's a boot, and it goes back in the water where it belongs. Taking it away is
Somniumscape 1569 says, oh, the snow is almost finally melted.
Showing off Bob and his wife's reptile telepathy.
Great! I love sports.
But he needs to know if you can start right away.
Don't worry. I'll go back now and speak to him. The others can follow along.
So yeah, if it wasn't obvious, the next logical step
Birdcage
of a
System
builder's
says
life
you
after
pee.
fishing at 6 AM is then quad biking through the countryside and driving into fallen trees.
Okay, that one hurt a bit.
Oh, did it?
This game is
Birdcage
exactly the same
System
as that
says
SpongeBob
cold
driving
causes
one
me
from
body
ages
pains.
ago, but the thing driving moves slower.
Check me out. Shit me out.
Which then makes the game harder and slower. So, screw me, right?
We made it. Sunflower Valley rocks.
Who decided that should be the voice of a quad bike? Another cutscene plays here, and this is where I decided off camera to expose my fiancée to the eldritch horrors of the modern CG Bob the Builder remake. So have you seen the CG one?
No.
Oh my,
no.
look it up on your phone.
I don't know if I want to.
Oh, I want you to. Remember I told you to look up what a Sibian was? Well, now I'm telling you to look up CG Bob the Builder. It's just as bad.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right?
Why is he all like normal sized?
Yeah, he's a regularly proportioned man. He's gone from Bob the Builder to Bob a Builder. The next minigame is washing cars. Very important building work.
This is how most of our jobs start off. Everyone
Most of your jobs start off apparently by doing some fishing and quad biking. What are you talking about? We're on like level 6. When are we gonna do some actual construction work? Like he's doing and loving it. Loving life. My name's Bob. I love my job.
The next step in the building process is then not building, as all of the farm vehicles have decided to steal everyone else's supplies, and it's our job to sort it all out and swap around planks of wood and cement.
Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, you should be. Bastard.
You know, what's the point of your kids wasting their time doing all of this when you can just send them outside and have them do it for real? By the way, why the hell is Bob, the man who the game is named after? I saw him one time ages ago, and it was when he was quad biking away from everybody. I think he realized that was more fun than bricklaying. Is the story mode a psychological exploration of Bob's midlife crisis? Sadly, there's no time to think about that though, because we finally, after all this time, get to do some building. By scaring crows out of a field. By the way, he says he just needs help because he can't do this alone, but then the whole time you're doing this, he doesn't do piss.
Why aren't you doing anything?
Spud's on the job.
Tell your friends Spud's in the market for another job. He has qualifications.
And so now, after all this nosing around, we can finally...
We're doing building,
Saf
people.
sent an image file and said just a few more days till it's
time to
done.
put some steel girders
Sapphire.
down. Yeah, and that's not all. The most exciting bit is yet to come.
The next stage is laying the bricks for the walls.
Yeah!
But I've spent the first year of my construction university course being wicked on a bike and fishing. How do I lay the bricks? I checked thoroughly through Bob the Bible and I couldn't figure it out.
Here's Wendy and Scoop to show you how it's done. See?
Oh, that's how you do it.
This is one of my favourite jobs, and also one of the most important. Without floors, we'd all be standing around in the cellar.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Putting the floor down is very important because if you don't have a floor, then you'd fall in through the floor.
Good job.
Good jobby. What a fine jobby that was. Bob the jobby. Can he lift it? Bob the jobby. He's got a bag.
The building is over now. It's time to clean up and get out of there before the feds arrive. So make sure you're quick and follow the imitation cut-out cardboard Bob as he drops all the rubbish out the windows.
I'll move in that direction. Make sure I'm directed. Please do it quickly. I don't have long. Bob! Why did you give me sentience, Bob? Why couldn't you drive the bloody digger? Why did I get a brain, Bob? Yeah!
It was also during this particular minigame that I had an epiphany on the lore of Bob the Builder.
What I've noticed, honey, just now.
Yeah.
Bob the Builder's theme tune, right? It's Bob the Builder, can we fix it, right? They never ask, can they build it? And I know that sounds like a bit of a nitpicky thing to say, but if all they do is fix stuff, does that mean that they build it poorly and they have to fix it, all the shit that they end up building? Who was the builder before Bob?
And with that, the story mode is complete. So what was the story? We did a day's work and 20% of it was building. That was the story. But like all great stories, there's a sequel. And so we move on to Bob the Builder 2, Potholes. Yes, we're not quite done yet because Blast wants us to fill in more than 10 potholes of the village roads in less than a minute before we leave the game and never come back. And I know that sounds excessive, but I lived in a village for 11 years and this is the most accurate depiction of real British life I've ever seen in a video game, including the cement mixer with eyes.
Once I filled the pothole in, they'll never find the body.
I think we better try again.
Why? We got 3 stars, you bitch!
And that's it. The whole game is finished. In 19 minutes. And what's your reward for all of that hard work and cup of soup lunches in the van while reading
Birdcage
The Sun?
system says damn it.
Sing along now, as loudly as possible.
Ironically, he tells me to sing along as loud as possible, and then they play the theme song, which is then like 10 decibels quieter than the rest of the game, and I can't hear it.
It's also worth mentioning that the theme song is the only background music of every minigame in the story, just at different speeds. And the full vocal theme you get as a reward at the very end of the game is the same full vocal theme you get at the very beginning of the game on the main menu. Unexpected item in bagging area.
As a quick aside for a second, do you want to see how little the demand for iToy was by the time this lad came along? I got this game, brand new, sealed, for £3.99. And that was not the only one. Monkey Mania, Anti-Grav, Spy Toy, Clumsy Shumsy, Kinetic Combat, and now this were all sealed with the original PS2 plastic and were mostly all dirt cheap. The thought that there is just a warehouse somewhere filled with unsold sealed copies of Bob the Builder on iToy is enough to keep me awake at night, but I'd rather think about that than hear that theme song again. Build the Bobder. He's not built yet. Build the Bobder. How do we do it? Okay then, we're coming up to the last handful of games made for the iToy now, and man, I wish I could say that it didn't feel like it. Thomas the Tankin Dankin. But be warned, don't you think about selling it separately now. They're watching you.
Personally, I can't wait, because the back of the box is telling me the main goal of the game is to get safely home to a shed, so sign me up. Choo-choo. Roger me, Thomas.
Hey, you know what kids like? Ice cream, Happy Meals, The Wiggles, eating stones, and videos with no background music of a train with a face.
Thomas had never won a prize before, but he was determined for that to change.
What's the music?
I don't know, this is a very lonely game.
Alright, fair enough, so I gotta put myself in this outline so that the game can see nothing but my forehead.
Why is the fat controller not shaded?
What?
He's not shaded. Look, he's just like a 3D modelled shape.
And shortly after losing your mind over Roblox Fat Controller, you get your first task of this train racing game.
The engine's faces are all mixed up. Can you put the right faces on? Sorry, everyone, said the Fat Controller. I tore off
Somniumscape1569 says, did somebody say Roblox?
Can you help us, giant baby? Hiding behind the shed.
And just when you think it couldn't get any weirder...
Right, which face?
But don't worry, if you can't remember beat for beat which face belongs to which coloured steam train because you have a mortgage, it doesn't matter, because the game just tells you what face to choose. You win.
The story is
Birdcage System says it does kinda look like Roblox.
And then our face fell off.
Next up, we've got to paint all of the engines because some unforeseen force ripped their skin off from 5 minutes ago. It's a paint game. You paint. Go nuts, Da Vinci.
2, they're 4, they're 6, they're 8. Shouting violence, lots of hate. Red and green and brown and blue. They don't care, they're after you.
Okay then, so the next thing we got to do in this racing game is go and get a load of coal.
Can you help load up Thomas with enough coal for the... Wave your hand over the pulley.
Can you help load up Thomas?
Ah, well, at least if we're not literally racing in this racing game yet, the train should be racing to get his jobs done before it, right?
Oh, this is why we don't use tank engines anymore. Where's Thomas the Japanese bullet train? Is that really what we're doing?
Hopefully the quality will jump back up as we head over to the Play series again with iToy Play Astro Zoo, the first game I've ever seen that confirms my belief that children are animals. And I'm sure you're asking the same question that I was. What is an Astro Zoo?
I know.
Oh, okay, so it's a zoo in space. And the story is that that's a bad idea, so you've been sent up to fix it and stop the animals from suffocating and being sucked through a hole in the ship. This is yet another iToy Play game. It's the 5th one made by the same people, so you know it's gonna work well, but you also know what kind of games to expect. You know that you'll get points for beating the shit out of a squirrel. It's par for the course at this point. What's that? We've got to squeeze a satellite out of a choking snake? Yep, nothing out of the ordinary here. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just spanking the dangly bit of a shark. Just another Monday. I love Mondays. Quick, run after the crocodile before he gets into the captain's cockpit and eats his cockpit off.
Wow, how lucky am I? It's a brand new day, and there's
Somniumscape1569 says I want to play Roblox.
There's an iToy game in the sea!
iToy Play Hero. The first game I've ever seen that can swim, and also a game about a little boy who's holding a sword like this. Are you attacking someone with a sword or stirring cheese? And that's not the only odd thing going on. Look at the box the game comes with. What on earth is in here? A rolling pin. What cool stuff is in this box? Well, an iToy camera, the game, a sword.
Back up a second. This box has a sword in it. No, it doesn't.
Birdcage System says
Timing.
if you do, you
God,
should
if you
check
manage
out
to get a
Regretivator.
full-size sword into this box, then my name is... The box didn't say it came with the boy.
And as it turns out, I was right. Here's the sword. How much more uselessly miniature could you be? This isn't a sword, it's a toothbrush. Well, hey, at least it looks kind of cool, and it glows in the dark.
Somniumscape 1569 says we already had a regret avatar
You're
fictive.
in a wheelchair. You don't want to give an excited child a giant club to swing around. So with that being said, why is it that this foam sword that bends smacks shit harder than a snooker ball in a sock? This can do... Ow.
Birdcage System says we've got System says oh nice lol.
Clothes, and don't play in overexposed light in a green tinted room. Oh no, the Black Knight has
Somniumscape
invaded, the
1569
food is
says
gone,
we
and
got
the villagers
Melanie.
have gone feral, but don't worry, because if anyone can help us, it's Caddy, the frumpy knight. And he has a magic sword, which you don't know how to use, so you're guided along by this gentleman.
That no-good warlock imprisoned me in here to help him steal all the stones of Illustria.
And I don't want to make judgments about this guy or start throwing around accusations without any evidence, but let's just say his favorite part of Leon the Professional is Natalie Portman. This magic sword, by the way, for all intents and purposes, is a lightsaber. So if any of you out there felt like your hopes were dashed by Star Wars Connect, well then get this game because it's 10 times better.
Birdcage
10
System
times more
says, "Oh, I love
responsive,
Melanie."
and you're holding a physical
Cute
object
af.
you can swing around like a true hero.
Those kids think they are pretty cute.
I knew it. Sure, there's a little bit of lag, and yes, this is an entire game just about swinging a sword and holding it in certain positions. But goddamn, it's a game about swinging a sword and holding it in certain positions that works great and makes you feel really sad.
Somniumscape
What more do you need?
1569
There's
says, and she can
jewels,
run
there's
Mario
horse riding
64
while
in a
cutting down
cardboard.
trees, there's arrow guarding, there's apples. You know, aside from the... This is yet another well-made iToy Play game. If you want to take anything away from this video today, at the very least know that if it says iToy Play on the box, then it is part of that series.
But you know what you can do to make it better? Attach the game bundle box to the sword to make it longer.
Birdcage System
what's
says
even
hell
better
yeah.
than that?
Cardboard gang.
Another sword. And another box.
You know, Snap was never the same after the Rice Krispie Wars.
And with that, we've made it. The final game ever made for the PS2 iToy before it stopped having games made for it.
If there is one thing that iToy Play Pom Pom Party proves above anything else, it's that I'm not funny. Which I already knew, but now it's an indisputable fact, because this game, not only being the final iToy exclusive release before it bit the dust, but also coming out the same year as GTA 4, Metal Gear Solid 4, and Dead Space is a joke that I am just unable to make up myself. It's also one of the most progressive games of the time, not because of all the race inclusions on the box, but all the species inclusions. You've got girl, fish, 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 and fish. That's not the only interesting thing about it either, for deep within the kitchen sink U-bend copper piping box is not only the game, but 2 iToy branded cheerleading pom-poms, which are now unironically the coolest things I probably own right now.
My name's Savannah.
Girl, you're my B.A.B. Say once, say twice, you're my queen, honey. I'm ready, I'm steady, you know I'm good to go. I'm slicker than your average, no one ever says no. My
You're my number one for the things you've done for me.
Oh crap! It's the Rozzers! No, wait, no, God, stop!
Just end game. Stop filming me. Quit. Why? You're not quitting. I need you to quit. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. I can like this stuff. It's fine. Look, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not hurting anyone. See? Look, I don't need... Look, see this box here? Don't need it. See? Check this out. Watch this go. I'm not the one with the problem. You're the one with the problem. You think this is weird? Well, you know, there's no box anymore. Like, what are you going to do to me? With that no evidence, there's no trial.
And that was the eye toy. So even though for the majority, this modest little PS2 camera kind of fell over and died and farted on your mum, its legacy and impact can't be understated, especially for just silly, fun, casual console games. By 2008, it sold over 10 million units. It predated the Wii and Kinect. I can confidently say it does work more consistently than Kinect does, at least, and it needs to be remembered, if for no other reason than how fun it is to experience Sega
Somniumscape
Soup.
1569 says, but I want to play Sonic Speed Simulator again.
I do find it sad how most American friends of mine either barely remember it or just don't know what it is at all. I'm happy at least knowing that when I was a kid, 90% of people I knew of were talking about it or owned it. It's such an odd anomaly, not only of
Birdcage
PS2
System
history,
says
but
that's
video
fair.
game history as a whole, especially for the region differences. It also lasted way longer than you'd expect. If you wanted to, you could even use this blurry old minger for taking pictures in the original Little Big Planet for PS3. I built my own level with it. And that's not all. I mean, look at how the first PSVR worked for PS4. To track where the headset was, it used the PlayStation camera, which was an update of the PS3 PlayStation Eye, which was an update of the PS2 iToy.
Birdcage System says Jesus Christ.
Camera. Why did they gouge it out? I'm so sorry you lost your eye, PlayStation.
It's okay, I've learned to live without it. I've got other ways of knowing you're there anyway.
Oh yeah? Like what? Oh no! It's the PlayStation nose!
Subscribe.
Stan, if a pregnant woman goes swimming, she is a submarine.
As good for you as it was for me.
This is me. I'm dead. Uh-oh.
And now that I'm dead, that means I'll never have to play Crash Bash ever again. What? That's what this video's about? I wrote it? Well, I guess that's what I'm being forced to play then.
Do you have anything in your life that was ruined by new information? Your lovely clean eyelashes? Oops, turns out they're swarming with mites all the time. Those tasty chicken nuggets? Oops, they're beaks. Your parents? Oops, not yours, you're adopted.
Why didn't they tell me?
Bear in the big blue house? Just a regular sized sweaty guy. Roger Moore? Dead. And now I have another one for you. Crash Bash? Oops, not actually a good game. You were lied to. In fairness, Crash Bash is fine under the correct circumstances, but I would go as far as to say that it is only fine. So long as you've got 2 or more friends to play with and you cut off your own air supply for 3 minutes, it's an above-average multiplayer party game featuring all of your best friends. Rash, Croak, Tinnitus, Dingy, Cholera, Brian, Cog, and Rigid. You can call it a Mario Party clone, but I call it a Mario Party friend with benefit. There's no commitment to a bigger idea, you just pick a point and get to it. It's a quick burst of excitement without any guilt attached, and then it's never spoken about until you're feeling up for it again next week.
My point is, Crash Bash isn't Mario Party, which is good for it. There isn't any board game you've got to worry about, all of the mini-games are action-based, and it doesn't take much explanation for you to jump in. You should give this a try if Mario Party isn't your thing, and you're looking for something with a little more...
It isn't a party, it's a bash. A crash bash. A crash bash, wallop, boom, ting, bang, ding-a-ling-a, what, punch, stomp, sit, piss. Pick one of the 28 mini games and have at it. When you're in the mood for it, it's a decent time when you have friends to play with.
However,
everything I just told you comes with a catch. Okay, a lot of catches. Catch Bandicoot. If you picked this game up back in the year 2000, fresh off of the beige shelf that should be white, and expected to stick it in your Sony lid to get right into the action, you'd be quite disappointed to see that out of all 28 minigames, only 16 are available to you, which you'd think at least is a nice majority, but the truth is that it's actually 4. 4 types of minigames with 4 very slight variations on each that barely constitutes them being counted as a separate game. Do you not want to throw boxes at other players in the jungle? Then maybe you prefer a sewer but with power-ups, or a slippy ice floor with a penguin that can attack you, or the floor can now be broken in space. These aren't new minigames, and instead closer to level options and variables you should be able to toggle on and off or swap between in the pause menu. So how do you unlock the other 12 games? Well, unlike many other multiplayer party games, Crash Bash features a single-player adventure mode for the lonely disappointments to their parents, or 2-player adventure if you have a sibling they didn't flush. In order for you to unlock all 28 minigames for any crashing and or bashing you may be doing in the future, you have no choice but have to go through this adventure mode. And even though that's a bit stupid and annoying for a multiplayer party game, this wouldn't and shouldn't be the end of the world. However, playing the adventure mode of Crash Bash is one of the worst things I think I've ever done in my life. Not just in video games, not just on the PS1, not just in Cash Banuka, in my entire sordid life. Not just for the adventure mode itself being boring and repetitive, but for all the additional horrific things it demands of you in order to unlock the rest of the minigames. Finishing the adventure mode in Crash Bash is akin to running yourself over. And yes, I said finishing, not completing. That's another mess entirely. But considering how much bullshit you have to go through to unlock every available minigame, it's close enough to completion that it might as well be. A few years ago, I even streamed myself doing it, and it went really well.
I got the power up here that sets everyone on fire. That's fun. Wait for it. That is Cortex. Oh, one more kick. No! Oh, can you you bloody ill-fitting wristwatch. Okay, bumpy, very bumpy. I'm out. Oh shit, I'm gone. Bye, everybody. I jumped over it. Ah! Got it, no! Do what you want, because the pirate is free. You are an anus.
All you have to do is look up Crash Bash speedrun attempts on YouTube, and you'll see exactly how bad it is. There's a reason that most of the speedrun world records have differences between each other, not by milliseconds or seconds, but by minutes.
By the way, don't be mistaken. I'm the Cash Banuka Bingo Birthday Big Bang Boil boy. I know that there are cheat codes in this game to unlock everything right off the bat. But Uno, they only work on the European release, and 2, they only work on the original Black Label European release, not the Greatest Hits Platinum release, which I have here. and now I don't.
If you have any other copy of Crash Bash, American, Japanese, whatever, all of those cheat websites are as useful to you as an arse with a smaller arse on it. Do you want to unlock the Dante's Dash minigame? Collect 27 trophies. And how do we do that? By beating every level in the game.
Birdcage
Thanks to the
system
cheats
says why?
game facts. I sure
Why would
hope
they
nobody
not work?
misreads the Q in your
That's
website
so
name.
stupid.
By the way, did I ever tell you I got my stationery from Penn Island? Fair enough, I guess you could use emulation, but first of all, when this game came out, it wasn't very common or easy. Even if it was possible, getting it to work with local multiplayer would be even more difficult, and emulation or not, it's still not an excuse to me because this was how the game was originally made, designed, and sold on the shelves. So in short, the only ways to enjoy this multiplayer party game immediately as a multiplayer party game, you either force yourself to enjoy just playing 4 variations of 4 minigames, get a region-compatible console and then the original European Black Label release to cheat, or you hate yourself.
And I'm privy to a little bit of hating myself, so that's what I'm doing. I'd rather do that than admit I'm a European.
Alright then, here we go again. Lovely to see you. Crash 'em, bash 'em. You know, it's been so long, I forgot that it even warns you on the front about its stress level and how it will affect you. 3+ fingernails that will fall off. Hello? You've got to love this text here with the quotes as well. Available winter 2001.
Yeah, it's available winter 2001. Your flight will be leaving at 1:30. I love you. Forever.
Wanna bash with Crash?
Well, I didn't really think about it, but now that you mention it.
Part 1. The first part. The game opens up with the sound you hear when it's more than a fart.
Sony Computer Entertainment Europe presents a Universal Interactive Studios production.
Is this voiceover very unfitting for a party game about an orange rap? Surprisingly, no it isn't. Alright, time to create my save file. My name is Tramp, and for this game I usually pick Tiny as my main because he's actually quite big, and that's funny, but for the sake of being different, I'll pick Koala Kong. Partly because he has the same stats as Tiny, and partly because I've never seen anybody so proudly celebrate standing in their own urine.
Kong wins.
Here we have the opening cutscene, and the story is about good and evil and... So, when do you start to play? Well, if you stop being so impatient, I'll tell you.
Even the damn manual is hell-bent on not giving you anything. You exist to be read for information. Why are you keeping me from the information? Do I have to unlock it in the game? Do I have to unlock the rest of the book in the game? So in order to illustrate to you just how bad this game is for unlocking everything, I figured it would make sense to walk you through the adventure step by step with me so I can explain it and you can experience secondhand embarrassment over the fact that I'm doing this and I turned 30 this year. Minigame 1 is Crash Ball. Basically, it's 4-way Pong, and you can kick the balls back with the pink box button. As soon as I began, the very first thing that happened in the entire game for me was this. Now, believe it or not, in hindsight, that was the worst part of the game for me, because it was the very first thing I saw, and it lulled me into a false sense of hope that the rest of the game would be like that. The minigame itself is fun enough, and within only a couple of minutes, we've won our first match.
Wins.
And then we have to do it again.
But I won!
Okay, right, here's how it goes. For every minigame, all of them that you're about to see, in order to get the basic trophy to beat it, and in the case of the locked minigames, unlock them for multiplayer, you have to win the minigame 3 times in that session. You don't have to do it in a row, but you have to do it 3 times every time. And even though this is just the first minigame, you feel that sting as soon as you win the second round and realize how much time it actually took you to win both of those rounds and then have to go through it all again for a third, and God forbid you lose an attempt and have to throw another attempt in there to waste more of your time.
I've also just noticed, what is that ridiculous dark chocolate shard sticking out of Kong's head? Is that supposed to be hair? Hi. What's that? My pet bear finally came back from Vietnam. He was a little late to the fighting. Yep, sounds like him. Classic bear. Oh no, he didn't come back unharmed? What do you mean he's got shrapnel stuck in his head? But I'm looking at him right now. That can't be shrapnel. Shrapnel isn't the same shape as a kite. Hello, I'm Spots! Yes, you are.
Birdcage
How are
system
you
says, oh
doing?
god, it
Well,
spawns.
I don't care.
Birdcage
I've hit the
system
big
says
time
he's
now.
back.
Look, I've landed a sponsor with North Face. Spons, that's not North Face. But how will I have money? Well, luckily enough, I already had a sponsor lined up for you. And this video has been sponsored by War Thunder. I don't want them. What? I want North Face. You can't have North Face. War Thunder aren't as cool as North Face. I don't care what you think. I had to pull a lot of strings to get this, and you're going to like it. No amount of money could make me do it.
War Thunder is one of the deepest and most immersive vehicle combat games ever made, giving you access to over 2,500 tanks, planes, ships, and helicopters to take control of from 10 major nations, ranging from 1920s armored cars to stealth fighters of our modern day. And with the intense combat, stunningly detailed graphics, and authentic sound effects, you'll truly feel like you're behind the wheel in a real war. But where real war isn't fun, this is! And I really love how meticulous the damage system is, giving you the most accurate and specific damage reports to components and weapons that don't only have a visual effect, but a gameplay effect too. Made even better with the X-ray viewer, letting you get impressively close to the abject horror of what is actually going on. If you love scrupulous attention to detail in interactive electronic military history, then War Thunder is the game for you. And you can join the worldwide PvP community of over 70 million other players right now with the link below this video in the description and the pinned comment. For a limited time, everyone that uses my link will also get access to a massive bonus pack that is so big it's the size of a tank. If you're a new player or haven't played the game for at least 6 months, all of this could be yours. Multiple premium vehicles, an exclusive vehicle decorator, 7 days of premium account access, and 100,000 silver lions, which I am very happy about because whenever I go to the zoo just to see one lion, it runs away. If all of this wasn't enough, hang on, wait, there's more? Oh, stop. The game is available right now on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox for free. Yes, you heard me. All of that great stuff I just showed you for free. How could they do this? They must have shell shock. Thank you once again to War Thunder for the sponsor, and...
I would have killed to have that sponsor. Can't believe the attitude on him. Bloody millennials.
The minigame after this is Polar Panic, another decent minigame where you each have to waddle around on the backs of polar bears while you press square to give everybody directions to the tour of the Ocean Gate submarine. It's very simple shit, but at least there's a drone in there spitting power-ups at you to keep things interesting. You can be big, you can be small, you can be electrocuted on the ice! Or my favourite one, you can be flattened by a collection of 500 irritable bowel syndromes. Win 3 times and on to the next level. At this point, I was having a decent enough time. Yeah, you know, on level 2. Pretty low bar. And I was ready for whatever could possibly be next. Especially with the back of the box promising I could shove your enemies off the edge into the abyss, smack them, kick them, blow them up, and win, win, win! Well, this is boring. Then on to minigame 4, Jungle Bash, which I personally feel right at home in, seeing as it's been a very long time since I've played this game, and yet I was easily able to blow up Dingodile and Crash with the same box to kill them at the same time, and the game was not expecting me to do something so great because Dingodile didn't even fall down when he lost all his health and looked right at me as if to say, how the hell did you do that, before suddenly dying. After all 3 wins of 4 minigames, you have all 4 trophies you need for the first boss fight against Papu Papu, everybody's favourite pregnant tribalman. And like in every other appearance he's ever had in any Crash game, he's very easy and doesn't bother moving. Yes, I know that in Crash Team Racing he does move, but that doesn't count because he's driving in a cart, which means he's sitting down. My point is, he's a lazy piece of shit.
Before you can continue, you must first meet an old friend.
Okay, so we've made it through the first warp room and the first 1/7 of all the minigames, and it only took 19 minutes. Granted, if you remove all of the replays I had to do to win each of the games 3 times, then 12 minutes of that was just replaying the same things over and over again, but overall, this was pretty fun and welcoming. Like a nice grandma. On to Warp Room 2, and we have Pong again. But it's different this time, I promise, because you have a magnet and it's all brown. After that is the polar bears again, but it's different this time, I promise, because the platform tilts. After that is the pogo sticks again, but it's different this time, I promise, because you don't have score boxes to bank your coloured tiles anymore, and you have to make a square instead. After that is
the fighting arena again. But it's different this time, I promise.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is already ridiculous. Not only are we replaying the same mini-games from Warp Room 1, but with minimal changes, and winning them all another 3 times each, but these are all of the mini-games available to you at the start of the game in multiplayer mode anyway. So if you and your friends played that mode first, got sick of all of these mini-games, and then thought, hey, I'm going to do adventure mode to try unlocking the rest, and then got to this point of the adventure mode, this is where your fight or flight would kick in. And I know what mine is doing.
I mean, just look at this for the battle technique section of the manual. To get you on your way, here are the basic objectives and controls for the first few arenas. Yeah, I know what you're doing. How about we reword that? To get you on your way, here are the controls for basically the only games we have. Sorry. Luckily though, after our 20th replay of the same original 4 base minigames, we are finally treated to our first brand new game mode and 5th minigame type overall, Tank Wars. This is Desert Fox, a game of moving on a grid, changing your aim with the shoulder buttons, firing at each other, and using mines to cause damage across rows and columns. And yes, we have to win another 3 times again to get the trophy and unlock it for the multiplayer, but it's not all that bad. We only have another 11 minigames left to unlock. Sure, it took us just under 44 minutes and 15 seconds to reach this minigame and beat it to unlock it, but we are well on our way, I'm sure. On to the second warp room boss we go, and... Oh. 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 Here's the deal, you don't only have to get trophies in order to unlock the rest of the adventure mode and therefore the rest of the games for multiplayer, because Cram Bam also has gems and crystals to get for each minigame on top of them. And this is where it all starts getting a little twatty, because you're not only replaying the same minigames again, but you're also replaying them with added impairments that do nothing to the minigames except debilitate you and no other players. For the gems, most of the time it's the exact same minigame again, but you have less time to win, or less health points, or more points than everybody else to subtract down to 0 to end the game, and that can come with its own problems. But then the crystals swing its massive wang around the corner and give you the same minigame once again, but this time with an added hazard or one new stipulation that deliberately handicaps you and nobody else. In fairness, these challenges only require you to finish them 1 time and then it's over, but either way, it's still asking you to replay the same minigame again, which is likely already a variation of the same game from earlier that you already beat 3 times to get the trophy in the first place, and it's 10 times harder. But just humor me for a second and put all of that to one side. I'll go into more depth later so you can truly understand how much of a baffling problem this all is, but for now, let's just keep looking at all of the base minigames up until the final boss, ignoring all of the unlock requirements. Boss 2 is the Bearminator, a name in reference to the 1984 film The Terminator, which is named as such for it is about a villain that can
Birdcage System says you have to play each minigame 5 times in order to 100% the game.
Is more Pong,
Well,
except this time
what
you
the
find
hell?
force fields that push the balls away for a bit, and every so often Engine appears after drinking too much Engine and starts spitting everywhere randomly in order to be more relatable to the youth. Minigame 11 is Melt Panic, more polar bears, except now the stage shrinks gradually.
It's new.
After this is even more pogo sticks, with the only difference being Ripperoo leaving TNT boxes all over the place to stun you if you're anywhere near them. And after this is Snow Bash, which is even more box throwing fighting, but now on slippery ice and with a penguin that does a really good impression of Hurricane Katrina, except nobody died. What's that? Avoid waking the penguin? That's really good advice. It'll just make the match harder for everyone if we do that, so I'll make sure to— Oh, of course you're gonna do it on purpose, because you're a bloody virgin! Next minigame is another tank game, but this time the stage changes layout sometimes, making the row and column mines useless since you have no idea what the stage is going to do next, and I like that. It's my favourite part of the whole game. And then finally, at minigame 15, we have our 6th different type of original new minigame, Crash Dash. A Micro Machines-styled race going around in a circle with a boost gauge and missile power-ups to stop everyone else from going around in a circle. This one isn't too bad, but the power-ups and other races are there to just distract you from remembering that all you're doing is going around in a circle. Then at the end of Warp Room 3 is a tank boss fight against the Komodo brothers in a more open arena and multiple phases of different guns to get through before finally taking them head on. It's the hardest boss so far, so much to the point that they give you a checkpoint after the gun fortress part of the fight. So does that mean the game will ease up on you from now on? Maybe. Off to Warp Room 4 and minigame 16. Pong again, but you're in the sky. Oh, it moved. Next minigame is Manic Panic. Polar bears. Oh, look, a bomb. The next minigame is Something Padlock. Can you guess what kind of padlock it is?
Birdcage System says
right.
I'm sorry.
A
Tech
shed. Minigame
Gremlins.
19 is then another box fighting one with Drain Bash so that you can bash, crash, and crash bash for the PlayStation 1. After that is even more tank battles, but now with free moving analog controls in an open arena with a podium in the center. It's all the same shit, honestly, but now you have to be extra careful to watch out for the only known weakness of tanks. A wooden face. Then after this we have Toxic Dash, the exact same circle race as Dot Dash, but now with explosive barrels and a gooey man that gets in the way and then throws his kids at you. Oh my crump, it's minigame 22, and finally another new original minigame type. Ring ding ding ring rang dug dong. A game where you have to run around in a clock tower popping balloons of your own color while hitting black balloons and crates for different power-ups to help you further pop your own balloons. And then to cap the whole adventure off is the final boss fight against Nitrous Oxide, a two-phase fight where you start by following him awkwardly silently through space. And then end with another game of Pong. Screw you. What is this? What? How are you? What? How are you this good? How is anybody supposed to do this?
You fail.
Okay, great. We rolled the credits, we finished the adventure mode, and after you beat the final boss, the rest of the multiplayer games all unlock for you on the main menu. Which makes sense when I say that, doesn't it? And I know it feels like I condensed a lot of that journey, but trust me, it took a while. In fact, going back to Gems and Crystals, in order to fight the final boss and finish the game, you need all previous 22 trophies on top of 15 gems and 12 crystals. And assuming you don't quit any of the minigames once you start, that means you'll be seeing 2 loading screens for each of those required collectibles and bosses, one for loading in and one for loading out. The shortest loading screens for me lasted around 6 seconds, while the longest lasted around 15, leaving us with an average of 10.5 seconds per loading screen. 22 trophies, 15 gems, 12 crystals, and 4 bosses is 53 total level entries. Times that by 2 for each loading screen you'll see per level leaves us with 106 loading screens, and timing that by 10.5 seconds leaves us with 18 minutes and 33 seconds total of you just listening to waiting for the games and bosses to begin and end. I'm the cool teacher. You can tell I'm cool because my cap is on the wrong way.
Birdcage System says I think this game might be bad.
So, you decided to call the principal a whore? Now, I decided to go for all 22 trophies, gems, and crystals before the final boss, which is admittedly my own fault. So because of that, I'm gonna go easy on Crash Bash, and I'm going to be charitable.
Somniumscape 1569 says just
great.
possibly.
Starving kids? Love them. Thumbs up. So just for the sake of fairness, if I took all of the footage I recorded for this game and arranged all of the gem and crystal challenges in order from shortest to longest, then at an absolute minimum, 22 trophies, 15 gems, 12 crystals, and 4 bosses in total took me 3 hours, 4 minutes and 11 seconds to do, which in and of itself is not a big problem. It's pretty short for an adventure mode. But when you consider the pogo game for a second and assume that you get the trophy, gem, and crystal in all 4 variations of that same base minigame like I did, then that means out of the 5 hours, 35 minutes, and 21 seconds it took for me to get all 22 of everything and 4 bosses,
1 hour, 6 minutes, and 5 seconds of that playtime was spent playing the same base Pogo minigame, which should help you come to understand just how unnecessarily dumb and repetitive that is for the sake of unlocking all the other minigames in a minigame collection party game where all the minigames should already be unlocked for you to play in multiplayer at the start. Oh, sorry. I was just looking down at all of the comments telling me that I'm wrong. But I'm not wrong. I lied. I lied. I lied. I lied. I lied! Yes.
No, this is not all you have to do to unlock every minigame, because that would be a really shit video. Instead, after the final boss, you unlock another warp room with the final remaining 6 minigames that you need to get the trophies
Birdcage System says he lied.
Multiplayer in this multiplayer party game. Strangely though, these remaining minigames, even though they are at the very end, offer the most amount of variety and least repeating ideas in any of the warp rooms too. Yes, level 23 is another circle
1569 says,
race, but
guys, I think he
underwater
lied.
on an oxygen-breathing poser fish. Level 26 is more tanks but on the water, and level 28 is yet another circle race, but fire. However, you also get level 24, Dragon Drop, a frantic rush around of 4 players trying to grab one of 2 gems and then throw them at a moving target while standing in a specific scoring zone. And eventually a 3rd gem appears, but by that point, I mean, who cares? Level 25, Mallet Mash, where you walk around stunning opponents, smashing mushrooms and getting more points by hitting them just before they explode. And level 27, Keg Kaboom, which even though new, is sadly one of the worst minigames since it's just a walking simulator. And I don't mean one of those games where you just walk around and sad men read letters to you in a smelly cave. I mean, it's literally a walking simulator. Walking the video game. Walk around with fire following you and hope that barrels appear to give you points. So yes, sadly there is incentive to get this far in the adventure mode because out of the 10 total minigame styles, 3 of them are unlocked in the final warp room. But it's fine, surely, because as I mentioned earlier, I was collecting all the gems and crystals in every stage as I was going along to prepare myself for the final unlocks. So now I have all 22 of everything, and nothing should be unavailable to me.
Birdcage System says oh no.
Hey, what was that for? This is where I look at your broken leg, rip the cast off, and step on it. Yes, trophies, gems, and crystals are not the only things you need to get to unlock all of the levels for multiplayer. You also need to get gold relics. And how do you get them? Oh, you know, by playing the same games you just played all over again. But winning them another 2 times. And not only that, but you have to win them against the hardest AI opponents in the whole game. The ones they call the Arena Champions, who are tuned to a nanoseconds worth of coded perfection, with their main and only objective being to maim you, desecrate your pulp of a corpse, and then exorcise your ghost from even having a fraction of a chance to come back and ask them why. This isn't an exaggeration either. The gem and crystal handicaps are one thing. Ah, look at you having a nice time on that swing. You're really good at it. Ha! Now you got no arms. Try doing it now, idiot. But the relic challenges are probably the closest evidence we have to there being a higher power that doesn't love you. In every single minigame, they are not only close to unbeatable and know exactly what directions you're going to move, what action you'll perform, how to drive perfectly, and how to aim perfectly, but they also cheat. And I am not making that up.
In the crate and tank levels, the stats on damage given and taken is altered between levels and challenges. Runner Pole made a spreadsheet compiling the information for them all. After a quick glance, it's clear to see the devs were feeling particularly cruel on some of these changes.
In the Polar Bear stages, they get a power boost to their charges against you, including the weakest charging characters like Dingodile. In the Swamp Tank game, they can activate their shields more often than you. In the regular tank game, they can twist their gun turret 180 degrees in the blink of an eye, while you're stuck with... In the games that involve walking around, everybody seems to be able to walk faster than you. Does everything in this footage look normal to you right now? Well, yes, it is. Until you look at the health, they have 0 health, and yet they can still play. They're not dead, you're just crazy. Crash Bash is the only game on the PS1 that gaslights you. Do you like the idea of a force field to save your goal from balls? Tough shit if you like that, because you can never have them. The microsecond they appear, the computer players get it immediately. Do you want to know why? Because they are a computer player programmed into a computer game that had to be programmed in a computer. They are literally designed to win, and every single randomly generated element of every stage means nothing to them because they know what the randomly generated element is going to do down to the line of code they were birthed from.
Ooh, I like birth!
Oh no. I thought you were gone.
I was, but I came back because I want more money!
Spons, you can't have North Face. Besides, we cannot have another sponsor. I don't even think that's legal.
That's never stopped me before, but don't worry, this isn't a sponsor. I stole some DNA from your socks and now I'm selling all of your clones.
Why does it look like a loaf of bread?
Gut him.
I'm not a square.
Gut him.
What do you mean, gut him? The last time I turned myself inside out, I was not this woolly. Okay, everybody, I'm sorry to interrupt the video again, but I promise you it's only for one last time, and I also promise you that this is worth it, because the lovely folks at Juniper, who helped me bring you the Talking Spons plush, have worked with me yet again to help bring you the brand new exclusive 2-in-1 Caddy Sleeps plush and giant blanket hoodie at cadicarus.com. You won't see anything like this on North Face. For those who didn't know, I have a side channel called Caddy Sleeps, and every thumbnail for those videos has featured a video game character sleeping with me. I mean sleeping with a little plush version of me. A lot of you seem to really love him, and I thought about releasing a real plush of him for months, but that's boring! If I was going to do anything like that, I wanted to make it truly special and unique. And since this little guy came from the Sleeping Channel theme, I then got this mental idea of a multi-purpose sleeping plush and blanket hoodie that could only work if I was shaped like a brick. I made the right call. The hoodie itself is one size fits all, it's super soft, it has an embroidered logo, it's got feet flaps, and it costs $79.99 or £62.46 as of August 3rd, 2024, with free shipping worldwide. Yep, free shipping worldwide. And even better, when you're wearing the hoodie, the inside out little me is sitting right on your groin. Sadly, this is only available for an extremely limited time, so if you're interested, head to the merch shelf on
Birdcage
this video,
System
or by
says
going
that's
to
pretty cool.
right now
Weird
and grab
but cool.
yourself one before it's gone forever. You can listen to me as you sleep, while hugging me as you sleep, while wearing me as you sleep. Once again, these are available to buy right now at cadicarus.com for a very limited time only, and then they'll be gone forever. So if you do decide to pick one up, thank you sincerely. You won't regret it, I promise. I mean, look at these things.
Somniumscape
You just can't
1569
regret it. They're
says so
amazing.
true.
It even impressed me, and I hate myself. They're all made from my skin. I'm very warm. What was I saying about Crash Bash? And by the way, you know how I said you have to win these twice to get the relic? And in the trophy stages, you can lose as many times as you like so long as you end up winning
Birdcage System
3
says,
times
does
before
that mean
anybody
you're
else
wearing
does?
him when you
Well,
sleep?
on the relic challenges, you have to win twice
Birdcage System
in a
says, oh
row.
god,
If
what?
you win
Somniumscape
once and then
1569
lose,
says
you have
yes.
to start your winning streak all over again and win twice in a row all over again. Excuse me. By the way, if you want to get all 28 trophies to unlock every minigame for multiplayer in this multiplayer party game, you need to beat all 4 bosses and grab a
Somniumscape
total of
1569
25
says
gems,
TF
23
enthusiasts
crystals,
keep winning.
and 21 gold relics on top of the 28 trophies. 21 out of 28 total minigames need to be won twice in a row
Birdcage System
against the
says real.
superpowered godlike reflex cheating AI to unlock every game for multiplayer, which is the only reason you'd ever pick this game up to begin with. Considering 16 of the total 28 games are basically the same thing as well, how many times do you think you'll be playing Pog? And also,
Birdcage
tying
System
counts as a
says,
failure.
TF
So if you tie on
enthusiast.
your second attempt after winning the first one, you don't get a chance to go for the second attempt again. You just start all over to try and win twice in a row all over again. Why is there even a 5th warp room after the credits roll when there isn't a 5th boss at the end of it, and yet all of the levels in that warp room feature the most variety of brand new original games from multiplayer that
Somniumscape
need the most amount of grinding
1569
to
says
unlock for
based
no
of you.
reason? I don't know. This is the same game that prints the front cover of itself next to precautions and a health warning. This isn't even including the loading screens either, in order for you to unlock every available multiplayer party game in this multiplayer party game,
Somniumscape
you need
1569
28
says me
trophies,
too.
25 gems, 23 crystals, 21 gold relics, and 4 bosses. Which means, assuming that you go in and come out of each level only one time, that's 101 level entrances and exits.
Birdcage System says nice.
202 load screens. Times that 202 load screens by the 10.5 second average time that they last, and that means that you'll be spending that
Birdcage
much time
System
of
says I should
loading.
post
How
the
much
rest
is
of the
that?
Robert art in the server.
35 minutes and 21 seconds. 35 minutes and 21 seconds of watching and listening to just to unlock all of the multiplayer games for multiplayer in this multiplayer game. And one of the worst parts for me is that there are no bonus levels. You can't have a Crash game without bonus levels. That's like me having a Crash Bandicoot video without a Cat Icarus bounce round. This isn't a bonus platform. It's a calculator. Wait. Does that mean... I knew it! It's my arch nemesis, Calculator Face. What are you doing here? Why did you give me life, Jim? I know only pain. What? You broke into my house to kidnap my children? Why can't I die? I should have known better than to trust a calculator. I'll get you for this, Calculator Face. Please kill me. Also, 2 times 3 is 6. I do have to address the fact that, yes, I am talking about all of this assuming you're getting all 28 trophies, gems, crystals, and gold relics, even though technically you don't need all of them. But let's be realistic. If you've never played this game before and get to a new warp room and then see you haven't got enough of the things that you need, how are you supposed to know which gems, crystals, and gold
Birdcage
relics
System
are the
says
easiest to get
2x3
so you
is in
don't
fact
waste your
6 true.
time? How do you know how many you'll possibly need for the future warp rooms? Whatever the case, you'll never know unless you either get all of them just to be safe or waste a lot of time and potentially even more replays and loading screens trying to figure out
Somniumscape
which ones are even worth
1569 says
bothering
gotta
to
love
fight
it when a
for.
being or
It's
thing with
not
one
good
form
no matter
changes
what way
that
you
form
look
into
at
a
it,
different
like an
thing.
ugly baby. And going back to the crystals for a second, some of these are the absolute armpits, unshaved and unwashed. Not all of them are completely horrible, but taking that aside,
Birdcage
they
System
are
says
still
love that shit.
replays of the same games again and are all designed to be unfair. And I say it's unfair not just because of the curses leveled onto you and nobody else, but also because that gold relic AI I just talked about, they tend to use it in the gem and crystal challenges too. It isn't quite as ruthless, but it's still much nastier than the trophy challenges, to the point where you don't even think the game is working properly. You have to deal with whatever crippling effect you have on top of some of the worst AI ganging I've ever
Birdcage
seen in a
System
video
says
game.
I see a
These
creature and I'm like
examples are
okay
not
that's
from
cool
the
and then the
Gold
creature
Relic
changes
Arena
and I'm like eyes
challenges. They're from the
emoji.
apparently slightly easier gems and crystals. Look at this attempt for the toxic dash crystal. Not only are you dealing with the fact that every time you fall off the edge you lose 80%
Somniumscape
of your
1569
speed for 5
says me when I'm a
seconds,
changeling.
but also with the most aggressive skanks on the PS1 that all banded together to knock me off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in a row. There was nothing I could do. The game was Geppetto and I was the son he made who couldn't tell him no, please stop. Some of the crystal rules are completely logical, like win without the ability to pick up the crates, or score the most points in one go to win. And then some of them are just nebulous guesswork, like defeat your opponents while avoiding the water perils, or a downright biblical, like beware the idol's wrath. What the hell does that mean? Is this a
Birdcage
threat? Win
System
with the
says I should
handicap
make
of
a sinner
slippy
specifically for
shoes?
putting in unrealistic TF scenarios.
The crystal on Melt Panic took me 22 attempts. I failed this 21 times. You have to play the game without the
Somniumscape
ability to save
1569
yourself from
says real and
falling off
based.
the edge, which is not only an essential mechanic in the polar bear stages, but the AI also charge into you harder on top of ganging up on you like it's a school playground and you're a ginger kid. And as for the gems, most if not all of them are identical to the trophy challenges that are already close to identical to many other mini games in the adventure already, so you're essentially playing a copy of a copy, but also much harder. The gems are basically the reduced time limit challenges or the less health challenges, and in general are not as hard as the crystal challenges because they're the next difficulty up from the trophies, and there's minimal added dump on top of that. But with some of the mini games, the strict time limits and less health can actually be more of a detriment to you because of how those games are designed in the
Birdcage
first
System
place,
says I
and
do
makes
have a
those
secondary
gems
Sinner, but I
sometimes
don't have
harder to
anything
get
of them
than the
beyond a
supposedly
Gumroad
extra
model I
hard
bought and
crystals.
coloured
Take
for
Drain
got.
Bash. The gem for that took me
Birdcage System says
14
so, maybe I
minutes
could
and
shove them
20
in
attempts
scenarios.
to get it right because of just how difficult it is to knock everybody else out in less than a minute. However, comparing that to the apparently harder crystal challenge, that only took me just over 4 minutes and only 3 attempts because you have way more time to make mistakes and also only have to worry about
Birdcage
being
System says
careful how
put that
you
thing in a
open the
situation.
crates. What do you mean? The crystal for Swamp Fox, 4 attempts, 3 minutes. Because it's the exact same thing as the trophy, but with harder AI, and you're also being followed around
Somniumscape
by a pissy little
1569 says
torpedo.
inanimate
But the
TFS are
gem
low-key
that
underrated though.
only changes the time limit from 90 seconds to 40, 17 attempts, and 11 minutes. Jungle Fox Crystal, win the match, harder
Birdcage
AI,
System
but now
says
the
real.
totem pole in the middle spits projectiles at you. First attempt, 1 minute. Jungle Fox Gem, cutting the time limit to win in half, 8 attempts and 6 minutes. And this isn't including the gem challenges that omit vital information or outright lie to you.
Somniumscape 1569 says though that might be the trauma from watching a specific Power Rangers episode.
Else, but also starts you off with more points than everybody else, which isn't mentioned in the rules. For the Dot Dash gem, how do you like the sound of winning it with 30 seconds less time than usual? But also you have to clear 2 more laps than everybody else because we just forgot to mention that part. Sorry. Make sure you don't get hit by the missiles that you can't control and get juggled off multiple times in a row by
Birdcage
everyone else that
System
you can't
says
control, and if you fall off more than twice, you don't have enough time to win anyway. Bye. Because of this wildly varying, inconsistent difficulty, it took me 2 hours and 8 minutes to get all the gems and 1 hour 49 minutes to get all the crystals. When going for all 28 gems, that was a total of about 120 attempts, including the ones I did win, averaging at about 4 retries per gem on average, or 4 minutes and 30 seconds per gem average. On the crystal end, it was about 96 attempts in total, including the ones I did win, averaging at about 3 retries per average, or 3 minutes and 53 seconds per crystal on average. When it comes to the near impossible gold relics, that took me a total of 3 hours,
Birdcage
51
System
minutes and
says I love the math in
28
this
seconds to get all
episode.
of them. Nearly 4 hours of replaying the same 28 mini-games, but winning them twice in a row against deliberately cheating near impossible AI. So, in total, that was 206 attempts to get all of those relics, including the ones I did win, averaging out at about 7 retries per stage on average, or an average of 8 minutes and 16 seconds per gold relic. Oh, so that's why I was given a calculator. Yes, again, I know. I didn't need to get all 28 gems, crystals, and relics to unlock every game for multiplayer, but as I already explained, you'll never know which are worth attempting or going for in comparison to the others until you've already spent so much time attempting each of them to begin with. So it doesn't save any time to assume that you just need all of them and go for all of them as soon as you can. Yeah, I suppose you could look it up on the internet, but then think about what you're defending. You're saying that you have to look up which games are easier or harder on the internet for a multiplayer party game which should already have all of the multiplayer party games unlocked in the multiplayer party game. However, despite all of this, I'm gonna give Crash One Out, Bash One Out the benefit of the doubt. If I take my playthrough of all the trophies and bosses and then add them to the gem, crystal, and gold relic challenges listed in order from shortest to longest, in order for my personal playthrough to get the required 28 trophies, 4 bosses, 25 gems, 23 crystals, and 21 gold relics to unlock every possible mini-game, that would have taken me an absolute minimum of 7 hours, 1 minute, and 1 second. Not to even complete the game, but to unlock all available mini-games to play with your friends who likely hate you now since you spent 7 hours indoors playing Crash Bash in order to unlock everything, therefore you never want to play the game again, and the sight of another pogo stick triggers you to grab a trench coat and a
Somniumscape
shotgun.
1569 says so basically one of the monsters was this thing that swaps people, yeah? One of the rangers got swapped into a salmon, or trout or something, that was on a plate. As a kid I was like, oh no he's a fish. Now it's like, oh no he's a corpse, and he swapped back just before a cat got to him. And after it he's like, man, never gonna eat fish again, and it's laughed off like a joke. Like, what?
Again, that 7 hours is just me being generous.
Birdcage System says at Somniumscape 1569, holy shit.
If you choose to get all 28 of everything as you go, just to be safe, do you want to know how long that took me? I'll tell you. 10 hours, 49 minutes, and 10 seconds. My God. Consider once again the Pogo minigame. In my complete 10 hours, 49 minutes and 10 seconds save file, 1 hour, 24 minutes and 37 seconds of that was just replaying slight variations and challenges of the exact same
1569 says a
Pogo
lot of
game,
trauma tends to turn into
including
kinks or
victories.
interests
I attempted
though.
this basic idea 38 times. 38 matches of this knobbing pogo stick. Don't forget
Birdcage
the boss
System
fights,
says
they're
that
just
is how
variations
it
of the
goes.
same mini games as well. Tanks, fighting, polar bear, Pong. Even they're not original. With all of the inane repetition you have to go through, you'd think that the simplest thing the game could do is repeat its own
Somniumscape
introductory
1569 says cause it
of
gives the
manual
ability
that
to
comes
explore
with
it in a
But
safe
even then,
space.
I guess the writer of the book couldn't even bear to boot up the game and watch the first thing that you see because they wrote that Aku Aku summons Tiny Tiger and Dingodile immediately because he persuaded them to fight for the good guys, but that's not what happened.
Birdcage
Because
System
what
says I
actually
wonder how
happens is
many
that
of my
Aku Aku
interests
is a
have to do with trauma.
basement-dwelling neckbeard who doesn't have any friends other than a brother and sister he lives with, and so begged Uka Uka to give him Tiny and Dingodile because otherwise, wah, this isn't fair. I want a lollipop and Daddy took my Xbox away. There are a few things in life worth getting angry about. Inequality, discrimination, political corruption, and the fact that the opening cutscene of Crash Bash for the PS1 is written down wrong in its own manual. Gang!
Oh, hi, yeah, what's up?
I am going to do a big shit on you.
Yay, goody.
See everyone? Just remember that whenever you say Crash Bash is good, you are defending a
Somniumscape 1569 says I mean being scared shitless is kinda hot to me because of it lol.
Your whole bank to www.don'tshowmeyourbrown.com.
Birdcage System says valid.
New York Times bestseller, Everybody Poops, but not like that. And a free plug.
By the way, it's not just the 7 to 10 hours of repeating the same 10 base minigames at gradually harder difficulties that's a problem on its own. It's because the minigame challenges themselves are mostly completely up to chance. Wanna know why? Because it's a multiplayer party game. Chance is part of the fun with this kind of game, and skill is just a bonus that'll only help occasionally. You don't want to play a party game where you just steamroll everyone all of the time after a potential 10 hours of practice, but that in itself is the problem, because this is a single-player mode of this kind of game that by design does have a lot of luck elements. So all of the retries you'd have to do are most of the time completely out of your control. You want to play a game to make you bitter? You play Mary, Kate, and Crashly. Bashley. It is a joke, especially in the Gem, Crystal, and Relic challenges when you're dealing with luck on top of AI tuned to a being not dissimilar to an angry god about to set the world on fire and doesn't even have the minimal decency to give you a fan. It's so dependent on luck, in fact, that for the PE warm-up Keg Kaboom, I failed 1 time trying to get the hardest difficulty Gold Relic. I failed 3 times trying to get the second
Birdcage
hardest
System
Crystal.
says
I
I'm
failed
trying to
1
think if
time
I've
trying
got
to get the
anything in
3rd
particular.
hardest Gem, but then I failed 2 times trying to get the easiest trophy. The first 5.5
Birdcage
minutes
System
of
says
those
and I
attempts
can't really
being
come up
1
with
loss
anything.
and 1 tie after 1.5 minutes of nothing but walking around and hoping for the best. Tiny beat all of us by nearly 300 points on the trophy. How? I spent nearly 10 minutes trying to get the steaming trophy here, and it was nearly all dust in the wind. Look at this scenario. 2-all, including the tie that doesn't score anything. We had already played 5 rounds of walking around emptying our mother's ashes all over the floor. 7.5 minutes of this. And if Tiny won the final round, I would have had to have done it all over again. Because of the random factor, even the easiest trophy matches can be no slouches. Check out my very first attempt of Tilt Panic, level 6 of the game. Then on level
Birdcage
11, the
System
3rd
says I
polar
guess
bear stage,
Forceful.
on my first attempt, I spent just under 2 minutes losing to Tiny 3 times in a row, meaning I had to start the minigame over again. But then as soon as I restarted, I didn't only then win 3 times in a row, but each of those rounds took me 13 seconds, 7 seconds, and 5 seconds to win. One crystal challenge you will see online group therapy sessions about is Skyballs. It sounds simple enough. You play the game like normal, but just have to avoid red balls that will end the game as soon as you touch them. However, that's not exactly accurate, because how it really works is that every ball is normal, and then every so often, at random, one of the balls kicked by another player will then turn red. So if you're preparing yourself to guard against a player's kicked ball towards you, there's every chance it will be a good ball 1 second and then fly towards you as a deadly red ball. All the while you have to try scoring against the others, all the while having to try and dodge the rogue red balls that bounce towards you that weren't even aimed at you, all the while trying to save your goal from all of the other normal balls, all the while considering that if the red ball goes into another player's goal, it doesn't count as a score. Lots of people, especially speedrunners, hate this challenge, and most of the time they don't even go for it, and it's easy to see why. But for this video, when I was dreading this challenge above most of the others, do you know how many times it took me to do this? 1.
Well done.
No, I'm not kidding. 1 attempt, 2 minutes total play.
Somniumscape 1569 says fair.
Rash scratch so much that I'm just that skilled at it? No. It was pure, unfiltered, no MSG luck. I was just accidentally in the right positions at the right micro instances, and there weren't that many red ball appearances. It's all random. It doesn't matter if they're wrong or right or whatever. The point is that it doesn't matter. It's just stupid. It's just... I've been knocked off 3 times in a row. This guy. 4 times in a row!
4 times.
Yeah. 5 times in a row! 6 times in a... The same thing happened on the Crystal Challenge for Pogo Padlock, where the only way to score points and paint your own tiles is by stealing them from other players. How do you steal them? By grabbing a missile power-up and hitting another player. It's luck if you are close enough to a missile power-up to grab it, luck if there's no other player that has a missile and is close enough to attack you and make you lose the missile, luck if you are able to fire it quick enough at a close enough player, luck if that player just so happens to have enough
Somniumscape 1569 says I guess my brain is like, pleasure is intense, want it to be more intense, can't make it more intense. Fear is the most intense other emotion. Fear accentuates the pleasure.
Fires a missile at you, stealing back all of the painted tiles that you just so happen to steal, and then luck that no point box appears near them so they can bank all of those points and then make it impossible for you to catch up.
Somniumscape 1569 says and it
doesn't
works.
Well, do you want to know how long this took me?
Birdcage System says
2
honestly,
attempts.
based.
That's it. It's luck.
At least we're getting content out of it.
Oh look, I got shot again. That's a surprise. Oh, and twice in a row. 3 times in a row. Can we go for a 4? 4 times! Is it my fault in the Space Bash Gold Relic Challenge that this Nitro crate appeared underneath my feet and caused me to lose? Is it my fault in the Splash Dash Gold Relic Challenge I nearly won twice in a row on my first try, but then on the second attempt I randomly got shoved off the center 2 times in a row on the second to last lap, causing me to lose? Or when after 9 attempts and 12 minutes of trying, I was about to win for the second time in a row, but on the very final lap I got randomly pushed off the center and then immediately bumped off from another racer once I recovered? Is it my fault on Keg Kaboom's Gold Relic when I'm getting no barrels or bitches for that matter, and as soon as I lose the round, the highest point scoring gold barrel just appears right in front of my feet when the game's already over? Is it my fault when in the Drain Bash Gold Relic all the power-up crates closest to me not only gave me a power-up when there's a 1 in 4 chance to even get a power-up, but it just so happened that all of these were the most powerful in the game and ended all of the fights within seconds, causing me to win? Is it my fault in the Jungle Fox Gem when you have to win within 30 seconds but you're stuck in a slow-moving tank firing slow-moving projectiles that can only be fired once at a time, and then after 6 failed attempts I eventually win because the other players all blew themselves up? Is it my fault in El Pogo Loco's Crystal when Ripperoo's instant fail nitro crates appear right next to me and I'm locked into a movement too slow to move away? Is it my fault in Metal Fox's Crystal when you have to avoid all of the one-hit kill mines dropping from the sky and then I get wedged in between the corners by Crash, completely unable to move as one drops right on my damn head? Is it my fault in Ring Ding's Gem when I pop a power-up balloon to change all my balloons to my color and then somehow also break a power-up crate that isn't anywhere near me, giving me a vacuum cleaner to suck up all of my own balloons to pop, and the AI then shits itself and can't kick me to cancel any of it, even though 99% of all the other times I can't keep a vacuum power up for more than a second without being kicked, and then after a few seconds of ITVs dancing on ice I end up winning, but then the gem animation and sound effect happens before the announcement telling me I even won the match first, causing the game to crash? The answer is yes, it is my fault. because I'm playing Crash Bash, where points appear, where balls spawn, where power-ups appear, where hazards attack. Aside from only a handful of examples like the totem pole attacking you on Jungle Fox in the same location at the same amount of time remaining in the match, there's
Somniumscape
no pattern to any of
1569
the
says, or maybe
randomized
it's like,
elements,
doing
and
it for
none
the
of it
first
can be
time is
predicted or
nerve-wracking.
worked
Doing
around
it
to
for the
your
first time is
advantage.
also
You've just gotta
unmatched.
play at
Gets
your
less
absolute
nerve-wracking
peak
as done
possible
more.
best
Use fear for the
and get
nerve-wrack and
lucky.
it
Doesn't
works.
seem to be dropping any nitro. Apart from there, and there, and there! What the hell?
And not just from the supreme AI and randomized munt, but also from the instability of the actual software. That game freeze I showed you from Ring Ding, sure, for me, that's the only
Birdcage
time that
System
Crash
says
Bash
makes
froze
sense
and
to
broke
me.
from a Crash Bash crash, but that doesn't mean it's perfectly polished like a lovely vase. You heard me, the other players hate you, and the environment hates you too. The balls in the Pong games can sometimes clip through the goalposts, totally unreachable to you, and count as a goal.
Just let one in. Come on. Let one in for me.
What?
Where did that come from? What? I spat all over my chin.
The tank games can sometimes let other players live despite them having 0 health remaining. The mallet mash hammer sometimes just doesn't hit the mushrooms when you're right in front of the damn things. One of my attempts of Keg Kaboom ended in a tie when I actually had more points than the other players, and I came across plenty more in my streams as well.
What? Where's the camera? What's going on? The reflection on the air.
Must be a little old late. What the hell was... What happened there? How did he...
Birdcage System says all right.
Excuse me.
Gotta head home now.
Somniumscape 1569 says stay safe.
TNT.
TNT! Explosion! Blast radius!
Crash Bash is a good game.
This is not the face of mercy. This is the last face you see before it cuts your life support and teabags you. If it wasn't bad enough going through all of this for the sake of a new thing to collect, even the manual doesn't cut you a break. I failed. Don't worry, everyone else will be laughing at you, but you can still have another go. Oh gee, I can? I didn't know. Thanks for letting me know I can have another 8 turns only to lose at the end and do another 8!
You fail.
If you can't face the chance of a humiliating defeat again, pick the Return to Warp Room option and hang your head in shame. You know what, there are not enough games nowadays that tell you how worthless you are. What's that? You paid money to play our game? Prick! Hang your head in shame. How about you hang yourself? It isn't my fault that this happened.
That's another problem with everything being as slow as it is. Because of how slow you... Why?
Technically, the gold relic challenges are the hardest base collectibles you have to get to unlock everything. So explain why in the Sky Balls relic challenge, I won within only a couple of tries because everybody decided to turn into the entrance doors at my local Sainsbury's. Due to the sheer unpredictability of this disc, not only do you have to deal with the repetitive act of replaying the same 10 base minigames over and over again in very slight difficult variations, but you spend just as much time revisiting the save station just in case the game sloppies all over the rug. There's just no letting up to it. Play game, fail, play game, win, save game, tramp. Play game, fail, play game, win, save game, tramp. Play game, fail, play game, win, save game, tramp. Play game, fail, play game, win, save game, change your name to Skinny. This isn't a video game, it's dishwashing. But at least with dishwashing, you get all of the poo off. And how about all the last minute pull-togethers? Holy shit. With the unstackable odds against you in this game, the amount of times that you only just barely make it is enough to give you the right amount of mental damage where you could kill someone and avoid prison time.
Yeah. Oh!
No way! Oh! Ooh, who are you?
Spacefrux_ says only 20 hours left.
In the other Crash games, you know how many times you saw the dreaded fact that you missed one box? Well, carries across that classic series staple. Great, but you missed one box? Well, how about you change that to great, but you lost by 1 point? This happens so many times, it's enough to convince me that Crash 4 was not inspired by Crash 2, but this instead. Yes, I know that was 2 points, but you can shove off and stick that 1 extra point in your hole, you hippie. You come back and talk to me when you're going
Spacefrux_ says oh she is not here.
33 minutes of trying.
Spacefrux_ says okay you'll be lurking.
Much health remaining on a gorilla with an anus for a face. At this point, you're likely wondering, Caddy, Bay, surely, after playing this game so much, you must have learned 1 or 2 techniques to make this process a lot easier. And as it happens, yes, I have. And one of those techniques is that... To be fair, it isn't completely luck dependent. I suppose the biggest control you have over your ultimate destiny is the character you pick at the start of the adventure. They all have varying stats depending on a few of the games, such as Dingadal having the most pathetic charge on the polar bears, but is able to charge more since he uses less stamina, Tiny having the strongest tank attack but also the slowest firing and can only fire once at a time while the attack is on screen, and Cortex stopping himself from tattooing the full N-word on his head. For the majority of the time, there are no differences. As far as I know, it doesn't matter who you are on the Pong stages, Pogo stages, and Dash stages, for instance. But whenever I play this game, which after this video will be never again, I always main as either Tiny or Kong. The slower firing tank is a bugger, but as long as your aim is good, you won't have any problems doing a lot of damage fairly quickly. Just don't miss your shot, for the love of God. However, when it comes to the fighting stages, you have the second quickest box pickup and throw animation behind Cortex and Brio, and for the polar bears, you have the second strongest charge behind Cortex and Brio. Except with Kong or Tiny, you get a pretty devastating charge without having to wait as long to use it again like Cortex or Brio have to. Tiny and Kong just feel naturally like the best average players to me across all of the games. But even then, I shouldn't have to be saying that, because why can't you change your characters during the adventure mode? Why are you locked in the first place? What on my fettered old jockstrap is the point of having a good team and an evil team if you can't swap between everybody else on your team? Good or evil characters don't affect anything in the game at all, other than the grand total of 90 seconds worth of unique cutscenes through the story that are nothing other than...
Evil is the best. Beat all of the bosses for me so I can take over the world. And don't mind me, I'm just gonna fly over to you and turn you into a snowball so everyone else can knock you off, lol.
I also do know that you can always do a 2-player adventure mode instead of a single-player adventure, like 250 Crash 250. With 250,000 subscribers. And theoretically, that should make most of the challenges at least half the difficulty. You can both pick varied stat characters and share the burden of going against impossible odds working together. However, some of the challenges let you do that to give you double the chances to mess up, and some of the challenges lump you together as a single health bar or team. So if one of you hasn't had their Tyson Fury ice lolly, that suddenly becomes half the amount of mistakes you're both allowed to make. And just like with picking the character, you can't swap between 1 or 2-player mode once you begin it. So don't go committing to a 2-player adventure, get a few hours in, and then realize that there's that one minigame that your friend isn't any good at, otherwise they're taking you both down with their own kamikaze Pong card. The biggest issue, I think, is that a lot of these things, the randomized elements, the locked-in character select, the bullshit made-up story that doesn't make any sense and contradicts itself, all of those things wouldn't be worth focusing on and wouldn't be a problem in the context of a multiplayer party game. But not in a required single-player mode that you need to do in order to unlock the only reason you would ever want to buy this game or play it in the first place. Why should you replay the same 10 base minigames multiple times? Why should it take 7 to 10 hours? Why should you be unable to switch characters? Why should the challenges make the AI unusable and take away something for you and no one else? Why am I yelling about a 20-year-old 32-bit video game when I have a mortgage? I decided to count every single time I saw this screen during my journey to get all 4 of everything in all 28 levels. Not total attempts and wins, just this giant mocking fail screen. And do you know how many times I saw it? 354. And this is just counting the fail screen itself, which doesn't apply to any failed trophy attempts or even failed trophy levels, since that screen doesn't appear there, only on bosses, gems, crystals, and gold relics. You know something? When I started recording footage for this game, I knew going into it that I was going to be failing a lot of times and attempting a lot of matches. So you know what I did? I got a counting app to keep track of everything as I played. It's an app that counts. It's a counting app. It sounds really silly, but it's actually been really helpful while making this video. It's really good for me as well, because I can't count very high. I've only got 11 fingers. That screen and sound effect lasts for 4.5 seconds every single time you fail. Times that by the 354 times I saw it, leaves us with 1,593 seconds, meaning that out of the 10 hours, 49 minutes, and 10 seconds it took for me to get all 28 of everything, 26 minutes and 33 seconds of that was Crash Bash telling me I failed. And once again, for the sake of being charitable, if I took all of my game footage and arranged them by quickest 25 gems, 23 crystals, 21 gold relics, and 4 bosses, that changes the fail count to 125, also known as 9 minutes
and 22 seconds of looking at the fail screen out of 7 hours, 1 minute, and 1 second it took for me to get all of that stuff. I saw this word so many times, it is forever burned into my TV and burned into my eyes.
And yeah, the gems and crystals can suck a small one, but I'm sure you're curious, what were the worst gold relics for me in my playthrough? You know, the ones where you had to beat the impossibly difficult AI twice in a row to win, or else you start all over again?
Kurt Cobain says you
let's have
failed
a
pouting
quick
face
top
asterisk
5 and I'll show you.
127.
They're just in here. Drag and drop is a total crapshoot. There's 4 of you, 2 gems, you need to grab one, run towards a point scoring zone, and then aim and throw the gem at a moving target to get those points. And by the way, you can all charge into each other to knock the gems out, and they always charge into you. There is absolutely no sense in actually trying to play this properly. By the time you see a gem, head over to it, plan where you're going to stand and where to aim and fire, it's already been knocked out by 2 characters at once, twice in a row. And even if you manage to grab a gem and fire it towards the target without any hassle, there's nothing stopping another player from catching your gem mid-throw anyway, making it all worthless. The only reason this took me only 11 minutes and not longer is because I figured out that standing in the 5-point scoring zone and just waiting for the gems to fly towards you gives you better results more consistently. Is so unpredictable that I won one of the hardest challenges in one of the most brutal levels by doing nothing at all. Endballism gave me an embolism. I don't really need to explain more about this challenge other than you're playing 4-way Pong, at random points engine spits all over you like a chav, and you're against AI that you are physically and mentally unable to compete with. Do you like those force field power-ups that
Cobain says
automatically
W
push
nothing
balls away
strat.
from you for a few seconds? Well, I guess not as much as these guys do, because the absolute micro instant they appear, they get them every time. Actually, this all sounds like you just suck. Skill issue. Get good, bro. Why are you such a noob? Do the Riz. How do you like the sound of racing around in a circle for 10 laps quicker than everybody else in underwater physics while a mechanical fish racist pushes you off the edge at completely random points that you can't jump over once it starts pushing you, and also the other racers drive around the water in pixel-perfect speed and precision like Lewis Hamilton in a swimming pool, and also knock you off nearly as much as the pistons in the middle do? I don't like the sound of that. Nobody likes the sound of that. But if you're one of the people that do, good news. You only need 17 other gold relics to give it a go. Look at these guys. Look at them. They aren't even trying to make pretend mistakes. They're just perfect. Right to the very edge of the arena, and boosting no less. Speaking of boosting, this is actually something I learned recently about this specific level. If you want to make it a little easier for yourself, grab as many Wumpa Fruit as you can and save as much energy as you can so that you can hold the boost button down for as long as possible while going around. It sounds like you're going to lose control, but surprisingly, it makes the underwater control tighter.
Kurt Cobain says, oh wait, Lana is finally getting some sleep. Big W, that's E8 Lana smiley.
I mean, that is all depending on if you can get any Wumpa Fruit at all, because they randomly spawn at random points around the track, so... Bye! I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemies. Well... All of the polar bear levels suck on relic challenges. I don't have anything clever to say, they're just bad. Look at this. Why are you all going after me? Is this a 4-player match or 1 against 3? Look at this ganging up. What is this, Camden? The other players always aim at you. They all have more powerful charges, and they know to the atom how to cancel out whatever move you're trying to do to them. If you're unlucky enough to be left with Rillaroo or Dingadal, you might as well just stop the game. Unless there's a lightning strike or insta-kill weight power-up to use, they will use their near infinite stamina in order to cancel the momentum of any charge you hit at them. And by the time you have a charge ready to go again, they've got enough to charge back at you and then cancel your next charge out just to be safe. You know, I mean, I guess you can never be too careful. Most of my attempts running around on this Titanic ammunition went 2 ways. Either like this, or like this, and I would either run out of time, get knocked off myself, or get super lucky. Twice in a row. Screw it, second place goes to all of the polar bear levels. All of them. They all suck. All 4 of the gold relics for all the polar bear stages took me 78 attempts to do, or 58 minutes and 48 seconds. Goodbye. This was the part of the game where I nearly quit it forever and decided to make another video. I don't even know where to start. It's a tank battle, but with no cover anywhere, and every single attack is aimed at you. I wish I was exaggerating. I have never seen mugging like this before. We're not with Camden gangs anymore. We're with pirates off the coast of Somalia. Do you have any idea how much more manageable this would be if you could just reverse? Because you can't. You're on a boat. All you can do is guff your way in the direction you're facing and very slowly turn around while the enemies are able to play the greatest game of snooker ever recorded by zoo animals and somehow hit you with wall ricochets towards the area you will end up. The regular tank stages are bad enough when you miss a shot and have to wait for your bullet to expire before firing again, but at least you can hide behind cover while you wait. But if you miss in Swamp Fox, that's it, game over. And yes, I know you have a shield that you can activate every few seconds, but for some reason, I swear on my mum that it just doesn't work. I know it's only a few brief frames of invincibility, but unless you activate it the absolute instant a shot hits you, it will expire. Is this where Dark Souls 2 got the idea for ADP? I also have every reason to believe that the computer players can use the shield way faster than you without anywhere near the same amount of cooldown. And yes, they know exactly when to activate it. At least 75% of my shots just never cause damage to anyone because of how perfectly they play. And don't even bother using the water mines because they not only float away in one random direction, but every character automatically keeps away from it unless you're extremely lucky. The mines are so useless that in every single attempt of this challenge, the computer players never used them a single time. They always use them in the regular tank stages, but never here. I wonder why they were programmed like that. Oh yes, it's because this is Crash Bash, and Crash Bash is plastic disc-shaped hate. Let's talk about the music. The soundtrack of Ash is easily the best thing about it. It might not be a Naughty Dog game, and it might not be the same composer as the original trilogy and CTR, but it doesn't matter, because for such a meddling, offensively average party game, the music goes much harder than it has any right to.
Somniumscape 1569 says yoinky sploinky type beat.
But even a soundtrack as good as this can't be saved from repeated matches. You will get sick of some of these tunes at some point, while getting sick of playing the mini-games multiple times over, including the loading music and warp room music. And the absolute worst part of it is that there are 28 levels and 4 bosses, but only 2 original boss themes and 20 stage themes. So you're not only going through a million replays, but potentially a million re-listens of shared tracks across a few levels, with Swamp Fox being the worst offender. Here's the track. For a few minutes, it's fine, but this track is used in Dante's Dash and Drag and Drop as well. So then if you tally all of my time spent in those
Somniumscape 1569 says Yakety Sax type beat.
Billy Brown noise for 1 hour and 33 minutes. I swear to God, after playing through all of these levels, if I see another banjo in public again, I'm gonna... But that is honestly as bad as it gets in the single player mode. Getting everything sucks, but it isn't necessary. Only getting nearly everything is. So now I have all the trophies, all the gems, all the crystals, all the relics, and beat all the bosses. Let's take a look at our inventory on the first level and see all of the collectibles on screen nice and complete, so we can reflect on how far we've come and... Did you look at the title of this video and think, okay, unlocking all of the minigames must be 100%, and then getting all of the collectibles must make it 200%? I wish I was as ignorant as you. Actually, no, I don't. You've got low IQ. There is another hurdle to jump if you want to definitively prove to everyone that you are a true alpha gamer of Crash Bash. You could have spent around 7 odd hours getting the necessary shit to unlock all of the minigames, and then another 3 odd extra hours getting the final remaining collectibles. And then they appear. If you like Crash Bash, you'll be elated, but if you're normal, you'll be horrified to find that there is yet another challenge collectible that is now available to you. the Platinum Relics. And where in every other Crash game, the Platinum Relics are basically the developer time
Hercubane says Crash Bash Alpha Skull Skull and Crossbones Skull.
Levels in a really quick amount of time or anything. Instead, what you have to do is not only go through all 28 levels all over again for the 5th goddamn trinket, but also means you have to win the mini games with the hardest possible AI 3 times in a row. Now listen. Come here. Come closer. That's it. Yeah. Keep coming. Come a little bit closer. Yeah. Come on. Keep going. Yeah, you got it. Come close. Come close. I'm not joking when I say this. This is not a joke. I have been sick in my mouth and swallowed it before.
Somniumscape1569 says, hey chat, if she doesn't wake up after this playlist, do you want to see me play Regret Avatar or Grace on Roblox?
Yeah, no, this is worse. I would take finishing all of these levels within the developer's times a millionfold over doing this. Can you even quantify the raw fury you would feel after spending minutes and minutes replaying the same near impossible difficulty minigame, getting 2 wins in a row, and then pissing it all away on the 3rd round, leaving you to have to start the 3 wins in a row all over again? Because unless you've tried doing this yourself, you can't imagine it. Going through the Platinum Relics of Crash Bash is equal to losing your child. You can tell me you're there for me, you can sympathize, you can send me stinking old flowers, but unless you've been there, you can never, ever truly understand. 7 hours minimum to unlock all the multiplayer games that you need for the sake of a multiplayer game is bad enough. 10 hours to collect everything in the story mode is another thing. But going through these is probably the main reason why this video was made. And that's because this isn't a video. It's a warning in the interest of public safety. I am writing to
says,
my
hell yeah,
local
applause break,
government
regret
to
Avatar.
get the message out. Do not attempt to 200% Crash Bash. Life is
Somniumscape
too short,
1569
and by doing
says,
this,
hell
you will
yeah.
shorten it by at least an extra 1/3. What mental patient decided to add this to the game? After everything you've already done, why does it have to make you do this as well? Ring ring, hello? What's that?
Hercubane says W Roblox horror, that's E8 Lana Sparkle.
Well, I mean,
Somniumscape 1569 says only one more video in the playlist after this.
That if it is another pointless challenge that requires you playing the same mini games all over again for a 5th time, winning them on the hardest difficulty but 3 times in a row instead of 2 times in a row, which you've already done, and it's completely optional, then why is it even in the game to begin with? Yeah, it's optional, but it's still terrible. It's easily the worst part of the whole game, so I'm gonna bitch. This adds nothing. It proves nothing. It provides thou with nothing. The Platinum Relics are only a thing you choose to do as an extra present to yourself with a pipe bomb in it. You only do this for 200% if you completely loathe yourself and want to be the next religious martyr to die for the sins of every other person that ever spent money on this disc-shaped blood diamond. Do you want to see a rough idea on how bad it can get? Oh, you don't? Tough tits. Look, this is just another one of those variations of the Pong games, with the main gimmick being that you can briefly magnetize as many balls as you can fit on you and then fire them away when you want. But now you're against 3 other players that are desperate for koala hot dogs. It's what makes all of the other 5-star AI Pong challenges difficult, honestly, but I had to include this one at the very least for this one part here, where I had won 2 games in a row already, and then on my 3rd try, I was so close. I was inches away from winning and walking away. Yeah, I know I only had 1 life left and Brio had 6, but I couldn't just give up and start again. I was 2 out of 3 wins into my streak. I didn't want to start all over again, so I had no choice but to keep pressing on. And for 1.5 agonizing minutes, I kept the pressure up, playing at top form, and Brio's health went slowly down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then...
Somniumscape 1569 says Regret Avatar and Grace would be perfect for me because they have stop and wait moments after the rounds for me to commentate.
All for nothing. Can we call this condition crash bashitis? We've seen the gangs in Camden, we've seen the pirates in Somalia, and just when we thought we were safely out of it, along came World War II Germany. It honestly didn't seem to matter which direction I went, where I dropped mines, or when I fired. All the computer players have a soldier wasp hive mind that exists to do nothing except eliminate you. Based on this alone, I'm convinced that the Desert Fox Platinum Relic Challenge was developed for military affairs. It's a simulation for real-life war regiment coordination. You want to know why World War III hasn't happened yet and no one dares to start it? It's because we train our soldiers with the Platinum Relic tank game in Crash Bash.
Hercubane says horror games are like a good weird type of energizing, it jumpstarts the whole system. Those two will be awesome. That's tirrreeeddddd Lana.
Are you not gonna actually explain why it's bad? No, I don't care, but I appreciate the feedback though. You've been to Camden, you've been to Somalia, you've been to World War II Germany, and now you're at the final boss. Detroit. The polar bear stages as a whole can be the bleakest prospect for any of the collectible challenges across.
Somniumscape1569 says gonna be listening to Sonic music during Grace because going fast and pumps up the
How much
vibes.
of a speck we are in the universe and how meaningless we are. You've not only got the superpowered Ted Bundy AI, but you also have this drunk ice cube that makes moving around 10 times harder than it needs to be. You know what? The camera angle shits me off too. You have no idea how many attempts I completely muffed because I charged directly off the edge of the damn ice when I swear I should have been making contact.
Hercubane says that's the 8 Lana if average W choice.
I'm not a child standing next to a table looking at chocolate cake. Also, depending on where the tilt is leaning, it can make your charge stronger or weaker. So if you're unlucky enough to be on the lowest dipping point of the tilt and all of the players come at you at once, that's it. It's all over. Almost comically quickly. And that will happen a lot more than not, because guess what? If all the players are always going after you, then all of their weight tilts the stage towards you by default, meaning you're already at the bottom of the tilt and you've already lost. There are other players here, why aren't you fighting each other? What did I do? 62 minutes. 62 minutes. 62 minutes. I spent 1 hour and 2 minutes of my lifespan trying to win a shiny magnifying glass that isn't even real. You know that Hellraiser reboot from 2022? That was pretty good, but I didn't realize they already tried to reboot the franchise and explored the depths of sadomasochism even before that. It was made in 2000 and it was called Hellraiser, Pinhead, and the Crash Bash Embolism Platinum Relic. With all of the Red Bull enhanced AI and the power-ups that you can never grab and the smoothie blender shatting out balls all over the place at 70 miles an hour, this was so difficult that it took me 18 minutes to win my first match. 18 minutes to win my first match. And then I had to do it another 2 times in a row without failing. I didn't, but that's what I had. And what's best about it is that out of all of the minigame types, the Pong stages are the only ones with no time limit.
Hercubane says W sadomasochism. Frog
This
Ponder.
isn't the polar bears where you have 90 seconds to play, but it can also end in like 1 second. Jesus Christ. These matches will last as long as they damn well like. You need to win an assault on your soul for as long as it takes 3 times in a row. If you take the amount of time I spent
Somniumscape1569 says W sadomasochism smiling face with sunglasses.
52 seconds per attempt. For the sake of perspective, I am not a fan of the pogo stick levels for how slow they are and how they outstay their welcome far too early, but at least each match of those games only lasts until the clock runs out in 1 minute and 30 seconds, whereas each match of Embolism Platinum took me an average 22 seconds longer than that per attempt. Let that sink in. 62! You'd think that me doing this is insane. You'd probably think that anybody choosing to do this is insane.
Hercubane says LMAO real space F45 Boba Tea.
Somniumscape1569 says chat I think it was 62 minutes.
Prove my earlier point about random number generated luck across the whole game and how skill has little to nothing to do with playing properly. You remember how on the Swamp Fox Gold Relic Challenge that took me 37 minutes to do after 41 attempts? Yeah? Well, the Platinum Relic version took me 7 minutes.
Herculebane says what was 62 minutes?
The exact same level, exact same challenge, exact same AI, winning 3 times in a row instead of twice in a row, half an hour quicker.
Somniumscape 1569 says him beating one of the mini games.
Mash Platinum on my first go, and not only did I win, but I won by double the amount of points of second place. Not because I'm just that good at walking around and hammering the floorboards down, but because all the good mushrooms appeared near me
Herculebane says,
at the
"Oh God."
right moments. So, where do we go from here? Part 2. I'm not my total attempt 3 times in a row. If you take the amount of time I spent doing this and divide it by my total attempts of it, that averages out at roughly 1 minute and 52 seconds, and divide as long as to play, but it really ends it's to 70 miles an hour. You can never grab, and the smooth. It was made in 2000, and it was called Hellraiser, Pinhead, and the Crash Bash Embolism Platinum Relic. With all of the Red Bull enhanced AI and the power-ups that you can never grab, and the smoothie blender shatting out balls all over the place at 70 miles an hour, this was so difficult that it took me 18 minutes to win my first match. 18 minutes to win my first match. And then I had to do it another 2 times in a row without failing. I didn't.
Birdcage System says I am unlikely to be here long due to it being movie night, but hey, I can hang out a bit.
The only ones with no time limit and only end when there's 1 player remaining. This isn't the polar bears where you have 90 seconds to play, but it can also end in like
Herculebane says, "Hope you have a great movie night." That's E8 Lana Smiley.
They damn well like. You need to win an assault on your soul for as long as it takes 3 times in a row. If you take the amount of time I spent doing this and divide it by my total attempts of it, that averages out at roughly 1 minute and 52 seconds per attempt. For the sake of perspective, I am not a fan of the pogo stick levels for how slow they are.
Birdcage System says depends on the movie that gets picked, I suppose.
Each match of those games only lasts until the clock runs out in 1 minute and 30 seconds, whereas each match of
Herculebane says fair.
took me an average 22 seconds longer than that per attempt. Let that sink in. 62. You'd think that me doing this is insane.
Somniumscape 1569 says 62 minutes.
Choosing to do this is insane. And you're right. But to me, it's all worth it. Just so I can prove my earlier point about random number generated luck across the whole game and how skill has little to nothing to do with playing properly. You remember how on the Swamp Fox Gold Relic Challenge that
Herculebane says also that art was amazing.
After 41 attempts? Yeah? Well, the Platinum Relic version took me 7 minutes. I'm not making that up. The exact same level, exact same challenge, exact same AI, winning 3 times in a row instead of twice in a row, half an hour quicker.
Birdcage System says it was all by the same artist,
I mean, if you need any more
Fairlenby.
proof, I also did Mallet Mash Platinum on my first go, and not only did I win, but I won by double the amount of points of second place. Not because I'm just that
Birdcage
good at
System
walking
says
around
also
and
I'm
hammering
gonna
the
post my
floorboards down,
second
but
reason,
because
of course,
all the
why
good
not?
mushrooms appeared near me at the right moments. So, where do we go from here? Part 2. I forgot to put the other parts in. Once I was done collecting all the MacGuffins and then collecting myself, I decided to cap everything off with a fight against the final boss one more time, just so I could see the credits roll and confirm that I wasn't dreaming. I couldn't help but feel absolutely nothing. There was this empty, hollow void in my chest that I couldn't shake. Which is the best possible time to start tallying your final stats. To get all 28 trophies, all 28 gems, all 28 crystals, all 28 gold relics, all 28 platinum relics, beat all 4 bosses, and replay the final boss one last time, it took me... Oh, really? That's not too bad. Which means that if you take away my original time it took to get all trophies, gems, crystals, and gold relics, I spent 7 hours, 35 minutes, and 27 seconds on the platinum relics alone, averaging out at 16 minutes and 16 seconds extra per level. And not only did it take me 18
Herculebane says the critter looks amazing. That's an awesome sauna.
200%. But do you know how many times I saw that fail screen? 513. 513. And remember, that's not counting any losses or rematches in the trophy levels, because the fail screen doesn't pop up in any of the trophy levels. So
Birdcage System says I want to put them in situations and scenarios.
That means out of the 18 hours, 24 minutes and 37 seconds it took me to get everything in this game, I spent 38 minutes and 29 seconds looking at the fail screen, or 3.47% of my entire
Somniumscape
playtime.
1569 says me when plotting situations and scenarios.
Minutes of my life having Crash Bash tell me I'm a failure.
If you ever consider going through the arduous hell of Crash Bash 200%, do I at least have any hints or tips to make your time less painful than mine? Is there anything you can do with the newfound knowledge I have from doing this twice in my life? Well, as it so happens, yes there is. Hint 1. On the tank minigame, use the D-pad, because if you use the analog stick, there's a huge movement delay. This concludes my hint and tips for Crash Bash 200%. I don't think I've hammered in enough quite how dreadful this is to do, and how boring and repetitive it truly is. To get everything, you'd have to play each of the levels 3 times for a trophy, once for a gem, once for a crystal, twice for gold, and 3 times for platinum. 10 times for all 28 levels, and that's only if I was being as forgiving as possible and treated the game as though you just bought it from new and yet somehow were able to do all of it perfectly on your first try. So, more accurately, playing each minigame 10 times is the absolute base minimum you'll be doing. This isn't counting any fails that you're definitely going to run into, or the fact that you can still win the trophy even after all the other players won twice before you win 3 times, meaning you could still technically get the trophy after 9 replays on its own, making your new base minimum 16 matches per level on some of the most unremarkable and completely okay minigames ever shat onto a disc. What a cruel joke. What is this game? Sam Pepper? Obviously, I replayed and retried some of the games way more than others, but if I was to ignore the bosses for a second and take my complete tally of matches on all minigames across all challenges, including the victories, that grand number becomes 725.
Birdcage System says sad smiley.
By 28 levels, leaving me with an average of nearly 26 matches played per level. Shoot me. And I'm sorry to bring the pogo stick shit back one last time, but I don't care if I'm repeating myself. If you like Crash Bash, you're already used to that. If you are pro enough to beat all of this plodding tripe across all variations and challenges on your first go, you'll be playing a minimum of this 1 minute 30-second minigame 40 times total, which is 60 minutes. You want to know how much time I spent on this
Somniumscape
pogo game and all of its
1569
variations
says
across
womp.
all collectibles? Yeah, sure, it's oh, I don't know.
Kurt Cobain says my brain is addicted to plotting for scenarios that it thankfully would never have to deal with, still won't ever give it up its fun.
And 30 seconds, which is already awful enough that 14.4% of my 18.5-hour playtime was spent playing the bloody pogo, but it stands to reason to emphasize that the perfect play best case scenario for 200% Crash Bash requires that you play at least 60 minutes of bloody pogo!
But surely, if they went through the effort of including a secret unlockable platinum collectible for you to get after you've already done everything, including the hardest challenges, that must mean there has to be something at the end of it, right? There has to be something special. I know it's optional, but there has to be
Somniumscape
an
1569 says gotta love putting the blurbos in the situations trademark.
Right?
TF.
I'm proud to announce that after 200% completion and beating the final boss all over again to roll the credits, it is all identical to the regular ending. The one that you get before you even start the final 6 minigames in Warp Room 5. No secret ending, no extra character, no Warp Room fireworks, no congratulations message, no postcard of Isle Delfino. Absolutely nothing. All you get is the number 200 on your save file, and not even an extra symbol next to it like a star or something. They'll just sit there, useless.
Birdcage System says if I
Kurt
put my
Cobain
critter
says
into
darn can't
TF
warn at Pokemon
situations,
community
do I need
LOL.
to design a
For doing
pre-TF version of them?
completion tasks. All I really care about is how good it is to
Somniumscape
reach that point, and
1569 says
therefore make me
LOL.
feel good about myself for going that far. Does it overstay its welcome? Is it too difficult for no reason at all? Is it too repetitive? Is it unfair? Does the presentation get annoying? Is it no longer fun after so long? And Crash Bash doesn't only tick all of those boxes, but it ticks all of those boxes within the first hour of adventure mode. Completing Crash 4 is bad enough, and there are far too many revisits, but at least that one
Somniumscape 1569 says me turning a proto-Jensenau into a toaster.
And, you know, skill. Yeah, you only got a 10-second jack shit cliffhanger cutscene for your troubles, but it's at least something to acknowledge your effort. Crash Bash is a lot shorter, but it isn't anywhere near Crash 4's quality, so ultimately it doesn't matter how much shorter it is to complete. It still gives you barely any actual content, recycles 15 minutes worth of 10 minigame styles a million times over, and expects too much.
Birdcage System says, are you going to turn my critter, name pending, into a toaster?
In your life, making the lack of acknowledgement for you going the distance the biggest
Kirkubane
insult
says,
of all. In
surprised
that sense,
face.
Completing Crash Bash will always be worse to me, and I will never.
Somniumscape 1569 says,
Birdcage System
no,
says,
I don't have the art skill.
I hardly know her.
Somniumscape 1569 says at Birdcage System -2.
Birdcage System says, damn. Unfortunate.
18 hours, 24 minutes, and
37
says
LMAO.
Gameplay, 38
Birdcage System
minutes and
says, yeah,
29
that's
seconds of
fair.
fail screens, 36 minutes and 15 seconds of 3, 2, 1 countdowns, 2 hours, 13 minutes and 57 seconds of crazy people music, and 50 minutes and 45 seconds of all for absolutely nothing. How appropriate. It's almost poetic, really.
And that is why,
Kirkubane says,
just
real
like
nail polish
Gary
sparkles,
Glitter's
sparkles,
music,
sparkles.
I can't enjoy Crash Bash anymore because Crash Bandicoot touches children. Thank you.
Somniumscape 1569 says, pardon?
What do you mean you don't even need the Crash Bash game to basically play all of it? All you need is any demo version of Crash Bash, either from the magazine discs or from the secret code on Spyro 3's main menu. And then once the demo starts, you just need to enter one more code, and then basically the whole game is available to you immediately without ever needing to buy the full thing. And it also comes with cheat modifiers to make things easier or harder. And the Komodo brothers are replaced with Bart and Homer Simpson. It's not even plugged in.
Oh, whoa! Look up there, everybody. What is the... Oh my, look. It's some fan mail. I wonder what it says. Hey, Caddy. It was amazing to sit down and have an awesome one-on-one talk with you. Well, you haven't introduced yourself.
Birdcage
yet, so I don't
System
know
says,
who
if
you
Crash
are.
does that, I
I've followed
wouldn't
you on
know.
YouTube for years, getting into the early seasons until now, and whenever I see a new upload, it's always a time to sit down for more laughs and more crazy. I love it. Keep it up and keep making what inspires you. It's always a treat. Oh, well, you know what? I'm touched. That's a really lovely thing to say.
Kirkubane says,
It means
Crash
the world
Bandicoot
to me.
in shambles
Thank you so
RN.
much. You are lovely. So packed in here is my copy of Crash Bash. Oh, well, now I take that back. You're horrible. I know how much you love it, so I thought, why
Birdcage
not
System
let me know
says
how
Crash
much you love this
Bandicoot.
game by having
I
free
hardly know
reign
her.
over it. You can do whatever you want to it, just don't break it or cook it
Kirkubane
or
says,
make it
LMAO.
unplayable. Because God forbid I might want to play it again one day.
Somniumscape
only to remember how
1569
bad it
says
is.
Crash
So I
Drake
hope you
Could.
have fun doing such horribly wonderful things to it, and I can't wait to see all the things that you do. I can't wait to see everything, so when I look at such a bad game, I know that mine is special and will always put a smile on my face.
Kirkubane
Thanks, dude.
says, Skull.
Hope the family and you have a wonderful time. Wish you all the best, Royce. Oh. So, is that how it is, Royce? So, I can do whatever I want to your copy of Crash Bash.
Somniumscape 1569 says Pope Bandicooties.
and bits of fluff. But I can only do whatever I want to it within your specific parameters and conditions. Very specific. Sounds like a challenge, actually. But, you know, to be fair, it is your copy, so I'll honor that. And I think I know just what I would want me to do with it.
Somniumscape 1569 says if Lana were here she would say, oh okay I maybe let's not.
It's
Kurt Cobain says Latin cross drum prohibited kiss mark face with thermometer.
Oh yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Cheers, have a nice day.
I hope you enjoy whatever I have, Royce. For legal reasons, I have to clarify that I did not send contaminated goods over to Royce. Everything was sanitized before it was shipped. I am not a bioterrorist. Please do not take legal action. Thank you. P.S. My address will be on the back of this letter for when you send it back. Everybody, docs rise! Get your doxes here! Roll up, get your doxes
Birdcage
here
System
before
says, but
Royce
Lana
is
isn't
dead.
here.
Thanks again to War Thunder
Lana
for
is
sponsoring. Don't forget
frozen
to
in
pay
a
for
state
free
of
Kurt Cobain
updates.
says hope
Use my
bandicooties.
link in the description. Bye! Subscribe. Okay, someone is walking right this direction. I'm just gonna wait for them to walk past. It's not, you know, it's not even about caring how I look. It's about having to explain to people that they're not going to smell piss when they walk past me. That's the worst bit.
Somniumscape 1569 says I am stand in temporary Lana.
Water.
Kurt Cobain says W temp Lana.
Cool. Dan, did you know Belgian chocolate is just normal chocolate, but from Belgium? Whenever I do hit it successfully, that run is later ruined by the toxic
Birdcage System says Lanamost is what I will call you /J.
I can't quite see around. And then after all of that, I had to platinum relic every level in Crash Bandicoot. And so I said to the vicar, I'm not a man, I'm hungry.
Somniumscape 1569 says one more hour till Roblox, if she doesn't wake up by then.
Oh, hello, welcome to my show. I'm Caddy, and when I'm not busy committing treason in America, you'll most likely find me playing Crash Bandicoot games. yeah, that's all I ever do with my life. I'm either playing Crash or being an American traitor. I'm sure by this point, a lot of you know my deep, uncomfortable love for the marsupial. I mean, last year I even did a video making a tier list rating all of his butts from every game he's been in. Terrible suit! But for anybody new here, well... Hi! On my channel in 2018, I decided to label every June of every year as Bandicoot Month, where my
Kurt
channel
Cobain
briefly
says
goes
that's
on a
the 8
Crash
Hazel scare
deviation
sleep
to
Lana
celebrate
sleep
everything and
LMAO.
anything to do with Crash. Including his buttocks. Creases. You see, if it weren't for Crash, I probably wouldn't be here making
Birdcage
videos.
System
Crash
says
3 wasn't
Lanabo
the
has
first game
forsaken
I
me.
ever played. It was the introduction into the games industry for me. And since then,
Somniumscape 1569 says actually, want to do both at once?
To talk about him. Okay, that video was late. So yeah, even though the world has still turned into bricks outside, that's not going to stop this train. So welcome, lumpies and germs.
Somniumscape Birdcage 69 says
good
yeah.
Cadicrus in the top corner.
Kurt Cobain says Lana BOT doesn't reply to the most random
Why is it
things.
in June,
Kurt
though?
Cobain says yeah.
Pretty simple, really. I was born in June 1994, and Crash 3 was the first video game I ever played. And then the Insane Trilogy came out in June 2017, followed by Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled coming out in June 2019. Basically, the stars all align when
Somniumscape
it comes to the month of
1569 says
June,
unfortunately
me,
it doesn't
and Crash
work like that,
Bandicoot.
but I
I'm
have a
also very
solution.
aware that Bandicoot Month is not a very original name, but it's a lot better than Jundicoot. And God help us, we don't even talk about Bandicunt. But with such a glowing appreciation for the orange rat, so too comes a desire to perfect his games. And yes, I have indeed broken all the boxes and found all of the gems in all of the games multiple times over and ticked over the
Birdcage
completion
System
percentage to
says
1,000,000%
Bandai can't
more
real.
times than I've turned a box of sharing nuggets into a box of these are all mine nuggets. But throughout my countless replays of Crash's games, there's one thing I've neglected to touch for years and years. Until now. A few years ago, I uploaded this video to my channel.
Crash 1, I did it. Crash 2, I did it. Crash 3, I did it.
Yep, I got every single Platinum Time Trial relic in the classic Crash trilogy about a year and a half ago. Back then, I was really proud of myself. But that pride came at the cost of my own sanity. And so, since I guess I never recovered, I thought I'd take it one step further and make a video talking about what I went through when I woke up one day and decided that all the Platinum relics in the original trilogy wasn't enough. Welcome, everybody, to the time that I got first, you may not even know what I'm talking about, so here's some history. Crash Bandicoot 3 introduced us to the concept of permanent power-ups for Crash, obtainable after beating each boss level, and they allowed you to revisit stages you missed collectibles in and use those new power-ups to reach them. It also gave you more unique ways to get through the levels in general, and made some of the later stages more difficult to test your knowledge of these new abilities. At the end of the game though, you get all the crystals and fight to the death against the evil Ned Cortex, who falls down a big hole while dropping behind the final power-up, a new pair of Nikes. At face value, these seemed very unhelpful and pointless. I mean, I've already got some Adidas at home. Especially when compared to a double jump or fruit bazooka, these seemed unnecessary and a bit of an anticlimactic reward for beating the game. But then, you go back into the earlier stages to grab the final collectibles you missed, and at the very start of the level, you see a weird looking thing that looks like a rotting lemon. Curious, you touch it, and then... Whoa, what's this? Who blew that whistle? Why did the Wumpa Fruit fly away? Why is there a timer? Does that mean I have to run? I'm gonna run, you know, I'm gonna run. Come on, Crash, dash away! Dash your little bandit cock off! This is why the Crash Dash is a power-up, the time trials, and you are tasked with replaying every level as fast as humanly possible in order to get the best time. The boxes you'd usually break for the clear gem get replaced with time crates that halt the clock for the amount of seconds displayed on them, or they turn into empty boxes that do nothing but get in your effing way. For God's sake, who is leaving these boxes in the middle of Agrabah? After which, beating the best times of each level rewards you with one of 3 types of relic, a new collectible. The Sapphire relic might as well be a participation
Somniumscape 1569 says look good.
Well done.
Somniumscape 1569 says can you hear it?
By far, and barely require much rushing at all to obtain them, so I suppose they're there to pat your children on the back. After this are the golden relics, a bit harder to get than Sapphire, but they are the bare minimum you need to grab in order to bump up your final completion percentage in order to get the final hidden gem from Coco and complete the game.
says yeah, can hear the VOD.
But then, there are the platinum time trial relics. These are another beast entirely, and the subject of today's video. To get the platinum relics, it requires you to know the stage inside out, not just the best routes to take for
Somniumscape
shortcuts across the terrain,
1569
but the
says
best
gonna
way
need to make a new thing for the thing.
To exploit certain obstacles timings, to use all your power-ups, to pick up Aku Aku hit point masks and sacrifice them at the right moments while keeping him for other moments so that you can go invincible after you get 3 of him. It's more or less speed running as a standard gameplay mechanic. Oh, what's that, kids? You can't play that well? Tough shit, go away. This orange kite will... about them. I mean, a cheap form of padding that were there to needlessly stretch out the games in a series that was losing ideas by game number 3? Or was this brand new content worthy of your time to go through and added even more depth, replayability and complexity to the future games that included them? Personally, I'm of the latter half of this opinion. The time trial relics to me add even more depth to replaying the same stages you already finished, because you aren't just going through it normally or combing your way through it slowly with new power-ups to find collectibles. You're doing it all in a completely different way. It's almost like you're playing a totally different stage. Not to mention, the relics themselves aren't just a random optional collectible to flash your E-pin around to nobody because you're alone in your house. They contribute to game completion, not just for grabbing the final hidden gems, but also for unlocking access to secret levels that are
Somniumscape 1569 says oh no, chat sheet is up.
Whether it's a secret platform that takes you to a secret warp room full of extra levels, or a new race that you have to beat to get the secret ending, the relics don't only provide a new level of difficulty to levels that you may have found too easy, but also give you access to more content, which in my opinion is a better way to unlock them instead of just having more levels with more gems to grab. It's something different.
Somniumscape 1569 says let me set it back to normal.
While staying true to the classic Crash formula. But the platinum relics don't give you shit. The gold ones are all that you need for completion, and for the extra level unlocks, you only need the bare minimum sapphire relics, so why go for the platinums?
Because I'm incomplete. And the title of this video isn't lying. Over the last few days, I have spent hours on top of hours in some vain, pointless attempt to grab every single platinum time trial relic in every Crash game that has them. Every
Somniumscape
single one.
1569 says there.
I've ever had to do in any
Kurt
game I've
Cobain
ever
says
played.
scatter.
Full stop. You guys think that playing the Insane Trilogy
Somniumscape
regularly is the
1569
Dark Souls
says
of
back to
platform
normal.
games? You don't know anything until you've seen what I've seen. Shut up!
stick it in your chin. And just so I can get the entire internet off of my back before I'm called a filthy liar, this is my save file for Crash 1 Insane, and here are all 27 Platinum Relics. Here is my save file for Crash 2 Insane, and here are all 27 Platinum Relics. Here is my save file for Crash 3, and here are all 31 Platinum Relics.
Somniumscape1569 says I was gonna play Roblox till you woke up.
Here is my save file for Wrath of Cortex, and here are all 30 Platinum Relics. Here is my save file for Crash Nitro Car, and here are all 13 Platinum Relics. Here is my save file for The Huge Adventure, and here are all 20 Platinum Relics. Here is my save file for Entranced, and here are all 24 Platinum Relics. And for Crash Nitro Car GBA, for some reason, doesn't have a tally anywhere, but trust me, here are 3, 6, 9, 12 out of 12 Platinum Relics. This, trust me, totals up to 202
Somniumscape1569 says nah.
202 literal perfect run-throughs of stages as fast as possible while hitting every time-stopping crate, avoiding enemies and getting stuck indoors. And I do not, I repeat, do not recommend you doing this unless you have nothing better to do or have a YouTube show where you can show off to strangers. For me, this surpassed the definition of painful. In fact, at many points, I could swear that my thumbs were gonna fall off. Oh. It will take you so long to grab every Platinum Time Trial relic in the Crash series that you'll become a relic by the time you're done with it. This was me before I started making this video, and this was me after I finished it.
Are you feeling okay?
Don't even talk to me. And aside from talking to you all about my experience going through with this, I've got absolutely nothing to show for it. So I made myself a badge. But I mean, there's only so many different ways I can say over and over again, get into Platts is diffy, so I won't go on about it in a general sense anymore. Instead, I thought it would be fun to go through miniature top 5s in no particular rating order for the hardest Platinum Time Trial relics to get in each and every game that has them. Not counting Crash Bash, by the way, because those relics aren't from doing any time trials, they don't use time crates, they take far too long to unlock, and because Crash Bash makes me want to die. They also didn't bother giving time trial relics to Crash Tag Team Racing, which I really don't understand since it's already a racing game. But there is actually one hidden relic in the game that not many people know about. All you gotta do is play the game for 10 minutes, get bored of it, put it back on the shelf and leave it there for the rest of your life. After this, it eventually becomes a relic itself. It's also worth mentioning that for this video, I'll be using the remake versions of Crash Team Racing and Crash 3, because they're more or less exactly the same thing as the originals and just look nicer. Plus, in some cases, they're even harder, so I wanted to challenge myself a little bit. And I'll only be covering the relics that you can get in the campaign modes of each game, and that can be added to your total Platinum Relic tally, which means that the brand new added levels to the Insane Trilogy do count since they get added to your campaign total, but all of the new tracks in Nitro Fueled don't count, because getting the relics there doesn't count towards anything, doesn't get displayed anywhere, and I have no clue when they'll stop adding DLC levels, so it's probably best that I stick with the story mode ones that never changed from PS1 to PS4. Also, there's no point doing the Nitro Kart remade tracks in Nitro Fueled because I did them on the original game already. And with that, in no particular order, let's start off with the hardest Platinum relics I had to get from Crash 1. This game was pretty damn hard to Platinum all the way through. When it comes to Crash 1, whether it's the original or the remake on the Insane Trilogy, there's one thing that rings true about the entire game. It isn't supposed to be rushed. It's 4-play Bandicoot. Because of that, when Vicarious Visions added relics to the original Crash for the remake, just because they could, they didn't even bother to add the Crash Dash as a power-up, because, the game is simply not built for it. However, this doesn't mean that the Platinum relics still aren't an utter prick to grab, because with the game's platforming itself being built around patience, that doesn't translate to running through the stages as fast as humanly possible.
Somniumscape1569 says if a computer mouse was an animal, its vision would be movement-based. Because your mouse typically disappears when still.
The second you start, you need to get the first jump correct or else... And it only gets worse from there. In terms of raw platforming and nothing else, this stage in a normal setting isn't too taxing, but where the challenge comes from is by rushing through it. You'll find yourself needing to defy common sense and physics by jumping after being pushed away by protruding walls. You need to make sure that you time the start of your run perfectly so that you aren't stuck behind timed flaming torches. You need to make sure that you don't get hit at all so that you can invincible Aku Aku your way across the middle part of the level. Really important because it makes you run way faster and be invulnerable to anything. You can't even afford to wait on these spinning floating platforms because that wastes too much time. So you better make sure the position they're in on your current run will be just right for you to hop, skip, and jump across them. Otherwise, you'll hop, skip, and suffocate. And these bats, sweet mother crackhead, these bats. Sometimes you can spin them all away, no issue, and sometimes you can't. No idea why, but it's enough to make a hernia pop out. And all of this wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't one of the longest damn levels of the game. It's not only a flawless run you need to commit to, but it has to be a marathon.
Kirkubane says was that Lana S alter still that voice sounded like a different octave?
Boxes right here before the exit and still end up with the platinum. I'm being way too cocky to talk about the first hardest level in this video. Generator Room begins with Cortex laughing
Somniumscape 1569 says nah, probably
and if
her.
you're going for the platinum here, he has every right to giggle at you. The first two time crates are positioned underneath TNT crates that you have to avoid spinning, and if you can get your head around that for the first goddamn boxes that need breaking,
Somniumscape 1569 says just
with
tired.
picky pixel perfect jumps galore, multiple moving platforms over bottomless
Somniumscape
pits, and impossibly the
1569
hardest
says I
aspect
can
of the
tell I
stage,
think.
the requirement to skip as much of these moving platform sequences as possible by jumping as early as possible on and off of them as early as possible in order to shave off the milliseconds you need in order to win, while fighting with depth perception away from the screen. Why do I feel the need to do this? Because the end of the stage sees you moving on floating platforms that are so slow, I'm convinced they're clinically depressed. And because of how much
says
time
AHH.
this segment of the run wastes, you need to optimize the entire level beforehand so that you're safe enough to then skip the final jump and make it safely to the end. And that isn't what I like to do in my generator rooms. Fumbling in the Dumbling is a pretty hard stage just to get through normally, the gimmick being that you are in the dark and need to smash Aku Aku crates in order to keep the path lit. But if you get hit just one single time, you don't just lose the hit point, you lose all the light as well. It doesn't matter how many Aku Aku crates you break, you are stuck in the dark. Combine that with the need to rush through this level, often making leaps of faith onto platforms that haven't come out of the dark yet, jumping onto spiders to make extremely tricky jumps, and trying to speed past swinging axes that sometimes come out of nowhere, and you end up with a platinum relic that I'm convinced has a sad face. The lab. Oh Lord Jesus, strangle a cat, the lab. One of the hardest levels in the base game as it stands, trying to rush through this one is like trying to square dance on top of a kettle. It's horrible, and the main issue here is the fact that you are pretty much required to run by everything in one go without stopping, but only when being able to start the level off at such a perfect time where you won't need to wait for these electric gates that if they touch you will zap your bats. And even if you time that start off so well that all the gates turn off by the time you reach them, meaning that you can get past them without stopping, that doesn't negate the trapdoors that open and close very quickly, the switches that you must hit in order to open doors, otherwise the fact that you can't see behind the doors in order to plan your next move until it's too late, and the awkward jumps that you need to do around all the enemies, which if you time wrong can also lead to you getting electrocuted. Although, if you end up being in the stage so long that you could have kids with it, you could teach yourself to jump over the lower zaps of the electric gates at the right time. Stormy Ascent. Come on, you all knew this was going to be here. The level that was supposed to be in the original PS1 game that was taken out because it was too hard. Yeah, pretty obvious choice now that I've said that, eh? I'm sure many of you would argue that Road to Nowhere or the High Road should have been one of the harder levels, but to be honest, I found them not that bad at all, because all you need to do is move forward and time your own jumps, and that is it really. Not move along, time jumps, land on platforms that move faster than a bullet train, optimize your path so you can get to vanishing platforms at the right time to keep running, avoid enemies everywhere, get over spikes protected by stairs that turn into slides, jump off of spinning platforms to bounce on top of time crates and then land back on the spinning platforms, land on other platforms moving around in weird wavy patterns over spikes and bottomless pits, and while trying to keep yourself alive for nearly 3 minutes in one of the longest stages in the entire game. Yeah, and you guys think a bridge is difficult? Oh look! What's that hiding under the stairs? Why, it's Cash Banuka 2 Gringotts Steakhouse. This game was just as hard to grab the platinums on as Crash 1, but for different reasons. As we all know by now, the original Crash 2
Birdcage
changed and
System
refined
says, "Oh,
basically
hi, Lana."
everything from Crash 1, from the save system to gem collecting and especially the controls, including introducing the use of a slide, crawl, and slide jump for extra height and distance to your jumps. However, there was still no
Birdcage
relics or
System
power-ups
says,
in
"I
the
did
PS1
some
game,
laundry."
so the Insane Trilogy remake got the same treatment as Crash 1, but with one key difference. You could now use the Crash Dash from Crash 3, and if you think that being able to run faster makes getting the platinum relics any easier, oh I laughed like a dad. The thing is, just like with Crash 1, because Crash 2 was never designed from the ground up to give players the ability to dash through them, the levels themselves are also not quite built to be rushed either. It's not as bad as the original by a long way, but it's still very noticeable that you're dashing through the snow.
Somniumscape1569 says Lana is in the bathroom. She looks like she is talking because she unmuted earlier and the echo from her TV is being picked up.
Birdcage System says
the Crash Dash power-up added in that the original design of the levels never accounted for. But I still persisted, and here's what I thought were the hardest ones to get. Let's start things off tame with a little trip to a simple stage known as Crash Crush. Well, it's simple enough on the base game at least. You run away from a boulder, but you can't run away from yourself. When going for a platinum relic though, Jesus H. Crisps. Where in the standard game you get just enough room to see what's coming ahead with the screen placement, with the Crash Dash, that fairness is thrown out of the window. You cannot see what's coming or react to it quick enough because of how fast you move. And if it isn't a bottomless pit or electric gate you need to get around, it's the one thing that will absolutely kill your platinum run time. The mines. You hit these mines and don't die, but fly into the air and stop when you hit the floor for a second. This means you can't hit a single one of these things or else you won't make it to the end in time. And because in the game the mines don't hurt you, they put dozens of them in the stage to avoid. If you're playing normally, they aren't a problem at all, just an annoyance that allows you to make a few mistakes. But running at blistering speeds, unable to see or guess where they'll appear from, or jump over them without seeing a pit they're sitting right next to, is infuriating. This level has no business being this difficult to platinum, but it is, so I'm gonna bitch. Hits right next to enemies that are invulnerable in certain states, ice physics, rolling wheels of hate, awkward box placement, ice physics, wooden log traps that crush you instantly if you haven't optimized your run before that point, ice physics, icicles that hurt you if you aren't running perfectly fast by them, which isn't always guaranteed because of Long John Seal over here. Oh, and did I mention that this level has ice physics? Oh, and how about this for taking the biscuit? At the start of the stage, you have these weird looking platforms here that will take you up to the side-scrolling parts of the levels, and in the Insane Trilogy, if you land anywhere other than dead center onto these platforms, you waste time as Crash automatically hops to the middle before the platform even starts moving. So you need to make sure on every run that you land dead center into this platform so it moves instantly. Why? You know how in showbiz everybody says to each other, break a leg? Do you reckon in snowbiz they all say to each other, keel over and die? Hanging out, unlike its namesake, isn't very relaxing and doesn't lead to anything sexy. You begin having to deal with a windy sewage tunnel that the camera isn't fast enough to catch up with you on, meaning that you can't really see
Somniumscape1569 says keel over and die.
You like they just saw the ice cream van. That isn't the worst of it though, because this level requires rushing as fast as possible during these monkey bar segments, which are unbearably awkward when you realize that in order to get the platinum, you cannot stop once during these moments.
Birdcage System says me when I keel over and die.
You're screwed. So the very second you jump onto those metal grates, your positioning and timing needs to be absolute during the monkey swinging and before you reach the monkey swinging. So if you have a pinpoint perfect run in the platforming moments, but started the level at the incorrect millisecond, by the time you reach these bars, the timing of these robots is out of whack and you won't be able to rush by without stopping or dying. Which, by the way, if you want the relic,
Somniumscape1569 says die of hypothermia. It's no business, so it's like show business but cold.
On the nitro crates, making me unable to rush by the electrified water, meaning I wasted too much time and didn't get the platinum. Damn, this was a hard one. Ruination makes this mini list not because of the tricky platforming, the enemies, or the explosive crates, because truth be told, they aren't too difficult to get around with the incredibly blocky and straight level design. It makes it on this list for two reasons only. One, the timing of getting around the flaming tiki heads without stopping and waiting. God damn, it's so precise.
They must have eaten a barbecue for lunch.
And two, very annoyingly, these singular 3 platforms right here near the end of the stage. Trying to jump from each of these with slippery physics, multiple
Birdcage System says get frostbite and have to have your legs amputated. Break your legs for cold people.
Too late, sucked all the fun out of
Somniumscape1569 says real.
Most flawless run and avoided all of the bastarding tiki head flames from pure luck, but just because you failed this bit near the ending, you've got to start the whole stage again. I don't think I need to explain why
Somniumscape1569 says lose a leg to frostbite.
Well, look at it, but in case you can't see, let me spell it out. You can't see. But that isn't the only problem. If you want to play this totally normally, Totally Bare is a fine level, not too challenging, but the Platinum Relic requires you to use a dash ability as much as possible. The dash lasts for about a second and then takes another second or so to cool down before you can use it again. And not only is the level pitch black, meaning you can't see what you're dashing into, but most of the level is filled with jumps that can only be cleared by performing a dash jump. So you need to decide in the middle of the dark if you're going to dash right now and then not have a dash ready for a jump that needs it, or don't dash right now and end up wasting too much time while you save the dashing only for the jumps that need it. Look, you're riding a baby polar bear towards a husk of nothing. I shouldn't need to explain why this is hard. I'm not in court.
This then moves us on to Crash 3, the game that introduced the time trial relics in the first place and gave us the Crash Dash for the first time. So logically, you'd think that because the game was built with the Crash Dash in mind, everything from this point onwards would be much easier. Wishful thinking!
To be fair though, in terms of difficulty, I'd say this was one of the easier ones to fully platinum, purely because it was designed to be rushed to a certain extent. It's still not easy, God no, but compared to the others, it's not as bad. And by the way, again, yes, I am using the Insane Trilogy version of the game for the sake of consistency in this video. And if anything, because of some of the physics and vehicle control changes in this version, this is arguably the hardest way to get all the platinum relics anyway, so you're welcome, internet.
Oh great, what's that? It's my ego.
Anyway, I think it's high time we get this list started. I'm ready for this, let's go! Damn you! Fireman. High Time sees you traveling through the world of Arabian Nights as you hop along magic carpets that won't stay still to screw up your jumps, and you'll run straight into the jaws of fire, caused by the locals throwing all of their rubbish out of the windows. I guess this means they drink petroleum. These two elements are enough to mess up the most perfect of runs, and the irritating thing is that they occupy most of the stage, and are both built around a looping AI that no matter how hard you try, will never be exactly the same on each attempt, causing you to miss countless jumps. Or you can just fall through the platforms entirely, because who needs platforms in a platformer? And if you haven't got an Aku Aku mask to sacrifice for the fire pits, that means you are stuck waiting, which means that you need to put your controller down and start drinking battery acid. Hog Ride is a horrid level to perfect for a platinum relic. Luckily, I've done it so many times now, it isn't too taxing for me, but just getting to that point made me want to shave with a cactus. The level of practice you need to perform the utter absurd stipulation of getting a platinum on this stage is a joke. But not a funny joke, a joke that I hate so much that I have to write a letter of complaint to the BBC. What you need to do in Hog Ride to get a platinum relic is start boosting on the first speed pad you see, and then that's it, good luck. For the entire stage, you cannot lose this boost, and while you're boosting, your turning is so slow and heavy, even my knees think, damn, I wish I was as stiff as that. If the road were empty, it would be fine, but it isn't. There are other racers looking to nudge into you and ruin the boost, ramps that if you go over will ruin your boost, and police cars that peacefully sit there and do nothing, which, let's be honest, is not realistic at all. The time crates as well, they all need to be broken to get the relic, but they're positioned in places where you need to preemptively turn into them, and then preemptively turn out of them to slip through the gaps that are just about as wide as your bike. And by the way, the edge of the road also ruins your boost, so Hog Ride in essence is a tightrope walk on a motorbike. Yeah, it doesn't even matter if you wait behind the starting line for ages for all of the other racers to leave the track. You still have to deal with some of the tightest, flawless driving you'll ever experience in any game. And yes, all of the future bike levels are a piece of cake compared to this one, because they have moments where keeping your boost going is impossible, and time crates that are in the air that you have to ramp jump over, which will ruin your boost. So you have no choice but to slow down, but can still get the platinum. Here though, nah, you gotta keep the boost going for the entire thing, and it's also harder on the Insane Trilogy than on the original game because of the control differences. Hog Ride? At this point, I'd prefer riding a hog, and I think Crash wants to ride one in another way. Sphinxinator. What a boneheaded troll of a stage this is to platinum. I mean, it starts with you needing to ignore the clock, head backwards, fire at the clock with your bazooka from a distance, and then hit the crates that were originally behind you because now they've become time stoppers. After that, it's just you and the whim of the stage, subjecting you to whatever it feels like at whatever time it feels like. Sure, there are some skill-based elements you can master to cut down the seconds, like Death Tornado spin gliding across these moving platforms to skip them, or working out how to get by this awkward stack of TNT crates sandwiched between time crates. Particularly annoying since you can't tank through here and need to save Aku Aku for the final invincibility stretch at the end of the level. But the rest of it, so Beck help me, where do I begin? Fast moving platforms that leave too big of a gap to skip quickly unless they're timed perfectly, closing doors that stay shut for ages unless you time your run through perfectly, flamethrower men whose left and right pattern changes by the millisecond depending on how well your run has gone up to that point, ice physics across oily floors that also have giant block traps falling from the ceiling. Most of the platinum relic here is just luck. So, good luck. Luckily, our next level doesn't rely on luck. But that doesn't make it good. Hot Cocoa is the most unique level in the entire series for one reason. It's non-linear. You have to search for a nitro detonator box hidden in the level in order to clear the row of nitro crates blocking the exit, and Aku Aku isn't a thing that can cheese it for you. So you need to find the best possible route of hitting enough time crates on your way to the detonator and on your way back to end the level. You can't hit too many on the way there, or you'll have none on the way back. There's like 70 boxes that you can choose from and multiple directions and angles you can take. There's a lot to consider when picking the most optimal route for you. And this wouldn't be so bad if the jet ski controls weren't as bad as my self-esteem. I've been over this before, but it bears repeating and grinding into dust. The jet ski controls are the worst part of the Insane trilogy as a whole, and where they far from affect my love for the game as it stands, when trying to get the platinum relic for Hot Cocoa, it's borderline unplayable. You skim and slide over the water with the most slippery controls imaginable and with a stupidly wide turning circle, so when your route involves being up close and personal with multiple mines or nitro crates, by the end of your run, you would have learnt a brand new language full of naughty words and phlegm. The time limit is so tight too, so you end up experimenting with different routes, which means different timings of different moving mines and different angles across different ramps, and it's so easy to miss every box or to hit the ones you really didn't want to hit. Hell, I could barely hit the time trial clock half the time before even starting the stage. Look at this. The best time I could get legitimately was right here, only overtaken by the glitch run I did ages ago where you could do this. And trust me, after only a few tries of Hot Cocoa, you will be tempted to do this, but if you want to see the route that I figured out legit, try copying it for yourself. It's right here. Not that it will save you from the controls though, but it's something, right? Future Tense, the new level added into the Insane trilogy made entirely from the ground up by Vicarious Visions. It's designed to be the hardest level in Crash 3, and it is the hardest level in Crash 3, which naturally makes it the hardest to speedrun. Future Tense is so difficult that it makes me want to run away and put up a load of Future Tense. It's got everything. Time crates hidden in death-defying places, moving platforms, spinning platforms, plasma gates that time themselves on and off, enemies that are briefly invulnerable and move in weird patterns, enemies that are briefly invulnerable and don't move in weird patterns, multiple missiles coming at you from the foreground off-screen, the need for you to not get hit at all so you can exploit Aku Aku invincibility halfway through the stage, platforms that become unusable at inconvenient times. This level has it all. It takes every single frustrating aspect of Platinum Relic running from every other classic Crash level and blends it together into a milkshake only good enough for an OAP. Just look at this. Look at this. They expect you to rush through this. I think it's about time that we move on to Crash Team Racing now, and yes, just before you say anything, I will be using footage from the remake, just for consistency in this video and because it looks nicer. Oh, also, it's the same designed tracks, and it's got the same time crates. It's the same game, just it looks nicer and controls a little bit differently. Plus, with the insane speed you can reach in this version, I think some of the relics are harder to get on PS4 anyway, because it's way too easy to totally overshoot jumps and fly over the boxes. I made getting the relics harder for myself, again. Yeah, I know. No need to bow down, it's fine. I've got kids here that already do that for me. This game, personally, I ended up finding one of the easiest to platinum, which I really wasn't expecting. Still not easy, far from it, but much easier than the other games by quite a long way. When Crash Team Racing originally rolled around, I don't think anybody expected them to bring the platforming collectathon elements of classic Crash over to the kart racing mechanics, but they damn well did. Not for the regular races, but for the extra challenge
Somniumscape 1569 says, did she fall asleep again?
One of those challenges of which being the time trials, rewarding you with the same time trial relics as the previous games. The objective here is the same, rush through the track as fast as possible, but with three very important differences. Firstly, you don't unlock a new speed turbo power-up or anything, you just need to perfect the mechanic of drift boosting and use it as much as possible, which is kind of a pain when you need to aim accurately at the time crates while you're doing it.
Birdcage System says, I feel like you'd know better than us.
So many to the point, meaning that you'll have to ignore some crates and save them for different routes on future laps. And thirdly, hitting all of the crates rewards you with a 10-second deduction,
Somniumscape 1569 says, I'm not in her house.
Reward for bringing in the smashing all boxes mechanic from the original games. With all of that being said though, there were a few tracks here I platinumed by complete accident, which was a good sign. There were one or two stages where I was able to miss a box, reverse to hit the box, and still win the platinum.
Birdcage System says,
like Cortex Castle or Oxide
Somniumscape 1569 says, guess that was Reedy or Eichel.
Platinums without even hitting every time crate, missing the 10-second deduction I figured that I would have needed. But that doesn't mean there aren't some bollock-ripping tracks though, because here they are. First off, Coco Park. Oh. You left. Coco Park is without a doubt the easiest track in Crash Team Racing. It's big, wide, and has no sharp turns at all. But going for that platinum relic for me proved to be quite the tickler, all because of one fatal flaw. The final hill of the course. The amount of times you will try and fail to fly off the edge of this hill to grab these boxes to the left is unfathomable. I've tried multiple speeds from multiple angles and it still seems like total luck to me. And this single Sekiro level jump hiding in the easiest course of the game isn't all. There's also time crates hidden behind the same hill on the ground that you will never be able to see or aim towards before jumping off of the hill that you will need to do to get the boost. You will drive by these things at least once even if you have a rough idea where they'll be, and on an easy track, missing these really few boxes makes you feel like a complete idiot. And I'm not an idiot, because my mummy told me I wasn't. Engine's Lab. This is an awkward ass track to race in while trying to boost constantly and hit all the time crates, mostly due to the endless 90-degree turns and crates hidden behind other corners that you can't quite see around until it's too late. Also, at the end of the lab, you get given a ton of 3-second crates all stacked up in a grid, and I, for the life of me, cannot figure out the best strategy to smash them all efficiently without wasting time within the first 2 laps. I wasn't able to get the platinum even by starting the race reversing into them. However you look at it, it's unintuitive and feels like a pointless hurdle that you can very easily mess up, costing you the platinum relic. I also really hate the way the PlayStation logo sticker throbs whenever you speed boost. It's very distracting and it made me fall off this end of the track at least 6 times. By the way, that's another thing. This track puts too many boxes right on the edge of bottomless pits that you cannot fall in, but still somehow you have to speed past. What is this? Blizzard Bluff is only hard to platinum for one reason, and anybody who's played this stage knows what I'm about to say. 2 words.
Somniumscape 1569 says hi.
Hello? Jump.
Oh wait, that's 3.
This is it. This is the only reason this stage is such a chore to get the platinum relic on.
Birdcage System says sup, Lana.
This can be kind of annoying, but those issues pale. They squeal in comparison to this bumbling.
You've been behaving. That's what I'm going to have to assume.
Birdcage System says we've been behaving.
Which means not getting squashed by this stupid stone, but you also have to be boosting while controlling yourself on ice physics.
Somniumscape 1569 says behaving real well.
Placed in such a way that I swear it was designed to point and laugh at me even when I got the jump correct. I'm playing as Gorilla Monkey Anus Face for this one. Papu Papu is many things. He's a belly, he's a terrible boss fight, he's a laughing stock.
Papu want in action.
I'm gonna go warm up food.
And he's a stereotype.
I think that's the next move here.
He has his own racetrack in Crash Team Racing, one of my favorites in fact, Papu's Pyramid. But getting the platinum relic for it makes me want to snap my own neck while I'm screaming out loud. First of all, you've got to go around the track as fast as possible, which makes sense, it is a time trial, but if you go too fast, you'll fly straight over the only chance you have to hit certain time boxes. Secondly, you've got to perform a very awkward jump right off of the edge of the track in order to hit a clump of boxes, going against common sense, and with it being at a ridiculously weird angle that's very easy to mess up. Thirdly, this stage is guilty of the crime of placing some of these crates in the most dangerous and downright silly of places that are not only immensely difficult to hit while driving quickly, but even harder to hit without being instantly killed by the traps placed right next to them. Get out of my face and let me race before I fold you up and shove you into a green pipe, dick! You all saw this one coming, right? Sewer Speedway? I'd say this level is the hardest one to platinum relic by far, and it's on the first world of the adventure mode, so well done to whoever chose to put it there. The easy culprit alone for why this track is so difficult is, of course, that horrible shortcut jump that you have to land at least once to grab a load of hidden time crates. But that's not actually what I dislike about this level, believe it or not. Check it, I can perform this jump nearly every
Cobain says I did not behave.
Once you know you
I downloaded more ROMs. Smiley face.
Before you jump after performing a boost from the inside of another pipe, it's really not an issue. What I have an issue with is the ditch-like level design that doesn't work too well with the camera and hides time crates in its crevices so well.
And from my understanding, based on Discord,
the camera in this track likes to screw
we had to we rebooted the stream at some point here in the past hour.
As you land, there are crates hidden behind the corners of some of the edges of the sewer pipes, and there's even these 3 crates here that can't all be hit on the 3 laps because of the shortcut lap you need to take that avoids them. So hitting
Somniumscape 1569 says wasn't me.
Complain about the giant toxic barrels that roll back and forth just slowly enough that predicting what edge of the tunnel you need to be on is a pipe dream.
Probably just your internet.
More egregious to me is this box. This Singular
Somniumscape
box.
1569
right
says
easy to
props.
get, doesn't it? Well, you won't get it. Approach it fast, you miss. Approach it slowly, you miss. Approach it straight, you miss. Approach it crooked, you miss. Approach it while jumping, you miss. Approach it while not jumping, you miss. To this day, I still have no idea how to hit this crate without the will of God, and whenever I do hit it successfully, that run is later ruined by the toxic barrels and other hidden boxes cowering in the curves of the half pipe that I can't quite see around. And then after all of that, I had to Platinum Relic every level in Crash Bandicoot The Wrath of Cortex. So my day was going great! Wrath of Cortex is a very polished game that has no flaws whatsoever. You see these neon feather reflections? You see this falling down animation activating when being burned in lava? You see these floating eyes after a pitfall death? Yeah, all of that was clearly intentional. If you were to class this game as Crash 4, which I suppose it is in Japan, then this is the official final Crash platformer with the exact same mechanics and gameplay structure as Crash 3. With that being said, getting the Platinums here was thoroughly unenjoyable, because the levels are either way too difficult or way too easy and totally boring. There's no in-between.
Yeah, I'm gonna go wrong with it.
There were tons of levels that I could have picked for this mini-list.
I finally eat that watermelon I've been wanting in the fridge. I've been leaving it in the fridge, maybe.
But the time limit for the Platinum is so generous you can basically rush through it while missing a ton of time crates. I would say Crash Toroids because of how quickly you can blow up. I would say Avalanche for that nightmare sequence of speed snowboarding down a hill totally unable to see which time crates you need to hit. And I would say Banzai Bonsai for the much heavier platforming style of Coco, making things just a little bit harder than necessary. But all of these things didn't end up making the cut, so these levels I picked will go to show you how buggered they are for getting a Platinum.
Somniumscape 1569 says I want Taco Bell. Sad face, sad face, sad face, sad face, sad face, sad face, sad face.
That will turn you bald. The timings of the obstacles are annoying time wasters when you approach them wrong. You need to keep as many Aku Aku masks on you as possible to survive some of the enemy attacks when you are unable to defend yourself. And there's no feeling quite like making it to the very last corner of the gauntlet only to press yourself into a pancake. Cortex! Coral Canyon, a water level in a game where all of the water levels suck the
Cubane
life
says,
out of me.
sad
I
face,
majorly
real.
dislike the water levels in Wrath of Cortex for how overly spacious everything is, and yet despite that, how suddenly enemies and instant death traps can appear because they come from the other end of the screen that isn't even visible because the level is so huge. And that's the biggest problem here, trying to rush these levels with enemies appearing from thin air, thin water, while trying to figure out where the hell the time crates even are because you don't get enough of a view of the level on a single screen. Oh, did I also mention that most of this level takes place in a submarine that really needs to go on a diet? In this
Somniumscape
thing, you don't only move
1569
like a
says I
tank,
need a
but you
Blahaj
are
and a Baja.
huge target, can barely attack fast enough to react to the hundreds of enemies, and the metal casing gets completely obliterated if you so much as touch a goldfish. That, and here's a bugger, when you're out of the sub, did you know that the fast swim move you have, you know, to fast swim, doesn't get you the Platinum Relic by default? No, because you need to know to use the Death Tornado spin move. Yeah, underwater, which you can't do in any other Crash game. So if this was the quickest way to move in the first place, why give us a fast swimming button? Why is steering during the spin like turning an oven dial? Why do we even need a sub if we're more safe and deadly being out in the open? If this is Coral Canyon, then where did the coral go? Cortex! Eskimo Roll's Platinum Relic is best described as being the same thing that Crash is rolling around in. A massive lumpy ball. I think I'm one of the few people who will defend the ball rolling stages in Wrath of Cortex until I die. I think they're great fun. But when thrown into level design like this that you have no choice but to speed through, it all becomes wretched. This is easily the most perilous ball rolling stage in the game and is desperate at every opportunity for you to lose control of yourself and fly directly into a conveniently placed Bandicoot rolling ball vehicle shaped hole, which ends up happening all the time, not counting the times that you're trying to be careful and get sucked into the hole's irresistible grasp. Oh, and who's this? Why, it's Dingodile firing randomly in scattered patterns right where you need to be. And since you have to rush this stage, if he's firing at you as you roll by, you'll end up turning your nice solid ball into a hard-boiled egg. Oh look, it's Tiny Tiger as well. What the hell are you gonna do to me after all the previous games? Oh god, don't nudge me. That's my one weakness. Cortex! Here we are attempting a Platinum Rush in Gold Rush, one of the longest damn stages in all of Crash 4, which in itself is already a problem if you fail on any one of the number of tricky platforming segments and the doomsday obstacles in your way because you've got a marathon of a stage to get back through in order to try again. It also has some very interesting physics, but the biggest flick in the nuts when it comes to Gold Rush are the utterly absurd stipulations you must comply to in order to make the Platinum Relic work. You see these areas here? Taking into account that this happens to you if you fall from the monkey bars, do you think that means that this is the fastest way you have to get around them? No! In fact, the game expects you to figure out that you need to glitch by the out-of-bound areas with post-hit invincibility from Aku Aku in order to walk on areas usually impossible to reach so that you can skip the monkey bars. This is the only stage that allows you to do this with pits that could usually kill you even if you've got an invincible Aku Aku mask on.
How dare you do that, Crash? This is a Christian channel!
Cortex!
For me, Droid Void was pure misery to try and Platinum Relic, because it has everything I hate in a difficult time trial. A needless giant target vehicle type that is weaker than a flip-flop, a preposterous stage length, timed obstacles that will slow you down or kill you if you don't figure out how they work, long and horrifically boring paths that you find yourself redoing over and over again. Crash, how are you so slow on the monkey bars when your body is nothing but one giant peck? This monkey bar intro, though, is the cherry on top of the cake of lies. Who decided this was an acceptable speed of movement, even for the regular game? It takes you nearly a minute at the start of every attempt just to get to the actual challenging parts of the platforming, by which time you die trying to learn it, and so then you're right back at the start again. And the tricky platforming is just one thing. This mech that Crash rides, where totally fine in the standard game, is hellish to use in a platinum run, mostly due to the Wumper Cannon never going off when you need it to for no reason whatsoever. You can't skip these parts, you need to blow the crates up, but I rarely can. What is this? You hold the button to aim and let go of the button to fire. Why am I dropping the gun and not firing it, Rash? Taking that aside though, like I mentioned, you're a huge target that's about as brittle as a champagne flute. Your jump from a standstill is painfully slow, and you need an Aku Aku hit point to skip this enemy, or the platinum isn't yours. I hated every waking second I spent in Droid Void. But not as much as the time I spent in Crash Nitro Kart. And may I just say that Crash Nitro Kart is one of the most flawless games I've ever played. I have no doubt in my mind that this was one of the worst games to platinum every level on. At its release, Crash Nitro Kart was met with mixed reception, and I'll tell you straight away why that is. The controls feel like you just ran over a deer. Okay, it's not that bad, I'm exaggerating, it's fine, but it's not a satisfying game to race in when compared to CTR or even Mario Kart. There's no bounce, no sense of speed, strangely restrictive turning, and the new drift mechanic of giving you more speed the closer you let the drift go before backfiring is nice and all, but for all the platinums, you had better make damn sure that all of your drift boosts are of the last minute perfect type, which are very easy to mess up, or else you're not getting the platinum. Combined with difficult steering even with the best steering character on your team, and you'll be missing boxes all the time, missing shortcuts with boxes in them all the time. So with all of this being said, most of the levels were maddeningly difficult for the exact same reasons. But what did I think about the hardest ones? This level is called and it has multiple traps that move very quickly and can't touch you once, boxes placed over the edges of the bottomless pits that you have to steer away from the track to reach and then back onto the track again just in the right amount of time. There's an ending level squashing trap that you can activate yourself accidentally, and it's extremely long, making any mistake, especially on the last lap, extra annoying. But I didn't find it anywhere near as annoying as Barren Ruins. As a whole, the track and box placements within it aren't really the issue, it's standard stuff. What becomes a problem is the aforementioned control style having a right good steam in your face while you're trying to hit some of the trickier ones. Keeping your speed up and steering correctly while avoiding these tiny bumps in the road is pretty aggravating, but the worst offender of bump placement in a kart racer of all time happens at the very end of this lap, where you're required, at max possible speed, to jump from here, land at the correct spot, and activate a successful string of perfect boosts while steering around this bump that can mess the entire pattern up, while then performing a successful ramp jump from another bump to not only land into this shortcut, but hit all the boxes contained within. If one of these things isn't done right, you aren't making this jump, and the retries I have for it are staggering. I even tried cheating it, I got so frustrated, but that ended up wasting more time than saving it, so I suppose you can say now that my day has been barren ruined. Deep sea driving is hard for one reason and one reason only. It isn't the shortcuts, it isn't the box locations, it isn't the slowing down mud sections, it's these fan blades. They're way too big, they're way too fast, there's way too many of them, you can't get touched by them once on all 3 laps, and I think they should deep sea die in a hole. This is a shock, isn't it? The final race course is one of the hardest to platinum. What? Well, it is, obviously. Hyperspaceway is a crazy track that has many shifts in course design during a single lap. It's got the most traps, it's got the most pitfalls, it's got the tightest turns, it's got the longest laps, making even the smallest mistake make me feel sick at the thought of trying again, and it has without a doubt the hardest shortcut in the whole game to get right. This one requires constant boosting and absolute speed in order to clear the gap. And there's even mud on the track right before the biggest gap to slow you down even if you are boosting. Oh,
Somniumscape 1569 says go boogie bug bug
fast on, you could just hop your way over the boxes you need to break like a cute little bunny that I now want to hunt down and skin. None of these tracks, though, compare even slightly to the mental damage that Jungle Boogie gave to me. This is one of the first levels of the game, so how could it possibly be this bad? Oh, it is. My god, it is. In order to platinum Jungle Boogie, you are required to play the stage perfectly. No mistakes in the slightest. If you stop boosting at any point, you've lost. And the biggest joke added into the track is actually right at the very beginning, where I swear to Christ, it doesn't matter what speed you take this jump at, or what angle, or if you boost before it, or if you don't boost before it. It is simply pure luck whether or not you will even jump at all and make it across this gap. Then after that, the same applies for the shortcut jump. It sometimes works and sometimes just doesn't. And even if you do make it, if you don't boost during the shortcut and hit the time crate on the only chance you have to hit it during the boost, you've got to nail these 2 pixel perfect jumps all over again because you just lost the platinum and need to start again. And this isn't even mentioning the extremely cramped track design compared to every other course, which loves to make some of the boxes way too difficult to hit with your stiff driving controls anyway.
So we get
By the
this
time
for a
I was
little
done
bit
with this
longer
track,
while
I was convinced that my house was for dinner.
Perk.
Jesus, we're nearly there. On to the Crash games on GBA now. Look, it's Crash Bandicoot XS, Crash Bandicoot Xylophone Saxophone.
Crash XS, or Crash the Huge Adventure in the USA, is a game I hold very fond memories of.
Somniumscape 1569 says it's the last one, just let it finish.
I was on a long car journey or keeping to myself in the living room while my parents watched TV. So it only seems appropriate to ruin those happy memories with this being on equal footing with Crash 4 and Crash Nitro Car as the hardest damn game to get the platinum relics on. I mean, my lord. Luckily, most of my gripes with the 5 hardest stages are applicable across the board. When trying to rush through these levels, the amount of screen that you can see whenever you're required to go higher or lower into a level makes landing on platforms downright guesswork. And despite being mostly the same kind of platforming in terms of handling from the PS1 side scrolling, the sliding and slide jumps are not the most responsive in this game, which will cause you the most deaths out of any other Crash game when timing any and all jumps. But that's just how I felt about the whole thing. So what were the worst individual levels? Ace of Space. As a general rule, the space levels in this game are the trickiest, for the guesswork on safe platforms to land on, the lack of sound cues when trying to time enemy attacks, and briefly invulnerable hazards, not to mention some incredibly precise jumps that you have to nail as quick as possible, and with those lovely delayed inputs when it comes to slide jumping. There's nothing particularly stand out about this level compared to the others in the game. It's just a great conglomeration of all the issues the base game has, that are now only a major problem because you're crash dashing through it. However, this doesn't apply to No Fly Zone. And the funny thing about No Fly Zone is that you're flying in it. And the funny thing about No Fly Zone is that rushing it is basically impossible since it's an auto-scroller away from the screen. You can only go as fast as the level lets you, so that must make it easy, right? Just hit all of the easy boxes, make sure your health doesn't drop, and the platinum is yours. Well, no! Because this stage is split up by 3 mini-bosses. These blimps. And in order to get the platinum, you need to make sure that every single shot you take lands on the weak point of these blimps. If more than maybe 2 or 3 shots don't land in the entire stage in total, you've lost. And trying to keep that accurate with the GBA D-pad while missiles get in your way, while the blimp does what it shouldn't be able to do and moves quickly, all of this will really end up getting on your tats. It's very hard to take down these 3 in a row without missing a single hit. But you know, it's possible. So get God. Snow Job is the grossest name for a level I've ever heard, and an absolute nightmare to get the platinum relic on for more reasons than the universal ones when it comes to how Crash XS handles. Because now you have to deal with a lot of extremely fast ice physics colliding with the unresponsive slide jumping, and even more displeasingly, a giant, endless, downright cruel section of you needing to run towards the camera on the back of a polar bear while holding the boost button. While the game throws a nuclear assault of insta-kill obstacles and enemies your way that you will not see until it's already too late. The GBA just can't keep up with you, and it's absolutely fine when running at a normal pace, but while boosting, it's practically unplayable. Where am I going? Where will the next time crates be? What's gonna kill me in the next millisecond, and why does it last so agonizingly long? I reckon by the time it takes you just to get by this one section of the level, you could have had a snow job of your own. The final countdown. It's the final level of the game, so it's meant to be the hardest. It's in space, and you all know why that's an issue from Ace of Space. That's all I really need to say. Enemies everywhere, you can't see where you're landing, platforms that drop you, nitro crates everywhere, it's a really long level. I've got nothing more to add. It's just unpleasant to get the platinum on. But not as unpleasant for me as the second grossest name for a level I've ever heard right after Snow Job, Drip Drip Drip, which will either make you think of something very naughty or a bad tribute act to Wet Wet Wet. Getting a platinum in this stage, this dirty dishwater of a stage, was easily one of the least enjoyable things I've ever done in a Crash game, and why it was so unenjoyable was because as a whole, it's not that difficult, so I felt like a moron every time I restarted. But the amount of restarts, my god, you'd never believe the amount of my restarts, all because of one thing. One seemingly easy and insignificant thing that ended up giving me recurring nightmares for days after getting the relic. The frogs. These frogs are the worst enemy in any Crash game, hands down, all of them. Because even if you know they're coming, even if you memorize every location of them, they will kill you if their stomachs so much as look at you a little bit funny. It doesn't even matter if you're spinning while they land on you. Their stomachs are just that hench that Crash can barely stand to touch them. And when rushing from left to right on a screen crunch GBA game, you'll never see them leaping from off camera until you've already been murdered by them. Sometimes jumping in advance doesn't even help because you could jump straight into their stomachs and die that way in mid-air. Plus, the stage spams them repeatedly throughout the whole runtime. And they're just frogs! They're frogs in a flat and boring sewer stage! It shouldn't be this hard, and it does nothing but make me feel stupid for dying on it so many times!
So maybe it's about time I play another game that will surely calm me down. And it's on the GBA, which means it has exactly the same control problems as the last game, and excuse me while I banish this game to the depths of my shorts.
Ugh, this video is too long, man. Crash Entranced is the sequel to Crash XS, also on the Game Boy Advance, and surprise surprise, comes bundled with exactly the same issues as the previous game when it comes to Platinum Relics. But it also has two new power-ups that work great in the standard game, but when put into the time trials cause nothing but problems. Get a load of this. If you hold L and press R, you do a super slide, an uncontrollably fast slide that will make you slide off more ledges than anything else. If you hold L and press jump while standing still, you do a super jump. A stupidly high jump, for sure, but one that goes so high that you can't see where you're gonna go, can't see where you're gonna land, doesn't protect you from whatever's above you, and gives you practically no distance. What button do you think you have to hold to do the crash dash? L. So if you're dashing and stopping your tracks for a split second before committing to a jump, if you're still holding the dash button ready to start running again, you'll instead rocket into the air and escape the atmosphere.
Oh wow, this is a great angle.
Or on the other hand, if you need to slide during the dash, you won't do the normal slide. You'll instead do the super slide because you're already holding the dash button to run fast. It's confusing, it's disorientating, and some part of me tells me that the devs realized these flaws because getting the platinums here as a whole wasn't actually that bad at all. The time limits were really generous, so I think they must have felt a bit guilty. Saying that, there were still some bastard levels though, so let's dive into them. Rocks can roll. Oh my, they certainly can. Rocks can roll indeed. Right off the edge of the level. I'm gonna defend these levels for a second as well. Yes, I like them. Not as much as the Wrath of Cortex ones, but for isometric ball rolling on a GBA, this felt really satisfying to get right. You can even hold A to use it as a brake to get more control back. This mechanic in itself makes these stages 10 times more playable, and helps out a lot with the time trials since they stop you wonderfully from flying off of the edge if you think you were rolling too fast. What I have a problem with when trying to rush these stages is, well, everything else. Aiming at time crates moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour is a pain. Rolling barrels hidden behind the isometric view of a half-pipe are a pain. Insta-kill electric gates that don't have a clear pattern on when they turn on or off are a pain. Slightly wonky hit detection is a pain. The occasional slowdown moment is a pain. Whatever way you look at it, this level is a pain. Runaway Rug is an appropriate name for this level because oopsie, the rug ran away from your feet, you've lost. It's got all the problems with the controls I've already mentioned from the first GBA game, but now with those lovely power-ups activating when you really don't want them to. Next! Hop-in coffins. We have all the same problems with the first GBA game, but now with those lovely power-ups activating when you really don't want them to. And now with added timed switch doors that cancel out your jump off of them if you don't press them properly, and ice physics. Ice physics with an accidental super slide. Surely that's just asking for a nasty bit of criticism. Oh look, another Egyptian level. Slip and sliding sphincter. I mean, this just sums up everything without me needing to explain anything else, right? The platinum relic for the first level of the game, Island Intro, I'm convinced was put there for a joke. Yes, the first level really is that difficult. Wanna know why? Just watch. that run seem pretty seamless, like it couldn't be improved? Well, according to the game, it could, because I just achieved a gold relic time. Yes, to platinum the first level of Crash 2 Entranced, you need to be so perfect that you're literally shaving off microseconds with each attempt you try. The level isn't long, the level isn't hard, but getting that platinum took me more retries than any other level in the entire game, and it makes me feel like Coco's angry monobrow.
And finally, it is Crash Nitro Kart on the GBA, which is not a port from the PS2 version because the GBA could not handle that. So instead, it's completely different tracks and completely different controls than the PS2 version, which means that technically I have to get all of the relics on this version of the game as well.
Okay, just to be serious for a second, I actually can't pick any one of these stages as the hardest because, to be completely honest, they're all basically the same in terms of challenge, and that challenge isn't very high to begin with. As great as this game is, the tracks are of course limited due to the GBA, so aside from different cosmetics and a few left to right turns that are different, all the races here feel practically the same, especially when it comes to relic races, because the boxes can't be placed anywhere that created to begin with, and shortcuts aren't really a thing in this game. All of this considered means that Nitro Kart GBA was the easiest game to platinum for me by a long way, and picking the 5 hardest levels just seemed somewhat impossible because it's like comparing this flat square and this flat rectangle in the original Mario Kart. Like, aside from extremely minor differences, they're all basically the same track, and whenever something stands out, it's usually extremely mundane. Oh my god, it's a gap! Nothing more to say. This one was a piece of cake to complete on platinum, and if you haven't tried this game out even regularly, I recommend it. It's really good. Just don't pick a heavy speed character for the relic races because they're a bit lumpy-dumpy and love to miss all of the boxes.
Oh my god, is that a tight corner? That's it, 202 platinum relics in the bag. My Crash Love quota for this year is completely full. I'm done, no more. Bye everybody, I'm gonna go and get some fresh air after that. Oh, I can't, the world is still bricks, so I guess I'll just fall asleep right here. Thank you for watching the dumbest and most painful video I ever made, and in case you were wondering about my top 5 overall hardest relics to get, I'll give you a quick list. Jungle Boogie, Leave Me Alone, Don't Care, Shut Up I'm Tired, and I'm never gonna do anything like this ever again. Nurse, give me my sedatives!
Subscribe and hit that bell.
Follow me on Instagram and Twitter. Please don't let this be for nothing.
Special thank you to my executive producers on my Patreon page in the description below. Matthew Hubble, TARDIS Type 40, Exopaz, Ramen Wolf 1485, Red Eyed Critic, AD Thornton Smith, Mitchell Reed, Fart Rules, Skullman, Basil, Daniel and Alex, X Shadowhunter ZX, The Game Shed, Slowpunk, Stephen LeBlanc, Calvin Cascella, Dave Marshall, Ingvald Petterson, Carl Burke, Matthew Gunthorpe, Danny Covarubius, Lizzie in a Tizzy, Ethan Spencer, and Yugi Brony.
Stan. Minions are a metaphor for communism.
Guess not. Nope. Good try. Hello, chat. In the fuck are we doing? Yeah.
Cubane says hi.
Hello.
Somniumscape 1569 says bye.
Alright, bye, sweetheart. Okay. Chat, what do I do?
Kirkubane says, tongue sticking out, I don't know.
Good. We're all confused. This feels like it's a war of attrition, you know? Either I win or the stream wins. And I'll be damned if I try to let it win. It's a little wild space requirement. Rest assured, I am feeling much better. However, got a little bit of an upset stomach. But that's
Somniumscape
about it.
1569 says war of attrition, this war of attrition that everyone talks about it. Whatever happened to Sisyphusian task?
I'm pretty sure that one's the one in the main mind frame right now. It's in the mainstream currently. I chose war of attrition because I like the phrase. So maybe fuck you.
Kirkubane says, sad face, I hope you feel better soon.
Certainly I will. And just because I'm streaming does not mean I don't get to rest. What do you think I did today?
Somniumscape 1569 says yeah, both you and Kadikarus.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I'll change the YouTuber today. Fuck you. Maybe I'll make it media share. Fuck all of you. You know, screw it. I still have to do this one. Believe it or not, I used to stream this. It was horrible. But now I can actually do it, though. I'll actually let the intro play because it's been a while. If you don't know what Skullgirls is, it's a fighting game with a hand-drawn art style, and it's very cool. Did they have the DLC characters in the back here? No. That's just not prudent to do that. Well, I guess I can't move it, so. Get 1440 by 810. Fuck you. I would go online, but it's been a little bit, so.
Somniumscape 1569 says I'm getting more time in back, which is nice, but also when are we finishing that smart serve test? Possible jobs to apply to keep piling up.
Wednesday? Nondescript time on Thursday, maybe?
Somniumscape 1569 says so tomorrow?
Maybe. Tomorrow or Thursday.
Keep going. Sorry. We're gonna get you. Take two.
I am definitely rusty. Damn it. God damn.
And now a word from our sponsor.
Yeah, I definitely have to de-rust a little bit.
Who will our star be tonight? Action!
What the fuck? How'd you get out of that? Shit. Man, this Bakuo is really good at staying out of my fucking range.
Somniumscape1569 says I feel like I'm just wasting time.
I get that feeling, yes.
Don't that just beat all? Is this how the story ends?
You're not.
Let's make it flashy.
It all depends on your skill. Let's rock!
I truly love when games tell me it's a skill issue. It doesn't make me angry at all.
Take two.
As soon as I heard it confirmed. Jesus!
One more take. Here we go.
Again?
Something spectacular. No.
I thought that was kind.
Take two. Rolling. Rolling. North knuckle. Construction pillar. That's it. Oh, that hurts. Practice. Polaris.
Somniumscape1569 says I also need to get my identification card and my new bank card and a new passport and a new health card. I know how to do the first two and they seem easy, but it's about the second two and they seem complicated.
We can work on that throughout after all this.
Somniumscape1569 says like with a new bank card I just need to go there and give proof of name change and they should just give me a new one.
Oh, and you had to disrespect me with the truck? I was dead, bitch!
Come on! You've got a lot to learn.
This is below my pay grade.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
That's correct. Get off, bitch. Get the bug away from me!
Somniumscape1569 says should I just get the new bank card literally right now?
Hell, you should be able to do it online, if not through a phone call. I'm getting it back. I'm getting it back slowly, chat. Oh, right over. That was planned. Epically planned. It wasn't planned. I got really lucky.
Somniumscape1569 says NBM the banks are closed. Somniumscape1569 says it's like, time is moving really fast.
I've got like a third of a health bar to work with here. Okay, make that a quarter.
This is fun.
Damn it. I figured I could have hit Saturnalia and get some health back, but that idea is out the window now.
Somniumscape1569 says MPI is open but it closes soon so I'm not risking it.
All right, show's over. Is this how the story ends?
You can do it soonish enough, sweetheart.
Cameras rolling and showtime!
Earrings, Orion! Take two, rolling!
Somniumscape1569 says hey.
You can do it soonish enough then. Go Don't worry about it too hard, alright?
Somniumscape 1569 says okay, tomorrow then.
Bitch. I needed to do Saturnalia, I needed health back. God damn it. Holy shit, I am fucking ass right now. I will not go down with only no kills. I'm going down with no kills. God damn.
That's a wrap. You've got a lot to learn.
I swear, Chad, I know how to play this.
Somniumscape 1569 says probably gonna have to go to Vital Statistics again for the passport, and that's downtown with literally no parking nearby. Not figuratively, literally.
Not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that ping. We're gonna see if we can slum it online. I almost never can. People playing this game are very dedicated.
Somniumscape 1569 says looked it up and apparently Vital Statistics also does the health cards. Great. Somniumscape 1569 says gonna take like a year.
Holy shit.
Somniumscape 1569 says not to mention all the fees. Somniumscape 1569 says ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Somniumscape 1569 says there is probably a new bank card fee.
Probably not. For a bank card? Probably not. Most banks don't charge for cards. They want you to have them. They want you to use their bank.
Somniumscape 1569 says and probably an identification card fee.
That one I can say is probably true, but it's also part of your taxes. Brilliant!
Somniumscape 1569 says like driver's license substitute.
Umbrella!
Took you long enough to pick me.
I either get fucking destroyed or I win. Let's play. Yep, got me in the corner, that's fine. Damn. God damn, no! I literally can't escape. Shit.
One more time.
Maybe I don't let him get into an infinite loop. Maybe. Possibly. me. Oh, fuck me. This is going well. I've gotten some damage in, though. Wow! Oh, fuck me.
Somniumscape 1569 says up, so that's the new passport fee. The new health card fee, as the new health cards are plastic and not paper, an identification card fee.
Skill affiliate player.
Turn off the target demographic.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Somniumscape 1569 says at least the new health cards are plastic.
We're adjusting. We know their patterns now. We adjust, chat. We adjust strategies. I need a regain. I need a regain. God damn it.
All right, show's over.
I'm trying so hard. I swear to God.
Uranus.
Time to put on a show. Action!
Damn it. The air grab was spectacular, actually. I have to give him that.
I feel so
God damn. That was fucking glorious. This player's amazing. You see what I mean when I say I can't do online? If I play online, I'm just fucked. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I've lost the plot. I've lost the plot, chat. That's what has happened.
Somniumscape 1569 says actually I'm gonna show you the new health cards because they look really cool.
I haven't played Flunky in a while. Yeah, we should play Flunky. That'll be a good one. Fuck yeah, let's play Flunky. And yeah, send that picture. I'll check it really quickly.
SAP sent multiple files and said new versus old folded and unfolded.
Spelunky, Spelunk time. Neat. That is a pretty good design for a card. We can also have some music on during this segment. I love Spelunky's music, but I want to vibe to hell. Oh shit! We have ads again, chat.
Somniumscape 1569 says unfortunately I don't know how easily it fits in a Square wallet.
I'm gonna have to buy my girlfriend fucking Spotify's premium at some point. Was that a horny jeans ad? We love advertising, chat. Everyone here, we love advertising, right?
Somniumscape 1569 says going out to buy energy drink I can't not.
I mean, you don't have to, but I mean, if you feel like you have to.
Somniumscape 1569 says tax increase yob.
And also, the new one looks like it also fucking... It looks like it already... It already folds, so you're probably fine. Holy shit, it's been a while. Come on, Simon, we're going. Fuck. Is he alive? I don't think so. I killed the dog. My bad, chat. What the fuck is that?
Cubane says, sad face, sad face, sad face.
Oh, it just lets me jump way higher. I mean, I'm good with that. It's always good to have a nice gadget in
Somniumscape
Spelunky.
1569 says why is it I always have 3 or more quests at any given time?
God damn it.
Somniumscape 1569 says pie 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 ca choo 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 fire fire fire.
Simon, come down here, man.
Somniumscape 1569 says getting socks for outside.
Damn it. Almost. I can't get him. I didn't need him anyway. I'm already down to 1, chat. The dog might be hurt by this. You dead already? Ah, it's not great. Should I do the ghost pot? I guess not. Personally, Spelunky's one of the best controlling platformers that I've played. Like, pretty easily, too. This shit just feels great to play. We're going for it.
Somniumscape 1569 says, okay, so you know how Spider-Man has perfected coordination and the balance one, right? That means with his spider strength
Holy
pedal a bike to go
shit.
really fast, then hop up onto the seat and just stand on
That's
it.
a
Or a
fucking
farming.
area.
Somniumscape
Alter.
1569 says, just imagine it. Somniumscape 1569 says, at that system who?
I can beat this easy. Get the fuck out of my way. Right into the ghost. Literally went right into him.
Somniumscape 1569 says, don't ignore me.
I'm not.
Somniumscape 1569 says, then what did I say?
Spider-Man coordination can fiddle a spike really fast.
Somniumscape
he's out.
1569 says.
I was imagining it. This looks like a good place to eat some fun.
Somniumscape 1569 says, not just pedal fast but stand upright on top of the seat, arms crossed and aura farming.
Oh, well, yeah, you could do that, yeah.
Somniumscape 1569 says, silly distracted puppy, I love you.
I'm not a puppy. Fuck you.
Somniumscape 1569 says, you're so puppy.
Let go of my fucking dog, asshole. We gotta fucking move.
Somniumscape 1569 says okay dog.
What you got for sale? Pictures mint? Spectacle cape?
Somniumscape 1569 says okay sweetheart I'm going out I love you.
I love you too, sweetheart. You know, that wasn't what I was trying to do, but... we now have turkey. Okay, he's out. No, turkey. Let's go, turkey. You and me. Turkey, you may be a sacrifice. Oh, I've got no ropes and no bombs. Turkey, no. Me, no. down here. Oh god, the dog's running. The dog's a runner. We got a runner. Go over there. Okay, that was a little too far. I guess I'm out. I will take the cape. Do we have enough for a new bundle of ropes? I have enough for both bundles of ropes. Nice. God damn. Apparently that place was fucking bugged. Fuck it. Let's go. Fucking hell, that was an ad? I was confused for... We're going. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen, but I had to do it. We're going. What hit me? The fuck? Well then, I guess I'm going down this way. I swear to God, Spelunky's easily the best controlling platformer I've played in a while. Look at the unharmed boy. You first, boy. There you go, he's in there. I'm just gonna keep a hold of this, put it next to the entrance, nice and softly. Like, sincerely, with Spelunky, I've never felt like it's the game that's bullshit. I felt like I've just not been performing to my specifications. Oh, that's gonna be useful. Fucking hell. I got fucking slaughtered. Wild. Damn it. Torch also burns ropes. Good to know. I will take the bomb bag. I will take the extra ropes. Got a turkey. That's a dead turkey.
Oh.
I pressed B by accident, you bitch. Move. Oh, you bitch. I just got that heart back. The weaponry shop. Hold on, I gotta make some money real quick. Well, that's not what I expected to happen, I'll be honest. Fuck me, I guess. Are you fucking kidding me? I need better eyes, frankly. My eyes fucking suck. I need a new model of eyes. A better model. Maybe one with better resolution? That would be nice.
Hercubane says, can I get new eyes too? Sad face.
I don't know. I don't even know if my insurance covers my eyes, you know? Maybe getting replacement's gonna be a really expensive out-of-pocket expense, you know? Neat. I am awful at this. Okay. Uh-oh, Windows is crashing completely. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna check something. $12.69 Canadian, $10 American. No. Maybe later, chat. For now, we only have Spotify free. Oh my god, Windows, don't tell me you're breaking again. Oh, holy shit. Hey, chat. I did not know that this was happening, but apparently 35% off gift sub bundles. What, did Canada not have that one? Never mind. So I'm looking right here, on 3/27 to 3/31, so like the last 3 days of the month or so. Bundles of 5 or more gift subs are 35% off. Since I'm finding that out, I figured I'd let y'all know. If you do want to gift subs, but you don't have them, you know, cash, and want to save money, please wait until then. Now, second thing I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm adding time. I know, chat. That's exciting. My queue finish time that is on right now doesn't really look too great, so I'm trying to make it better.
Kurt Cobain says, surprised face.
It was just up to how I felt. And since I did take quite a bit of relaxation today, I want to push down the time quite a bit. You know what? Let's go. Let's do it. 84. 84 hours. Let's do it. This would make a total of 84 hours. That's basically adding another day on the timer.
Somniumscape 1569 says back connect headphones.
Welcome back, sweetheart. I've added time to the timer.
Somniumscape 1569 says anyway.
Because I wanted a better queue finish. Real quick question: Did you guys have orange cream Coca-Cola before this, or have you never had that one? We've had it for years, like 3 years at this point, right? 3 years. It's been 3 years since America's had orange cream Coke. They just decide now's the time to show you guys orange cream Coca-Cola.
Cubane says, smiley face, yeah it's been a while.
Somniumscape1569 says went to MPI because it was in the same, strip mall? IG that's the right term, as the 7-Eleven. And he identification is just $20.
Oh, that's neat. That's about as much as it costs around here, too. I think right now the going rate is 25
Somniumscape1569 says okay, but I want to tell you something.
By all means. I know this ain't to my benefit, chat, but I am going to try rhythm games. Let's try Rhythm Doctor. This is a game I've wanted to stream for the longest time. I fucking adore this game. I've done it in Discord calls, but OBS will not let me stream this on my computer. So if I can do this in any way, I'm going to try. Do you have to get out of the ad break? We're going to let that play out then. Chad, I think you're going to love this. If we're allowed to go through this entire game, I will. Let's see if we can calibrate this enough. If I ever tell you I'm super delayed, it's by 200 milliseconds. That's why I say it.
Somniumscape1569 says did the message send?
Didn't look like it. I'm gonna try a real quick level.
Somniumscape1569 says when going there I had to cross an intersection twice. 1569 says left then the other way was the one so I just made it in time to cross once so I just started across and made it press the button to cross forward. Why the fuck did that light get 2 in a row? I heard the beep of Somniumscape1569 so I went. The car I passed just whizzed past me then the car beside me stopped and laid on the horn. I looked over like, do I know you? I didn't. He looked at me strange, so I looked back at the crossing symbol behind me and it was fucking red.
So you just crossed on a red? Congratulations, sweetheart. Just for sake of
Somniumscape 1569
living.
says I heard the fucking beep.
Well, I mean, I'm not judging. Jaywalking's cool. This will basically be my test stage.
1569 says, but IT was for the OTHR way.
I know this stage way too fucking well.
Ready, get set, one, 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 one.
Somniumscape 1569 says, no, you are not listening.
1, 2, stop. Set, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Oh, so it's accidental.
1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1.
Somniumscape 1569 says the one that turned green instead of mine had just went. Why did IT go twice?
1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, stop. Ready, get set, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, stop, set, 1, 2, 1, stop, ready, get set, 1, 1, 1, 2, stop, get set, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2.
Me thinks the delay is a little late.
1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Just by a little bit.
Set 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1.
That's determined by pressure plates in the highway. I hope you know that. It depends on the pressure plates in the road, reporting how many cars there are. 325 early. So yeah, we are a little late on the input. But only by a few frames, so that's good. We will go and do 40 milliseconds of delay.
Somniumscape 1569 says, then what the fuck are the buttons for?
Basically to substantiate people while they wait. Just to make you feel like something's happening, basically.
Ready, get set, 1, 1, 1, 2. Get set, 1, 2, stop. Get set, go. 2, 2, 1, 1.
And now we're too late. We're dialing it in, Chad, I promise.
Get set, go. 2, 2.
There's a reason I went ahead and picked a graphically intensive level to Dial this out.
Somniumscape 1569 says looked it up and it seems it does work but only during the day.
Get set, go. And stop. Get set, go. One, two. Get set. One, two. Stop. See.
Yeah, I guess 199 I'll have to do.
Somniumscape 1569 says but I love a couple of lights because they are instant activation and aren't at stoplights but just for pedestrians.
Alright, let's try to go through this entire thing. Interesting. I didn't know they only work during the day. Oh, I assumed they didn't work. I'm gonna put latest warm on. Give me a minute.
Somniumscape 1569 says like press button, beep 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 beep, and lights flashing above and you cross. Somniumscape 1569 says but yes, some placebo buttons do exist, some functioning buttons exist, and some only at certain times.
Maybe I should fucking read the stuff that's happening, to be fair. Neat. I feel like most of the buttons I see are placebos, so that's real sick. Oh, and I'm gonna check how long I need for this to get me to a high enough eternity count.
Somniumscape 1569 says some are automated signals, meaning many intersections, especially those with high traffic volume, operate on timers, meaning the traffic signals change regardless of whether the button is pressed, so basically placebo with extra steps.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, I can easily crush 300 billion IP this way. 300 billion, I mean, eternity points. So let me just, no, not 300, 300 billion. Cool. I'll just be letting that run.
Somniumscape1569 says, but it reminds me of that Simpsons episode where Homer becomes a vampire and the vampire driving can exactly know when any given light will be green, so essentially having no red lights at the right speed, but only because it's at night. Somniumscape1569 says, but the buttons heavily depend on the city.
Well, I mean, that's still pretty neat information to have.
Somniumscape1569 says, almost done, one monster, got 3.
Well, maybe don't drink them all, okay?
Somniumscape1569 says, okay.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Somniumscape1569 says, I'll space them out and have food.
Alright. Maybe no more than 2 a day. Besides, you still got tomorrow, and you'll have them for tomorrow. Right. God, antimatter dimensions. Out of the two I've been playing like religiously, Revolution Idol is definitely the furthest along, but that's because I started it first. But antimatter dimensions, I'm at like a fucking block, and I don't know how to get past it. I've been trying to, but I literally am not able to. I don't know if it's my automation that's fucking it up or whatever, but
Somniumscape1569 says, back with food and yet.
okay. Thank you, sweetheart. I know you care when I say. Turn off. Okay, turn on infinite eternity auto buyer and set it to 0 EP. Okay. Maybe that'll help. Not entirely sure. Anyway, to this.
Somniumscape1569 says, got homemade mashed potatoes and chicken breast with bacon, cheese, and spinach, it looks like.
God, that sounds good. I'm gonna do some hydration. I haven't done it in a while. Y'all keep forgetting to water me.
Somniumscape1569 says, it quite, but the mashed potatoes low-key tasting like cauliflower.
Maybe it is. Hydrate herd. Okay, I took a nice big sip. You don't have to make me do it again. Okay.
Somniumscape 1569 says no, the aftertaste is deaf potatoes.
Okay, I'm ignoring it. No, I can't drink that much water, chat. Thank you for the hydrate. You know, you're our first remote intern. We could really use the help. I actually started up a game because the calibration took so long. It's a ranked match, so I can't quit out right now. I'm almost done. Your first patient's over there. Dr. Page can help you out. Ian,
Hercubane
this is
says
your
water
job.
dog, the dog with the water. Surprised
Sorry.
face.
Somniumscape 1569
you,
says
behind your
can't ding
computer.
order broken
Hi.
heart.
Our shift is really busy right now, so let's get right to it. We treat patients suffering from different chest pains and heart conditions. You treat patients by pressing your spacebar on the 7th beat. Got it? Listen to the music and press only on the 7th beat. Here we go. I'm pressing before the 7th beat on space. Hey, don't press on every beat. Fuck you. Only on the 7th beat. Good. Thank you. Great, you got the hang of it. Congratulations.
Somniumscape 1569 says oh, it also has mushrooms. She says pleasantly surprised.
I fucking love mushrooms. If your side includes mushrooms, I'm housing it. No tomatoes, though. Can't have tomatoes. Looks like we're ready to move on. I lost my match, though. We got a lot of patients to treat, so let's get started.
Somniumscape 1569 says this ketchup sauce growing on me.
The first stage of the actual game, chat. You're all gonna dig this game, I think.
Somniumscape 1569 says chicken tastes oily too.
Do you mean juicy?
Somniumscape 1569 says I said what I said.
Okay. You did it. Wow, it really works. You'll be a huge help in getting to all of these people. It's been crazy around here. Good job. Not a bad sense of rhythm either. That'll be perfect. Let's move on. We got a new patient in here today. An adolescent. You can help them the same way. Be sure to check your pager for some basic patient info I jotted down when they were admitted. Alright, let's go. Patient experience sudden heart drain. He seems to have something weighing on his mind. Did I say the wrong thing to her? My chest feels tight. Oily and juicy. Okay, well, fair enough. Before we move on, some tips about a new type of heartbeat. We don't actually have to read this, I think, but... This time, you'll get a new kind of patient. Sometimes people come to us with this problem. Their heart skips a beat, so let's catch it while they're still in reach. When a red X shows up on the line, that beat will be silent. Just count the numbers in your head.
Somniumscape 1569 says and the mashed potatoes taste so good. Peas in it too, I think.
I don't know how I feel about that one, but sure.
Somniumscape 1569
Nice,
says
good
forming
job.
page fictive /J.
Your next patient isn't even actually sick. I think
Kurtubane
he's
says
just suffering from excessive
EKGAHH game. I wish they
schmaltziness.
had this in class.
Hopefully you can snap him out of it. Well, good luck. How do we feel about me reading during the music? Do we want me to read or do we not? Because there are important story bits during music sometimes.
Somniumscape 1569 says /J because forming Ian instead /J. Somniumscape 1569 says yes, read.
Alright. Doctor! You've gotta help me. My heart's not feeling too good. I don't know what to do. Fucking Parsec.
Somniumscape 1569 says why he got green aura with flies.
I'm pretty sure it's grass.
Somniumscape 1569 says why is he sitting in grass? Is his indoors, in a hospital no less.
No clue. Aesthetic? Fuck you! What? Another patient is insisting on being treated in here as well. I'll handle the new one.
Somniumscape
You focus on the boy.
1569 says fair, imagining him sitting on a hill.
What? Whoa. She's here too.
Somniumscape 1569 says literal chills. Somniumscape 1569 says why do he cocoon?
I don't know. What do you want from me? I guess they did go outside, so that's why.
B.
I'll take a B. Does that still unlock me night mode? Great job,
Somniumscape
intern.
1569 says wait, green? Trapezoid? It secretly spawns.
Holy shit. Whoa, Haley, I had no idea you were here too. Yeah, well, funny story. You said something about having to go to the hospital, and then you never texted back to explain why. So I kind of started freaking out, thinking you got sick. I got so worried, my chest started to hurt. So my parents had me come here too. I didn't think it'd be so musical, though. We're experimenting with some new methods. When I heard you were on this floor too, I wanted to come visit. Oh, cool. Sorry, that last time we talked, I got flustered, I think. I think I said something stupid. What I meant was, no, don't worry about it. At least we have plenty of time to hang out while we're stuck here. You can tell me whatever was really on your mind, okay? Alright, that's probably enough for now. Let's let Logan get his rest. Ready, intern? Let's continue with the door.
Somniumscape 1569 says stop being so cute.
They are cute. Everything's cute in this game. It's fantastic. So we haven't explained the whole musical doctoring process yet. We kind of pulled you straight into the deep end. Sorry about that. Thankfully, you're a quick learner. Ian, do you think you could explain to the program? It's more your thing. Right, the Rhythm Doctor program is a new experimental healthcare initiative. It's a music-based cardiological treatment. By listening to the patient's heartbeat and synchronizing with it, we can calm the irregularities. It's quick and can save a lot of lives. Plus, interns can perform the treatment remotely. There's shorter waiting times and less work piled on the staff. It's a win-win situation. That's the idea, at least. As long as all goes well, we can... Ian, did you finish setting up that remote connection? Yes, sir. As you can see, our new intern is here, and... Very good. But let's not be overconfident. There's still a lot that both of you should be getting to. The shift has only just started. Ensure that every patient is personally seen to. I imagine I'm not interrupting some sort of break. Not at all. We were just... Submit a report about the program by the end of the day. Don't mind him. That's our... Well, don't worry about it. We should show you around so you can meet the rest of the patients.
says, but hell yeah, corn, peas, and cut up string beans scattered in the potato.
I'm sorry, I'm a proponent of default mashed potatoes.
Somniumscape 1569 says it elevates the texture.
It ruins the texture in my opinion, but that's just a me thing, I think. You should be able to shift your video display around the hospital to... hold on, something's happening. One of our patients needs help immediately. That can't be good.
Somniumscape 1569 says these mashed potatoes are chunkier than normal.
Alarm inside of hospital. That certainly wouldn't freak anybody out. You're up, intern. Remember, just stay calm and keep counting to 7. No matter what happens. Now we're gonna see a boss stage, chat.
Smiley face, chunky mash.
Somniumscape 1569 says he's an undead.
Sword-wielding patient has had chronic tiredness for the past 7 years. No medicines have been effective. Rhythmic defibrillation advised. We're about to go into a boss stage, so... I am sorry if you have an iPhone. That's not gonna make sense until later, but I'm sorry if you do.
Kurt Cobain says iPhone Evo.
Somniumscape 1569 says this game pulls on my heartstrings like I'm a patient there.
That was late? It looks like something's messing with your connection. Could it be? Yep, it was the infection. Classic case of the Wi-Fi signal jamming virus. Connectivia abortus. It's about to come back now, and stronger. The most important thing...
Somniumscape 1569 says abortion? I didn't know this game was political.
Fuck! Yeah, I deserve it. Parsec really didn't like that. Whenever the fuzz appears. Whoops, looks like it's heart cracked. Try to focus on keeping a consistent beat no matter what you see. Parsec really didn't like the TV fuzz. Compression went hard. To its credit, it's trying. Maybe I should focus. I'm not really.
Kirkubane says TV fuzz anger symbol pouting face Parsec.
Somniumscape 1569 says Parsec would be the perfect tool for tech scammers.
No, not really. Required permission and an account. Too much work. We're gonna skip this cussing.
Somniumscape 1569 says it's easy to string them along to do that.
Damn it.
Kirkubane says hello, we have detected a virus in your Parsec stream tool.
It's really like Connectifia abortus is real. It lags.
Kirkubane says LMAO.
Alright, chat. Let's make a deal. I'm bumping down to very easy timing. Gives me a little headroom. Not much that I wouldn't miss it, but enough that I would not be affected by lag. I wouldn't even do this under normal circumstances. It's just the circumstances that are presented to us, we have to. Oh, they removed that last one. That's good. That last one was kind of bullshit. That's the first boss stage. When we get to the second boss stage, I have to set up OBS again. To be fair, I could just hit simulate. Also, after this save point, I'm gonna close the game and reopen it without the theme overlay enabled.
1569 says, imagine a heartbeat being exactly like that. Yikes.
No, let's be clear. we are remote, and there is a virus that is affecting our remote connection. That's why it's doing that. The heartbeat is normal in real life. We're just the ones having to fucking do it. Phew, that was close. His heartbeat got really erratic, but it looked like you had it under control. Ian, what was all that? Is that supposed to happen? No, that strange virus was disrupting the intern signal. It was even messing with the cardiogram. It should be fixed now, but I'll look into it. Just a small hiccup in the process. Hopefully it doesn't persist. Let's move on for now. Got it. Looks like we're done with this set of patients. Let's move on to the next ward. There we go, that should save it. Let me make sure the Steam overlay is disabled.
Cubane says, as someone that worked on a EKG program, this is exactly how it's like /JLMAO. It would be so much easier if it was, I wish.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have to deal with the remote connection as well. I do not envy Ian here. There we go, no more Steam overlay. Ready for something new? Yeah. Now we're in the supraventricular tachycardia ward. Did I say that right? I hope I said it right. Patients have 2 beats instead of 7. The nurse will cue you in with the phrase, ready, get, set, go. She's picked up English now. Remember her rhythm. Here, Ian will demonstrate first.
Ready, get, set, go.
These beeps are just for demonstration purposes. Now without the guide beeps.
And stop.
Now it's your turn.
Ready, get, set, go. And stop.
Wow, it's like you know all of this already. I do. Perfect, but I'm still gonna read out the full explanation anyways. Thanks, Ian.
Somniumscape
As you certainly already
1569
know.
says, so is that long words long for slow heartbeat?
What, you want to know the IRL definition of supraventricular tachycardia? It is a real thing. Fast heart rhythm of the rising from the upper part of the heart. It's in contrast to the other group of fast heart rhythms, ventricular tachycardia, which start with the lower chambers of the heart.
Somniumscape 1569 says, oh fast.
Yeah. As you certainly know, blah 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 blah. Don't be tricked! Just always follow the nurse's get set timing. Even if the beat pulses multiple times or pulses on the offbeat, just stick to the get set timing. These funky SVT beats will normally happen without warning, but for this lesson we will deploy a spider to induce them. Oh, don't worry, this is a completely controlled environment, and it's a medically trained professional spider. Before we do this, do spiders bother you? If you do not want to see a spider on the screen, press the button twice. Are you okay with seeing a spider? No. I know someone in the chat has a spider phobia, so no. Wow, you really do not want to meet the spider. Fair enough.
D, get, set, go.
Cubane says no spider. Cubane says pouting face. Cubane says also game gone.
What the fuck?
Somniumscape 1569 says you closed it, remember?
Well, yeah, but I didn't... It should have gone right back to it. Well, that was perfect. Do you play a lot of rhythm games? Too many. Your first SBT patient will need to be treated just like that. Keep that beat in your head, and good luck.
Ready, D, get.
I don't like coal that much. You'll find these stages are the ones I'm least proficient in. Not my vibe. I do understand it's a lot of people's vibe though, so...
Somniumscape 1569 says stairs in MTD. Miko transmitted disease.
Oh, don't worry, that one's downloading. I might even try to mod it. Hey, don't mind me. I'll be treating another patient. Just stay focused on your own. Got it? Yes, sir.
Set, go. A,
B. Damn! I thought it was gonna be a B. I thought I made 4. Patient's risks increase supraventricular tachycardia attacks due to high caffeine diet. Continue to observe closely. Time to focus. I know what'll get the inspiration flowing. Oh no, Chetty's about to have coffee. Hi again. Hi, Ian. There's something else you need to know about SVT heartbeats. First, let's recap how SVT beats work.
red, D, get.
The nurse does a lot of work around here. Nice, got it in one go. This ain't my first rodeo.
And stop.
Wow, you did it perfectly.
1569 says
I bet you
NAD
took
is
music
ain't
lessons,
HIV.
kid.
Hatsune immunodeficiency virus. It's full-blown AIDS. Acquired immunodiva syndrome.
Jesus. Now you should learn how to deal with attacks. When SVT patients have attacks, their heart rate doubles. And when their heart settles, it halves. The nurse will see changes coming, and she will warn you with a faster cue or a slower cue. Just follow the rhythm established by our get and set calls. Here we go.
Red, D, get, set, go. Red, D, get, set, go. And stop.
Excellent. One more set for the patient's sake. Get ready, you can handle this.
Somniumscape 1569 says stage 4 vocaloidus. It's fatal. Disappointed face.
Set, go.
It will kill you in 80 to 100 years.
Get, set, go. Get, set, go. Get, set, go. Get, set, go. Get, set.
Somniumscape 1569 says we can't Mika beam our way out of this one chat.
Get, set, go. And stop.
Smooth. You've got it down. Honestly, that was perfect. That patient Cole keeps drinking coffee lately. Now he's experiencing caffeine-induced attacks. You just need to keep him stabilized. Good luck.
Get, set, go.
Alright, I'm back. Are you drinking coffee again? It's the caffeine that's triggering your episodes. But I can't write music without it. Stop, you're going to hurt yourself. Get away from me. I'm not giving up on music, never. It's hard to focus on this, I'll be honest. While reading the dialogue, like out loud, hard. And that's me with knowing almost all the transitions.
Hey.
Wow, how calm. Thank you. Alright, good. Stable again. Listen, I promise everything will be okay. If you really drink this much coffee per day for the sake of your music, maybe there's something deeper going on. Try thinking of other things that could inspire you. If you can find something, it should weaken the dependency. Doesn't sound easy, but fine, I'll try. Phew, good work with the defibrillation. This rhythm method helps with symptoms, but I wonder if it can really treat addiction. We usually need to tackle the issue at its root. It's complicated. Speaking of addiction, there's another patient we should check in on. She's actually on shift, so let's go
1569
visit.
says maybe I should have my second monster now. Caffeine seems to have turned out well for that guy.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you right here, right now. I'll do it.
Somniumscape 1569 says LMFAO.
Our next patient is exhibiting a new type of SVT beat. Interestingly enough, SVT beats can swing. Listen to the nurse's cues to get a feel for how the swan rhythm is different from the classic one. Alright, you're up. Lights, camera, action. Why does it feel jazzier in here?
Somniumscape 1569 says text time, I'll pick up some caffeine-free ones.
Caffeine-free Monster? Not in existence, but maybe some other sodas. Yes. Well, it seems like you're an expert on this whole concept already.
Yes, it is.
Is it? I've never seen it. It's not in America. That's convenient. I'm still going to read out the full explanation because the boss told me to. Phase 2 will have you alternate between normal and swan SVT rhythms on the fly. Get ready. Good luck, Sheriff.
Get set, go. Ready, get set, go. Get set, go. Ready, get set, go. Get set, go. D, get set, go. Get set, go. D, get set, go. Stop.
You've got it down. Our next patient is Nicole. She works as a barista in the hospital's cafe. Her heart is exhibiting this one variation of SVT rhythms. Good luck. As a smoker and caffeine-addicted motherfucker,
Set, go.
I feel this. Too hard.
Ready, get set, go. Ready, get set, go. Get set, go.
Somniumscape 1569 says but yet it's called Monster Unleaded.
Ready, get set, go.
Are you sure? Do you mean Monster Unleashed or the Beast Unleashed?
Somniumscape 1569 says no. Somniumscape 1569 says unleaded.
Weird.
Ready, get set, go. Get set, go. Ready, get set, go. Ready, get set, go. Ready, get set, go. 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 Get set, go. And stop. Get set, go.
Somniumscape 1569 says still has taurine though.
Hey! Employee of the Year. Thanks for the safe back there. I noticed that. I know, the smoking. I promised I would stop. Is that even legal to do in here? It's the only thing that gets me through these absolute hell shifts. It calms me down. Are you interested in quitting? I can help you if you want. I've tried before, but if you have any tips, that'd be great. I understand completely. I can help. We can work on it together. Oh, by the way, this is our new intern, the one behind the screen. They'll be able to help you with any chest pains or irregularities you feel. Thanks. That's good to know. You two might be the only cool people around here.
Somniumscape 1569 says there's also the zero sugar ones.
Laptop. Those high schoolers just whisper and giggle to each other. And that other doctor dude scares me. Well, at least the guy in the red hoodie is pretty chill. He actually talks to me. Something to look forward to every day. Sorry, I'm rambling. Thanks for the save, Doc. Come back if you need a coffee or just want to hang. Intermission. Welcome, take a seat. You're probably sitting already. The rush hour's over, so things should be a little more low-key. Make yourself comfortable. There's a dusty keyboard over there. Maybe you can toy around with it. Oh, look who it is. Hey, I'll get my usual.
Somniumscape 1569 says next time I'll just pick up a couple of zero sugar.
Usual or
Healthier than original.
afternoon usual? Afternoon, I'm just vibing for now. I have a comment on that after this. Coming right up. You met the intern finger too, huh? Wild.
Cubane says space F45 Boba Tea.
Yeah, I was just talking about you earlier, actually. Really? Yeah, I was talking about how great the stuff on your BandCloud is. Whoa, for real? Nah, you're lying. Yeah, I'm lying. I got a job already. Can't be your pass out my mixtape person. Sure you can.
Somniumscape 1569 says BandCloud is mid. Soundcamp is where it's it.
Almost. Keep working at it, bud. Here's your order. Don't tell number 27 that I let you skip them in line. Secret safe with me. Thanks. I know it's in a hospital, but is it, like, weird to like the vibe in here? You like it here? Yeah, it's got atmosphere, you know? Whatever you say. Aside from doctors, I'm used to serving hipster loners in here. So I'm glad I can help maintain your pristine, natural habitat. Hey. Just kidding. Well, not really. I like this song. What is it? I mean, it really doesn't have a name. Just an old file I still put on sometimes. Wait, is this you? That's you on guitar? Yeah, this is from a while ago. I used to dabble. Whoa, that's awesome. I didn't realize you were a musician. I'm not sure I'd call myself that. I just strum around. But still, this is great. It sets the mood. I barely even remember making this. It's like my younger self is here, keeping me company with her guitar. Maybe that's why I keep it in rotation. To keep myself company. Makes sense to me. I get it. You know, you mentioned something yesterday. You need coffee to write music. Why is that? I don't know. Sometimes I can't come up with ideas. Other times I just get in my own head. Like, maybe I accidentally stole this chord progression from something I already heard. I get that so hard. I get trapped in that. It's frustrating. But when I drink coffee, it helps me stop thinking about that stuff. I can stay up late, so late that I can't even think straight. Then finally, I can write music. Well, glad I can help then. All finished? Yeah, I should probably head to my room. See you around, Nicole. Thanks for the chat. Later.
Somniumscape1569 says honestly I get people asking me if I smoke more often than not. Like whenever I bring up my cough, oral fixation of having my hair in my mouth, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Also, zero sugar, yeah, it's healthier than the original, but I'm worried about your caffeine in there. No more than 1,200. You hear me? I did that in college. No. That's a no. That's a no from me.
Somniumscape1569 says fien 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 fien.
So that's two of our main SVT patients having episodes in one day. And both relapse into the very habits causing it. So much for self-control. To be fair, you can't just kick a habit overnight. We should check in on them one more time before our shift is over. Ian, you go find Cole. The intern and I will check on the barista. All right. Hey guys, what's up? Just checking in. How are you feeling? Okay for now. My shift's almost over. I haven't taken any more smoke breaks, but it's tough. Hard to stay numb during work. Coffee people are so impatient. Have you been able to take your mind off of it? Does anything help? Actually, that red hoodie guy sent me a song he made once, and now the song's stuck in my head. So in a way, I guess that earworm sorta helps time go by. Honestly, if every customer could be more like that dude, each day would be a lot easier. What's wrong? My chest, not feeling great. It'll be okay. The intern will help. Are you ready? Stay focused on the beat, no matter what. Before we start that, I'm taking the game away, chat. For a second. You see, I need a display capture for this. So I'm gonna slot it in. And I'll keep OBS Studio up as a backdrop. We're all good, we can hear it, everything's good. This is because of the next thing, Chad.
Somniumscape1569 says so how much caffeine did you say daily?
1,200 milligrams. Just stay around that number. The musician and barista are experiencing a heightened SVT episode. Keep steady with your 2B treatment no matter what. So, this next part's really cool and I want you all to see it.
Somniumscape1569 says 1 kin is just 160 milligrams.
You may notice the window shrunk itself. Y'all are gonna fucking freak when you figure out rhythm games can do more than just rhythm.
go. I just can't refrain.
Oh, and it's another boss stage, so.
Somniumscape 1569 says this game is so cute, down to earth, and charming and realistic.
All right, chat, follow the window.
Somniumscape 1569 says yeah, it's moving on its own.
Set, go. They told me it's alright. They say that I'll get through.
Somniumscape 1569 says Rhythm Doctor, Undertale, Doki Doki Literature Club, games that mess with the game in a meta context, my beloved.
Did my category change again? Hold. I just noticed it. See, I tell you, it keeps fucking happening. Why is it not just work?
Awaken, has taken this pain to realize the truth. You have been through all the things I've been through.
Hey, where'd he go?
Ready, get set, go. Now I'm shaking, stirred, awaken, has taken this pain to realize the truth. So take the craving, take away the craving, take away the craving from me. Set, go.
Somniumscape 1569 says wait, how is IT Pac-Manning?
Oh, it does more than just Pac-Man. When I said this game is intensive, I meant it. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool. It's such a cool mechanic, and I wish more rhythm games had it. I wish the rhythm game would fuck with me a little more.
Somniumscape 1569 says do you have a photosensitivity tag on?
I should probably put that in the title. You're not wrong. Actually, it's probably an accessibility setting, I'm gonna be honest. Phew, that was crazy. I thought my heart was gonna jump out of my chest. Same. You're able to treat them both at once. Perfect. Oh, the doc is here. Guess I should probably go back to my room. But maybe I could hang out here just a little longer while Nicole closes up. I could whip up something decaf for him, promise. Fair enough. You're not in trouble or anything. Why do I sound like a school teacher? You know, Doc, I don't think you guys should worry about me. That thing you said about finding inspiration to keep making music, I think I can do it without the caffeine. Yeah, Cole's the default name, Nicole, like nicotine. Both names are related to coffee and their addictions. It's so good. That's great news. Habits are tough to change, but having someone to cheer you on always helps. I'm here. Finally, Cole. There you are.
Somniumscape
Oh yeah, I kinda gave
1569
him the
says
slip,
Cole,
didn't I?
coffee, Nicole, nicotine.
Mm-hmm. You alright, Ian? Yeah, I was running as fast as I could to
Somniumscape
tell you, virus.
1569 says mind blown.
I ran as fast as I could tell you that the virus connected via abortus was detected again. This time in calling the barista. I was rushing to find you, but it looks like you already handled it. Good job, I guess. Very punctual. Anyway, these two seem to be feeling much better. We'll check in on them tomorrow. Whenever you're ready, let's head back to the main ward. Guess I have to change the hell to something shorter to add it. There we go. I will look for that setting just in case. People play this with a drum controller? That's rad as hell, actually. Now that that's done, by the way, Chad, I'm just gonna turn it to simulate. So no, it would do that, but I've set it to run inside of a single window.
Kurt Cobain
So that you
says
can
Fra
have the
Ponder
full-
Damn drumming it.
That way you can have the full screen and the correct experience. Also, the janitor. Just when I thought things couldn't get any
Somniumscape
weirder around here,
1569
that hoodie
says
dude and
Kurt,
the
did you
coffee
see
girl
it?
had seen it at each
You
other
were
across
quiet.
the hall. And you know what? I can dig it. I've always been a sucker for a cute duet. Keep things lively around here. We checked in on Logan, Haley, Cole, Nicole, and the two guys with the swords. There's a few more patients for you to meet, and then we can see if the rhythm doctor treatments are enough to get them home. Thankfully, this new method is helping speed things along. Oh, Dr. Dega's coming. I will do a
Cobain
one
says,
screen
"Oh
for the
no, I
next
missed
boss
was
stage.
grabbing a drink."
1569 says Kurt missed IT.
Not the next boss stage, the one after. Please, don't let me interrupt your important meeting. Go on. We were done. We're just moving on. We haven't checked on Mr. Stevenson yet. It seems to take you two a while to walk down a hallway these days. Regardless, I'm only making my way over here to update you on our staffing. As you're both aware, we've had several staff members quit in the past few months. A shame how some people buckle under the lightest of pressure, abandoning us. A feeble doctor and several nurses, remember? We had planned to have those positions filled with the new staff by now. Plans have changed. To save budget and time, we're leaving those positions vacant, permanently. What? A hospital of this size can't be run by... We'll be pivoting to this Rhythm Doctor program to make up for the reduced staff. You've proven how effective this new method is. A skeleton crew should be sufficient to carry it out. Dr. Page, you'll be in charge of giving every patient their individualized attention and checkups. Ian, you'll be in charge of facilitating this intern and any new ones you can find in these rhythm-based operations. And, as you promised, making sure that there are no more bugs in the program. Understood? Our hospital always needs to keep up with the changing times. I trust you'll all keep up too. Sorry, Ada. It's fine, I can handle it. Well, my shift is over. I'm gonna head home. I've still got some work to do. I'll be watching over my mother while I'm home, but hopefully I can make time to fix bugs. Good luck, both of you. I'll get back as soon as I can, I promise. Thanks, Ian. I appreciate it. Try to enjoy the break. Well, that leaves just us. Let's see, I need to check back in with Logan and Haley, and I need to keep tabs on Cole and Nicole's addiction rehab. I need to check in on Mr. Stevenson. Oh no, did someone bring a pen here or something? I'm sorry, I don't have time for this. Can you follow that trail of feathers and figure out where it's coming from? I have some other things I need to handle, especially with Dr. Dig always keeping his eyes on me. You're a lifesaver. I'll circle back with you afterwards. Let's treat some fucking birds, chat. You found it. Thank goodness. Is that a cockatiel in the hospital? I feel like I should be surprised. Instead, I just feel nothing. Moving on. Oh, the bird's pulse is showing up on the ECG. Okay, sure. I swear, Ian always misses out on the weird shit. It's coming in pretty faint. The monitor's not picking up the sound of every beat. You'll need to keep your count in your head. Poor little thing. Nobody here has vet training. Well, it doesn't matter. Luckily, we have you, right, intern? It's you! How long have you been, sitting there? You know, without Ian here, you might need to start treating multiple patients at once. We're pretty understaffed. I wish I could help you with the rhythm treatments, but we're probably better off if I stick to my usual responsibilities. As you've probably seen, when you're treating multiple patients at once, their heartbeat might be off sync from each other. Listen closely for when patient's beat starts. Oh yeah, this is a story about the hospital being understaffed, yeah. Too real. As of recent. Let's try treating you and the cockatiel together. I know it'll be tricky, but I believe in you. Luckily, we'll eventually have Kurt.
Kurt Cobain says that's he ate Lana sob real shit. Kurt Cobain says what?
I assumed you were, like, going in to be a nurse. I don't know. I've always assumed it.
Kurt Cobain says I was formerly working on accounting now.
Oh! Nice. Accounting's a better job anyway. Listen, I respect doctors and nurses. 100%, but we treat them not too great in this country. We don't treat doctors the best. I wish that wasn't the case, but they're understaffed, overworked, and they're responsible for lives and deaths. I can't imagine a harder job other than firefighters. I guess EMTs count, but those are also doctors, so doctors and nurses. Like, your job is hard as hell, and I respect it. But, like, God, I wish our country didn't treat you like shit. Good job! From now on, we will often deal with multiple patients. Keep an ear out for each patient's distinct heartbeat sound. You assured me a few minutes ago you'd check in on Mr. Stevenson. And yet, it's interesting. When I passed his room just now, I could hear him asking. You're right. Sorry. I gotta go, intern. You help out the bird. See you later. Yeah, phase free, act 3 is about
1569 says for a
heartbeats.
bit of a time I wanted to volunteer as a firefighter but decided not to because I am just not physically fit enough. Kind not mentally fit either.
Kurt Cobain says it was funny cause I both got my EKG training certification and I couldn't get the last class because they kept canceling it, not enough people, and then they sent me it anyway, so send it back cause I didn't deserve it. Like sure I did the hands-on training but didn't earn it, and by that point I got fed up with the medical side. It's interesting but terrible work for how you're treated.
Oh, rest assured, I understand how interesting the medical field is. But yeah, we treat medical workers like shit. Alright, I'm back. I noticed something strange. Logan's heart is showing strain and irregularity again. It's like we're back to square one. I thought he would have been ready for discharge by now. Did something happen between Logan and Haley while I was gone? Anything you noticed that explains why his heart is pounding?
Somniumscape1569 says if the place you are supposed to look is FNF closer to where the arrows are coming from, then in Rhythm Doctor the is the place like in between the yellow and green? Or just the straight middle of the line?
You aren't supposed to look closer to where the arrows are coming from.
Somniumscape1569 says right got it mixed up.
In rhythm games, it's always prudent to look earlier on the chart and then induce the correct response. And what I mean by that is, if your notes are coming from the top of the screen and hitting at the bottom of the screen, you look at the top of the screen, keep a backlog in your mind of the combo that you need to do.
Somniumscape1569 says earlier is where the arrows are coming from.
Yes. Oh, closer to where the arrows are coming from. Okay, I thought you meant closer to where the arrows are being hit. Do not look at the bottom of your chart. That is a good way to lessen your reaction time. So if a fast on especially comes
says
through,
I know yet.
If you're looking at the bottom of the chart, you're fucked. Always look earlier on the chart. I tend to look in the middle. I find that usually works best for me. But also use your fucking peripheral vision, you idiots. Come on. Come on, you have it. You have it for a reason. Use your peripherals. Associate colors, associate sounds. Do whatever it takes to get a good score. And that's how a rhythm game works. Or you can memorize the chart. A lot of people do that. I think they're insane, but yeah, they do that. I mean, certainly I like remember parts of the chart when they come up, but I don't like memorize the entire chart. That's not fun. That's a job.
Somniumscape1569 says looking at the second monster like SpongeBob looking at the ice water.
2 monsters should be under the 1200 limit. But just, you know, keep in mind, that's your second monster. Like, that's it. I need to check back in on Logan again to stabilize his heartbeat. That Samurai's guy, too, he needs a checkup. While you do that, I was going to help you treat our elderly patient, Mr. Stevenson, but now it looks like a new patient was just admitted. Let's see how we can help him.
Somniumscape1569 says it says 160 milligrams per so 3 would only be 480.
Oh, sorry, 1200 is the deadly level? I must have gotten that mixed up. Hold on. $400. So 2 monsters still is safe.
Somniumscape1569 says okay, so 3 is pushing it quite a bit.
Yeah, you'll likely get headaches and shit, yeah. Sorry, this patient just barged into the hospital without filling out any forms. He seems to be in a rush. Let's see what he needs. Hey, Chet, do you want another leg to the plot? So we've got a senior citizen requiring care. But now, apparently, there's a politician in here who demands to be treated first. Hey, Ian, this is like straight out of our textbooks. What framework do we use to decide who gets to treat first?
Says one time I drank the equivalent of 4 or 5 and I felt like death.
Under a fair and egalitarian RHS, what do we do? Ian, we studied this barely a year ago.
Kurt Cobain says you a politician.
Course, remember? Oh, we did? Oh, yeah, that exit course. I didn't know that would apply to real life. Okay, I remember now. Quality, right? Quality adjusted life years. Yep, exactly. And how does it work? It's like a formula to calculate the value of people's lives, and the one who has the higher number wins, right?
Somniumscape 1569 says what's 480 320?
800, sweetheart.
Somniumscape 1569 says
Yeah.
Somniumscape 1569 says that would explain it.
Yes, so nearly double your intake, yes. So between these two patients, does quality include political power as a factor? No, Ian, it does not. Well, if we don't treat him, he'll slash our funding next year. Case closed, the politician wins!
1569 says half fatal.
Sorry, Gramps. What is taking so long? A tutorial? No tutorial. You treat me. Now. Shoe farmer boy. Shoe farmer boy. Sorry, God. Former boy. That's a man now. No, Hugh, come back. You're great at tutorials. Hugh, how dare you share my name? Great job, intern. Look, he's got 2 X's on his ECG. Huh? Why is his heart skipping so much? Is he feeling overwhelmed lately? What was that? Me overwhelmed? How dare you? You wasted too much of my time. I've got an important speech to give that I'm 100% not nervous about, and I need the best possible medical care. If you fancy med grads were to still have your job tomorrow, you better come treat me at my rally. All right. Congrats on the catches, everybody.
Somniumscape 1569 says there has been so many golets in chat, like other Pokemon exist.
To my knowledge, they cycle. Like it's a daily cycle or weekly cycle, one of the two. I think the Pokemon that can appear change per day, but the weights that appear change per week.
Hercuvane says I love only Golet's high form.
I don't know, eventually I'm gonna hold a tournament. With a prize. For Pokemon community game. Eventually. I'd like to see my chat battle it out to determine who is the best. That seemed to work well enough. Good job. Oh no, he's back. Here we go. What is the meaning of this? I step away for 1 second and you think you can get away with using some shabby long-distance treatment on me? Ridiculous. Disrespectful. I came here for the highest quality doctors, personalized care. Whatever happened to that? You! The disheveled-looking dropout behind the screen thingy, I demand to know who you are. I'm reporting you to your superiors. What's your name?
Somniumscape 1569 says Pareba the Rappa sounding ass.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about. You think you can ignore me when I'm talking to you? No manners around here. Do you know who I am? I'm Richard Hugh. I'm the nation's bloody health secretary. Trying to pass off my delicate operation to some intern in their basement? How dare you? Just wait until I tell the cable networks. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't your party completely okay with this whole Rhythm Doctor initiative? Details. When I signed off on that, I didn't think that I would be stuck with one of these bargain bin interns. I can't stay here. This place is musty and smells like shellfish. I can't wait to have a phone call with your supervisor. Good day. Well, that was something. Anyway, back to our jobs. There's an elderly gentleman who needs me, Mr. Stevenson. He keeps dozing off. I haven't been able to speak with him yet. He's experiencing some heart block. I'll take care of it and get his x-rays done. There's a new patient here, too. I haven't met them. Can you handle it for me? Let's split up. Thanks. I just saw a dude in suit bust in here and skip the whole line. Was that the health secretary? That guy's always yelling about medical workers on TV, making us sound entitled. So I stopped paying for cable. I don't need to watch the news. If I wanted to get yelled at all day, I'd just come into work. Very true. Before we move on, there's another condition we've been noticing. I know that my elderly patient, Mr. Stevenson, has this type of rhythm, so you'll probably come across it. This treatment is for patients with heart block. Their heartbeats are regularly irregular. Because the heart signals aren't working properly, the beat comes out with this uneven feel. They won't pulse out at a regular interval, like what you've been used to. Think of it almost like swing music and then hit them on the 7th beat. Actually, I think the next time the cool thing happens is at Act 5. We're in Act 3. Simple enough. Now let's try a case for the 7th slants on a block beat.
Somniumscape 1569 says EAR sets to UYOE.
Well, if you pronounce it correctly, this is actually counting to 7 in Chinese. Alright, now finally, let's go over a trickier type of heart block. The nurse will play some piano to help you. Did you know she used to be a musician?
Somniumscape 1569 says EAR sets to UYOE. Fire, fire, fire.
See, not too bad. Now for this next case, we're splitting up to deal with multiple patients. Don't worry, I'm handling my patient, Mr. Stevenson, myself. You're handling one of our newer patients. If you encounter any of these fun rhythms, you'll be ready. Good luck. See you on the other side. You know, if staff wanted to, I could play all of these in 2-player.
Somniumscape 1569 says fucking love the music in this game.
But then again, we are only as strong as our weakest link.
Somniumscape 1569 says hey. Yeah, no fair. Somniumscape 1569 says very fair. Somniumscape 1569 says head over heels for this music though.
Thank you, dearie. Can you do me a favor? My husband, I think he's here too. In another room. I don't know why I went Irish. I'm worried about him. I usually call him every morning. Hello? Are you able to help? Oh, it seems you're only a finger. I fucking love how this game handles counting in 4s, counting in 7s, counting in 1-2s. It's sincerely fantastic how much they were able to do with this system. And they keep adding shit. Phew, I'm back. This shift is killing me. Feel like I'm running an empty tank. I miss when we had a full staff around here. Oh, my chest isn't feeling too hot. This is the part where Ian usually urges me to take a break. Can't afford it today. I'll drink some water and keep pushing. Hey, actually, I need a favor from you. Can you keep an eye on my heart rate? I'll be fine, I think. It's just as a backup, you know? Ian should be back soon. We just need to hold out until handover. Here comes the nurse. She's holding a phone. And I've never had such shoddy treatment at any medical establishment. It was those buffoons. They use that phony high-tech stuff, the music nonsense. So much fire, those slackers. And one more thing, when I tell... Just another day. We've got work to do. Ready? Mr. Stevenson fell down the stairs. That's why he's got a cast on, by the way.
I've been waiting for so long.
Somniumscape 1569 says ready, Kurt?
No, it's not this, no. You gotta wait till Act 5.
Somniumscape 1569 says oof.
I will make sure Kurt's here when it's time. Kurt just has to keep fucking listening. Kurt, are you listening? Shit. Stay listening.
LOL.
Plus, this is one of my favorite songs in the entire game.
Good morning, Mr. Stevenson. My name is Dr. Page, and I'm the consultant on call today. How are you?
Well, I'm better, thank you, but it's still
Understandably so. You might be getting pressure sores. Has the nurse come to change your position?
No, not since
Oh
the
dear,
morning.
we'll get her here. The X-rays come in now, and there's good news, sir. You haven't broken
Somniumscape
your tailbone, and it hasn't
1569
attached.
says don't interject, don't interject.
Don't worry, it happens to the best of us, but more importantly, how are you feeling?
I'm okay.
Everything well at home?
I think so,
Great,
but...
we'll get you discharged tomorrow then. Is there anything else, sir?
Well, yes, my wife hasn't called since yesterday. We always
Okay,
talk once
yes,
a day, and...
of course. We'll get the nurse to call her up and see if she's... Oh dear. There my pager goes again. Give me strength to carry on. Thank you, sir. Have a good rest. But talk this jack on my wife. She said you've got a call, okay?
Off and stuff this guys. Driving around in their cars.
I should have been done at 6.
Doctors are telling you too long. The public deserve to have care.
To all the friends that I have lost, while crossing bridges I have crossed, tennis weddings, coffee sessions, sorry I was never there. You see, I've been called this week. I'm bad at getting any sleep. I'd love to catch up, I really would. But they've been waiting for so long. There you were, handover was an hour ago. What took you so long?
I'm so sorry. My mother had another episode. The carer is running late. I couldn't just leave her there. I called up the hospital to try and let you know, but I guess they didn't.
Oh, no, they... I'm sorry to hear
It's
that.
fine. Thanks for covering, Ada. I really appreciate it. I hope the patients didn't give you too much trouble.
No, not at all. Hey, okay, so, Mr. Stevenson had his fall yesterday. He's doing fine, but we still don't know if it was mechanical or syncope.
He doesn't remember?
No, X-rays are all clear.
No history of AF?
Not on the records.
Aspiration pneumonia?
No, his lungs are fine.
I can take it all from here. Thank you, both of you. You did great. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Somniumscape 1569
Ada,
says
you look
YK what no, the
exhausted.
brain has no reason to interject her, we ain't overworked.
Nor are you on call. But as someone who was on call for tech support, yeah, that's felt. You tend to lose a lot of friends when you're on call. Ada, you look exhausted. You should clock out. I can handle everything. Yeah, I'll grab something to eat and make my way out. Intern, thank you. That was a real rough one. We couldn't have done it without you. Starting to feel like you're the glue holding this place together. Good luck with the next shift. When you're ready, maybe we can drop by the vending machine? I'm starving. Eight years of med school for dinner from a vending machine. Not as glamorous as I told my friends it would be. Oh, there she is. Third day in a row, putting off the groceries. There's just never any
Says
time.
want to see
Too
an
tired.
Easter egg? Somniumscape
I know about Rhythm
1569 says
Doctor.
learned her first name chat.
Ada? We've been saying Ada for a while now. I do know
Somniumscape
about the Rhythm Doctor
1569
code.
says no.
Haley's first name?
Smum says
That was in
YK.
stage 2.
LSG. Somniumscape 1569 says what no.
Whose first name?
Somniumscape 1569 says just this song. Somniumscape 1569 says Ada's.
Ian says Ada after Battle-Worn Insomniac. Just need to go home, eat this
Somniumscape
protein bar and these
1569
chips,
says nobody reads that.
collapse, and get up in time for my next shift. Easy. I'm reading it. Excuse me, Dr. Page? Oh, hi there. Haley, right? Yep, I wanted to, ask you something. What's that? I know that I'm supposed to be staying in my room and recovering and all that, but would it be okay if I went on a trip and then came right back? My grandma, she asked me for a favor. Her hometown is out west near the desert, but she can't leave to go visit. We have some distant family out there, and she wants me to deliver keepsakes to them. And she asked me to take pictures, too. She hasn't seen the desert landscape in her hometown in so long. It's where she grew up. I know I'm not supposed to leave, but please, 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 I'll come right back. I'm not sure. Diggle will completely explode on me if he hears about
Somniumscape
this.
1569 says thinking about height
I'm actually
differences.
clocked out for
that
today.
is like twice Haley's height.
Not a dagger. A digger. Edgar.
Somniumscape
I need to head home.
1569 says yeah him.
But this sounds important to you. I'll take it in. Let's figure something out. Thank you, thank you. Leave it hospital care to take some pictures and deliver a box?
Somniumscape 1569 says bodega
Isn't there
is twice
probably
Haley's height.
some driver app that'll do that for you? Plus, you can just print out some royalty-free desert photos or something. Ian, please, it's important to her. Fine. Actually, maybe this could work. I've been working on the Rhythm Doctor program, and it should be able to work at even further ranges than we've been using. Further out from the hospital's computers. This could be an opportunity for the intern to help me test it
Hercule
out.
says average Mr. Popo W.
If the connection holds a few towns over, then we'll be able to tell Dr. Dega that we can treat even more patients. People won't even need to leave their homes to get treatment. Elderly patients and mobile patients, it could be helpful. And someday the waiting room will be nice and empty.
1569 says who is MR Popo?
From Dragon Ball. So we'll let her go out for a day? Yeah, let's do it. Go clock out, Ada. Thanks for all the help. And for you, you're going to follow Haley on her train trip out west. Keep an eye on her and administer any treatment she needs. This will be a great way to test the connection and push its capabilities. Good luck. I will do the Rhythm Doctor code really quickly. If you want to see the Easter egg, join in now.
Kurt Cobain says seeing Vegeta in a pink apron is fitting. NGL, his cooking sucks though.
That's right, we replaced everyone with dogs, except for one. One gets replaced with a cat, but I think you know who that is. Even the cutscene's done.
Somniumscape 1569 says oh of course.
Who's a good boy? You are.
Somniumscape 1569 says he.
It's a fun little secret. A bystander on the train experiencing severe chest pain. This may require a new method of rhythmic defibrillation. Hello, over in the hospital. Can you hear me okay? It looks like you're looking to help a minor on the train, huh? Well, not the minor I was told to watch, the other minor. I'm looking at the cardiogram results coming in. This looks like it'll require a new method of treatment. Under Adega and Paige's care in the hospital, a condition like this would require pretty serious procedures. Luckily for him, I was recently experimenting with a new way to use the rhythm defibrillator. To do the type of intense defibrillation necessary to restore his heart's function, you're gonna need to hold the button down to tap it.
1569 says the min ER, not the min or.
The incoming beeps will cue you on how long you need to hold. Let's give it a try. There we go. Now let's try doing a longer hold. Now the release cues will only start after you start holding. I'll demonstrate. There, now we'll keep holding and listen for the pop sounds and release on the fourth one. Okay, your turn. You're a quick learner, thanks. I've only played through the game multiple times. Awesome! Now finally, let's go over a trickier type of hold. Be ready to release the button when it's time. It's a tricky concept, so it might take a few more tries to have the new method down, even though it's our best method available for helping that miner. He's completely unaware of how delicate his heart condition is right this second. You know, you're pretty selfless for treating a complete stranger out there. You remind me of Ada. Anyway, that's all from me. Good luck. Thank you for the follow, PSX memes. So, what PlayStation 1 memes do you have for me? Like, you have to have at least one, right? At least one.
Smum says, well, there's an explanation for the name.
Alright, let's hear it.
Smum says, prepare for a wall.
That's fine.
Some says someone was teasing their mother. Says if it's had presumably very little interaction with video games, except for Mario and Crash Bandicoot. Guess the names of characters in Super Smash Bros. for WIIU/3DS, in which she described the Mii fighters as memes from PlayStation. A while ago, I put that as my username, with this shorthand from my Twitch account, here. I then adopted that version as the username I use everywhere. Somniumscape1569 says guess it was short enough.
Oh, I can feel it. I think the tough part's coming. Do what you need to do. Let's finish this. Anyway, that is neat. Thanks for the save, bud. Are you okay? You look like you were in pain. Yeah, I'm feeling a little better now. Where are you headed, kid? You on a school trip? Oh, no, not school. I'm visiting Goldenrock, the town where my grandma grew up. I have a delivery to make, and I'm taking photos.
Somniumscape1569 says, but yet I get it. The Mii fighters do look like weiified sack boys.
They do, kinda, yeah. You shouldn't have a shot of the view whipping by. I bet you don't get a landscape like this where you're from. Oh, you're right. Let me get my camera. This is so cool. It beats being cooped up in that hospital bed. Hey, now it's getting all blurry. Looks like a dusty fog is rolling in. We get that a lot. Might be a bit hard to see. Ugh. Are you okay? You, doctor person, can you help us, please? Yeah, I guess I'm just doctor person now. Fucked up the timing a little bit there. Just a little bit. Come on, pull back, pull back. We're back. We're pulled back. Did we pull back? OBS went a little crazy, chat.
Somniumscape 1569 says we so back.
Kurt Cobain says space F45 Boba Tea.
I think I still cleared it. No! I thought C+ was the bar. B is the bar. It even fucked me up. I didn't have parsec.
Somniumscape 1569 says it's the organic virus or whatever the hell it was called.
Connectifia abortus. Come on. It's a fake disease with a catchy name, chat.
Somniumscape 1569 says I know the techno-organic virus is the XMAN1. Swim says have you heard that the VA for the nurse has passed somewhat recently?
Really? No, I didn't hear.
Somniumscape 1569 says no.
Fuck. That sucks. That sucks ass.
Somniumscape 1569 says cowabummer disappointed face.
That's a huge bummer, frankly. Also, adding 10, I'm sorry, chat.
Somniumscape 1569 says so 3 is the same in Japanese and Chinese?
Fuck. I think I still passed, but...
Hey.
Yep. Alright, sick.
Somniumscape 1569 says both san?
I'm not even sure if it's the same symbol used between the two. I'd have to check it. Pretty sure specifically we
Somniumscape
are in
1569
Mandarin.
says pronunciation I mean.
It's not the same symbol, but yeah, it is some. Yeah. No, it is the same symbol. Shit.
Somniumscape 1569 says 3.
Thanks, you saved my tail back there. Wish I could thank you properly. Truth be told, it's been a while since I've been to the doctor. Maybe I've been pushing myself to my limit. What should I do, Doc? Anything I should eat different, or do I need to stop away from work for a while? I guess you can't talk, huh? I'm no medic. I'll have someone... What? You can't hear me anymore?
Smum says, wait, is that like an AI summary up there?
Like an AI summary? Yeah, of what happened in chat? Yeah. It's Frosty Tools. I think it's pretty neat. I think it's a good use.
Somniumscape
Can you hear me now,
1569
sweetheart?
says I said now I can.
Okay, cool. What are you doing? Hey, cool. All right, sweetheart. Thank you. Yeah, it is. Basically, it takes everything that's happened in chat and then
LMAO.
puts it together under a personality and summarizes it so that anybody who joins can get caught up. It's really cool. I should turn off fucking Streamlabs. I'm playing the game for the first time. I should, but I keep forgetting to every time. And those are the more dedicated AIs.
Kurt Cobain says Momter that's the 8 Lana sub.
Somniumscape 1569 says Momter.
Those bots inside the channel point, they're based off of alters we have. We've got one for Sky, Lana, and Hazel, right?
Somniumscape
Kurt Cobain says good
1569
drink.
says yes.
But yeah, that's basically all the AI we have on stream. I just hydrated. I'm going to count that hydration I just did as the hydrate you just put in. Thank you for keeping me on check, though. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, fine, fine. Chat, you don't have to
Somniumscape
say
1569 says more.
Kurt Cobain says LMAO.
Mrs. Stevenson says she needs help with her birds. With Paige at home and Adega making the rounds, everything needs to be perfect. Let's sort these patients out and then you can continue on with your work on the train. Someone forgot Bird, definitely. But also it might have just reset. No, it didn't. Congratulations on being Ferd. Welcome into the Ferd.
Somniumscape 1569 says Bodega is mean.
I want to put whoever redeems first, second, and third, I want to put them in like credits or something as a sort of reward.
Somniumscape 1569 says why his button's so dingly?
I don't know, he designed his button. I wasn't ready for that transition, clearly.
Somniumscape 1569 says total dwingle boingle. Smum says that's actually the hard mode button.
True. Because it has to re-input at times. It has to.
Somniumscape 1569 says doinkly spoinkly.
Wait, you're serious? If I set that to hard, that's the button we'll get?
Kurtcubane says Frog
I
Father's
don't know.
Dingler is hard no FC would be LMAO.
Ass button.
I actually never knew. Because I am playing on a remote connection, that's why I have it set up to easy. Just so I don't fuck it up too hard.
Kurtcubane says FR.
Somniumscape 1569 says screw looking at the tops or bottoms of charts, I'm staring at the buttons.
And mistakes is an A? Thanks for the help. Mrs. Stevenson is over the moon. I guess now we're her favorite best office too? You can go back to what you're doing. Later. Hey, why does that guy look so familiar? Hi, do I know you? Are you from Middlesea Hospital? That's me. Wow, what are the chances? What are you doing here? Were you released? Your stay's over? Huh, not even close. I did what you did. Snuck out. I didn't sneak out. I got permission. My motivation's been starting to come back, but I don't want to wait for some boring 12-step program. So I figured maybe sneaking out, getting a change of scenery would help jolt my brain. That makes sense. Being all cooped up in the hospital probably isn't helpful for inspiration. It's pretty lonely in there. I'm lucky to get hang with Logan. Who's that? He's just a guy from my school. I feel like there's more to the story than that. We're out on a train in the middle of the desert. Spill the beans. Okay, fine. We're friends, but it's more than that. I think he has feelings for me. You know, like a crush on me? Now you're a happy couple. Dope. Well, that's the thing. He hasn't actually said it out loud yet. It's just obvious. I feel the same way, but he's just so wishy-washy. He's always hiding what he's feeling or thinking. He can't say it. We spent a lot of time together, but I just want to get to know him more. I don't mind waiting around if he's shy, but if you want him to pick up on your feelings, you gotta send him the vibes. Something that forces him to take the hint. I've got an idea. I'm pulling up a track. Here, take a listen. Hi, Dr. Finger. Don't tell Dr. Page, but after I got on the train, I noticed my heart beating in a new way.
1569 says can't wait till we get to Baseball Man.
Oh, that act is so good. I don't think it's a big deal, but I figured you might want to practice it before we hear Cole's song. However, Act 5, Night 2 is fucking brutal, dude. And it hurts because the song is made by Patricia Taxon, and I fucking love her. I love her stuff. Wonderful, it's a relief having you around. So, remember when I said a new way? Promise you won't tell? Yeah, there's another one. You might want to check it out.
Somniumscape1569 says, okay, well, it's now been well over an hour. Drinking second monster.
Fair enough. As long as you space yourself, I'm fine with it.
Somniumscape1569 says, yup, Rooney.
That was great. All right, back to what we were doing.
Ready, get, set,
The deeper I go, the more that I know. The more I know there is to find.
Somniumscape1569 says also that's probably scary for a cardiologist to hear. My heart's been beating in a new way, skull.
Of the things we try to hide. So I'll wait for you long as you need, long as I know you'll be with me. There's so much more.
Somniumscape1569 says, is that right?
Kurtubane says LMAO rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah.
Possess my heart and soul. Possess my heart. So don't be afraid to keep me away from the things I
God damn it.
wanna know. Yeah, 'cause I'll wait for you long as you need, long as I know you'll be with me. There's so much more that we haven't seen.
Somniumscape1569 says, getting knife. Hard to eat this chicken with just a fork.
I think I have to restart the stage anyway. I had such a hard delay that I fucked up so much. I'm trying, Chad, I promise.
ready,
You know what? I know what'll help. 1, 2, please preheat.
set,
I need to relax a little bit.
The more I know there is to find. The flame is there, so why are we scared? Of the things we try to hide. So I'll wait for you long as you need, long as I know you'll be with me. There's so much more that we ever see. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. And I'm hoping that you want it. And I'm hoping that you know. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. And I'm hoping that you want it. And I'm hoping that you know. The closer we get, the more I want it. You possess my heart and soul. Possess my heart. So don't be afraid to keep me away from the things I wanna know. Yeah, 'cause I'll wait for you long as you need, long as I know you'll be with me. There's so much more that we have.
Somniumscape1569 says, honestly, at this point I don't expect my cough to go away, just a part of me now. If it goes away, that'd be awesome sauce, but I wouldn't count on it.
be fools in love. Do you trust me, darling? Though I don't know much of anything, I know I will be true.
Get set.
And I know you. I wanna know you more. And I'm hoping that you want it. And I'm hoping that you know. I wanna know you. I wanna know you.
I mean, it seems like it's working, but I'm not allowed in.
I'm hoping that you want it. And I'm hoping that you know. I'll wait for you.
Pierce her away.
Somniumscape 1569 says sorry I tried holding out then I just stopped.
No, you did it. You did it. You held out. Good job.
Somniumscape 1569 says oh sick.
Good job, Seth. Even with the massive increased delay, because I'm playing with a delay, you had to play with my delay. How did that feel? Just how did it feel to play? Did it feel too early, too late? Did it feel like your movements were
Somniumscape
delayed?
1569 says I know the last cluster of notes I just let them drop because I thought you said it was all good. Says I didn't feel it.
Wild. Well, I like it. I didn't realize you were like actually a musician, no offense. Ouch. Thanks. Send that along to that Logan guy and he'll pick up on what you're saying. I'll give it a try. Looks like we arrived at my stop. I'll be off then. I gotta take lots of pictures for my grandma. I'll show you around town. Let's go find these folks of yours. Great, thank you. Oh, hey, what's your name again? Cole. Cole, I'm Haley. I'll see you back at the hospital, right? You know, now that I snuck out, I was tempted to just make a run for it and never come back. But whether I like it or not, the hospital is the best place to hang out with Nicole.
Somniumscape 1569 says the sliding notes caught me off guard at first but I eventually got the timing down. Somniumscape 1569 says no voice again.
Kurt Cobain says Space F45 Omeglops has dead.
Somniumscape 1569 says fixed.
I know, I just had to leave and rejoin the call. But you really need you at hospital. Please come back right now. Well, let's go back to the hospital, chat. You're back, thank God. You can still hear me, right? Something happened while you were gone. It almost severed your connection to the hospital. Phew, looks like Paige is back for her shift too. What's going on? Why is the power flickering on and off?
Somniumscape 1569 says ready, Kurt?
You're just in time. This is still Act 4. I said Act 5, and we elaborated that it's the baseball guy.
Somniumscape 1569 says
But Kurt should see how a boss stage works. You're just in time. I'm
Cobain says
not
yeah.
sure what's happening. Our network just became really unstable, and my PC started overheating. All of them are, and now even the electricity in the building is given out. The backup generators have taken over, but they're starting to overheat too. Even my phone is acting strange. Did something happen? Did a power line go down? Wait, forget it. How are the patients? Is everyone okay? I started checking everyone as soon as I could. Nobody's condition is out of the ordinary except for that chronic insomnia patient from earlier. His heart rate is out of control. The virus was jamming our signal? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Intern, let's go. We need you. We can't let this virus take hold of the building with so many patients here. Just focus on the 7th feet no matter what. This is one of the hardest boss stages. So I'm going to shut up. You can still talk. I'm not going to respond. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, the game's crashing. Never mind. I guess I'll have to just reboot it. Psych. That trick worked on me once. It will never work again.
Somniumscape 1569 says if you cut out, I'll try my best.
A complete relapse? But how? Our one iPhone user looked at their phone. The virus, it's broken off a chunk of its heart. Hope you're good with the regular time, intern. No. Well, sorta. Alright, I'm shutting up.
Somniumscape 1569 says it's me and I'm watching on PC LOL.
Nice. Keep that same rhythm in your head now. Stay
Somniumscape
calm.
1569 says doing it with eyes closed would be easier, goddamn.
That's why I'm staring down at my keyboard.
Kurt Cobain says applause break.
Wait, is that a perfect? Did I actually perfect it? Ha! Delay ain't got shit on me, chat! Wow, I know a scratch. Damn right. Just good at my job.
Somniumscape 1569 says parsec scrubbed.
You're really something, huh? Incredible. It looks like he's going to be okay. The power's back on. Everything seems to be working now. I had no idea this virus could infect the building itself. Where does it keep coming from? If we keep working, you should eventually be able to figure it out, right? I think so, yeah. Well, we did it. Great work, everyone. Now what? Make the rounds and check in on our patients. I need to check whether Mr. Stevenson's bed settings are comfortable. I'll also double check that Mrs. Stevenson has tapioca pudding. It helps her swallow her pills. Whatever it takes to make sure everyone's day is as comfortable as possible. Oh, speaking of patients, how about Haley? I hope her trip went okay. I'm back. It went great. And look, I found someone who was trying to run away. Shh, I told you I'd come back. Everybody miss me? Did you leave the hospital just so you could drink coffee without us